In the modern tale, Bai Xiaofan, a young girl, finds herself unexpectedly transported to a strange and unfamiliar world after repeatedly immersing herself in Robinson Crusoe. Armed with a peanut spaceship equipped with features such as resource storage and invisibility, she embarks on a survival journey akin to farming on a deserted island. Her neighbor, a local tribal youth named Musufan, transitions from being mere acquaintances to romantic partners as they confront the myriad challenges of this new realm together. Chapter 1. Explorer 13. Bai Xiaofan forcefully kicked off her canvas shoes, carelessly tossing her bags aside. Without a thought for bathing or changing clothes, she collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a tremendous yawn. She couldn't help but marvel at an ease's incredible stamina after a day of shopping. She still craved more excitement and insisted on heading out to a bar that evening. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan had the foresight to summon an ease boyfriend while she was in the restroom, otherwise enduring another night of her antics would surely lead to her premat. Your demise. After languishing on the sofa for a while, Bai Xiaofan finally mustered the energy to sit up and retrieve the snack bags from the coffee table, while her shoes, clothes, and hat lay strewn about haphazardly. Standing up, she surveyed the chaotic living room, placing her hands on her hips with a sigh. The day's spoils were quite substantial. She mused that she might not need to buy clothes for the entire year. It was fortunate that she could consider herself a small business owner, otherwise keeping up with an E would have been utterly exhausting. Thus, running her shop was remarkably effortless for Bai Xiaofan, free from the pressures of profitability, as her parents generously provided her with a substantial monthly allowance. This financial cushion allowed her to indulge in lavish expenses, such as hiring 3 exceptional bakers at a premium, a key factor in the thriving success of her quaint stable. Ishmet, Bai Xiaofan let out a cold chuckle as he gathered the disarrayed items from the floor onto the sofa. Feeling the uncomfortable stickiness on his body, he prepared to head to the bathroom for a cleansing shower. However, just as he took a step forward, his foot knocked over a paper bag, causing a small red velvet box to roll out with a gentle clatter. Bai Xiaofan paused momentarily, recalling that he had purchased this jade peanut from an elderly woman at the flea market for 300 yuan that afternoon. Anisu had always looked down upon items from street vendors, considering them to be of inferior quality. Yet Bai Xiaofan understood that one could occasionally stumble upon treasures at the flea market, such as this delicate jade peanut with a faint lavender hue. He picked up the small box and extracted the jade peanut, examining it closely in his palm. Although it appeared rather unremarkable and bore signs of slight petrification, Bai Xiaofan found himself enamored by its weighty texture. His thumb gently caressed its round, charming pod as he smiled sweetly at it, saying, "Rest assured, I shall nurture you into a lustrous beauty." Suddenly, a violet beam of light emanated from the jade peanut. Before Bai Xiaofan could comprehend the phenomenon, the jade peanut became inexplicably hot in his hand, prompting a startled exclamation as he instinctively dropped it. However, instead of shattering, the jade peanut descended gracefully, enveloped in purple radiance, and began to expand, ultimately filling the entirety of the spacious living room of over 20 square meters. Bai Xiaofan stood in utter disbelief, his mouth agape and eyes wide, fixated on the peanut that had taken over his living space. "Greetings, I am Explorer number 13. A whimsical tone emanated from the peanut, which gradually opened a door at its pointed tip. "Welcome to your visit." Bai Xiaofan's mouth gaped wider in astonishment. Could she possibly be dreaming? As she pondered this, she twisted her thigh. "Ah!" she cried out in pain. If this were not a dream, how could she explain the scene before her? Yet, Bai Xiaofan could hardly accept the reality of her wakefulness. She closed her eyes and repeatedly murmured, "I am dreaming. I am dreaming." "You're not dreaming." Suddenly, the voice from within the jade peanut transformed into a calm and enchanting baritone. "You are the first person in a decade to activate number 13. In the vernacular of your Earth, you are my destined companion." Bai Xiaofan slowly opened her eyes, fixating on the jade peanut, and unconsciously took a step back, on guard as she inquired, "What exactly are you?" A deep, gentle laughter resonated from the peanut. "What I am, you shall discover once you enter." Bai Xiaofan smirked slightly and retreated another 2 steps. "You can say whatever you wish, I shall not step inside." The beguiling voice chuckled once more. "I advise you to enter, otherwise you may find it difficult to do so later." "It's futile," the male voice replied, calm and unhurried. The earthquake is merely the beginning. Tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and other calamities will follow in succession. Before long, this planet will be engulfed in unending disaster. Remaining here will subject you to relentless suffering. Oh, you mean Bai Xiaofan gazed skeptically at Yuhuizing, unable to utter the latter part of her question. At that moment, the floor trembled violently, and fragments of stone began to fall. The flickering lights agitated the nerves, while the cacophony of desperate cries and chaotic footsteps outside vividly illustrated the turmoil unfolding beyond the walls. The deep voice intoned, "What I mean is precisely what you are speculating. If you do not trust me, I can shrink myself and allow you to leave. No, I will go in." Despite her skepticism towards the deep voice, the relentless shaking of the floor convinced Bai Xiaofan that fleeing outside would be akin to courting death with her petite frame. Thus, she opted to take her chances by hiding within Yuhuizing. In a swift moment, Bai Xiaofan seized a food bag from the coffee table and plunged into Yuhuizing. At the instant she entered, a massive chunk of the ceiling crashed down where she had just stood, plunging the room into darkness. An enormous explosion followed, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant blaze. Simultaneously, a peculiar purple light sliced through the darkness, vanishing into a black void overhead. The startled populace, caught off guard by the sudden quake and explosion, remained oblivious, their cries echoing in the glow of the flames. Upon entering Yuhuizing, Bai Xiaofan was abruptly jolted, landing unceremoniously. After regaining her footing and preparing to unleash a torrent of curses, she was astonished to discover that she could see the outside world clearly. To her utter amazement, she found herself within a forest, more accurately, a tropical rainforest. What is this place? Bai Xiaofan unconsciously approached the glass-like wall, asking impulsively, "Well, how should I put it?" To put it simply, this is another Earth. The voice that spoke was imbued with a comical tone. However, Bai Xiaofan was so startled by the phrase "another Earth" that she failed to notice the peculiar inflection, pressing her face against the glass wall in a desperate attempt. "Look outside. What do you mean by another Earth? Are you referring to a parallel dimension or another planet?" The peculiar tone seemed at a loss for words, pondering for a moment before continuing. "To be precise, is another small star system, with a center that houses a planet small, lower than the sun and cooler than the sun." "What did you say?" At this point, Bai Xiaofan finally sensed something was amiss. The strange voice, growing impatient, raised its volume. "I said, this is a galaxy similar to the solar system, and the planet we are on is 20 light years away from Earth. I don't want to hear your nonsense," summoned that baritone voice. Bai Xiaofan waved her hand, interrupting, in the blink of an eye. 20 light years? Not even a ghost would believe such a tale." Suddenly, the tone became animated and exclaimed, "Do you think that's how you arrived here? Arthur used the last of his energy to open a wormhole and transport you here." "You're talking nonsense." Bai Xiaofan had just begun to speak when a sound akin to a tiger's roar startled her. The memory of visiting the zoo and seeing a tiger caged made her shudder. How could she not be frightened by such a mighty roar? What is that sound? What on earth is this place? Bai Xiaofan pondered, having already succumbed to the tone of the voice. Although she had a fondness for Robinson Crusoe, it did not imply that she aspired to live such a life. She was, after all, a quintessential city dweller, utterly unfamiliar with manual labor or the nuances of agriculture, let alone wilderness survival skills. Without a gas stove, she wouldn't even know how to kindle a fire. Suddenly, Bai Xiaofan recalled that upon entering, she had casually brought along a large bag of snacks from the coffee table. Glancing around, she spotted the snack bag beside the door and hurriedly picked it up, cradling it like a precious treasure. She moved to a corner to inspect its contents, only to feel a wave of dismay wash over her. The hefty bag of snacks might sustain her for a few days, but there were merely 1.5 bottles of mineral water inside. The half bottle had belonged to an who had taken a sip and discarded it into her bag, deeming it a nuisance to carry. Nevertheless, 1.5 bottles of mineral water could barely last a day. Was she truly destined to perish from thirst? Bai Xiaofan plopped down on the ground, clutching the snack bag, her eyes wide and vacant, repeatedly muttering, "What to do? What to do? Oh, for heaven's sake, enough with the noise." The voice exclaimed in exasperation. "I've already mentioned that this planet is quite similar to Earth. Being in a forest should make it easy to find food and drink." Chapter 2. The water dilemma by Xiaofan found herself utterly unable to comprehend the statement, and after a prolonged moment of bewilderment, she inquired, "What do you mean?" In a rather haughty tone, the peculiar entity replied, "I am Explorer number 13, the most advanced and compact scientific exploration spacecraft of the Vela planet." A spacecraft? Bai Xiaofan furrowed her delicate brows and gazed around the stark, rectangular glass room, which measured only about 40 to 50 square meters. Despite its bare and unadorned appearance, the rounded balconies on either side did evoke a certain semblance of a sci-fi vessel. However, she scoffed, "It's merely a glass house. There isn't even a single button, and you dare to call yourself a spacecraft?" Explorer number 13 snorted, dismissing her skepticism with disdain. "My intricate operating system is far beyond your comprehension. You have merely activated me due to the high similarity of your DNA with Arthur's, but piloting me is entirely out of your reach. If your intellect were sufficiently astute, you would establish a connection with me within 10 days, allowing you to manipulate my size at will, even entering and exiting by mere thought." 10 days? Bai Xiaofan rolled her eyes at the glass ceiling, then picked up 2 bottles of mineral water from the ground and shook them above her head, asking, "Do you truly believe this scant amount of water can sustain us for 10 days? After a prolonged silence, suddenly, the glass wall directly opposite Bai Xiaofan swung open with a whoosh. She was taken aback, having assumed the spacecraft was merely of that limited size. To her astonishment, there lay a vast expanse beyond. While she remained momentarily stunned, Explorer number 13 impatiently urged, "Aren't you pressed for time? Hurry and step inside." Bai Xiaofan finally came to her senses, clutching her cherished snacks as she hurried inside. However, just as she crossed the threshold, the glass wall behind her sealed shut. To claim that she felt no fear would be disingenuous. Yet, upon reflection, she pondered whether anyone would truly wish her harm. As long as they remained indifferent to her, she was confident that she would exhaust her amusements within a week. If they deemed this method too languid and cast her outside, she was certain she would not witness the dawn of another day. Having reconciled these thoughts, Bai Xiaofan calmly surveyed her new abode. It was slightly smaller than her previous room, but it boasted an additional hexagonal red button on the left wall. The entire room shimmered like crystal, rendering the red button particularly striking and captivating. Still clutching her snack bag, Bai Xiaofan continued to scan her surroundings when number 13 urged, "Stop dawdling, press that button." "Oh," Bai Xiaofan replied, not questioning further and complying with the instruction. Upon pressing the red button, the glass wall beside her retracted like sliding doors, revealing a space akin to that of an elevator. A red button adorned the wall within, accompanied by what appeared to be a safe. "What is this?" Bai Xiaofan inquired, peering inside, unable to discern the purpose of the small space. Number 13 elucidated, "This is a transporter. It can directly convey you to the control room. That is quite similar to an elevator." As she spoke, she stepped inside, bypassing the need for the 13th to utter a word. She immediately pressed the red button, causing the safe's door to part from top to bottom. A screen materialized before Bai Xiaofan, displaying a multitude of small red dots interconnected by green dashed lines, forming an odd shape that, at first glance, resembled a miniature map. Tap the central red dot, instructed the 13th. Yet Bai Xiaofan remained transfixed by the screen, showing no inclination to raise her hand. Observing her stillness for a considerable time, the 13th, visibly displeased, urged, "What are you daydreaming about? Are you afraid I might harm you?" "Not at all," Bai Xiaofan replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved and embarrassed. "I just don't know which one is the central dot." As she spoke, she instinctively tilted her head upwards. "Don't look at me," the 13th retorted promptly. "I can't help you. You must figure it out yourself." With a sigh, Bai Xiaofan cradled the snack bag in one arm, freeing a hand to cautiously count the red dots on the screen. However, her eyes grew blurry from the effort, and she still couldn't discern which red that was the center. "Hey, what happens if I click the wrong one?" "Nothing will happen," came a voice reminiscent of a clown, seemingly anticipating her inquiry and responding with delightful ease. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Bai Xiaofan exclaimed in frustration, then forcefully jabbed at what she presumed to be the central dot. Instantly, the scene before her transformed. The glass walls erupted with a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights, and directly ahead stood a complex control panel, where an array of colorful lights flashed incessantly. The duration of the video is akin to that of a feature film. However, if one were to exclude Arthur's descriptions of the breathtaking vistas of the Vela planet and his trivial ramblings, the video's length would scarcely exceed half an hour. Nevertheless, This video proved to be quite beneficial for Bai Xiaofan, as it elucidated several key points. Firstly, the spacecraft is equipped with a self-sustaining life support system, capable of automatically replenishing its water tanks as long as a water source is located, and it filters this water into drinkable form. Secondly, the vessel can alter in size and can be controlled through mental commands. Similarly, she can enter and exit the ship with her thoughts. However, to exert control over the spacecraft, she must establish a connection with the system of Unit 13, the method of which is what she must learn. Lastly, the captain of this ship, the baritone who refers to himself as Arthur, has been deceased for a decade, and his last vestiges of energy were depleted upon the opening of the wormhole, signifying that Bai Xiaofan is destined to reside on this planet for the remainder of her life. Although leaving the familiar Earth has left her feeling quite despondent, the presence of Unit 13 instills a sense of security within her. To enhance her survival on this planet, Bai Xiaofan's enthusiasm for learning has surged to unprecedented heights, and within a mere 3 days, she has managed to enter and exit the spacecraft using only her thoughts. Admittedly, success is not guaranteed with every attempt, but time is of the essence, as her bottle of mineral water holds but a single sip. She urgently needs to locate a water source. Unit 13. Are you not reputed to be the most advanced spacecraft on the Vela planet? Why is your scanning range limited to a mere kilometer? In the control room, Bai Xiaofan strained her eyes, gazing intently at the map on the screen, hoping to discern the blue hues that indicated rivers. Unfortunately, after a prolonged effort, her search yielded nothing. "Hey, 1 kilometer is my scanning range when I'm stationary," exclaimed number 13 defiantly. "If I could fly, my scanning range would expand tenfold, and the faster I flew, the greater the range." She sighed, conceding, "Forget it, let's disregard that. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. No matter how much I scrutinize, I cannot detect lakes or rivers on this map." Bai Xiaofan picked up the plastic bag containing her bottled water and swiftly made her way to the transporter. She pressed the button to enter and was about to select the red dot at the far edge when she suddenly glanced down at her feet. Clad only in boat socks, the floor of the spaceship was both warm and smooth, but she was acutely aware of the primitive forest outside. Bai Xiaofan doubted she could run barefoot across the terrain. "Number 13, do you have any shoes?" "Shoes? None. Absolutely none." Before Bai Xiaofan could raise her voice in protest, number 13 added, "But there are boots." Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaofan repeatedly reassured herself, "You are human, a higher-order creature. Do not stoop to the level of a machine or a computer." After several deep inhalations, she finally managed to quell her frustration and inquired, "Where are they?" "They're next door, in Arthur's room." No sooner had number 13 finished speaking than Bai Xiaofan had already dashed towards Arthur's room. After several days of study, she has come to grasp an essential truth. The so-called connection established with the entity known as 13 entails a thorough understanding of the spacecraft's intricate structure. However, the complexity of this vessel has proven overwhelming. Despite dedicating 3 days to memorization, Bai Xiaofan has yet to achieve complete clarity. The component she is most familiar with is the machine section at the forefront of the ship, where the majority of the system's hardware resides. The central area comprises the control room and living quarters, while the rear section boasts the largest storage space, which also consumes the most energy, as it must accommodate a vast array of items. Yet, the preservation principle within eludes her understanding. It is neither low temperature nor vacuum-based, yet somehow it manages to keep everything in a state of stasis. According to 13, the plant seeds stored within can still be cultivated if retrieved. Bai Xiaofan, indifferent to these details, utilizes the storage as a refrigerator, carelessly tossing in the wild fruits and mushrooms she forages to keep them fresh. As for the myriad of other components, her comprehension remains rather limited. Consequently, her ability to control the spacecraft fluctuates. Ideally, she should practice for a few more days. Yet time is not on her side. As she rummages through Arthur's room and dons a pair of boots that appear as good as new, she hurries outside, marveling at the remarkable preservation capabilities of the spacecraft, given that these boots are relics from decades past. Haven't you already learned to enter and exit with mere thought? Why complicate matters further? As soon as Bai Xiaofan steps into the outer storage, the amusingly sarcastic voice of 13 rings out. In response to her, the glass door slowly swung open, and in an instant, the damp air rushed towards her. Bai Xiaofan took a deep breath, clenched her fists to rally her spirits. "Bai Xiaofan, you can do this." With determination, she dashed out. Chapter 3. Collecting dew, perhaps she was too deliberate or perhaps too anxious. Maybe her skills were insufficient. In any case, after countless attempts that left her utterly exhausted, the spacecraft number 13 remained steadfast, resembling a monolithic structure. Bai Xiaofan gazed at the unchanged vessel, despondently covering her face with her hands, as if she lacked the strength even to stand. Overwhelmed, she sank to the ground, burying her head between her knees, seeking solace in that position. No, 13 was her only lifeline. Without it, she would have no refuge from the lurking beasts, and the prospect of finding her way back seemed almost impossible, especially since there were no rivers within a kilometer radius. After a lengthy pause, Bai Xiaofan finally lifted her head from her knees, staring blankly at the plastic bag lying on the ground. To leave might offer a glimmer of hope for survival. To remain would surely lead to her demise. She licked her parched, cracked lips and gradually rose to her feet, choosing a direction to move forward. Yet, just as she took a couple of steps, a gust of wind swept by, chilling her face. She reached out instinctively, and suddenly, a wide smile broke across her face as she twirled in delight. It was rain. Number 13 was raining. It was raining. But it was not rain. Number 13 ruthlessly shattered her beautiful dream. It was merely the dew collected on the leaves. Dew? Bai Xiaofan fell into contemplation and, after a moment, inquired, Number 13, do you have any simple and feasible methods for collecting dew? Allow me to search. Within moments, 13 exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, there is a method. Listen closely. In a sunlit, damp area, dig a funnel-shaped pit, placing a container for water at the bottom. Cover the pit with a plastic sheet, ensuring the edges are tightly secured. In the center of the plastic, place a small stone to create a dip. Under the sun's rays, moisture from the soil will evaporate, condensing into droplets upon contact with the underside of the plastic and eventually dripping into the container, thereby producing purified drinking water. However, Bai Xiaofan shook his head. That won't work. The shade of the trees here blocks any sunlight. But there's more. 13 continued. In a shaded, ventilated area, weave a metal net from fine wire, approximately 1 meter in diameter, and support it with wooden sticks. Place a bucket beneath the funnel. The dew will condense and gather, flowing into the bucket. Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes and inquired, do you believe I possess the skills to craft a 1 meter wide wire net? That's simple. 13 hastily replied. Just drape a plastic bag over a branch and tighten the opening. Due to temperature differences, moisture will evaporate from the tree. And once enough accumulates, you can retrieve it for drinking. Yet, 13 observed curiously and asked, Xiaofan, how did you get in here? She was well aware that Bai Xiaofan had exhausted her strength and should not have the energy to transport herself here. Upon being questioned by 13, Bai Xiaofan paused, perplexed. Indeed, how did I come in here? However, this doubt occupied her thoughts only for a brief moment. Whatever may come. Now the pressing concern was the issue of drinking water. Bai Xiaofan swiftly tidied up the plastic bag and, guided by 13, successfully retrieved 2 exquisite blue and white porcelain bowls and a foldable entrenching tool from Arthur's private collection. Bai Xiaofan was utterly pleased with the entrenching tool. It boasted various functionalities including a machete, hoe, axe, saw, scissors, and hammer, all while being conveniently foldable. Moreover, it came with a camouflage canvas waist bag, making it exceedingly convenient to carry at her waist. Truly, with this tool in hand, she felt invincible to the challenges of the outdoors. With a pat on her bulging waist bag, Bai Xiaofan's confidence surged, likening herself to a soldier trained in wilderness survival. Alas, that was merely a figment of her imagination. In reality, the simple task of securing the plastic bag to the wild grass was quite a struggle. The serrated edges of the grass left her delicate hands marred with crimson scratches, each one stinging painfully. Fortunately, she wore a brown leather jacket on her upper body and beige trousers below. Otherwise, her suffering would have extended beyond just her hands. Gloves? Does Arthur have gloves? Bai Xiaofan inquired without lifting her gaze. Why do you need gloves? 13 asked, perplexed. Just look at my hands. Bai Xiaofan shook her hands in demonstration. But 13 merely scoffed. You're being overly delicate. It's just a few scratches. What's the big deal? Bai Xiaofan, disinterested in engaging in a dispute, continued rummaging through the drawers, eventually uncovering a pair of lightweight, elastic leather gloves. They resembled the texture of the leather boots she wore, and she wondered what kind of leather it was. Certainly not lambskin. Of course, it isn't lambskin. 13 boasted. This is Mani leather, unique to our planet, Vera. It is both waterproof and warm. The high boots you wear are crafted from the same material, and Arthur even possesses a robe and boots made from winter fur. As 13 spoke with enthusiasm, it suddenly realized Bai Xiaofan had vanished once more. After searching briefly, it discovered she had indeed stepped outside. You are becoming increasingly adept at entering and exiting, it remarked. Am I? Bai Xiaofan was busy seeking a sunlit spot, paying no heed to 13's words. Unfazed, 13 continued. What were you thinking while coming in and out? What do you mean? What was I thinking? At last finding a sunny area, Bai Xiaofan retrieved an entrenching tool from her waist pouch and energetically began to dig. The Mani leather gloves proved exceptionally useful. Lightweight and flexible, they protected her hands without causing discomfort. I ask you, what were you thinking while entering and exiting? 13's voice, already peculiar, rose in pitch, startling Bai Xiaofan. I wasn't thinking of anything. Is that satisfactory? Be quiet. Bai Xiaofan had no desire to discuss this matter. Her immediate concern was the necessity of finding drinking water. With a huff, 13 turned around, presenting its rounded rear compartment to Bai Xiaofan, digging a small funnel-shaped pit. Although the excavation was successful, the resulting shape left much to be desired. Bai Xiaofan stared at the oddly shaped hole on the ground, feeling utterly despondent. Her arms weary to the point of immobility, yet the pit remained a far cry from the desired funnel form. Why not first sketch a funnel shape on the ground with your spade, and then dig according to the outline? Bai Xiaofan's companion, who could no longer bear to watch her struggles, reminded her despite still feeling a bit irked. All right, Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, slapping her forehead. She moved to a sunnier spot and, following her companion's advice, sketched the desired shape before finally managing to excavate a proper funnel. Next, she placed it into a bowl and covered it tightly with a plastic bag. Initially, Bai Xiaofan intended to create 2 such pits, but her arms, sore and aching, could no longer muster the strength for another. Supporting her seemingly fragile waist, she gradually stood up, panting heavily and wiping the sweat from her brow, feeling as though her throat might ignite from the strain. As she noticed the dryness in her throat, she instinctively glanced toward the grass, hoping that some dew had collected by now. With this thought, she ambled over, only to be met with disappointment. The combined dew in all the bags amounted to scarcely half a bottle. How could this be? Bai Xiaofan sighed weakly, her parched voice barely audible. Her companion interjected with a chuckle. It's only been a little over an hour. Having collected this much is quite commendable. Only a little over an hour? That can't be right, Bai Xiaofan retorted, convinced that far more time had elapsed. After glancing at the water in her bag, Bai Xiaofan hesitated to part with it. Yet her intense thirst compelled her to twist open the bottle of mineral water and consume the last drop completely. Although it did not fully quench her thirst, it at least alleviated the burning sensation in her throat. Having quenched her thirst, Bai Xiaofan felt considerably more comfortable. Gasping for breath, she looked around and noticed that the grass was adorned with glistening dewdrops. A spark of realization ignited in her mind as she scolded herself for her foolishness, grabbing her water bottle to collect the dewdrops, drop by drop. After circling the area, she was astonished to find that she had gathered nearly half a bottle of dew. Staring at the bottle, Bai Xiaofan lightly tapped her head, chastising herself. How foolish. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have expended such effort. Finally realizing your own folly, huh? 13 chuckled heartily. Bai Xiaofan, annoyed, took a large gulp of water, retorting, You knew about this method all along, didn't you? Although phrased as a question, her tone conveyed a strong conviction that 13 had deliberately withheld this information from her. 13 suddenly adopted a more earnest tone. If I had told you sooner, you wouldn't have had to struggle so much digging. However, the method of digging is indeed the best. In such harsh conditions, having an additional skill provides an extra glimmer of hope for survival. Bai Xiaofan sighed, acknowledging the truth in 13's words. She realized that to survive here, she must amend her lazy disposition of preferring to sit rather than stand, or lie down instead of sitting. In this place, everything depended on her own efforts. Upon reflection, one realizes that my circumstances are far superior to those of Robinson. At the very least, I possess the encyclopedic wisdom of 13. A veritable repository of knowledge and a sanctuary. With a modicum of positivity and resilience, surviving in this world should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Having fortified my mental resolve, I seized the opportunity while collecting dew to forage for wild fruits and mushrooms nearby, having spotted quite a few during my earlier endeavor. As for their edibility and potential toxicity, I shall entrust that assessment to 13, for its scanning capability remains formidable within a radius of 1 kilometer. After laboring diligently for much of the day, under 13's guidance, I gathered a substantial bag filled with grayish wild fruits and mushrooms. Indeed, the world is just. Where there is intrinsic beauty, there is no need for extrinsic allure. With such an effortless bounty, I found myself in a playful mood, raising my voice to the heavens. Oh, heavens, grant me a measure of fairness. The result was a flurry of startled birds taking flight. The somewhat rugged exterior of 13 emitted a faint crimson glow as it lamented innocently. Oh, heavens, why have I encountered her? With hands on my hips and laughter spilling forth, I teased, 13, just surrender to your elder sister. Haha. Chapter 4. The Quest for Water Sources. In order to collect dew without interruption, I poured the dew from my plastic bag into a large steamer, even utilizing several mineral water bottles to gather additional dew, ceasing my efforts only when the steamer was filled to 2/3 capacity, content with my accomplishment. During this time, she entered and exited merely by the power of her thoughts. When she was filling the water, 13 did not disturb her until she sat down to wash the fruit, at which point he inquired, Xiaofan, have you not noticed how adept you have become at entering and exiting? Bai Xiaofan, while washing the fruit, replied with a radiant smile, of course I know. 13 exclaimed, I thought you were doing it unconsciously. Initially, it was indeed unconscious, she admitted. But later I discovered that as long as I directly focused on what I wanted to do or the places I wished to go, I could come and go with ease. I realized I needn't be troubled by the question of entering and exiting. As she spoke, Bai Xiaofan plucked out oddly shaped mushrooms resembling starfish, lotus flowers, and auspicious symbols, tossing them into a small pot, adding water, and placing it on the electric stove to boil. 13 paused in astonishment and remarked, no wonder you share a high degree of similarity with Arthur's DNA. You grasped this principle so quickly. Hearing 13 praise her, Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of pride. Naturally, though my grades in science are lacking, my perceptiveness is quite commendable. I believe I would be well suited to study philosophy. What do you think, 13? The moment she spoke, 13 regretted his earlier words and huffed. I think you would be better off as a dreamer, lying in bed and pondering all day. In high spirits, Bai Xiaofan merely hummed in response, turning to the room to retrieve 2 small packages of Zhang's roasted beef, which she had originally intended as snacks. Holding the 2 packages of beef, she contemplated for a moment before deciding to only open one and pour it into the pot. She muttered to herself, fortunately, I bought plenty. If I save it, I should be able to enjoy it for a while. Before long, a rich aroma began to waft through the air, and the oddly shaped mushrooms, once cooked, swelled up like plump little dolls floating atop the soup. Bai Xiaofan inhaled deeply, feeling so blissful that she could almost soar. Her excitement caused her to cradle her face with both hands, exclaiming in delight, how fragrant. Oh, in this primordial forest, I can still concoct such a delightful soup. Having resolved her most fundamental survival issues, Bai Xiaofan finally felt at ease to delve into the daunting storage data. With just a fleeting glance at the 5-digit page count, she promptly closed the file, saying to 13, whatever comes to mind, I shall simply ask you. With sustenance secured and her living conditions vastly improved, recalling the day she had slept on the bare floor, now she could rest on a mattress of mani-pedi. She felt she had made significant strides toward a modest prosperity, given the substantial enhancement of her living conditions. It was time to address deeper concerns, such as hygiene. The meager dew she had collected sufficed for rinsing her mouth and washing her hands, but it was utterly inadequate for washing her hair or taking a bath. Moreover, after several days of practice, she had gained proficient control over the size of 13. Thus it was time to seek a water source. After a day of preparation, with ample supplies of water and food at hand, Bai Xiaofan resolved to embark on a quest for water the following day. That evening, as she excitedly packed her climbing bag, she suddenly heard 13 exclaim, fire! Fire! After some contemplation, she remarked, there should be some. At that moment, she was merely passing through and only knew that the area was suitable for habitation. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's heart raced wildly. In the past few days, she had encountered numerous animals, yet apart from the tiger-like beast she had seen on the first day, she had not come across any other large predators, and the absence of humans was even more pronounced. Thus, she naively believed she was safe. However, the realization that there might be humans nearby did little to alleviate her spirits. Instead, it deepened her trepidation. She had already mastered the ability to freely enter and exit the spacecraft using her telekinetic powers, and she felt confident in her ability to escape from wild beasts. But what if she were to encounter a more cunning savage native? That night, Bai Xiaofan tossed and turned restlessly, conjuring countless escape strategies in her mind should she come across the natives. She also came to the conclusion that she ought to find herself a cave to reside in. Otherwise, if she continued to sleep under the stars, even if luck favored her and she did not encounter anyone tomorrow, it was only a matter of time before the natives discovered her. Finally, she endured until dawn. Bai Xiaofan donned Arthur's old jacket, tightly gathered her slightly sour-smelling long hair into a bun, and hoisted a backpack filled with wild fruits and water onto her back before teleporting out of the spacecraft. She then reduced the entity known as 13 to a pendant the size of a finger and threaded it through a small hole in a platinum chain resembling the one 13 had given her, wearing it close to her heart. According to 13 scans, there was no water source within a kilometer radius, so Bai Xiaofan focused her attention on traversing the terrain. Initially, she remained highly vigilant, fearful of encountering beasts or wild men, but after walking for half a day, the forest was eerily silent, save for the sound of the wind. Only occasionally did birds flit overhead, or small creatures scurry away from the underbrush beneath her feet. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Xiaofan gradually relaxed her vigilance. After an indeterminate period of wandering, she found herself exhausted, leaning against her entrenching tool, panting heavily. Hey, just how vast is your 1 kilometer radius? I've been walking for ages and still haven't escaped it. In her recollection, a kilometer equated to 1,000 meters. How could she possibly still be trapped after such an arduous trek? Was the kilometer in this context somehow different from her understanding? My kilometer is no different from yours. It is your sense of direction that is lacking, always wandering in circles. Frustrated, Bai Xiaofan yelled into the empty air, if you see me going in circles, why not alert me? I just dozed off for a moment, 13 replied timidly. Well, that's just splendid, Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, yanking 13 from her collar and thrusting it before her, her expression fierce. That can be forgiven for now, but from this moment on, you must be fully alert. Realizing her error, 13 obediently accepted the reprimand, assuring her, don't worry, we will find a water source soon. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan did not take 13's words to heart. Otherwise, she would have surely tossed 13 to the ground and trampled it in frustration. For even as night fell, Bai Xiaofan was unable to locate a water source and had no choice but to spend the night in the forest. Observing Bai Xiaofan's stony demeanor, 13 wisely kept silent, resulting in a tense atmosphere throughout the night. The following day, after a breakfast of wild fruits, Bai Xiaofan donned her pack and resumed her quest for water, while 13 also resolved to remain vigilant, scanning their surroundings with newfound determination. At last, after noon, a revelation emerged. Xiaofan, there lies a river 600 meters to the southeast. Over there, 13, brimming with excitement, floated up, guiding Xiaofan in the right direction. Suddenly invigorated, Xiaofan sprinted towards the path indicated by 13, believing that 600 meters would hardly take a few minutes. However, she had barely taken 2 steps when 13 exclaimed in alarm, there is someone by the river. Xiaofan came to an abrupt halt, her heart racing with apprehension as she trembled and asked, are you sure? Upon hearing Xiaofan's skepticism, 13 was taken aback. Please don't doubt my abilities, if you will. At that moment, Xiaofan had no desire to engage in banter with 13. Gripping her entrenching tool tightly, she lowered her voice and inquired, how many people? 1 person, Xiaofan murmured, a bold idea forming in her mind. Tightening her grip on the entrenching tool, she slowed her pace and stealthily approached the riverbank, fully alert. 13 grew anxious, but he is a big guy. You, silence. Xiaofan hissed softly, the water source is of utmost importance to me, and since he is near the river, he must reside nearby. Rather than wait for him to come to me, I should investigate first. 13. You must stay vigilant and inform me at the slightest sign of movement. 13 replied promptly, understood. Finally, Xiaofan reached the riverbank, concealing herself behind the grass. Her eyes widened in observation. The river was not particularly wide, and the warm sunlight cast a comforting glow, causing the surface of the water to shimmer, dazzling her senses. On the opposite bank lies an endless expanse of plain, indicating that my current position is likely at the edge of the forest. It is no wonder that there are no large wild beasts around. As for the individual mentioned by 13, he has his back turned to Bai Xiaofan, his upper body bare, with a piece of animal skin wrapped around his waist. His dark hair is tied into a ponytail, and at this moment, he is crouched down, roasting meat, with a long stick resembling a spear placed beside him, presumably his weapon. The ability to start a fire and consume cooked meat suggests that he is not entirely a primitive cannibal. Well, at least, he probably might not eat people. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaofan lacks the courage to confront him, given that he appears as robust as an iron tower. Bai Xiaofan obediently hides behind a pile of grass, waiting for the man to leave. But what is he doing? Why is he removing the animal skin? Oh no, why must I only see his dark, firm backside? Chapter 5. Peeping Bai Xiaofan instinctively covers his eyes, but then he reflects that although he has never engaged in anything serious, he has certainly watched his fair share of rescue videos. Upon recalling that man's warrior-like physique, Bai Xiaofan suddenly lowers his hands, murmuring, "Why not take a look?" However, that man is already soaking in the river, the shimmering surface of the water accentuating his form like a deity. Unfortunately, he is somewhat far away, making it difficult to see clearly. Yet, even from just his silhouette, Bai Xiaofan can hardly contain himself, his mouth watering. Who would have thought that the little wild man's physique would be so impressive? Bai Xiaofan clenches his fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, 13 is completely stunned. Unable to believe that Bai Xiaofan is, in fact, a bit of a flirt, Bai Xiaofan harbored a touch of desire, yet she possessed no courage to act upon it. She dared only to crouch amidst the underbrush, furtively peeking, never bold enough to reveal herself. Observing how 2/3 of the man's body was submerged in the river, Bai Xiaofan involuntarily shivered on his behalf. Bathing in such cool water at 20 degrees was quite a feat, indeed, as she gasped in admiration. Her eyes widened in secret observation. When the man finally emerged from the water, striding confidently onto the shore, Bai Xiaofan's mouth fell agape. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, whether from embarrassment or chill, it was hard to tell. Perhaps her gaze was too ardent. For the man suddenly lifted his head and scanned his surroundings. Bai Xiaofan, startled, hastily pressed herself to the ground. After a considerable pause, she timidly tugged at 13 and whispered, "Has he left?" With unwavering resolve, 13 huffed in response, ignoring her inquiry. Bai Xiaofan repeated her question thrice, yet 13 remained unresponsive. Finally, Bai Xiaofan's patience waned. "Do you believe I will trample you to death later? You lewd girl, I no longer wish to speak with you," 13 exclaimed, her exterior blushing faintly. Bai Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, but then, with poise, she rose to her feet and glanced towards the riverbank. Indeed, the man had departed. With a boldness that belied her earlier shyness, she declared, "What lewd girl? I was merely appreciating beauty." "Humph," 13 retorted, maintaining her dignified silence. As the wild man was no longer present, Bai Xiaofan boldly descended the earthen slope to the riverbank. Recalling that the man had bathed in the river moments earlier, she deliberately walked a bit upstream, removed the device labeled 13 from around her neck, and placed it upon the water's surface, allowing it to float and draw water autonomously. Throughout this process, Bai Xiaofan remained anxiously glancing around, observing that the river emerged from the foothills of a mountain and meandered through the forest. Opposite the river lay an expansive plain adorned with wild grasses reaching waist-high. As time passed, Bai Xiaofan's anxiety intensified. She felt certain that the wild man might emerge at any moment. Thus, she incessantly urged 13, asking how much longer it would take to fill up. 13 replied impatiently, "I've barely drawn a third. Please stop hurrying me. I'll do my best." The tension in Bai Xiaofan was contagious, and 13, floating on the water's surface, exerted all its might to absorb the water, the slender stream vanishing into the depths of the device. A shiver ran down Bai Xiaofan's spine at the thought of being spotted. She feared being mistaken for a monster and burned at the stake. However, luck was on her side. During the water drawing, not only did the primitive man not appear, but even the small creatures remained hidden. "It's full," 13 announced, prompting Bai Xiaofan to swiftly retrieve it, wipe away the water, and hang it back around her neck. 13 then added, "I detected a cave in the forest earlier. Would you like to explore it?" "Yes, of course." Bai Xiaofan nodded eagerly, thinking that a cave would provide a much greater sense of security. "Lead the way." Bai Xiaofan had prepared himself to traverse 1 more kilometer, but to his surprise, after merely 5 or 6 minutes of walking into the woods, he discovered an entrance concealed by dense vegetation, guided by the entity known as 13. Vines and foliage enveloped the entrance, making it easy to overlook if one did not observe closely. Surely, there are no other inhabitants within? Bai Xiaofan pondered aloud, peering cautiously into the darkness beyond. Despite the brilliant sunshine outside, The interior was shrouded in impenetrable blackness. In response to Bai Xiaofan's skepticism, 13 expressed indignation, exclaiming, "Of course not. Why would I bring you here otherwise?" Clutching his entrenching tool tightly, Bai Xiaofan cautiously ventured into the cave while retorting, "You could fall asleep while leading. What is truly impossible?" Previously burdened by numerous worries, Bai Xiaofan now found himself in a situation where sustenance and shelter were available, and he was determined not to let 13 escape unscathed. Indeed, 13 was left speechless, its exterior flushing a deep crimson. With utmost caution, Bai Xiaofan stepped deeper into the cavern, illuminated by the glow emitted by 13. He surveyed his surroundings. The walls dripped with water, thick moss carpeted the ground, and a pervasive damp, chilly odor filled the air due to the cave's lack of ventilation over the years. After a thorough examination, Bai Xiaofan murmured, "No wonder no creatures dwell here. It's both humid and cold, hardly suitable for a nest. Yet, the space is quite ample." As he estimated the size, he realized the cavern spanned at least 150 to 160 square meters. Well then, he concluded, as long as I have 13, a little dampness and chill are of no concern. She placed the number 13 on the ground, magnifying it to the size of a bed, allowing its radiant light to illuminate the entire cave. Initially, she contemplated clearing some of the vines at the cave entrance to permit more air to flow in. But after some thought, she decided it was safer to leave them as they were. After bathing and enjoying a hearty mushroom and beef soup, she stepped outside for fresh air, only to discover that the little sun still hung in the sky, having not moved significantly. Given all she had accomplished, it seemed logical for the sun to have set by now. However, its position indicated it was merely around 3 in the afternoon. As Bai Xiaofan pondered this, she heard 13 exclaim, "Xiaofan, I have found that wild man." The great bird struggled desperately, incessantly pecking at the wild man's arm with its long beak, while the wild man, with one hand attempting to seize the bird and the other trying to slit its throat, inevitably endured several pecks upon his arm. Initially, Bai Xiaofan found the scene brutal, but as she continued to watch, her eyebrows began to twitch uncontrollably. Was that wild man truly a fool, unable to seek assistance? However, after a moment's hesitation, 13 remarked, "He is all alone there. Just one person." Bai Xiaofan was puzzled. Being alone in the jungle was exceedingly perilous, and logically, he should reside within a tribe. Did he perhaps share a similar predicament to her own? Casting another glance at the screen, she saw the wild man still engaged in combat with the giant bird, and she couldn't help but shake her head. Such a fool would hardly be akin to herself. Bai Xiaofan estimated that in the near future, he would be unable to subdue that bird. She had little interest in continuing to witness such a gruesome scene, and merely instructed 13 to keep observing, while she herself retreated to the balcony to practice yoga. Suddenly, with a startled gasp, Bai Xiaofan expelled a mouthful of water. Just then, the wild man had finished drinking and, upon raising his head, Bai Xiaofan caught sight of the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. She immediately bent over, retching, 13, we should find a place to hide. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before we encounter him." The sight of the bloodthirsty act had not only terrified Bai Xiaofan but also instilled a profound fear within her, causing any previous disdain she held for him to vanish into thin air. The fact that 13 could detect him indicated that he was no more than a kilometer away. Bai Xiaofan questioned her own courage to coexist with a savage who drank blood. "You know what?" 13 remarked nonchalantly. "He drinks blood to replenish the salt in his body." "Replenish salt?" Bai Xiaofan managed to suppress her retching and stood upright, fixating on the screen. She noticed that the wild man's mouth no longer bore any traces of blood, likely having wiped it clean. The large bird was now fully roasted. Yet he did not consume it. Instead, he took a leaf approximately the size of a banana and began to slice the bird meat onto the leaf. Observing the effort he exerted in cutting, Bai Xiaofan urged 13 to zoom in. As she discerned the implement in the wild man's hand, her mouth gradually fell agape. It was a stone knife. Though Bai Xiaofan had a vague sense that the civilization on this planet was rather primitive, she had never anticipated it would regress to the Stone Age. Completely oblivious to Bai Xiaofan's distraction, 13 continued to speak. "Moreover, I have scanned the surroundings, apart from you. There is no one else here, not even any large beasts, so it should be relatively safe to reside here." Bai Xiaofan murmured, 13, do you have any information regarding the Stone Age? Please retrieve it for me to examine." "You." 13, noticing Bai Xiaofan's disregard for his words, exclaimed in frustration, "Bai Xiaofan, where are you? Pay attention. Where has your mind wandered off to? With this interruption, Bai Xiaofan became considerably more alert and sighed. Did you not see the stone knife in his hand? I did, 13 replied innocently. Bai Xiaofan clenched his fists and forced a sweet smile. The presence of a stone knife indicates that this place is likely still in the Stone Age, so, after a brief pause, he suddenly shouted, "Hurry up and retrieve the information on the Stone Age for me, do you hear?" Those familiar with Xiao Chu's writings know that he is a staunch advocate for a single update. The reason for the recent double updates is that Xiao Chu had a few manuscripts on hand. Therefore, readers should not expect him to maintain this pace long-term, as it would be too arduous for him. Chapter 6. Even spaceships require charging due to the abundance of food and drinking water. Bai Xiaofan became thoroughly ensconced within the spaceship, spending his days either observing his neighbors or browsing through the repository of information. With a day lasting 30 hours here and having little else to occupy his time apart from basic needs, he resorted to sorting through the materials available to him. When Bai Xiaofan, brimming with confidence and determination to forge a beautiful life, encountered a significant dilemma presented by 13. She was taken aback. Its energy was nearly depleted and needed recharging. Recharge. Recharge. Upon hearing this word, Bai Xiaofan felt ready to lose her mind. Where on earth am I supposed to recharge you? She exclaimed, exasperated. Just a metaphor, please. 13, unfazed, replied calmly. The life system requires only a modicum of energy to function. Simply take me to a place with wind and light, and I shall replenish my energy. Just wind and light? Bai Xiaofan questioned skeptically. Of course, 13 proclaimed proudly. When I was initially designed, provisions for solar and wind energy were included. All right, that will suffice. Bai Xiaofan thought, uninterested in 13's lengthy exposition of scientific knowledge. Tomorrow, once the wild man ventures out to hunt, I shall take you to the riverbank for recharging. Bai Xiaofan sighed inwardly, relieved to have confirmed that the wild man resided alone and left for hunting each morning. Otherwise, finding a secure, sunlit spot would indeed have proven quite challenging. The following day, Bai Xiaofan rose early, equipped with 13 and a spade, and stealthily made her way to the riverbank. After allowing 13 to scout the area and ascertain that the wild man had already departed, she approached the riverbank, selecting a flat stone upon which to place 13. Initially, out of boredom, Bai Xiaofan engaged 13 in conversation. Eventually, overwhelmed, 13 deactivated its detection system, for the vicinity was relatively safe. Moreover, Bai Xiaofan could always rely on her mental prowess to navigate any potential threats. Disregarding her own safety, Bai Xiaofan hesitated to venture far, noticing a multitude of fish, each the size of a finger, in the stream. She retrieved a large bowl from the spacecraft and donned her Mani leather gloves to playfully catch the fish. While she was engrossed in her pursuit, her eyes caught sight of a small turtle resembling a stone, prompting her to reach out to capture it. However, the turtle proved to be exceptionally agile in the water, and Bai Xiaofan missed it several times. In her fixation on catching the turtle, she suddenly lost her footing, cried out in shock, and plunged into the frigid waters of the river. Though the river was not particularly deep, panic and coldness overwhelmed her, preventing her from regaining her footing and causing her to be swept towards the center of the stream. "Help! Help!" she instinctively shouted, her hands flailing desperately, yet her body sank deeper into the water. Just as she believed she was destined to drown, a strong arm pulled her from the depths. Shivering violently, Bai Xiaofan's lips turned a dark hue as she stammered her gratitude. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her. Who would come to her rescue? As she slowly raised her gaze, she was met with the sight of a young man with a somewhat simple expression. It was him. Bai Xiaofan gasped in surprise and instinctively took several steps back, only to slip once more and nearly fall back into the icy water. However, the ruggedly built stranger swiftly steadied her, babbling in an unintelligible tongue. In that moment, Bai Xiaofan wished fervently to lose consciousness, yet the more fear she felt, the clearer her mind became. The wild man grasped her with one hand while gesturing towards the large bowl beside them, continuing to speak in his strange language. Yet, amidst his words, she discerned a glimmer of sympathy in his eyes. Was it possible that this wild man felt pity for her? The wild youth spoke at length. Yet Bai Xiaofan remained unresponsive. With one hand, he grasped the spear adorned with mountain fowl, while the other seized Bai Xiaofan, intent on departing. As his powerful hand encircled her slender wrist, Bai Xiaofan's complexion turned ashen, momentarily stunned before she began to struggle fiercely. However, her meager strength went unnoticed by the wild youth. As they distanced themselves from 13, despair threatened to overwhelm her. She could not afford to lose 13 under any circumstances. The wild youth stared blankly at Bai Xiaofan for a moment, then followed her pointing finger, his dark, simple face illuminating with sudden understanding. With a stride, he placed a large bowl of seafood before her, grinning widely to reveal his pearly white teeth as he spoke in his bird-like language. His goofy and naive demeanor provided Bai Xiaofan with a sense of reassurance, and she dared to scrutinize his youthful features. He was indeed a sunny boy. Though she could not comprehend his chirpy speech, the comforting and sympathetic expression on his face conveyed everything clearly, transcending the need for words. Bai Xiaofan remained in a daze for quite a while, observing the wild youth as he persistently nudged the bowl closer to her, gesturing toward the fish with a series of excited sounds. Gradually, she surmised his intent. He likely believed she had come to catch fish, hence his disappointment at losing one. Unsure of how to explain herself, she simply bypassed him and took 13, slinging it around her neck. Farewell, Bai Xiaofan waved at the wild youth, eager to leave. She wished to escape swiftly, for lingering in the biting wind would surely lead to a cold. However, the wild man clearly had no intention of letting her go. As Bai Xiaofan turned around, her slender arm was once again seized by the wild man's large hand. He spoke in a language she could not comprehend, gesturing towards the hillside with a spear in his other hand. Noticing Bai Xiaofan's lack of response, he pulled her along, heading directly towards the slope. Firstly, Bai Xiaofan lacked the courage to bite him again. Secondly, she sensed that the wild man bore her no ill will. Since he was so insistent on taking her with him, it seemed wise not to provoke him. Yet, the wild youth moved with great strides, and after only a few steps, Bai Xiaofan stumbled and fell to the ground, shattering her bowl, which sent the fish flopping on the earth, creating a cacophony of sounds. The wild youth halted abruptly, his thick brows furrowing, his sun-kissed visage suddenly taking on an intimidating aspect. Bai Xiaofan stole a glance, her heart racing with fear. And despite the pain, she hastily rose to her feet, insisting, I'm fine. The youth murmured something under his breath and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Before she could even scream, he leaped away, already several feet distant. Oh dear, why is Xiaofan swaying so much? It finally dawned on her that she had been jolted awake. Ever since Bai Xiaofan established a connection with it, the creature communicated with her through brainwaves whenever she was not aboard the spaceship. However, Bai Xiaofan lacked such abilities. To speak, she had to use her voice. Lowering her voice and gritting her teeth, she muttered, awake now? Why not sleep a little longer? Wouldn't it be better to wake after this wild man has had his fill? 13 was abruptly awakened, indicating that the entire system required a moment to fully initialize. As Bai Xiaofan opened her mouth to speak, 13 had already completed an external scan. Discovering with great astonishment that Bai Xiaofan was being carried on the shoulder of a wild youth. You actually got captured by him, 13 exclaimed. Bai Xiaofan managed a dry chuckle, but before she could respond, the wild youth had slowed his pace, no longer leaping and bounding. Oh dear, we've arrived at the wild man's lair, 13 exclaimed. Suspended on the wild youth's shoulder, Bai Xiaofan could see nothing but the ground beneath her. Straining to lift her head and survey her surroundings upon hearing 13's words, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness as the wild youth gently set her down. Before she could take in the clearing before her, she was dragged into a cave. Upon entering, a rush of dry warmth enveloped her. As her eyes adjusted, she noticed a stone hearth encircled within the cave. Although there was no open flame, the residual warmth from the ashes was sufficient to warm the modest space. The wild youth picked up a long stick from beside the hearth, poked at the embers, and tossed in some kindling, igniting a vibrant blaze. He beckoned to Bai Xiaofan, gesturing for her to come closer to the fire. He.s. inviting you to warm yourself, 13 remarked with a hint of amusement. What a splendid neighbor. Indeed. A splendid neighbor, Bai Xiaofan replied with a smile, though a fierce voice simmered in her throat as she slowly moved to sit beside the hearth. The wild youth, upon noticing Bai Xiaofan seated, unexpectedly approached the corner, retrieving a bundle and pressing it into her embrace. With gestures mimicking eating, he encouraged her to partake. As Bai Xiaofan opened the package, she was astonished to discover roasted meat within. It then struck her that this wild boy had seemingly been hoarding provisions for days. According to predictions from number 13, the temperature was destined to gradually decline, and in a month or so, the true essence of winter would arrive. Oh, Xiaofan, What virtuous deeds must you have accumulated in your past life to encounter such a benevolent wildling, who selflessly offered you his winter rations? Bai Xiaofan, dismissing number 13's exaggerated remarks, merely gazed up at the youth in astonishment, presumably believing she did not comprehend his intentions. He directly presented a piece of meat to her lips, playfully urging her to open her mouth. Bai Xiaofan accepted the offering, taking a bite. The meat was cold, tough, and reeked of an unpalatable odor, rendering the overall experience quite unpleasant. Observing her willingness to eat, the wild youth beamed, revealing his snow-white teeth as he flashed her a silly grin before turning to depart. As Bai Xiaofan chewed on the roasted meat, she utilized the flickering firelight to survey the cave. Aside from the stone stove beside her and a large boulder positioned at the entrance, the interior was adorned with a patch of unidentifiable, coarse grasses, likely the wild boy's sleeping area. Across from the grassy bedding, the cave wall featured numerous small depressions, from which she had extracted the meat package. It seemed that this wild youth possessed a measure of intelligence. Yet as Bai Xiaofan glanced down at the meat in her hand, she pondered, was he truly as simple-minded as he appeared? Chapter 7. A sip of warm blood. This cave is far more comfortable than the one we inhabit. In the warmth of the cave, the device known as 13 shimmered with excitement, its exterior glistening incessantly. Bai Xiaofan, abandoning the roasted meat in his hand, rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Come on. You're merely a computer. Must you be so dramatic?" "What drama?" 13 retorted defensively. "That cave is damp and cold. Lingering there drains my energy even more." Bai Xiaofan paused for a moment before replying. "If I recall correctly, you were the one who discovered that cave." Rendered speechless, 13 floated in a huff, its round, plump rear swaying as it attempted to charm. "All right, Xiaofan, let us find a different cave to reside in." With a tone of mock sorrow, 13 continued, "I'm only looking out for your well-being. That cave is truly dreadful. Prolonged exposure would be detrimental to your health, but I would feel uncomfortable." 13 lamented, exasperated by the misfortune of having such a heartless master. Truth be told, Bai Xiaofan was not particularly fond of that cave either. If they could exchange it for a warm and cozy shelter, she would gladly oblige. "So, have you found another cave yet?" With a smug hum, 13 began to methodically describe the terrain of the valley. "This is a gourd-shaped valley, narrow at the front and wide at the back, sloping downward at the front and upward at the rear. The river we see flows down from the mountains behind. The cave where Xiaomu resides is at the gourd's mouth, and there exists a larger cave behind it. I have scanned it. Although its space is slightly smaller than our current dwelling, it is a suite, facing the sun, with a flat, dry, and warm floor, an excellent place to live." Perhaps it was due to the entrance being obscured by vines that Xiaomu failed to notice it. Bai Xiaofan, having heard an extensive discourse from 13, inquired simply, "How far is it from here?" 13 responded, "Not far, just a little further in." Upon learning that they were to be neighbors with the wild boy, Bai Xiaofan immediately objected. "No, it's unsafe to be so close to that savage." However, 13 remarked, "Well, he seems quite foolish and simple-minded. It should be fine." Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to speak, the entrance darkened, revealing the wild boy who entered, cradling a large tree leaf shaped like a funnel. Before he could approach, Bai Xiaofan was hit by a pungent, metallic scent of blood, causing her heart to race as she silently wondered if it was the very substance she had seen him consume on the screen. The boy sat down beside her, carefully presenting the tree leaf, undoubtedly offering her a drink. Bai Xiaofan glanced at the thick, steaming blood within, and a wave of nausea surged over her, prompting her to shove the boy away violently before she doubled over, retching violently on the ground, expelling even the small amount of roasted meat she had previously consumed. Startled, the boy dropped the leaf and sat beside her, patting her back heavily, his words a flurry of unintelligible sounds. However, his strength was overwhelming for Bai Xiaofan. Despite still feeling queasy, she forced herself to sit up, lest she be injured by his vigorous gestures. I'm fine, she said, attempting to evade the boy's large hands. But as soon as she spoke, an acrid taste surged up her throat, making her cover her mouth instinctively. The youth gazed at Bai Xiaofan with a mix of confusion and concern, then tenderly uttered a few words in a melodious tongue. As Bai Xiaofan listened to his somewhat somber voice, a flurry of rosy bubbles erupted from the depths of his heart, and his face, flushed from nausea, suddenly felt aflame. "You infatuated fool!" 13 exclaimed abruptly, jolting Bai Xiaofan back to reality. He donned a gentle smile, feigning understanding, yet inwardly he queried, 13, Do you comprehend what he is saying? I haven't mastered the language of this planet, so how would I know? However, it seems he is expressing concern, 13 teased. You truly are fortunate, Xiaofan. This neighbor not only possesses striking looks and a delightful personality, but he is also quite amiable. The youth stared at the gesture for a long moment before grasping its meaning, uttering a single word before stepping outside again. Observing his expression, Bai Xiaofan surmised that he intended for her to wait a moment, perhaps to fetch something for her. Indeed, when he returned, he bore a large bundle wrapped in banana leaves, speaking as he extended it toward Bai Xiaofan. However, she hesitated, pondering whether the contents might be roasted meat. Noticing her reluctance, the youth insisted on placing it into her hands, launching into another string of melodic speech. Yet, upon witnessing Bai Xiaofan's bewildered expression, his bright, expressive eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head, falling silent. Observing his dejected demeanor, Bai Xiaofan was reminded of Yi's large dog, De Ben, who would also lower its head and adopt a pitiful expression when feeling wronged. If she could communicate with the dog, surely this foolish boy, being human, could grasp her meaning as well. Thus, Bai Xiaofan presented the banana leaves before the youth, her eyes fixed upon his, glowing with a radiant smile as she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. The young man, not lacking in wit, remembered the phrase and beamed even brighter, resembling a blossoming flower. He took Bai Xiaofan's hand and led her outward. Following closely behind him along the winding river, Bai Xiaofan remained vigilant, keenly observing the surrounding terrain. This valley, often glimpsed on her screen, appeared strikingly different in person. The mountains flanking her, though not exceptionally tall, were lush and steep. The river, which had previously perplexed her with its inexplicable vanishing act within this gorge, now revealed its secret. It was not the river that had disappeared, but rather the elevation of the land near the cave that surpassed the riverbed. Her absent-mindedness during her scanning had led her to this erroneous conclusion. The expanse of fertile land, originally the riverbed, was rich and black, glistening as if it could yield oil, even catching the eye of a city dweller like Bai Xiaofan. She mused about the seeds in the warehouse and how splendid it would be to sow them in this fertile soil. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan felt a stirring interest in the idea of moving with 13. However, upon glancing at the towering wild man, she ultimately shook her head. Being too close to him still left her feeling uneasy. In Bai Xiaofan's mind, thoughts of moving still lingered. As she lifted her gaze, she realized they were nearing the edge of the forest. Ultimately, she harbored a sense of caution towards the young man, wishing to keep her dwelling a secret from him, and thus, she lowered her voice to inquire of 13, "Are there any other caves nearby?" "Aside from the valley, there are no more caves," 13 replied. "Rest assured, he even shared half of his freshly caught game with you. How could he possibly wish you harm?" "What?" Bai Xiaofan asked, suppressing her voice. "The bundle of banana leaves you hold," 13 remarked with a knowing glance. "That boy is quite generous. He gave you all the tender meat from the legs and wings." Bai Xiaofan, incredulous, glanced at the banana leaf bundle in her hands and then up at the young man walking ahead. Perhaps this amiable neighbor could indeed be trusted, even if just a little. Regardless of her doubts, the cave was now within sight. The boy paused for a moment and unexpectedly waved at Bai Xiaofan, saying goodbye. After indulging in a soothing hot bath and savoring a cup of warm water, Bai Xiaofan finally made her way to the kitchen to prepare herself a meal. However, when she reached for the package of roasted beef, she was dismayed to find only 3 packets remaining. In an instant, the gravity of her predicament dawned upon her. The absence of roasted beef signified a lack of oil and salt. While the lack of oil was not a significant concern, after all, one could manage without it if there was meat. What was she to do about the salt? Did she truly have to resort to drinking blood like the wild youth? A shiver ran down Bai Xiaofan's spine. Chapter 8. Cooking with salt. Due to her troubles concerning salt, Bai Xiaofan's earlier good spirits evaporated, and after a lackluster meal, she reclined on her bed, lost in worry. Bai Xiaofan lay there for quite a while, oblivious to her own despondency, until 13 finally inquired, "What is wrong with you?" Bai Xiaofan, too weary to even roll her eyes, sighed and turned to face the wall, wishing to ignore the worn-out computer. However, just as she turned away, she suddenly sat upright and asked, 13, "Can you conduct a mineral exploration?" Thanks to the panic buying of salt triggered by the devastating earthquake in Japan that year, Bai Xiaofan was aware of both sea salt and rock salt. The former was unreliable, yet the latter might still be discovered. Conduct exploration? What kind of minerals? Even if I were to find something, Do you expect to extract it with a spade? 13's retort fell like a bucket of cold water. Bai Xiaofan flopped back onto her bed, exclaiming, "What am I to do? Am I truly destined to drink blood?" "Drink blood?" 13 queried, perplexed. Bai Xiaofan clenched her fists, her voice rising in excitement. "We're running out of salt. Do you understand?" With a woeful expression, she lamented, "Even if we find some, it won't be of any use. But there is rock salt stored in the warehouse." 13 replied innocently, "In the warehouse?" Bai Xiaofan's eyes sparkled like stars as she gazed at the ceiling and asked, "Is that true?" Overcome with joy, she didn't know how to contain herself, pacing the room and exclaiming, "This is wonderful, this is wonderful." Once her exhilaration subsided, she organized her thoughts and instructed, 13, "First pull up the method for boiling salt. I will head to the warehouse to fetch the rock salt." With that, she dashed out of the room. After she retrieved a large steamer of mineral salt from the warehouse, 13 had already displayed the method for boiling salt on the screen. Bai Xiaofan meticulously studied it and discovered that the process was relatively straightforward, prompting her to head to the kitchen to experiment. First, she dissolved the mineral salt into brine, a task that required some time. Bai Xiaofan immersed a chunk of mineral salt in boiling water and proceeded to dismantle the lining of her small leather jacket. Although this task seemed simple, it required considerable effort to remove the lining intact, as it was her only leather jacket, and she wished to avoid making numerous holes. As the sun gradually set, Bai Xiaofan finally succeeded in completely detaching the lining. She let out a long sigh, stretched her neck, and then used a Swiss Army knife to cut the entire piece of lining into 20-centimeter squares. Finally, she placed one square over the remaining large bowl and secured it tightly with strips made from a plastic bag, thus creating a rudimentary filter. Bai Xiaofan had assumed that after such a lengthy period, the mineral salt would have fully dissolved into brine. However, upon approaching the kitchen, she was taken aback. The chunk of mineral salt showed no signs of diminishing in size. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she wondered how much longer this would take. 13 suggested nearby, "Why not try breaking it apart?" With a sigh, Bai Xiaofan conceded to this idea. She retrieved an entrenching tool and transformed it into a makeshift hammer, beginning to pound away. Although her strength was limited, the entrenching tool proved effective, and within half an hour, she had successfully crushed the salt. Bai Xiaofan ground the mixture once more before filtering it, ensuring that the brine was devoid of any impurities before she finally paused. After toiling for the better part of the day, her head throbbed, her hands ached, and even her eyes felt strained. Ordinarily, she would have placed the brine on the stove to simmer until reduced, but exhaustion overwhelmed her. She hastily consumed a few biscuits and took a couple of sips of water before collapsing onto her bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. When she next opened her eyes, it was nearly noon, and the clock indicated 1 p.m. Bai Xiaofan found it hard to believe, yet she felt too lethargic to verify. Her arms, having endured the rigors of the previous day's labor, were now sore and painful, as if they might snap. As she massaged her arms, she rose and ambled to the bathroom for a hot soak, which offered a modicum of relief from the discomfort. Afterward, she meandered into the kitchen, placed the brine on the electric stove, and instructed the heat to be set low for a gentle simmer. She then tossed a block of mineral salt into the water to soak, resigning herself to the fact that she would not be able to continue pounding today. Instead, she decided to let one pot simmer slowly while the other soaked leisurely. Having completed these tasks, Bai Xiaofan rummaged through the fruit jar and extracted a wild fruit resembling a toad's head. After washing it, she sliced it open to reveal its tender, juicy flesh. With a small knife, she carved out a piece and savagely bit into it. Just days prior, she had found this peculiar fruit extraordinarily sweet, proclaiming it to be the finest she had ever tasted. However, in the span of just a few days, her enthusiasm had waned, and as she chewed the fruit, she tilted her head back and sighed ambiguously. "Oatmeal. I miss you." Before she could finish her lament, she remembered that she still had to prepare mushroom stew with beef for lunch, and her face contorted in a frown that rivaled that of a bitter melon. "When will these days ever come to an end?" she lamented. With a disdainful snicker, 13 remarked, "Well, this is what you deserve. There are so many seeds in the warehouse. If you just planted a few, you wouldn't have to rely on foraging for wild fruits." Bai Xiaofan cast a sidelong glance at the ceiling, but her eyes were drawn to the banana leaf package on the table. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Discarding the wild fruit, she exclaimed, 13, turn the heat on the electric stove to maximum. As she dashed to the table, she unwrapped the banana leaf package and grabbed her small pot, which she usually used for soup. She poured all the bird meat into it and rinsed it carelessly with water. After changing the water, she placed the small pot on the stove, cranking the heat to high. In no time, the broth began to bubble furiously. Bai Xiaofan promptly turned off the heat, lifted the pot, and poured out the frothy broth, before refilling it with fresh water and setting it to simmer on low. Lacking any seasonings, Bai Xiaofan chose a few mushrooms and some wild fruits resembling plums, but tasting somewhat like ginger and scallions. After washing and chopping them, she set them aside for later use. Having completed these tasks, she returned to check on the brine. Although it was boiling, it was still far from evaporating completely. Bai Xiaofan instructed 13 to keep a watchful eye on the fire, while she washed her hands and grabbed a packet of biscuits. Heading to the control room to bring up the video feed, she leaned back, casually crossing her legs as she observed what the wild boy had done earlier that morning. To her surprise, the entire video was shrouded in darkness, with only a vague silhouette discernible as someone departed. Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to speak, 13 exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, that little wild boy is coming back towards us again." Bai Xiaofan harbored a degree of wariness towards him. Upon hearing the words of 13, he hastily summoned the video feed. Indeed, he beheld the wild boy, bare-chested, gripping a spear-like weapon in his right hand, while the left hand clutched what appeared to be a pig's trotter. As he ambled along, laughter escaped him, and he occasionally glanced at the trotter with evident pride, his smile radiant, surpassing even the sunlight filtering through the treetops. 13, could it be that he is bringing me a treat? Bai Xiaofan inquired hesitantly, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He was apprehensive that the wild boy might be seeking him out, yet equally fearful if he was not. The prospect of the boy approaching him could spell trouble, while the notion that he wasn't seeking him sent a shiver down his spine as he fixated on the trotter, his utmost delight. "I suspect so," 13 remarked, a hint of schadenfreude lacing his tone. "Perhaps that wild boy has taken a liking to you." Bai Xiaofan found himself in a profound internal struggle. One voice cautioned him against jeopardizing his safety for a mere trotter, while another insisted that the wild boy was amiable and posed no threat, and besides, it was a pig's trotter. Just as Bai Xiaofan was caught in this dilemma, he noticed an anxious expression creeping onto the wild boy's face. Alarmed, Bai Xiaofan realized that should the boy act impulsively and rush into the cave, it would spell disaster. Without further deliberation on the trotter, he swiftly darted to the cave entrance. The boy, filled with urgency, was peering into the cave when Bai Xiaofan unexpectedly emerged, startling him momentarily. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a sweet, sunny smile illuminated his face. With a swift motion, the hoof resembling that of a pig was presented before Bai Xiaofan, who chattered incessantly in a language foreign to her. Observing his exuberance, Bai Xiaofan surmised that this peculiar item was not easily hunted, otherwise he would not display such delight. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, her gaze remained fixated on the pig-like hoof. As the little wild man raised his hand, she deftly accepted the offering, expressing her gratitude profusely. Her smile as gentle and enchanting as the spring waters. Initially, the little wild man regarded Bai Xiaofan with a beaming smile, but soon, a charming blush crept across his dark visage, and he murmured a phrase in his native tongue before dashing away. Bai Xiaofan, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter, astonished to witness the little wild man blush. Before she could finish her thought, she heard a sharp retort. "Do you think everyone is as thick-skinned as you?" Under the relentless heat, the braising liquid in the pot noticeably diminished, though it was still some distance from being completely evaporated. Meanwhile, the pot of bird meat broth began to bubble vigorously, golden droplets of oil rising to the surface. Bai Xiaofan took a deep breath, genuinely exclaiming how fragrant it was, and then tossed in the prepared mushrooms. After a moment of contemplation, she sliced a toadstool fruit, intending to add it alongside the ginger plums later. Once these preparations were complete, she turned her attention to the hoof, discovering that aside from being slightly darker, coarser, and more robust than expected, it bore a striking resemblance to a pig's foot. Pork was indeed Bai Xiaofan's favorite. Regardless of the cooking method, she relished it. Thus, while she might not excel in preparing other dishes, her prowess in cooking meat was undoubtedly that of a culinary master, especially the braised pork. And he once remarked on the Bai family's braised pork, which was so delectable that it evoked the ire of both gods and men. Undoubtedly the ultimate nemesis for women on a diet. Thus, when Bai Xiaofan beheld this pig-like trotter, her mind immediately conjured the image of a lustrous, crimson-bathed braised trotter, and her mouth began to water profusely. After swallowing a couple of hefty gulps of saliva, she lost all interest in spying on the wild child and promptly seized her Swiss Army knife, commencing the task of plucking and skinning. Since her arrival on this planet, Bai Xiaofan had never entertained the notion of indulging in pork again. Yet, unexpectedly, a pig's foot was presented before her. Though merely a semblance of the real thing, her eyes sparkled with delight. The bristle-like hairs of the pig seemed lifeless, akin to withered grass, as she deftly plucked them away with remarkable efficiency. Chapter 9. Good neighborly relations. After eagerly preparing the trotter, Bai Xiaofan soon realized that she had no sugar, nor even soy sauce, shattering her dreams of braised trotter. However, such trivial matters were hardly a challenge for someone like Bai Xiaofan, who was utterly enamored with meat. She paused momentarily, her mind racing with countless alternatives, and ultimately decided to prepare roasted meat. As she contemplated, she skillfully shaved the fatty portions from the skin. While the marbled meat was sliced thinly and arranged meticulously in a bowl, she then took several plump ginger slices, their brown strands covering the meat thoroughly. After carefully laying out the fine threads, Bai Xiaofan retrieved 2 gourd-like, soft, grayish fruits. She deftly sliced them open and squeezed the juicy pulp onto the meat, mixing it thoroughly. As she hummed a tune, her hands moved with remarkable agility, leaving 13 in awe. "Xiaofan, I never imagined you would be so adept at this," she remarked, having previously underestimated her due to her apparent struggles with various tasks. Bai Xiaofan, with a hint of pride, replied, "I may not excel at other things, but cooking is my forte, especially when it comes to pork." As she spoke, she tossed the fatty meat into the pot, which immediately sizzled and filled the kitchen with an enticing aroma. Just as she was scooping out the oil residue, 13 called out, "The marinade is drying up." "Understood," Bai Xiaofan responded. 13, turn off the heat." In that moment, she lifted the pot of marinade from the stove, marveling at the layer of pure white salt crystals at the bottom. With a joyful laugh, she exclaimed, 13, I actually made salt. I really made salt." Yet 13 replied nonchalantly, "What is so remarkable about that? It's merely the process of dissolution and crystallization. It would be strange if you couldn't make it." "I know," Bai Xiaofan interrupted impatiently. "But what of the roux kiln? Can it be eaten? Can it be drunk? Can it be worn? If it weren't for its potential as a salt container, I would have discarded it long ago. Here, beauty and value are of no consequence." As she spoke, she sprinkled some salt over the pork scraps, mixed it evenly, and eagerly popped a piece into her mouth, closing her eyes in bliss as she sighed. So delicious. So fragrant. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after being reprimanded by her, 13 could not help but ask, "Do you know when that broken blue and white large bowl was from?" Bai Xiaofan, while munching on fried pork bits, nonchalantly replied, "Judging by its glaze, it should be from the Qianlong period." She never denied her penchant for being a bit extravagant. Her favorite places to visit in other cities were always museums. While she could not discern the authenticity of antiques, she had no trouble identifying their era. 13 fell silent upon hearing this, inwardly lamenting that she truly was a spendthrift, breaking an antique without batting an eye. Reclining on the sofa, savoring fried pork bits while watching a movie, life couldn't be more delightful. Days passed leisurely for Bai Xiaofan as she cooked salt and foraged for wild fruits. The little wild man would bring her game every couple of days. Initially, he would only deliver various hunted items, but later, he began to share whatever delicious wild fruits he found, greatly expanding the variety of ingredients available to Bai Xiaofan. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Occasionally, Bai Xiaofan would have a pang of conscience and send some treats back to the little wild man. Each time he received the food she prepared, his laughter would bloom like summer flowers, especially the first time he tasted something with a savory flavor. His astonished and joyful expression filled Bai Xiaofan with a sense of accomplishment. Hence, she always remembered to send him some of her culinary creations. With frequent interactions, their communication gradually became smoother. Bai Xiaofan not only learned the boy's name, but could even speak a few simple words in his native tongue. As for the youth, perhaps Bai Xiaofan's pronunciation was too intricate. Although he could comprehend, he struggled to articulate, often reduced to merely calling out Fan instead of the full name. Ensured of his safety, Bai Xiaofan would venture to the riverbank each morning to practice yoga, allowing both himself and the youth to breathe deeply and bask in the sun. After a moment of contemplation, 13 remarked, "Has it been 4 days now?" Concerned, 13 added, "I will take a look around nearby." In a short while, 13 huffed indignantly. "How foolish of us to worry about him. That rascal is sound asleep in the cave." With that, 13 retrieved the video. At this thought, a wave of unease washed over Bai Xiaofan. 13, zoom in a bit so I can see. You shameless woman, spying on Xiao Mu while he sleeps. 13's outraged voice subsided under Bai Xiaofan's glare, obediently adjusting the lens. As the camera drew closer, Bai Xiaofan noticed several wounds on Xiao Mu's body, the most severe being on his chest. Although he had applied herbal remedies to the injury, it remained red and swollen, with pus seeping forth. Observing the unnatural flush on his dark complexion, Bai Xiaofan, though not a physician, recognized the signs of an infection. 13. Do we have any anti-inflammatory medication in the warehouse? Bai Xiaofan recalled having seen the term medical while reviewing the inventory, though she was unaware that her tone was laced with urgency and concern. Let me check. Setting aside any frivolity, Bai Xiaofan meticulously sifted through the warehouse records. Clad in a jacket, he swiftly ventured outside the cave, accompanied by 13, racing towards Xiao Mu's cavern. Upon closer inspection, Bai Xiaofan was struck by the severity of Xiao Mu's injuries. Initially, he had only observed a serious wound on his chest through the video. But in reality, his right arm was a gruesome sight, enshrouded in blood and flesh. Despite being treated with herbal medicine, pus and blood continued to flow unabated. Witnessing Xiao Mu's dire condition left Bai Xiaofan momentarily stunned. He crouched beside the grass mat, trembling as he called out, Xiao Mu, Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu's voice was faint, yet Bai Xiaofan discerned he was calling for Fan. In an instant, tears streamed down Bai Xiaofan's cheeks. But this was not the time for sorrow. He vigorously wiped away his tears and inquired of 13. Have you found everything? Enough, Bai Xiaofan affirmed. Arriving at the entrance of the medical division within the spaceship's warehouse. As 13 observed her rushing inside, he cautioned, you realize there is only one box, right? Once you use it on him, you won't have any left for yourself. Bai Xiaofan halted, exhaling impatiently, can you please tell me where the medicine is? Taken aback. 13 remarked, I didn't expect you to possess such loyalty. Bai Xiaofan shot him a glare, prompting 13 to quickly respond. All right. The medicine is in compartment 0717. Xiao Mu bore numerous wounds, yet Bai Xiaofan was wary of administering an excessive dosage. The 3 pills would barely suffice to cover the significant wounds on his chest and right arm. Perhaps Xiao Mu had never used anti-inflammatory medication before. For as soon as the ointment was applied, his heated breaths gradually became steady. Bai Xiaofan, witnessing his deepening slumber, finally let out a sigh of relief. She removed her thick jacket to cover Xiao Mu and stoked the fire in the stone stove until it blazed brightly. Only then did she lead 13 to the kitchen in the spaceship located in the cave at the back. Upon returning to the cave where Xiao Mu rested, Bai Xiaofan found him sleeping soundly and could not bring herself to wake him. Instead, she placed the egg soup on the stone stove to warm and prepared a basin of cold water, taking a clean cloth to place on his forehead. After applying the medication and the cool cloth, Xiao Mu's slumber deepened further, his breaths becoming long and steady, though his body temperature still remained somewhat elevated. Bai Xiaofan vigilantly stayed by his side, changing the water 5 or 6 times before his temperature finally began to subside. Meanwhile, the sun gradually sank towards the west. Bai Xiaofan, having gone an entire day without food or water, showed no inclination to eat or rest, leaving 13 perplexed. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he finally asked, Xiaofan, you haven't eaten all day, aren't you hungry? In 13's eyes, Bai Xiaofan was undoubtedly a lazy girl, yet her behavior today was quite astonishing. Xiaofan, isn't there egg flour mushroom soup simmering on the stone stove outside? Why haven't you eaten? There are only 2 bird eggs left. If I eat them, what will Xiao Mu eat? He has sustained such serious injuries. He deserves something nourishing, Bai Xiaofan replied, rolling her eyes as she laid out the mani skin on the ground. In the future, I will strive to update twice on Sundays. Hopefully, I can fulfill this promise. Of course, recommendations, clicks, and collections should continue to rise steadily. One believes that Xiao Zhu's subsequent updates will become more frequent, as the support from everyone serves as a powerful motivation for him to write. 13 was taken aback for a considerable time, exclaiming, Are you saying that this soup is meant for Xiao Mu? Bai Xiaofan cast him a look of exasperation, feeling weary after a long day. She collapsed onto the manna pie and quickly drifted off to sleep, leaving only 13 lost in thought by the fire. It turned out that Bai Xiaofan was capable of considering others as well. Chapter 10. The injured Mu Bai Xiaofan was awakened by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. As she opened her eyes, her mind was momentarily blank, and she mumbled, Where am I? Before she could finish her sentence, memories of the previous day flooded back, and a smile crept onto her lips. How foolish of me. I stayed in the cave last night to take care of Xiaomu. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the grass mat, only to exclaim in surprise. Where is he? Instantly alert, she sat up and spotted Xiaomu sitting by the stone stove, completely unclothed, roasting meat. Upon noticing her awakening, Xiaomu pointed at a large blue and white bowl with a skewer of roasted meat in hand, saying, Fan, you're awake. I've warmed up your soup. You can eat now. His slightly thick lips appeared pale, contrasting sharply with the bright smile on his face. Bai Xiaofan cast a glance at the roasted meat in his hand, a surge of anger swelling within him. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Do you possess no sense of responsibility as an injured person? You are gravely wounded, yet fail to rest adequately. What shall I do if something else occurs? As his voice escalated, Bai Xiaofan abruptly fell silent, struck by the realization of how deeply he had come to rely on and care for him. Was he truly so fearful of losing someone who was, after all, the only person on this planet who would wholeheartedly treat him with such kindness? Bai Xiaofan's proficiency in bird language was limited, rendering him unable to articulate such complex thoughts except in his mother tongue. Although Xiaomu could not comprehend the words, the ire etched across Bai Xiaofan's face was unmistakable. He was both anxious and alarmed, his stark black and white eyes nervously fixed on Bai Xiaofan, exuding a pitiful expression akin to a puppy fearing abandonment. Do not be upset, Mo. It was a mistake. Xiaomu responded obediently, immediately lying down on the grass mat as instructed. Bai Xiaofan suppressed a laugh and brought forth the mushroom egg drop soup he had been simmering on the stone stove, presenting it before him. Consume this. Xiaomu, taken aback, sat up straight and protested. No. This is for you. I have roasted meat. He had specifically heated the bowl of soup in the morning for Bai Xiaofan, aware that he was not fond of the dry roasted meat. Little did he anticipate that Bai Xiaofan would offer the soup to him instead. A wave of bittersweet emotions surged from his chest to his nose, and his large eyes quickly misted over. With a single glare from Bai Xiaofan, without needing any further words, Xiaomu promptly accepted the bowl and, casting another appreciative glance at Bai Xiaofan, began to sip it delicately. Bai Xiaofan waited patiently until he finished the soup, then produced 2 anti-inflammatory pills. And here are these. Little Mu paid no attention to what it was, hastily taking a handful and sending it to his mouth. Bai Xiaofan quickly fetched a large banana leaf to hold some water for him, but Little Mu had already begun to chew. The bitter medicinal powder twisted his charming yet resolute brows into a tight knot, yet he showed no sign of reproach towards Xiaofan. Instead, Bai Xiaofan looked on with a twinge of pity and scolded. Who told you to chew it? Hurry and drink some water. He swiftly took the water and gulped it down, finally washing away the bitterness from his mouth. However, she considered moving in for a few days. As Little Moose still required care, and the valley was truly fertile, wasting it in a time of food scarcity would be a pity. Rather than residing in that damp and cold cave, it would be better to move here where living conditions were much more comfortable and growing some crops would be convenient. Upon hearing that Xiaofan intended to leave, Little Moo grew anxious and asked, Will you still come back? Upon returning to her own cold and damp cave, Bai Xiaofan immediately slipped into the spaceship. After freshening up, she prepared the last remaining bit of meat into soup for Little Moo, while she herself hastily ate a fruit as a makeshift breakfast. She then packed essential items, including Arthur's 2 sets of Mani fur robes and the little food that remained, into her backpack. Observing her neat packing, he couldn't help but inquire, Are you not planning to stay here anymore? With a hint of disbelief, Bai Xiaofan interrupted, You know, there's an old saying on Earth. One should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against potential treachery. Although Xiao Mu has shown me kindness, do you truly believe he could handle it if I magnified your presence before him, or if I vanished and then reappeared? Besides, why would I take such a risk? Hearing this, the other party fell silent, conceding that Bai Xiaofan had a valid point. Even on Earth, it would require considerable effort to clarify such matters. What are you doing? Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, his voice sharp as he set down his climbing backpack. Wasn't I clear that you were to rest properly? Upon encountering Bai Xiaofan's stern expression, Xiaomu hurriedly gathered his belongings and stammered, all right. Bai Xiaofan cast a glance at the item in his hand, which resembled a piece of fur. However, he had no time to dwell on it. He merely sighed inwardly, realizing that for Xiaomu, the anti-inflammatory medication was akin to a miraculous elixir. After taking 2 pills, he instantly felt rejuvenated, though his complexion remained somewhat pallid. Now that you're better, lend me a hand with my belongings, Bai Xiaofan requested. Xiaomu finally noticed the enormous package lying on the ground. He hoisted it onto his shoulder, uncertainly inquiring, "Fan, what is this?" Bai Xiaofan replied curtly, moving. As he spoke, he began to walk into the valley. Xiaomu's face lit up with excitement, and he eagerly followed, asking, "Fan, are you really moving here?" Having known her for over half a month, each time I offered her something, she never invited me in for a moment's respite. Consequently, Xiaomu has always felt that Bai Xiaofan was somewhat reluctant to draw close. Thus, upon hearing that she intended to move closer, he was elated, exclaiming, "Come rest at my place, and I shall assist you in tidying up that cave." Without awaiting Bai Xiaofan's consent, he dashed off with his mountaineering pack. "It seems you must have been a kind soul in your previous life. Otherwise, how could you have encountered such an oblivious fellow?" Xiaomu expressed indignantly. "You ought to let your guard down. If Xiaomu learns of this, it would surely sadden her." Bai Xiaofan could only manage a wry smile, murmuring softly, "Xiaomu is indeed pure-hearted and kind, but you are my last lifeline. I cannot bring myself to reveal this truth to him." She initially intended to accompany Xiaomu to the cave, but then recalled the soup she had prepared, still resting in the spaceship's kitchen. Thus, she pivoted and headed towards Xiaomu's cave. Upon spotting the pristine Qinghua bowls washed beside the stone stove, Bai Xiaofan suddenly sensed something amiss. Xiaomu possessed no pottery at all. Even for drinking water, he used a naturally hollowed stone. Why then did he not exhibit the slightest astonishment at the sight of such exquisite porcelain? The more she pondered, the more unsettled she felt, and she blurted out, 13. "Do you think I made a mistake in moving here?" 13, clearly sensing her hesitation, inquired with a hint of indignation, "What are you doubting now?" Bai Xiaofan tugged at the corner of her mouth and retorted, "Then tell me, is it possible to take out those stainless steel pots and pans for use?" Upon such inquiry, Bai Xiaofan realized that this indeed posed a dilemma. Regardless of what it was, Xiaomu always preferred his meals grilled, yet she found herself unable to abide by this. Even if she reluctantly accepted a diet consisting solely of barbecued food, what about drinking water? Unlike Xiaomu, who possessed an iron stomach, she would undoubtedly suffer from diarrhea upon consuming untreated water. Furrowing her brow, Bai Xiaofan lamented, "It appears I have made a grave error in judgment. Even if I wish to cultivate some food in this valley, there is no need for me to relocate here." Sighing, she pondered, "Yet, if I do not move, can I truly evade Xiaomu for a lifetime?" Realizing the futility of such a thought, Bai Xiaofan concluded that she had no intention of avoiding Xiaomu. So could she really keep him at bay indefinitely? With this reflection, she resolved to retrieve 2 stainless steel pots to experiment. Perhaps Xiaomu would not find it too peculiar. When she had prepared the meal and went to summon Xiaomu, she was taken aback by the sight that met her eyes. The cave entrance, once overgrown with wild grass, had been meticulously cleared. The wild grass was neatly stacked at the cave's mouth, while a large stone nearby displayed some drier grass laid out to dry. "What purpose does this grass serve?" Bai Xiaofan inquired, perplexed. Xiaomu carefully arranged a bundle of grass, gazing earnestly at it. "This is called ula grass, and it is quite useful. It offers a soft and comfortable bedding, and when used to ignite a fire, it significantly reduces the presence of insects. We are fortunate that so much of it grows in this valley." Upon hearing the mention of fire, Bai Xiaofan blinked rapidly in surprise and absent-mindedly asked, "Xiaomu, how did you manage to start a fire? In this world, devoid of lighters and natural gas, how does one manage to kindle a fire? Must one resort to the ancient art of friction?" Little Mu, filled with curiosity, turned her head and asked, "You can't?" If she lacked the ability to start a fire, then how were those delectable dishes prepared? Upon hearing Little Mu's question, Bai Xiaofan realized she had inadvertently let slip a secret. With a smile, she hastily covered up, saying, "No, I merely didn't know that these wild grasses could ignite. Come now, let us dine first. We can tidy up later." With that, she swiftly turned and walked away, leaving no room for Little Mu's inquiries. Fortunately, Little Mu was a straightforward child, and Bai Xiaofan's words easily convinced him. He quickly caught up with her. Upon returning to the cave, Little Mu displayed an immense fascination with the stainless steel pot, his eyes fixed upon it in wonder. "Fan, what is this?" Bai Xiaofan feigned composure, spinning a tale. "I found it in the forest." "You tell lies without batting an eye," 13 interjected. "Be cautious of this woman, Little Mu." Naturally, Little Mu was oblivious to 13's warning. Engrossed in examining the 2 stainless steel pots, murmuring, "Why have I never seen these before? Perhaps tomorrow, I shall seek some out. They would be excellent for cooking." Bai Xiaofan was taken aback by this and swiftly concocted an excuse. I found it long ago, far from here. You know I cannot hunt. What would I eat once you leave? Moreover, I have many more. If you like it, I shall gift this one to you. Upon hearing that Bai Xiaofan intended to bestow the pot upon him, Little Mu's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? Bai Xiaofan nodded gently, gesturing towards the delicate blue and white porcelain bowl in his hand, feigning a casual inquiry. Xiaomu, don't you think this bowl is beautiful? Xiaomu cast a fleeting glance and replied, We have this in our tribe, and it is sturdier. It won't shatter at the slightest drop. His words struck Bai Xiaofan like a thunderclap, revealing the existence of pottery, and more importantly, Xiaomu. Do you have a tribe? Bai Xiaofan asked, his voice trembling. Xiaomu took a hearty sip of meat soup and nodded, yes. Chapter 11. A new abode. Bai Xiaofan certainly did not believe that this land was inhabited solely by himself and Xiaomu. However, hearing him confirm the existence of a tribe sent a jolt through her heart. Steadying herself, she continued to probe, Then why are you alone? At her words, Xiaomu's expression darkened abruptly. He set down the soup bowl and stared silently into the fire, his eyes reflecting a deep sorrow. Xiaofan. He seemed to convey his heartache without uttering a word. Although Xiaomu was deaf, Bai Xiaofan instinctively lowered her voice. Bai Xiaofan recalled her readings. Knowing that in primitive societies, a tribe was akin to an extended family. Discussing family under normal circumstances should evoke excitement. Yet, Xiaomu's demeanor suggested otherwise. Either his kin had all perished, leaving him as the sole survivor of his tribe, or, given his behavior in recent days, his tribe had expelled him. As for the reasons, Bai Xiaofan was not the least bit concerned. What she yearned to know most was the state of the tribe, such as how far it was from here and whether the people there were kind. However, seeing Xiaomu's expression, she hesitated to press further and decided to change the subject. Hey, why are you daydreaming? Aren't you going to help me tidy up the cave? Upon hearing this, Xiaomu quickly waved his hands. No. Bai Xiaofan feigned ferocity, saying, Not no. Hurry up and fill your belly so you can help me clean the cave, otherwise, I'll kick you out tonight. Xiaomu took her words seriously and promptly replied, Fan, don't worry, we will definitely get it done today. With that, he gulped down a mouthful of soup. The matters of the tribe weighed heavily on Bai Xiaofan's heart, causing her unease, and she lost the spirit to tease him further. Before long, Xiaomu finished eating, placed his bowl down, and headed outside. I'm going to tidy the cave. I'll join you, Bai Xiaofan quickly responded. But Xiaomu stopped her, insisting, No need, I can handle it alone. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly and replied, Rest assured, I will only use my mouth, not my hands. With that, she had already stepped out of the cave. Xiaomu scratched his head in confusion, wondering how one could tidy up with just words. When he finally looked up to see Bai Xiaofan had gone far, he called out and chased after her. Lu Sun once said, In this world, there were originally no roads. When many people walk the same path, it becomes a road. Observing the narrow, winding path created by Xiaomu, Bai Xiaofan deeply appreciated this profound saying. In the previous journeys, as the roads were treacherous, Bai Xiaofan had little time to appreciate the scenery along the way. This time, with the path more navigable, she couldn't help but tilt her head to admire the modest mountains on either side. Having lived in the jungle for so long, surrounded by hues of green, she now noticed that the mountains were adorned with the vibrant colors of autumn. The golden sunlight shimmering like a delicate veil of gold draped over them. Bai Xiaofan came to a halt. Though there was a slight chill in the air, the warmth of the sun made the temperature quite pleasant. She took a deep breath, the cool air penetrating her heart, infused with the faint, sweet fragrance of wild fruits ripening in the forest. Suddenly, she felt as though this serene and beautiful valley resembled a hidden paradise. She envisioned a future where she would cultivate a few vegetable patches and rice fields, complete with fertile land, exquisite bamboo, and mulberry groves, an idyllic life that would satisfy her longing for seclusion. While Bai Xiaofan stood there lost in dreams of hermit life, Xiaomu was busily coming and going. Curious about his incessant activity, she peeked into the cave and saw that he had already excavated a mud platform on the ground. Without needing to guess, Bai Xiaofan understood that this was the stone stove. Although the cave was not large, the left wall had a recess that concealed a small opening, which, if one did not look closely, could easily be overlooked. Following the direction indicated by the number 13, Bai Xiaofan turned into the inner cave and discovered that its ground was slightly elevated compared to the outer area, giving it a somewhat compartmentalized feel. As she entered the inner cave, Bai Xiaofan observed Xiao Mu laboriously using a stone knife to dig a pit in the ground. The pit outside was intended for the stove, but she could not fathom the purpose of the one inside. Xiao Mu, what are you doing? She inquired. Little Mu glanced up at Bai Xiaofan, smiling brightly and revealing his pearly white teeth. Aren't you afraid of the cold? If we dig a stove inside, it will be much warmer at night. Observing his radiant and innocent smile, Bai Xiaofan felt a tightness in her chest. Despite living for over 20 years and having a friend like an E, she still considered herself a child in need of care, lacking the delicate sensibility to concern herself. Yet, little Mu had been attending to her for more than half a month, always presenting her with the freshest meat. When it came to birds, he offered wings and legs. For beasts, he brought tenderloin, and if it were large fish, he would provide the belly portion. It was not just these provisions. Wild fruits and eggs, whatever food he could procure, he had essentially delivered to her during this time. His eagerness to please was so evident that it required no words. But what about her? Even now, she harbored a sense of wariness toward him. Xiaofan, just give him that entrenching tool. After all, it's of no use to you. 13 could not help but interject as she watched him struggle. Bai Xiaofan pondered for a long while, then stepped forward, retrieving a Swiss Army knife from her jacket pocket. She opened it and handed it to Little Mu. Try this. Little Mu stared at the unfamiliar object, hesitating before accepting it. After digging just once, astonishment spread across his face. He examined it closely, asking, Xiaofan, where did this come from? It's sharper than any stone knife. 13 muttered in frustration, wretched woman. Bai Xiaofan imagined that if it were possible, 13 would surely be jumping with anger. Yet that entrenching tool, when viewed superficially, is merely an instrument. However, upon deeper reflection, it undoubtedly serves as a lethal weapon. For Bai Xiaofan to relinquish her weapon to Xiao Mu is truly beyond her capabilities. The Swiss Army knife, regardless of how one perceives it, is significantly smaller than the entrenching tool. Should Xiao Mu harbor any ill intentions, possessing the entrenching tool would at least afford her a fighting chance. Indeed, this level of caution may seem excessive, yet having only known each other for a mere fortnight, Bai Xiaofan finds it difficult to open her heart to him. After all, while everyone can articulate grand principles, how many can truly uphold them when the moment arises? Observing Xiao Mu's infatuation with the Swiss Army knife, Bai Xiaofan remarked, consider it a gift. A gift for me? Xiao Mu gazed at Bai Xiaofan in disbelief. Perceiving this modest knife as nothing short of a divine artifact, and yet she was offering it to him. Fan, are you truly sincere? His eyes sparkled, reminiscent of stars on a summer night, even in the dimness of the cave. The more gratitude he expressed, the more guilt Bai Xiaofan felt, lowering her gaze. If you do not like it, then never mind. No, 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 Xiao Mu hastily shook his head. I like it, I truly do. Observing how he clutched the knife as if it were a treasured possession, fearing it might be snatched away, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but smile. She crouched down to adjust his jacket, saying, this garment is yours as well, so you have a place to keep the knife. Fan, you are truly kind. Xiao Mu lifted his head slightly, gazing at Bai Xiaofan with a radiant smile. The two individuals stood in such close proximity that their breaths intertwined. Bai Xiaofan could distinctly observe the fluttering, fan-like long eyelashes and the shimmering, crystal-like black eyes of the other. In that fleeting moment, a faint blush surfaced on her slightly pale face, and it seemed as though her heartbeat had momentarily ceased. You temptress, Bai Xiaofan, you brazen flirt. Fortunately, 13's indignant exclamations broke the spell. Otherwise, Bai Xiaofan might have lost her composure and playfully teased him. With a shy smile, she awkwardly stepped back. Xiao Mu carefully stowed away his Swiss Army knife and resumed carving a pit with his stone knife. Bai Xiaofan endured for a while, but ultimately could not restrain herself. Xiao Mu, why are you still using a stone knife? Xiao Mu flashed a toothy grin, replying, it's all right, I find this one more comfortable to use. Observing his laborious efforts, Bai Xiaofan felt a pang of guilt. She concocted an excuse to exit the cave, stealthily slipping into the spaceship, where she retrieved all the usable items. Throughout this, 13 incessantly muttered complaints, hurling insults such as temptress, enchantress, seductress, vixen, scoundrel, and even the term old devout woman emerged. Initially, Bai Xiaofan chose not to engage with 13, yet she was astonished by its extensive vocabulary and could not help but inquire, 13, just how many derogatory terms do you possess? Huh? Interrupted by Bai Xiaofan, 13 seemed momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, it responded, let me check. There are 3 more pages. Bai Xiaofan sighed, shaking her head in disbelief. Well, take your time to unleash your insults. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaomu emerged from the cave, prompting Bai Xiaofan to hurriedly approach him. Xiaomu, have you finished digging? Xiaomu nodded and remarked, if we go to the riverbank and gather a few stones, we can build it. After she took the bowl, 13 clucked her tongue and said, you truly are extravagant. One antique shattered, another gifted away, one repurposed as a rice bowl, and yet another is a salt cellar. Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes and provocatively retorted to 13, what can I say? The spaceship is simply filled with antiques. Indeed, 13 huffed and muttered, you spendthrift girl, before finally falling silent. Bai Xiaofan initially intended to use the engineer's shovel to carve out a few embedded cabinets in the rock wall, much like Xiaomu did. But upon reflection, to avoid raising Xiaomu's suspicions, he decided it was better to let her handle it. After arranging the exterior, Bai Xiaofan embraced the several sets of Mani leather robes and entered the inner cave, which measured merely 7 or 8 square meters, long and narrow, just enough to lay down a grass mat. Bai Xiaofan meticulously tidied the cave, even removing tiny pebbles the size of soybeans. Looking at the fluffy and warm grass mat, he couldn't resist diving onto it, clutching another thick Mani leather robe and rolling about in delight. I finally believe that my DNA shares a significant resemblance with Arthur's, he exclaimed joyfully. Before 13 could interject, Bai Xiaofan continued in a muffled voice. Otherwise, how could a man manage to achieve this? He prepared 2 sets of thick and thin Mani leather robes, and an entire box of antiques. Is he here for scientific research, or is it merely a shopping spree? As soon as she spoke, 13 fell silent again. Indeed, Arthur lacked the rigor of a researcher. Upon arriving on Earth, he resembled an excited woman lost in a grand shopping mall, eager to purchase everything in sight. The weather was still mild, with thin layers for cushioning and thicker ones for warmth. Bai Xiaofan buried her face in the thick Mani skin, murmuring, my bed is truly comfortable. Chapter 12. He is injured for my sake. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan abruptly sat up, tidying her disheveled hair, and responded with an air of dignity, which elicited a scoff from 13. How hypocritical. Xiaomu meticulously carried stones outside, raising the hearth higher to accommodate the pot. He selected several large, flat stones to serve as the base, arranging them tightly around the hearth and filling the gaps with smaller stones. After fortifying the first layer, he proceeded to add a second, and after constructing 3 layers nearly half the height, Xiaomu paused. He placed a stainless steel pot atop it, and to his delight, it fit perfectly. Bai Xiaofan joyfully embraced Xiaomu, bouncing with excitement. Xiaomu, you are truly capable. Xiaomu, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head as a flush quickly spread across his dark cheeks. He picked up his backpack, saying, I'll tend to the hearth inside. With that, he hurried away. Bai Xiaofan chuckled softly, whispering to 13, he really likes to be shy. 13 huffed, replying, do you think everyone is like you, born with such flirtatiousness? However, gazing at the dwindling mushrooms and a few wild fruits, Bai Xiaofan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. While he could subsist on these meager provisions himself, the situation was far more pressing for Xiaomu, who had recently sustained serious injuries and required nourishment. Furthermore, he needed to engage in numerous laborious tasks, such as hunting. Surviving solely on these scant offerings was simply untenable. Xiaomu kindled a fire and noticed Bai Xiaofan frowning at the food, causing a shadow to fall across his sunny visage. Fan, I apologize. I shall go hunting tomorrow. What? Bai Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly adopted a serious expression, interjecting, though your injury is healing, you still need to rest for a few days. Xiaomu grimaced and replied, but you have nothing to eat. Winter is approaching, and I must procure more game and firewood. It was then that Bai Xiaofan realized he was the one running low on provisions, while the dried meat in his cave could sustain him for several days without issue. However, the thought of winter loomed large. Xiaomu, is winter here particularly harsh? Bai Xiaofan inquired while washing the wild fruits. Xiaomu lent a hand in washing and nodded. It is indeed very cold, with snow falling for many days. A few years ago, several children from our tribe succumbed to the cold. Seeing the fear etched on Bai Xiaofan's face, Xiaomu quickly reassured her. Fan, you need not worry. I have already secured the pelt of a long-haired tiger for you. Once I have it ready, I will bring it to you. With the long-haired tiger's pelt, you will have nothing to fear during winter. Bai Xiaofan was momentarily stunned, perplexed as she asked, what is this long-haired tiger pelt? Just as the words left her lips, She recalled the colossal beast she had glimpsed on her first day here, which had been described as resembling a tiger, albeit with longer fur. The beast's form was undeniably much larger than that of a tiger. Otherwise, Bai Xiaofan would not have sensed it at a mere glance. She recalled that in the morning, Xiaomu had indeed been by the river, immersed in some endeavor. At the time, she had not observed closely. But now it struck her as reminiscent of a long-haired tiger's skin. Bai Xiaofan's gaze fixed intently on Xiaomu. Her tone grave. Did you sustain your injuries in pursuit of the long-haired tiger? Xiaomu was momentarily taken aback by her words. He was reluctant to admit the truth, nor could he fabricate a lie, so he merely lowered his head in silence. Observing his demeanor, Bai Xiaofan grasped the implication. A torrent of shock and gratitude overwhelmed her, rendering her momentarily speechless before she burst into tears, exclaiming, Bai Xiaofan, you must remain vigilant. He nearly sacrificed his life to craft a cloak for you. Xiaomu, you. Before she could continue, Bai Xiaofan felt a stinging warmth in her eyes. She struggled to keep them wide open, refusing to let the tears fall, and tremulously inquired, why would you go to such lengths? Xiaomu blinked in confusion at her question and endeavored to explain. You do not understand. Winters here are frigid. Without a fur cloak, you would perish from the cold. This child, who sleeps on straw with his bare torso, is concerned about enduring the winter chill. What about you? What will you do? Xiaomu chuckled nonchalantly. There is not just one long-haired tiger. In a couple of days, we can venture out again and hunt another. It is not a daunting task. His words were light-hearted, yet Bai Xiaofan's complexion turned ashen. She had no desire to witness Xiaomu drenched in blood once more. At this moment, she could no longer afford to exercise any caution. She hastily discarded the pot and dashed into the bedroom, retrieving a thick leather cloak and a pair of boots to give to Xiaomu. What do you think of this compared to the fur of a long-haired tiger? She inquired. Xiaomu examined the items closely and exclaimed, this is far superior to that of a long-haired tiger. Hearing his praise, Bai Xiaofan felt relieved and decided to bestow upon him a thinner set as well, insisting that he try on the lighter cloak and boots immediately. To her surprise, they fit him perfectly, though the waist appeared slightly loose and the boots were a tad small. However, 13 reassured them that it was of no consequence, as the elasticity of the leather would allow for a comfortable wear after some time. Standing at nearly 1.8 meters tall, Xiaomu looked striking in the dark brown leather cloak, his long black hair cascading down, and his chiseled features bearing a resemblance to the young werewolf from Twilight. Alas, Bai Xiaofan felt quite embarrassed. Despite Twilight being an old film that had been remade multiple times, influencing 2 generations, she had remained unaware of it until 13 recommended it to her. Consequently, she became enamored with the young werewolf in the film, never anticipating that someone like him would exist in her own life. Recently, she found herself daydreaming about Xiaomu, and this instance was no exception. As she gazed at him in a daze, Xiaomu, too, was quite fond of his new attire. After looking down at it for a considerable time, he finally lifted his gaze to inquire, if this is for me, what about you, Fan? His question met Bai Xiaofan's direct stare, causing his face to flush instantly. 13 had long since become accustomed to Bai Xiaofan's infatuation, merely sighing in resignation. Oh, the flirt. After an awkward dinner, Xiaomu hastily departed. Observing Xiaomu's retreating figure, 13 mischievously remarked, Bai Xiaofan, you little temptress, you've frightened Xiaomu away. Once she emerged from the bathroom clad in her pajamas, 13 called out to her, come take a look. I've compiled a list of suitable plants for cultivation. That was quick. Bai Xiaofan expressed her annoyance at 13's efficiency, wishing for an opportunity to scold it. 13, brimming with pride, replied, of course, I am from the Vera planet. All right, enough of your self-praise. Bai Xiaofan interjected, gazing at the dizzying array of items on the screen. Just recommend a few for me. I can't possibly sift through all of this. Recommend. 13, caught in its self-admiration, was momentarily taken aback by Bai Xiaofan's sudden change of topic. Just a moment. Take your time, there's no rush. However, before Bai Xiaofan's triumphant tone could fully dissipate, 13 earnestly began to analyze. I suggest you plant potatoes and cabbage. Firstly, since this is your first attempt at gardening, overly challenging plants may yield no harvest. Secondly, the current weather is ideal for cultivating potatoes and cabbage. Potatoes are rich in starch, ensuring you won't face issues with winter provisions. As for cabbage, it requires a longer growing period and can also be used for pickling. Hence, these 2 vegetables are the most suitable choices. After listening, Bai Xiaofan promptly inquired, where can I find the seeds? In the plant storage compartment 098, room 047. Cabinet 0139 and Cabinet 405. Before the last word was spoken, Bai Xiaofan had already entered room 047, discovering 2 cabinets. He retrieved potato sprouts and cabbage seeds. And after checking the planting methods, he exited the spacecraft, lying on the freshly laid grass mat. The embers in the stone stove cast a warm glow in the small opening above. Bai Xiaofan stared at the ceiling, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to plant the potatoes and cabbages the following day. Xiaofan, urged 13, it might be wiser to postpone the planting. Find an excuse to delay. Otherwise, if you suddenly produce seeds tomorrow, Xiaomu might become suspicious. However, Bai Xiaofan dismissed such concerns. Winter was fast approaching, and the importance of food was self-evident. Xiaomu had to shoulder the burden of winter provisions for 2, a weighty responsibility indeed. Yet, if he could cultivate potatoes and cabbages, winter would pose no threat to their sustenance. Bai Xiaofan tugged at the Marni skin draped over his body, turned slightly, and sighed. At most, I have only brought what belongs to my homeland. He cannot deny its origin. Though 13 frequently remarked on Bai Xiaofan's mistrust, today, witnessing the considerable amount of items he had procured, a flicker of worry crossed its mind. What if he inquires about your homeland? Bai Xiaofan chuckled softly. 13. I believe I have been rather magnanimous. Why are you becoming so paranoid again? Fear not. I am quite discerning. As long as your secret remains intact, everything else will be manageable. Chapter 13. Rainy days. Bai Xiaofan had been on this planet for nearly a month without a single drop of rain. Yet on the very night she resolved to cultivate the land, it began to rain, neither too heavy nor too light. The downpour persisted for 3 or 4 days, maintaining a steady rhythm that seemed to suspend time itself. Gazing out at the relentless rain, Bai Xiaofan crossed her arms and let out a weary sigh, pondering how long this rain would continue. However, the entity known as 13 was quite pleased with this timely rain, hoping it would last a little longer. Its tone betrayed an undeniable joy. If you cannot sow seeds, you might as well prepare more salt, for it is always needed. Alternatively, you could carve a few more wooden forks or spoons. During these rainy days, Bai Xiaofan found herself confined within the cave, unable to venture outside, and she hesitated to remain cooped up in the spacecraft watching films. While gathering firewood, she stumbled upon a piece of wood strikingly similar to bamboo. In a burst of inspiration, she whittled several wooden forks, spoons, and even a small spatula, envisioning a future where she could cook. Initially, crafting these utensils filled Bai Xiaofan with excitement. Yet, as her food and firewood dwindled, a sense of despair began to settle in her heart. It was not merely the scarcity of wood that troubled her. Even if she had more, her spirit was not inclined to continue crafting. With a silent roll of her eyes, she embraced a cup of warm water to warm her hands, murmuring to herself, "It is easy for you to say. We are nearly out of firewood for cooking and boiling water, and you want me to prepare salt? Besides, aren't the 4 stoves in the kitchen already boiling salt? And what purpose do all these wooden forks and spoons serve?" 13, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, expressed concern for Bai Xiaofan. The rain had persisted for 3 consecutive days, showing no signs of abating. The temperature had plummeted by over 10 degrees, and both food and firewood were in short supply. Xiaomu's meager supply of dried meat could barely sustain the 2 of them for much longer. Huddled on the grass mat, Bai Xiaofan still felt a chill, reluctant to light a fire. Just as he was about to retreat into the spaceship, 13 announced, "Xiaomu is here." Xiaomu. Bai Xiaofan was taken aback. How could she have come here? Although the 2 caves were in close proximity, the wind and rain made the journey perilous. The day before, Xiaomu had shared half of her food and firewood with him, and they had both sought shelter from the rain in their respective caves. While he pondered this, a voice from outside called, "Fan, look what I've brought you." Upon hearing her voice, Bai Xiaofan stepped outside to find Xiaomu unfastening her manifer robe with one hand, droplets of water cascading from the garment as she shook it. 13 exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, this thin robe could serve as a raincoat. Xiaomu, equally exhilarated, replied, "Fan, let us make fish soup. It will be delicious." Spending time with Bai Xiaofan had enriched Xiaomu's vocabulary. However, Bai Xiaofan shot her a glance, questioning, "Did you go fishing in the river?" Under the scrutiny of Bai Xiaofan's cold gaze, Xiaomu immediately adopted a timid and pitiful demeanor, saying, "But Fan, you don't like dried meat." Bai Xiaofan's heart warmed at her words, yet his expression remained stern. "In such heavy rain, you still went fishing? What if you fell into the river and caught a chill?" Bai Xiaofan was genuinely anxious, In such conditions, a mere cold could claim a life. Although Xiao Mu was robust, she had recently sustained severe injuries, and Bai Xiaofan doubted her ability to recover if she fell ill again. Contemplating this, Bai Xiaofan's expression grew increasingly grim. In this weather, having something to fill their stomachs was already a blessing. There was no room for frivolous notions of preference, no more reckless behavior in the future. Xiao Mu, however, defended herself. It's fine. When I was in the tribe, but a sharp glance from Bai Xiaofan silenced her. With a dismissive wave, Bai Xiaofan instructed, "Go, prepare the fish." Xiao Mu responded cheerfully and set off to clean the fish. Bai Xiaofan then retrieved the last 3 pieces of ginger, washed them, and sliced them thinly. She hoped to find more fruits to use as accompaniments, but to her dismay, there were none to be found. With a sigh, she realized that making fish soup was out of the question. Yet, such minor setbacks could not deter Bai Xiaofan, a true food lover. An idea sparked in her mind. She scooped a generous amount of pristine lard into the pot and, as it melted, added 2/3 of the ginger strips. The sizzling sound released an enticing aroma. Xiao Mu, watching eagerly from the side, exclaimed, "Fan, it smells wonderful." Next, Bai Xiaofan flipped the pot lid over, placed it on the stove, brushed a thin layer of oil on it, and carefully laid the fish on top to roast slowly. As she adeptly turned the fish with her spatula, the once pristine white fish gradually transformed into a golden hue. Xiao Mu, filled with anticipation, kept asking, "Fan, is it done yet?" Bai Xiaofan, while meticulously roasting the fish, replied, "It must be thoroughly cooked to be delicious. Let us be patient." Until the fish was perfectly charred on both sides, its skin crisp and golden, Bai Xiaofan finally lifted the lid of the pot. Little Mu, unable to contain his anticipation, disregarded the heat and reached out to grab a piece, only to yelp in surprise as the scalding sensation made him nearly jump. The fish was not only tender and succulent, but also possessed a delicate hint of sweetness. Oh heavens, if it tasted this delightful roasted, how exquisite would it be in a soup? Bai Xiaofan's feelings of gratitude were beyond words, expressed solely through his rapid consumption of the dish. Little Mu, on the other hand, was quite clumsy, initially attempting to use a fork like Bai Xiaofan. He quickly realized he lacked the same finesse. As he watched a piece of fish belly make its way into Bai Xiaofan's mouth, he decided to abandon the fork altogether, opting to use his hands despite the heat. Having satisfied his appetite with a hearty portion of fish belly, Bai Xiaofan set down the fork and took out scissors from his Swiss Army knife, meticulously cutting the remaining ginger into tiny pieces. He then employed the fish scaler attached to the main blade to mash the ginger into a fine paste. Noticing her preoccupation, Little Mu put down his fork and urged, "Come, eat the fish." Bai Xiaofan replied, "You go ahead, I'll tidy up the fish remnants." After rinsing the scraps thoroughly and blanching them in boiling water, she mixed them into the ginger paste with a spatula. As she surveyed the overflowing bowl of fish remnants, a smile illuminated her face. "All right, we can enjoy a barbecue feast tonight." However, 13 interjected with a huff, "You've used both pot lids. Let's see how you manage when you need them." Bai Xiaofan pretended not to hear, lifting a generous piece of fish roe to her mouth and exclaiming in delight, This is truly delicious." A fish was left with only its head, while Bai Xiaofan instructed Xiao Mu to wash the dishes by the riverbank. She herself donned a leather cloak and boots, carrying a small pot to fetch water and search for ingredients. Although this place did not compare to the jungle, where mushrooms and wild fruits were abundant, it was unlikely to be completely devoid of resources. Bai Xiaofan dared not venture far, opting instead to search nearby. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan was momentarily speechless, gazing blankly as raindrops cascaded down Xiao Mu's distinctly contoured face. Her mind was muddled, yet her heart felt as though it were brimming with something, nearly overflowing. What was it? Xiao Mu's originally enchanting and profound eyes now blazed with fury as they fixed upon Bai Xiaofan. She instinctively recoiled, swallowing hard, and pointed nervously at the pot containing the wild vegetables, stammering, "This wild vegetable is quite fresh." I, she mumbled, at a loss for words, certainly unable to admit her own confusion. However, the intelligent computer, after a brief hesitation, managed to articulate an excuse. "I intentionally kept it from you. Did you not notice how nervous Xiao Mu was? Look at how his expression changed just now." Chapter 14. Land clearing. Xiao Mu cast a cold glance at Bai Xiaofan's desperate attempt to appear adorable and pitiable, ultimately unable to suppress a sigh as he remarked, "From now on, you are not allowed to wander off alone anymore. Bai Xiaofan nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains, raising her left hand in a vow. From now on, I will absolutely never do it again. Xiao Mu gazed deeply at her, threatening, if you run off again, I will tie you up in the cave. Bai Xiaofan shook her eyebrows, pondering to herself that before she met this young man, she had navigated the forest without fear. Of course, such thoughts were not ones she would dare to voice aloud. Instead, she repeatedly assured him, I won't, absolutely not. After bidding farewell to the somber Mu, Bai Xiaofan washed up, changed into her pajamas, and nestled into the soft blankets, exhaling deeply. The voice of 13 flickered back to life, questioning, Xiaofan, why are you so afraid of Mu? Did you not see the expression on his face just now? It was utterly terrifying. I've never encountered such ferocity in my life. However, after a moment of hesitation, 13 added, if you truly feared him, your instinct would be to flee. Bai Xiaofan paused, realizing that if she were genuinely frightened, she ought to have run away. Yet, why was she only focused on soothing him, brimming with confidence? Mu's angry visage was indeed fearsome, rivaling that of a wild beast. Perhaps familiarity had dulled her fear? Even she found this excuse somewhat unconvincing. Nonetheless, she could not articulate the true reason and did not wish to delve deeper. Oh well. Since Mu has calmed down, why overthink it? She mused, pulling the covers over her head, seeking to avoid further analysis. That night, Bai Xiaofan drifted in and out of slumber, Mu's fearsome countenance haunting her dreams. Strangely, she did not find it particularly terrifying. Rather, she approached the task of alleviating his anger with great patience. Xiaofan, Bai Xiaofan had finally fallen into a deep slumber. Only to be awoken by the urgent call of 13. She abruptly threw off her covers, exclaiming in irritation, 13, are you trying to disturb my spirit? In haste. 13 replied, no, Xiaofan, you must see for yourself. The weather has cleared. Still groggy from sleep, Bai Xiaofan questioned, what do you mean, cleared? Indeed, the rain has ceased. 13 exclaimed. At this revelation, Bai Xiaofan suddenly became fully awake, and with a startled cry, she rushed outside. The autumn morning sun illuminated the world in a brilliant radiance, causing every blade of grass and every tree to glimmer with dazzling golden light. With arms outstretched and head tilted back, Bai Xiaofan spun around in the sunlight, taking a deep breath that filled her lungs with the sweet scent of earth and grass. As she gasped for air, she gazed at the fruits of her labor. And only 4 words could encapsulate her sentiments. At a loss for words. Alas, 13 let out a heavy sigh and said, Xiaofan, you should really give up. You simply lack the aptitude for farming. During her childhood at her grandmother's house, which was not quite rural but rather on the outskirts of the city, every household cultivated vegetable patches in their front and backyards for personal consumption. However, none of those vegetables were directly sown into the ground. They were all planted in raised beds. How, then, does one create these raised beds? As Bai Xiaofan pondered this question while working, a concrete image formed in her mind. Although her progress was slow, by the end of the day, she had managed to construct a modest mound of soil. As midday approached, Bai Xiaofan's shirt had long since become saturated with sweat. Despite wearing gloves, her hands still throbbed painfully, and her waist ached to the point of near collapse. Yet none of these discomforts could compare to the exhilaration she felt upon seeing that small patch of neatly tilled earth. I knew I could do it, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. I really didn't expect you to accomplish this. 13 replied, equally impressed. If we continue this afternoon, we should be ready for sowing by tomorrow. Bai Xiaofan's eyes glimmered as she gazed at the plot, already envisioning a verdant field of cabbages. However, 13 calmly reminded her, don't forget, the cabbage seeds must be mixed with ash before planting. Although the sun was not particularly fierce, Bai Xiaofan, already engaged in labor, felt its rays directly on her skin, causing her face to redden in no time. Reluctantly, she paused to drink some water and cool her face. The cold water brought a slight sting, a reminder of her sunburn. She reflected on her previous life on Earth, where she was seldom without an umbrella, and now, facing the sun for such an extended period was a novel experience. 13. Do you have a wide-brimmed sun hat or something to shield me from this relentless sun? At this rate, my face will surely peel. Let me see what I can find. 13 replied, feeling a pang of sympathy for Bai Xiaofan, who had never engaged in such tasks before. In her quest for survival, she had truly exerted herself. Found it. Here is a wide-brimmed sun hat. In the cluttered storage room at the back of the house, a hat had been lying idle for many years. Since the marnip leather was not indigenous to Earth, Arthur had not worn it since arriving. Bai Xiaofan had no time to listen to the explanation of the hat's origin from 13. At that moment, the prospect of acquiring a leather sun hat thrilled her more than finding gold from the heavens. After rummaging through the disarrayed storage, she finally unearthed the coveted hat. Its broad brim nearly cascaded down to her shoulders, particularly the back brim, which was exceptionally large and drooping. Although the front brim was not as pronounced, it was sufficient to shield her face from the sun. The sole drawback of the hat was its size. Even when the chin strap was tightened, it still felt oversized on Bai Xiaofan. She opted to extend the strap to its maximum length and tied a knot beneath her chin. While it still appeared somewhat large, at least it would no longer fall off. With the hat secured, Bai Xiaofan indulged in a moment of vanity before the bathroom mirror. However, due to its considerable size, when she stood upright, the brim obscured her entire view, rendering everything indistinct. Straining her eyes, she managed to catch a glimpse of herself, feeling akin to an oversized mushroom. With this leather hat, Bai Xiaofan's delicate face was safeguarded, and thanks to its ample and drooping rear brim, even her back was protected. This sun hat proved to be an invaluable ally for her agricultural endeavors. Feeling comfortable invigorated her work, and as her hoe rhythmically rose and fell, the soil ridges expanded significantly compared to the morning. Just as she was immersed in her labor, 13 suddenly exclaimed, "Xiaomu has arrived." And indeed, he had. Bai Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. Rising to his feet, he removed the sun hat from his head and draped it around his neck, shielding his eyes with his hand. He gazed into the distance and indeed spotted Xiaomu approaching with something in hand. However, Xiaomu halted a few steps away, hesitatingly reluctant to advance. Bai Xiaofan, puzzled, approached him and inquired with concern, "Xiaomu, what is the matter?" I. Xiaomu glanced at Bai Xiaofan and quickly lowered his head, retreating further. "Fan, I apologize." Bai Xiaofan was bewildered, questioning what exactly he was apologizing for. I was too harsh yesterday." Xiaomu stammered. "I shouldn't have been so fierce." In truth, after his outburst, he had worried that Bai Xiaofan might shun him. However, seeing Bai Xiaofan still allowing him to join for dinner reassured him somewhat. "Fan, this is for you," he exclaimed, presenting the 3 fish he held before Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan glanced at the 3 white fish. Although they were not as large as the one from the previous day, their quantity was commendable. Yet, Bai Xiaofan could not share in his joy. "Did you spend the whole day fishing? This weather is critical for gathering provisions, and I would rather you not seek to please me by neglecting hunting for mere fish. If this continues, what will we eat come winter? While I have begun to experiment with planting grains, who knows if they will flourish?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan felt a sense of relief and casually asked, "So, what did you manage to hunt today?" Xiaomu blinked and replied, "Fan, are we not having fish today?" Chapter 15. Sewing. Bai Xiaofan gazed at the eager expression on Xiaomu's face and chuckled, shaking his head. It seemed that the child was merely daydreaming about fish. He feigned a frown and, with a pained expression, declared, "I do not wish to eat today." "Wait a moment," Bai Xiaofan called out to him. For the day was still early. "Could you assist me with a task?" Xiaomu nodded eagerly, inquiring, "What is it?" Bai Xiaofan hung 3 white fish on a branch at the mouth of the cave and led Xiaomu to the ridge of earth. He demonstrated how to create a furrow, then handed him the spade. "Do as I have shown." Xiaomu glanced between the earth ridge and the spade in his hands. Puzzled, "What is this for?" With the task of forming the ridges entrusted to Xiaomu, Bai Xiaofan freed his hands to mix wood ash with the cabbage seeds. Xiaomu was remarkably swift. By the time Bai Xiaofan had finished preparing the seeds, Xiaomu had already formed a substantial number of ridges. Just as he was about to continue, Bai Xiaofan swiftly intervened. "No need to do more. You've caught a mountain chicken, haven't you? Go clean its innards, and I shall prepare a beggar's chicken for you later." Though Xiaomu was unfamiliar with the term beggar's chicken, past experiences had taught him that each time Bai Xiaofan uttered a new and intriguing phrase, it invariably led to delicious food. Thus, he responded with a radiant smile, turning and running off like a child. Bai Xiaofan shook his head in amusement, suddenly recalling another matter he had yet to address. He raised his voice and called out, "Make sure not to pluck the feathers." But by then, Xiaomu had turned a corner and vanished from sight, leaving Bai Xiaofan uncertain if he had even heard him. Bai Xiaofan chuckled softly, mixing the remaining ash from the plants into the soil, and following the instructions from 13, she sowed the seeds. Being a novice at planting, Bai Xiaofan dared not sow too many, opting for just a single row. After watering the cabbage and potatoes with a modest amount, Xiaomu rushed over. Clutching a plump chicken, his curiosity evident as he nearly drooled, Fan, what is a beggar's chicken? Bai Xiaofan hesitated to pick the vividly colored fruit, as it had been foraged by Xiao Mu and later confirmed to be non-toxic by 13. Only then did she muster the courage to taste it. To her astonishment, it was extraordinarily delicious, with a refreshing sweetness complemented by a subtle hint of mint, and the flesh melted in her mouth. Xiao Mu's anxious demeanor hinted at his displeasure, for to him, wasting food was truly inexcusable. Bai Xiaofan shot him a glance, offering no explanation, and simply instructed, "Go tend to the fire." After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Mu obediently set about kindling the flames. Once the fire was crackling, Bai Xiaofan had prepared the mud covering, casting a mysterious glance at Xiao Mu, declaring, "Now I shall begin to make the beggar's chicken." With that, she placed the mud-coated chicken over the fire to roast. Before long, an indescribable yet tantalizing aroma wafted from the clay, prompting Xiao Mu to inhale deeply, astonished. "Fan, how can roasting mud smell so delightful?" Bai Xiaofan smiled at his bewilderment without responding, continuing to turn the chicken. As the mud dried and the chicken cooked, she peeled away the clay to reveal tender, fragrant meat, causing Xiao Mu to salivate profusely. "Fan, how can you create such a delicious dish?" he exclaimed. Bai Xiaofan offered him a chicken leg, saying, "You should try it. This is my first attempt at roasting a beggar's chicken, and I am uncertain of its flavor." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Mu stuffed his mouth with meat, seemingly indifferent to her words. Witnessing his delight filled Bai Xiaofan's heart with an overwhelming sense of happiness, a feeling she was oblivious to. She gave the remaining wings and chicken legs entirely to Xiao Mu, while she contented herself with merely 2 pieces of chicken breast and some lesser fare. The majority of the lantern fruit also found its way into Xiao Mu's stomach. Since planting the seeds, the sun had hung high in the sky each day, casting a gentle warmth over the solitary rows of crops. Bai Xiaofan diligently watered them every few days, and soon 2 rows of vibrant green sprouts emerged. While she was elated, she also became increasingly cautious. She deliberately saved her urine, allowing it to ferment in the spaceship for 2 days before generously fertilizing the young sprouts. Perhaps due to the longer days here compared to Earth, the growth rate of the sprouts surpassed the information provided by the data from 13. Bai Xiaofan felt as though they grew several centimeters every other day. As the temperature began to drop, she found that although it was not necessary to light a fire for warmth at night, the mornings required her to don a thin robe and a thick jacket, as a slight chill permeated the air. However, these were minor concerns. Watering the plants and tending to her tasks would soon warm her up. Bai Xiaofan's only worry was the possibility of rain, for according to Xiao Mu, the weather here was quite decisive. Sunshine was unyielding when it was clear, and rain fell with certainty when it came. Bai Xiaofan merely hoped that before the next rainstorm arrived, the cabbage and potatoes would flourish even more robustly. Fortunately, the weather has remained splendid, and the cabbages have begun to take shape, while the potato vines flourish in lush clusters. After dinner one evening, Xiao Mu bashfully handed a small package to Bai Xiaofan. "What is this?" Bai Xiaofan inquired as she unfolded the package, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. Xiao Mu, sitting beside her, hesitantly murmured, "Though the long-haired tiger skin may not be as warm as yours, it is quite comfortable when laid upon the grassy bed." He glanced at Bai Xiaofan, noticing her lack of response, which led him to assume she did not appreciate it. Instantly, his sunny demeanor darkened, and with a drooping head, he stammered, "If you don't like it, then it's all right." Bai Xiaofan gazed at the long-haired tiger skin in her hands, her heart swirling with emotions that eluded expression. Lifting her gaze to Xiao Mu's lowered head, she softly uttered, "Thank you." Upon hearing those words, Xiao Mu abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with joy, though his excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. "No, you prepare meals for me every day, so it's only right." Bai Xiaofan embraced the long-haired tiger skin and laid it on the grassy bed, throwing herself upon it with a delighted exclamation. "It's so soft." Xiao Mu watched from the entrance, his face illuminated with happiness. Although the weather had been consistently clear, the temperature gradually dropped. Observing that the previously sown cabbages and potatoes were thriving, Bai Xiaofan decided to plant 2 more rows of potatoes. If indeed 3 rows could be harvested, at least half of their winter provisions would be secured. However, with an abundance of food, new worries began to plague Bai Xiaofan. Xiao Mu insisted on preserving all meat as dried jerky. The meat of the animals here is peculiar. Freshly roasted, it is exceedingly delicious. Yet once it is left for too long, it becomes tough and aged. As for the jars of cured meat, They remain antiques obtained from Arthur. Bai Xiaofan, now accustomed to new things, does not shy away from Xiaomu, who feigns ignorance. One afternoon, after finishing her meal, Bai Xiaofan donned her backpack and meandered towards the back mountain. Having grown familiar with her surroundings, she felt emboldened to venture deeper into the thicket, hoping to discover other fruits and wild mushrooms. After a short while, she heard 13 calling out, "Xiaofan, there's a small bamboo grove ahead." A bamboo grove? Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, continuing to gather wild fruits, showing little interest in the bamboo. While it is said that one may forego meat but cannot live without bamboo, she deemed the availability of meat to be of greater importance at present. Bai Xiaofan, you truly are foolish. 13 exclaimed in exasperation. Where there is bamboo, there are bamboo shoots, winter bamboo shoots. What a delightful mountain delicacy. Moreover, haven't you always sung of wanting to make Xiaomu a drinking cup? Bamboo could serve that purpose. Indeed, after walking a short distance, a lush bamboo grove appeared before her eyes. 13, are you certain this is bamboo? Observing the branches with their graceful arcs, Bai Xiaofan was uncertain if what she saw was bamboo or a flowering plum tree. If possible, 13 would have delivered a dramatic eye roll. Why do you always doubt my abilities? Am I so inept as to mistake bamboo? Bai Xiaofan gazed intently at the so-called bamboo grove, but she truly had never encountered such bamboo before. Does it even bear bamboo shoots? Chapter 16. All found Bai Xiaofan's face turned as pale as paper upon hearing this. Although she was aware that the jungle harbored fierce beasts, she had never encountered them, leading her to envision the forest as overly tame. Now, with a frail little creature nestled in her arms, the fear became palpably real. She suddenly raised her voice, calling out Xiaomu. Startled by Bai Xiaofan's interruption, Xiaomu turned to look at her. Noticing her ashen complexion, he realized his words had frightened her. Without a word, he felt her icy grip on his arm and reassured her, "Do not worry. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Besides, if we had not encountered this situation, how would we have obtained the bear skin?" Xiaomu was a straightforward individual. His laughter was a reflection of his happiness. Seeing Bai Xiaofan smile prompted him to grin foolishly in return, devouring the roasted meat with gusto. The little wolf cub, already restless in its slumber, was nudged awake by Bai Xiaofan. It twitched its soft ears and burrowed deeper into her embrace, emitting a displeased whimper. Bai Xiaofan, utterly enamored, playfully tugged at its ears and chided, "You little rascal, you truly know how to be adorable." As she spoke, she set it down by the fire, intending to prepare some food for it. However, just as she stood up, the little creature let out a tender whimper, akin to a baby separated from its mother's embrace. Filled with a sense of grievance, upon hearing the sound, Bai Xiaofan was about to pick it up when she caught sight of Xiaomu, blissfully engrossed in his meal, seemingly oblivious to everything else. A wave of discontent washed over her, prompting her to nudge Xiaomu's foot and command, "Go on, pick up the little creature." Xiaomu glanced at the tiny being on the ground, then turned back to Bai Xiaofan, his eyes filled with innocence. "Didn't you say I didn't need to take care of it?" he replied, blinking in genuine confusion, devoid of any malice. Bai Xiaofan, feeling particularly vexed, sighed deeply. How foolish of her to dig her own grave. She lifted her head, adopting a pitiful expression. "Xiaomu, please lend me a hand. I haven't eaten anything yet." She placed her hands on her belly and rubbed it, complimenting her woeful face with a look that truly conveyed hunger. Xiaomu, being the naive child he was, had no reason to resist. "You eat first. I'll hold it for you." However, he was far from gentle. As he stretched out his long arm and firmly grasped the thick skin around the little creature's neck, twisting it slightly. Though the tiny one had yet to open its eyes, it possessed a surprisingly fierce temperament. Instantly, it began to flail its tiny limbs, accompanied by disgruntled low growls. Yet, with no teeth to speak of, the moment it opened its mouth, a tiny pink tongue was revealed, rendering it utterly adorable. Its limbs were still short and diminutive, transforming what should have been a fearsome appearance into something exceedingly endearing. Bai Xiaofan, unable to bear the sight, quickly cradled it and shot a disapproving glance at Xiaomu. "If you're going to hold it, do it properly. Do you think it feels comfortable being yanked by the neck?" Mocked by the number 13, Bai Xiaofan was filled with indignation, but could only glare fiercely at Xiaomu and utter, "Hold on tight." After washing his hands, he took a fork and speared a piece of roasted meat, chewing it vigorously while vaguely threatening 13, "If you laugh again, I shall toss you into the fire." The teasing laughter from 13 promptly ceased. Once Bai Xiaofan had satisfied his hunger, he retrieved several lychee fruits, peeled them, and mashed them up, then scooped a small spoonful and waved it enticingly before the little creature's dark nose. The small creature, initially curled up beneath Xiao Mu's fur cloak, caught a whiff of the lychee's fragrance and surprisingly wriggled its tiny, furry body out from under the cloak. It twitched its little nose and eagerly moved towards the spoon, effortlessly grasping the wooden spoon without needing to look. Xiao Mu observed as it devoured bite after bite with delight, exclaiming, "I never imagined that a snow wolf cub would enjoy fruit." Bai Xiaofan tenderly fed the cub as if it were a cherished baby, his eyes brimming with gentle affection. "It's good that it's not picky. If it doesn't eat this, I truly wouldn't know what else to feed it." Xiao Mu gently stroked the cub's back and remarked, "Snow wolf cubs can consume meat just 5 days after birth. Yet, judging by the fact that it hasn't even opened its eyes, it must be less than 5 days old. 5 days and it can eat meat." Bai Xiaofan was astonished, glancing at Xiao Mu while secretly pondering the remarkable resilience of the cub's digestive system. Little Mu calmly remarked, "What's the big deal? There exists a species of large bird that lays its eggs and abandons them. The chicks can only survive by consuming their siblings." Bai Xiaofan felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly interrupted this gruesome lesson, exclaiming, "Stop, stop. I have no desire to know such things." Glancing at the bamboo bowl, he noticed that the fruit had been completely devoured, yet the little creature continued to wriggle and whimper for more food. Reluctantly, Bai Xiaofan resorted to tricking it by placing a wooden spoon in its mouth. Oh, indeed. Little Mu appeared unfazed, tossing the little creature to Bai Xiaofan before rising to retrieve his spear. Suddenly, he halted. "I haven't washed the pots and bowls yet." Washing dishes was Bai Xiaofan's least favorite task, and the cold water here was so biting it numbed his fingers. Thus, the chore had always fallen to Little Mu. However, today, engrossed in caring for the little one, he had overlooked the dishes until it was time to leave. Yet, Little Mu still wished to negotiate, only to be thrust out of the cave by Bai Xiaofan. The little creature was uncooperative, continuously growling and struggling fiercely. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan had donned a leather cloak. Otherwise, his clothes would have been drenched by now. Observing the still filthy little creature, he hesitated, pondering whether to ask 13. "Do you think we should apply some shampoo on it?" 13. Bai Xiaofan clenched his fist in a mock threat. "Don't get too cocky. If you provoke me, I might just toss you into the fire." "Hey," 13 retorted defiantly, "you better not be too arrogant, Bai. If you keep threatening me, I won't assist you in gathering information or teaching you to cultivate." "You." Bai Xiaofan clenched his fists, yet words eluded him. After a prolonged silence, he finally declared, "All right. You win." With that, he retrieved a bottle of shampoo from the cabinet, squeezing a small amount into his palm. There was no alternative. This was the last bottle he had, and he had to conserve it, for it was a non-renewable resource. As he applied the shampoo to the little creature, the suds formed were a deep, inky black. However, he knew that too much shampoo would be difficult to rinse out. Bai Xiaofan scrubbed for several minutes, only to find that the foam still clung stubbornly to the little one. There remained a few stubborn tufts of fur that had not been cleansed, yet he was reluctant to apply more shampoo, opting instead for a fresh pot of hot water. After nearly an hour of battling with the fiercely resistant little creature, Bai Xiaofan finally succeeded in washing it to a pristine white. It was only when he began to dry it off that he noticed the little one was not entirely white. Its belly fur was a deep gray, and a golden veil adorned its neck. "Oh, you are quite the audacious one. While the great black bear boasts a white veil on its chest, you have chosen a golden one. Quite the individualistic flair." Henceforth, he decided to call it Big Bear. Despite searching the room thoroughly, Bai Xiaofan could not locate a comb, so he resorted to using an ivory comb that Arthur had treasured. Big Bear nestled comfortably in Bai Xiaofan's lap, appearing quite content, even yawning wide. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan speak, it let out a delicate call, the intent of which remained ambiguous. Whether it was an acknowledgement or a protest, it mattered not. Its name was thus firmly established. After successfully detangling its fur, Bai Xiaofan wrapped it snugly in an old robe of Arthur's and placed it on a chair in the kitchen. She retrieved a large white fish from the storeroom, sliced a small piece of its belly into a fine mash, added a lumpy fruit, and simmered the concoction to feed to the bear cub. Although Little Mu had mentioned that it should refrain from meat for another 5 days, the cub relished the mashed fish and fruit, even wrapping its two snowy, plump little paws around Bai Xiaofan's hand. With a huff, 13 voiced her indignation on behalf of the bear, saying it has only been 2 days since its birth. Apart from eating and sleeping, what more do you expect it to do? It was only then that 13 remembered her lingering anger, and she huffed again. Choosing to ignore her, Bai Xiaofan gently stroked the deeply slumbering bear and stood up, instructing 13, "Please watch over it while I take a shower." Though 13 acquiesced with a sulky grunt, Bai Xiaofan discerned that despite her irritation, 13 would fulfill her duty. After enjoying a soothing bath, she returned to find the bear still in the same position, which softened her heart instantly. She tenderly lifted it and planted a kiss on its forehead before stepping out of the spacecraft. Upon returning to the bedroom, Bai Xiaofan carefully placed the little creature on the inner side of the grass mat, then pulled her fur robe around herself and drifted off to sleep. As the cub dozed, it wriggled its small body until it nestled under Bai Xiaofan's armpit, resting its fluffy head on her arm, finally settling into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 17. Harvest. Since the arrival of the bear cub, Bai Xiaofan's daily routine was enriched by the responsibilities of a caregiver. For the first couple of days, it had obediently curled up on the grass mat while still half asleep. However, once it opened its eyes, it began to scamper about wildly, creating a delightful chaos. Exhausted from the daily task of bathing the creature, Bai Xiaofan found the situation increasingly dire as the newly sprouted cabbages in the field were being devoured with alarming voracity. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to confine the creature within the spaceship, only allowing it outside during dinner time. However, an unexpected incident involving the bear brought Bai Xiaofan a surprising delight. Fertilizing had always been a daunting task for him, but with the bear's arrival, the process became significantly simplified. The little creature was remarkably intelligent. After a single lesson, it learned to relieve itself in designated areas. Given its substantial appetite, the bear produced ample waste, which, when combined with a bit of water, could be directly applied to the soil. With this newfound fertilizer, the cabbages and potatoes grew at an astonishing rate, and within just over half a month, the cabbages were ready for harvest. Bai Xiaofan felt a mix of joy and astonishment as he gazed upon the harvested cabbages, murmuring, "Even if cabbages are cheap and plentiful, they shouldn't grow this quickly. I have only just planted them." The bear, equally taken aback as it scanned the cabbages, remarked, "Xiaofan, the soil here seems different from that on Earth. It feels exceptionally fertile." Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes and interjected, "Isn't that obvious? Have you not noticed how black the soil is, almost as if it could ooze oil?" "Oh, can you let me finish my thought?" The bear's shell flickered with a white glow, indicating its displeasure. "What I meant was, the soil on the ridges is far more fertile than the surrounding earth." "No way." Bai Xiaofan crouched down, grasping a handful of soil, yet found nothing particularly remarkable about it. She murmured to herself, "Could it be due to the fertilizer I applied?" Moreover, she hesitated, extending the word "and" before ultimately deciding to voice her thoughts. "The potatoes are ready for harvest, and they are quite substantial." "What?" Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, suddenly standing upright. She distinctly recalled that the growth cycle of potatoes spanned 2 to 3 months. However, upon meticulous calculation, the potatoes in the field had only been growing for just over a month since planting, and they had matured at an astonishing rate, twice as fast as documented. She had placed immense hope in the potatoes, for they were both resilient and served as sustenance. It could indeed be considered a bountiful harvest. Having gathered just half a row, she had already accumulated a heap of potatoes the size of melons. The sight of each potato being so extraordinarily large weighed heavily on her heart. As she completed the collection of one row of potatoes, the results of the examination from 13 finally came through. In a grave tone, it declared, "This potato is indeed unlike any found on Earth." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan felt a chill wash over her, her voice trembling with emotion. "How is it different?" "It contains starch, protein, crude fiber, and vitamin C at levels more than 10 times higher than those cultivated on Earth." Before Bai Xiaofan could articulate her thoughts, 13 excitedly proclaimed, "Not only is it edible, but it is nearly a complete food source. I just weighed one, and it weighs a pound." Bai Xiaofan lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Believing that she had not clearly heard his words and still mourning over the remarkable potato, 13 reiterated, "I am referring to this potato." Before he could finish, Bai Xiaofan abruptly raised both hands and laughed heartily towards the sky. "With a short growth cycle, large size, and abundant nutrition. Good heavens, this is no mere potato. It is clearly a celestial fruit." Then he added, "Shouldn't you test the soil as well?" Fortunately, 13 had grown accustomed to Bai Xiaofan's intermittent eccentricities, and indeed, today's events were quite a delightful surprise. Suppressing his urge to laugh uncontrollably, Bai Xiaofan grinned and declared, Of course we need to test. Even the cabbage must be examined. With that, he scooped up handfuls of soil and seized a cabbage before vanishing, thankfully unnoticed. Otherwise, he might have frightened someone to death. Upon exiting the spaceship, Bai Xiaofan felt invigorated, swiftly gathering the potatoes and cabbages, and even preparing to sow seeds once more. However, 13 cautioned. You should first collect the cabbages and potatoes. I anticipate a change in the weather by evening. A change in the weather. Bai Xiaofan looked up at the wispy, serene blue sky, which bore no signs of impending change. Nevertheless, having experienced its capricious nature, he held no doubt regarding 13's words. Gazing at the scattered cabbages and potatoes, he felt a twinge of concern. There was no room left in the cave for storage. Did that mean he had to stow everything inside the spaceship? 13 could not help but exclaim, "Foolish! Can't you simply dig a storage cavity into the cave's walls?" With resolute determination, Bai Xiaofan entered the cave wielding a spade. After selecting a suitable location, she sketched the outline of an arch on the rock face and began to excavate. Unfortunately, she had greatly underestimated the hardness of the stone. Despite the spade's formidable sharpness, her strength proved insufficient. Each strike merely dislodged a few fragments of rock, leaving her choking on the dust and sneezing uncontrollably. After a few exhausting attempts, Bai Xiaofan found herself seated on the ground, gazing at the rock wall and murmuring, "Is this the fabled wall of bronze and iron?" With a glance at the pile of cabbages and potatoes outside, she gritted her teeth and decided there was no choice but to stow them away in the spaceship for the time being. Bai Xiaofan hesitated momentarily, but then, without a word, brought the bear out of the spaceship. The little creature bounded out, barking excitedly as it raced into the open. "Dexiong, Dexiong," Bai Xiaofan called, ready to pursue it. However, 13 intervened, saying, "There's no need. It is going to meet Xiao Mu." Bai Xiaofan raised her eyebrows in discontent, replying, "It seems I am the one who provides for its every need." Noticing that the sun had lost much of its warmth, she decided to gather the bear skin she had been drying on the rock. Bai Xiaofan had invested considerable effort into tanning this skin, following the meticulous steps outlined in her resources: soaking, scraping, degreasing, and softening. Each stage a challenge without the proper tools. Nevertheless, with ample time at her disposal, she persevered and ultimately succeeded in her endeavor. The bear skin had been sun-dried for several days, its warmth so inviting that one hesitated to part with it. Bai Xiaofan pressed it against her face, murmuring to herself, "Surely, this could serve as a curtain." "Profligate girl," 13 scoffed. "I wonder who had the audacity to threaten Xiao Mu for this pelt, only to now shamelessly use it as a door curtain." Xiao Mu had initially intended to fetch a large stone to block the cave entrance, but Bai Xiaofan vehemently opposed the idea, reasoning that placing a stone there would effectively trap herself inside. Thus, the cave had remained open for quite some time. Holding the bear skin, Bai Xiaofan pondered how to secure it at the entrance, which rendered her unresponsive to 13's taunt. "What choice do I have? The weather grows colder by the day. If I do not find something to shield the entrance, I shall inevitably fall ill." She bent down and entered the cave, unfurling the bear skin to drape it over the entrance, discovering that it covered a substantial portion. A heavy sigh escaped her lips as she sat by the fire, troubled by the dilemma. How could she possibly hang it? Even if she fashioned a bamboo beam, there was nowhere to affix it on the bare rock face. Moreover, she lacked needles and thread at present. Gazing at the stark, barren wall, she sighed again, pondering whether she was destined to endure the biting cold this winter. Xiao Mu approached, carrying 2 large hauls of mountain chickens and a string of sizable white fish. From a distance, he noticed 2 piles on the ground. One comprised of the peculiar grasses Bai Xiaofan had planted, while the other consisted of the dull, earthy eggs he recognized. However, observing the desolate state of the plot, he surmised that those earth-colored eggs were another type of grass Bai Xiaofan had sown, which would bloom with small flowers. Xiaofan was utterly enamored with the 2 types of precious herbs, diligently watering and weeding them each day. However, Big Bear would receive a swift reprimand for merely nibbling at them. To her astonishment, they were now carelessly heaped on the ground. Something must have gone awry with Xiaofan. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Xiao Mu, causing him to drop the prey in his hands as he dashed toward the cave, shouting, "Xiaofan! Xiaofan!" Inside the cave, the distressed Bai Xiaofan was startled by his loud call and hurriedly emerged, asking, "What is the matter, Xiao Mu?" Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan standing unharmed before him, Xiao Mu realized his back was drenched in sweat. He gestured toward the piles of herbs, perplexed, and inquired, "Why did you uproot them? I thought you cherished them." Bai Xiaofan chuckled lightly, noticing Big Bear stealthily pawing at a potato. She frowned and admonished, "Big Bear, if you dare to touch that, I will spank you." Big Bear, feeling wronged, let out a soft whine and lay down under the setting sun, dozing off. Only then did Bai Xiaofan explain to Xiaomu, "These were originally planted for consumption. Once they mature, they must be harvested. Can these be eaten?" Xiaomu picked up a potato, examining it with great curiosity. "All right, enough of that. Please set the things down and come inside to help me dig a hole. It seems a storm is brewing, and these two types cannot withstand the rain." Bai Xiaofan handed him a spade and went ahead to gather the scattered prey. Taken aback by his question, Bai Xiaofan soon broke into a radiant smile and replied, "Because I am a divine maiden, I possess the knowledge." In a state of urgency, fearing that Xiaomu would persist in his inquiries, Bai Xiaofan hastily urged, "Enough of the questions. Quickly, go inside and dig a large pit for me. I will prepare these mountain chickens and the large white fish." Glancing at the poultry and fish in his hands, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh softly. Life indeed molds individuals, and as a girl of the household, she had become quite adept at the grim tasks of slaughtering chickens and gutting fish. Chapter 18. The Sense of Home. "I'm sorry, Xiaofan." Bai Xiaofan gazed at him in bewilderment, puzzled by his apology. "What are you sorry for?" Xiaomu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, standing up timidly, his heart brimming with remorse. "I should have helped you dig some holes long ago, but I have been preoccupied with hunting these past days. I truly apologize. Rest assured, I promise." Xiaomu eagerly nodded, assuring her, "Today, I will certainly dig several holes for you." Observing his endearing, foolish demeanor, Bai Xiaofan stifled a smile at the corner of her mouth, then dashed out of the cave, bursting into laughter before she began transferring the potatoes into the pits that Xiaomu had excavated. By the time she had slowly completed moving the potatoes, Xiaomu had already finished digging the second hole. Noticing her struggle with the heavy load, he paused his digging to assist her with the cabbages. With Xiaomu's help, the cabbages diminished in quantity in no time. As Bai Xiaofan clutched a handful of cabbages and entered the hole, she unexpectedly encountered a bear cub, its chubby, short white paws busily digging for the potatoes hidden in the crevice of the mountainside. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's footsteps, the cub quickly squatted in the corner, tilting its head, its large, innocent eyes radiating an endearing purity as it gazed at her with utmost innocence. Originally, Bai Xiaofan intended to reprimand it further, but upon witnessing its seemingly obedient demeanor, she could not help but chuckle softly. After placing the cabbage down, she picked a relatively smaller potato from the pit and waved it at the bear. "Come on, bear, let us go play." With that, she tossed the potato outside, and the bear's plump form darted out with astonishing speed, leaving Bai Xiaofan momentarily speechless at such agility for such a hefty creature. With a scoff, she was about to speak when Xiaomu entered, clutching a hefty bundle of cabbage. As he organized the pit, he remarked, "That's still slow. The larger snow wolves can run like the wind. They are so swift and only roam the jungle, so not many people recognize them." "How do you know so much?" Bai Xiaofan inquired, recalling that she had forgotten to cover the mountain chicken and fish while Xiaomu was digging. Now, a fine layer of dust had settled on the meat, necessitating another thorough wash. "It was my father who taught me when we hunted in the jungle during my childhood. He was the bravest warrior in our tribe." At the mention of his father, a proud glimmer briefly illuminated Xiaomu's features, only to fade as he lowered his head to continue stacking the cabbage. Bai Xiaofan observed him intently for a while, noticing the profound sorrow etched in his brow, like a shadow looming over her heart. Having known him for several months, this was the first time she had witnessed such melancholia. Although she was aware of his exile from the tribe, he had never shown signs of sadness, always sporting a carefree demeanor that caused Bai Xiaofan to forget his troubled past. The sorrowful little moon not only pained Bai Xiaofan, but also caused the latter to unconsciously lower his voice. "Xiaofan, do you think it could be due to his father's influence that he was ostracized by his kin?" Observing the furrowed brow and drooping corners of little Mu's eyes, Bai Xiaofan felt a pang of sadness within. She wished to offer some comforting words, yet what could she truly say about the unfolding events? To utter platitudes about letting bygones be bygones seemed utterly hollow to Bai Xiaofan. Life is replete with experiences that cannot simply be dismissed, but rather fester silently within. Of course, she did not believe her naive neighbor harbored such complex emotions. Moreover, his past held little significance for her. What mattered was her need for a youthful companion with a radiant, sunlit smile to accompany her through the mundane tedium of life. Bai Xiaofan stifled her melancholy and beamed. Little Mu, today I harvested quite a bounty of cabbage and potatoes. It's a reason to celebrate. Why don't you venture outside and gather some river mud? I shall prepare another round of beggar-esque chicken for you. Gather mud? But I still need to dig a pit. Little Mu had just arranged the cabbages and was preparing to excavate another hole. Oh dear, we can dig the hole tomorrow. It won't make a difference. Come now. Let us go fetch some river mud. At that moment, the sky had not only darkened, but a wind began to rise, causing the temperature to drop significantly. Bai Xiaofan was reluctant to choke on dust or endure the chill of the breeze outside. Besides, with the potatoes and cabbages already harvested, the task of digging could very well be postponed. As the feathers had already been plucked, Bai Xiaofan resorted to washing several banana leaves, wrapping the mountain chicken tightly before slathering it with a generous layer of river mud, then setting it over the flames to roast. She instructed Xiao Mu to keep watch over the chicken while she retrieved 2 potatoes from the pit, peeling and slicing them. Braving the chilly wind, she ventured outside to gather a few suitable twigs, sharpening them with her military knife to skewer the potato slices. With a small wooden spoon, she brushed oil over the potato pieces before placing them on the fire to cook. What kind of fruit is this that it can be roasted to such an enticing aroma? The golden brown potato slices exuded a unique fragrance of starch, enticing both the 2 humans and the beast to salivate. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the wind began to howl. The flickering flames within the cave cast a warm glow on every face, the scent of the food mingling with the warmth of the fire, permeating their very beings, akin to cradling a hand warmer close to the heart. Observing the drooling expressions of Xiao Mu and the bear, a wave of profound happiness washed over Bai Xiaofan as she brushed oil onto the potato slices. Ever since her grandmother's passing, she had lived in solitude, and those who knew her often envied her. A young woman with a house, a car, and her own shop, reveling in a life of revelry and indulgence, quick to escape to the seaside whenever her spirits wavered. This was a lifestyle that many might strive for their entire lives without attaining. Yet, who could fathom that she merely feared dining alone at home, facing the emptiness of her living room? Despite the warm hues of the lights and walls, she still felt a chill, particularly during the rainy winter days. Beneath the profoundly darkened sky, a ceaseless stream of vehicles adorned the streets with a kaleidoscope of lights, each headlight radiating a sense of urgency, for somewhere, a beacon shone in anticipation of its driver. Yet, amidst this vibrant chaos, one felt the stark absence of warmth awaiting their return. In that fleeting moment, Bai Xiaofan was enveloped by a long-forgotten sense of home, where the presence of family, rather than opulent attire or sumptuous feasts, sufficed for true happiness. Little Mu took a bite, her eyes widening in delight, while the other hand eagerly grasped another morsel, simultaneously indulging. Nearby, the bear cub, squatting at Bai Xiaofan's feet, barked vehemently at Little Mu, as though harboring a deep-seated grudge. Utterly uncharacteristic of a creature yet to see its first month, Bai Xiaofan shot a stern look. Mind your manners. The bear, chastised, shrank back, its demeanor a picture of innocence as it approached Bai Xiaofan, rubbing against her leg and chattering as if lamenting her favoritism. Enough with the theatrics. Go fetch your bowl. Upon hearing this, the bear's tail wagged with exuberance as it scampered to retrieve its little wooden bowl from the corner, returning to Bai Xiaofan's feet and gazing up at her with its round, glistening eyes, silently urging her to hurry. Chapter 19, Little Mu. Why not come live with us? The weather forecast proved remarkably accurate, just as Bai Xiaofan and her companions had indulged in a hearty meal. The heavens unleashed a slanting rain. The small patch outside the cave became drenched, and the fire within flickered precariously, embers dancing wildly. The cave, already modest in size, was cluttered with dried ula grass and firewood. A single spark could spell disaster. Thus, they hastily extinguished the fire outside and retreated into the small cave. Bai Xiaofan leaned against the grass bedding, sighing heavily, consumed by worry. Winter had yet to begin, and he pondered how they would cope in the days to come. In a fit of frustration, he struck the grass bedding with his fist, startling the great bear, who immediately stood up, ears perked and head alert, scanning the surroundings. Upon realizing there was no immediate threat, it nuzzled affectionately into Bai Xiaofan's embrace and fell asleep. Xiao Mu, how about this? Bai Xiaofan hesitated, biting his lip for a considerable time before finally making a decision. Why don't you move in here? After all, you join me for dinner anyway. And it's rather inconvenient to traverse in such heavy rain. Besides, you are the only one capable of moving the stones. Without you, I can hardly step outside. Hey, hey, 13 exclaimed anxiously. Aren't you afraid he might discover your secret? Bai Xiaofan ignored 13's outburst and fixed his gaze on Xiaomu, asking, what do you think? Xiaomu had long wished to persuade Bai Xiaofan to live together. In the past, when she resided in the jungle, she had even refused to enter the cave. Despite the language barrier, Bai Xiaofan's evident defenses were unmistakable to her. Later, after he moved to the valley, she realized that living together would simplify matters. He wouldn't have to make daily trips to fetch water, firewood, and game for her. However, she understood that Bai Xiaofan would likely be unwilling to share his space, which is why she had brought him to this cave instead. Now, hearing Bai Xiaofan invite her to stay, she was so astonished that words escaped her. Leaving her staring blankly at him, Bai Xiaofan stared at him in disbelief, a sense of despondency washing over her. For the past few months, he had readily complied with her every request, so she assumed that upon her speaking, Xiaomu would cheerfully acquiesce. To her surprise, his reaction was far from what she expected. If you are unwilling, so be it. I shall pretend I never spoke. She hastily feigned nonchalance, fearing the awkward refusal from Xiaomu. After a moment's pause, Xiaomu snapped back to reality, hurriedly nodding. I am willing, truly willing. Receiving Bai Xiaofan's beaming gaze, he bashfully lowered his head and murmured, I just didn't anticipate that you would ask me to move in. Once Bai Xiaofan had shed her outer garments and settled under the covers, 13 tentatively whispered, Xiaofan, are you not planning to conceal this from Xiaomu? The embers in the stove flickered, casting a warm glow over Bai Xiaofan's serene sleeping face. Upon hearing 13's words, she slightly parted her lips. Of course. I intend to keep it a secret. However, we must exercise greater caution. It would be best to block the entrance with something. At the mention of a door, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but furrow her brow. 13 scoffed. You don't even have a front door, yet you're contemplating a back one. Suddenly, Bai Xiaofan opened her eyes, sat up, and rummaged through her bag for a bear skin, shaking it out. 13, tell me, how on earth can we hang this up? How would I know? 13 exclaimed. Do you truly think I possess all the answers? Bai Xiaofan seized the opportunity to deliver a sharp remark, shaking her cheek and retorting. Aren't you the one who boasts about being the fastest spaceship from the Vela planet? How can you not even handle such a trivial matter? Her words rendered the other party speechless, prompting a disgruntled huff as they chose to ignore her. Clutching a bare skin, Bai Xiaofan's mind was flooded with countless thoughts. Yet none were feasible. Gradually, her thoughts became tangled, and in a daze, she succumbed to sleep. The most immediate consequence of the inability to ignite the outdoor stone stove was the inability to cook. Although there was a stone stove inside, its size was woefully inadequate. It was typically only used to maintain a small flame for warmth. If they were to ignite a large fire for cooking like outside, the risk of sparks landing on the grassy bedding would be disastrous. Bai Xiaofan could manage with just a couple of fruits. But Little Moo needed to venture out to gather stones for making a door. Surviving solely on fruit was not a viable option. Thus, Bai Xiaofan rose early to prepare a potato in the stone stove, which would at least stave off some hunger. Yet, as noon approached, there was still no sign of Little Moo. Bai Xiaofan could not help but inquire of 13, what could Little Moo be doing? Why hasn't he returned? Just as she was about to ask further, the big bear suddenly called out at the cave entrance. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a drenched Little Moo, wrapped in his cloak, squeezed into the cave. He removed his hat, his face contorted in distress, and lamented, I've searched high and low around here, but I couldn't find a single suitable stone. Either they're too large or too small. He merely donned a thin cloak made of man-made fabric and endured the tempest outside for the better part of the day. Despite his robust physique, his lips had turned a shade of purple from the cold. Bai Xiaofan focused on peeling off his wet cloak. Although the garment was water-resistant after such prolonged exposure, it had become icy. Once he had replaced it with a dry cloak, he urged him inside to sit by the fire on the straw bed. Come, quickly have some warmth. Bai Xiaofan offered a potato that had been simmering in the stone stove to Xiaomu. Though he had consumed some jerky in the morning, a day spent outdoors had left him ravenous, and he wasted no time in devouring the potato with great enthusiasm. The fragrant aroma of the potato stirred the slumbering bear on the straw bed, which sat up abruptly and fixated its gaze on the potato in Xiaomu's hand. A low growl rumbling in its throat. Bai Xiaofan interposed himself between the bear and Xiaomu, observing the latter's voracious appetite and recognizing his dire hunger. After a moment of hesitation, he suggested, otherwise, I could move some stones to block the cave entrance as well. He swallowed hastily, resulting in a slight cough, prompting Bai Xiaofan to pour him a glass of cold water. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Though this approach is feasible, how many trips would you have to make?" Hearing Bai Xiaofan's concern for him, Xiao Mu's face broke into a grin that nearly reached his ears. It wouldn't take many trips, the entrance isn't large anyway. With Xiao Mu's reassurance, Bai Xiaofan abandoned the idea of moving the stones, acknowledging that the separation of the inner and outer areas posed certain inconveniences, especially since his cave lacked any bends, making it quite exposed. "Will you be able to block the entrance this afternoon?" As Xiao Mu nibbled on a potato, she casually remarked, "It won't take more than an afternoon." Although phrased as a question, her tone bore an undeniable assertiveness. Xiao Mu hesitated for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. "No need, no need. I will move it myself later." Bai Xiaofan shot her a sidelong glance and assured her, "Rest assured, you won't have a moment to spare. After you finish moving the stones, you'll need to dig 2 more pits for firewood and ula grass, or else you won't have a place to sleep tonight." Though the 2 caves were merely a 5 to 6 minute journey apart, those few minutes left Bai Xiaofan's forehead drenched, the damp hair clinging to her face, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Finally entering the cave, she exhaled deeply. Bai Xiaofan gathered the jerky and various odds and ends into the pot, but with both hands occupied. She found it impossible to carry the Mani skin mattress. After a moment's contemplation, she pulled 13 from her collar and asked softly, "Is Xiao Mu nearby?" 13 let out a grunt, ignoring her. All right, I'm sorry. You've been upset all day?" Bai Xiaofan continued to appease it, lamenting inwardly how she had never encountered such a temperamental computer before. "Bad woman," 13 yelled, its voice tinged with a whimper. Bai Xiaofan stared wide-eyed at 13, internally exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, can computers actually cry? How old are you to be shedding tears, without a hint of shame?" Upon uttering those words, Bai Xiaofan felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow, realizing how much her comments resembled those meant to comfort a child. 13 sniffled twice, declaring, "Then you mustn't bully me anymore." Bai Xiaofan hastily promised, "All right, I absolutely, unequivocally will no longer bully 13. Just as she had tidied up, she heard a commotion outside. Bai Xiaofan stepped out to see Xiao Mu pushing a cylindrical stone, roughly knee-high, which perfectly blocked a third of the cave entrance. After positioning the stone precisely, Xiao Mu stood upright, panting, and said to Bai Xiaofan, "With this stone in place, it will be much easier to build atop it." However, Xiao Mu continued, "I've already brought the stone here. All that remains is to stack it up." With that, he stepped out of the cave. Bai Xiaofan approached the entrance and glanced outside, only to discover a sizable round stone not far from the cave's mouth, which she had overlooked while preoccupied with avoiding Xiao Mu. Chapter 20. The Days of Two. Wait a moment. Bai Xiaofan called out as she saw him preparing to bring the stone inside. She quickly intervened. "You should come in first and dig out the pit. Otherwise, if that large gray hole remains sealed, we might suffocate in here. Move the firewood into the pit, and I will lay down some grass for you." As she spoke, Bai Xiaofan had already gathered ula grass and spread it in the corner, then retrieved a Mani skin mattress from within to lay atop the grass. In the blink of an eye, a comfortable and warm bed of grass appeared at the foot of the wall. Seeing Bai Xiaofan crouched in the corner preparing a bed of grass for herself, Xiao Mu's eyes lit up with joy, as if he had tasted the sweetest fruit of the jungle, a sweetness that permeated his heart. It was only when Bai Xiaofan shot him a stern look that he remembered their task was not yet complete and promptly turned to stack the stones. Observing his industrious demeanor, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering how someone of his stature could be so childlike. She initially intended to assist Xiao Mu with the moving, yet Xiao Mu firmly refused her help, leaving her to merely gesture from the sidelines. Fortunately, Xiao Mu possessed remarkable patience, enduring her incessant chatter without displaying any irritation. As they progressed, 6 or 7 stones remained on the ground, while the cave above them retained a crescent-shaped opening of about 10 centimeters. Xiao Mu paused and turned to Bai Xiaofan, who had been animatedly gesturing from the side, saying, "Let that gap remain, otherwise it will be too stuffy inside the cave." Bai Xiaofan took a few steps back and gazed up at the crescent-shaped opening, feeling the cold wind briskly brushing against his forehead. However, no rain managed to infiltrate, so they decided to leave it be. If it became too chilly at night, they could seal it later. "Oh, by the way, you should quickly start a fire, otherwise it will soon be dark, and we won't see anything." Xiao Mu responded affirmatively, picking up the flint and effortlessly striking it a couple of times to ignite the stove. Bai Xiaofan pouted, wondering why it was so easy for him to start a fire. Once the flames flickered to life, the cave instantly brightened and became much cozier. Xiaomu moved the remaining stones to the edge of the pit for support, ensuring that the last few stones, which had a relatively flat side, were placed beside the stove. This way, they had 2 seats, and one particularly large stone could serve as a table. After a day of inadequate meals for the 2 humans and 1 beast, the cave was filled with the sounds of eating once Bai Xiaofan prepared dinner. After the meal, Bai Xiaofan seated himself before Xiaomu and solemnly declared, "When 2 people coexist, certain rules must be established." Xiaomu blinked his large eyes in curiosity and asked, "What are rules?" Bai Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback by his question, struggling to articulate the concept of rules. After a prolonged pause, she assertively declared, "Rules are simply the things I forbid you to do." Xiaomu, with an innocent tone, acknowledged her, his clear and transparent eyes awaiting her further explanation. Observing Xiaomu's obedient demeanor, Bai Xiaofan found her myriad of rules distilled to a singular decree. "The inside is my bedroom, and unless I summon you, you absolutely, positively must not enter." Xiaomu inquired, "What does absolutely mean?" Bai Xiaofan clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, donning a neutral smile. "Xiaomu, are you being deliberately obtuse? You used to converse with me, often using words I didn't comprehend, yet you never asked for clarification. What could be the intent behind such behavior?" In response, Dexiong merely lifted his gaze, tilted his head, and resumed his position by the hearth. With a chuckle, a voice remarked, "Your mastery, dear Bai Xiaofan, is indeed lacking." Bai Xiaofan, feeling a wave of frustration, lowered her voice and threatened, "Dexiong, if you do not come in this time, for the next 3 days, you shall subsist solely on fruit." Before she could finish her sentence, Dexiong swiftly dashed inside. By the time Bai Xiaofan turned around, he was already lying in his designated spot, even wagging his tail in a display of appeasement. Sighing with a mixture of humor and exasperation, a voice commented, "Alas, Xiaofan, it is rather pitiful that as a master, you must resort to threats to ensure Dexiong's obedience." Outside, Xiaomu remained, and Bai Xiaofan, wary of raising her voice too much, felt her irritation burn hotter than the flames in the stove. "Is it truly a death wish to refrain from being harsh toward me?" 13 scoffed, "You are no different. Being so harsh." Indeed, Bai Xiaofan suddenly donned a smile, startling 13, who then heard her gentle words, "Truly, birds of a feather flock together." As for oratory skills, 13 ultimately fell short compared to Bai Xiaofan. I shan't stoop to your level. Let me discuss something serious. The soil comparison has yielded results. You are indeed exceptionally fortunate." 13 retorted, clearly disgruntled. "Encountering a fool is one thing, but casually raising a snow wolf is a treasure. Your ability to cultivate such splendid potatoes and cabbages is solely due to Dexiong. Its droppings have transformed the soil. Is that so?" Bai Xiaofan, elated, momentarily forgot that Xiaomu was still outside, exclaiming loudly. The sound startled Xiaomu, who hurried to the cave entrance and inquired, "Xiaofan, what happened?" The rain had poured incessantly for 3 days, and Bai Xiaofan and her companions had remained holed up in the cave, stuck in such a confined space. Bai Xiaofan and Xiaomu managed to tolerate it, but Dexiong was thoroughly vexed, spending each day at the entrance with a morose expression. Since Xiaomu had moved in, Bai Xiaofan had realized the many inconveniences it entailed. For instance, when nature called, Bai Xiaofan used to enter the spaceship without a second thought, but now she had to exercise caution. The most pressing issue was that the two were together for 30 hours a day, while it was manageable for 1 day. 2 or 3 days of constant togetherness was untenable. Finally, on the 3rd day, Xiaomu could no longer contain herself and said to Bai Xiaofan, "Xiaofan, if you wish to venture out for some comfort, do let me know." Bai Xiaofan could only force a few dry laughs upon hearing this. It seemed the child believed she was too shy to trouble him, but who could possibly hold back for 3 days? That evening, after little Mu had fallen asleep, Bai Xiaofan slipped into the spaceship, heading straight for the storage area to collect sanitary supplies. The shower gel and shampoo she used were retrieved from there, and she hoped there would also be a toilet among the items. To her dismay, while there was even toilet cleaner, a toilet was nowhere to be found. What nonsense was this? What use was toilet cleaner without a toilet? The sanitation area was left in disarray by her frantic searching, her hair resembling a bird's nest. And with her loud voice, she truly appeared a bit unhinged. "I told you there isn't one. Stop searching," 13 exclaimed. Bai Xiaofan sighed, and then darted into the kitchen, rummaging noisily. 13 could no longer bear to watch. Bai Xiaofan, what are you rummaging through again? If you can't find a toilet, at least look for something to substitute. Otherwise, if this keeps up, little Mu will surely grow suspicious. In the midst of her search, she indeed stumbled upon a bucket. Good, that would do. At least it had a handle. With this bucket, little Mu was the happiest of all, as he no longer had to go through the hassle of moving stones in and out. Now he only needed to step outside twice a day to wash it out, while also taking Big Bear out for a convenient outing. However, the rain persisted, having fallen continuously for 7 or 8 days without any signs of abating. Although Bai Xiaofan had potatoes, which were quite filling, by the 9th day, she had already finished the meat she had initially prepared for outside. Within the spacecraft, there remains a considerable amount of fresh provisions. However, the duration of this rain remains uncertain. The weather grows colder with each passing day, and the time for little Mu to hunt is rapidly dwindling. Moreover, the bear's appetite has increasingly expanded, leaving one to ponder how to endure the winter without sufficient supplies. Thus, it would be prudent to reserve the fresh meat for the true winter season. For now, it is wiser to consume little Mu's jerky. In an effort to enhance the jerky's texture, Bai Xiaofan first roasted it to a crisp and then crushed it, mixing it into mashed potatoes to create potato cakes. This approach not only conserves resources, but also satiates hunger. After 2 consecutive days of potato cakes, little Mu's brow began to furrow with concern. He ought to care for Xiaofan better rather than allowing her to subsist on such dry, coarse jerky. On the 3rd day, before dawn's light broke, little Mu quietly rose, donned his attire, and armed himself with a spear as he began to move the stones at the entrance. Suddenly, the bear charged out, biting at the hem of his robe and playfully tugging at his tail. Fearing the noise might awaken Bai Xiaofan, little Mu quickly crouched and whispered, "Do you wish to accompany me? But you must remain quiet." Upon hearing his words, the bear obediently settled down to wait. This bear was no longer the small, fluffy creature of yore. Now, seated, it could reach a human's knee. With its pointed white ears erect and alert, and eyes that had once melted Bai Xiaofan's heart, now occasionally flashing a fierce glint, the bear had transformed. Concerned that the wind would be too strong for cooking once Bai Xiaofan awoke, little Mu moved only a single stone aside to create a small opening, barely managing to lead the bear out into the world beyond. The commotion outside was unmistakably clear, and with a glance at the peacefully slumbering Bai Xiaofan nestled in her fur blanket, a soft sigh escaped her lips. How fortunate this woman is. Even the bear knew to tuck her in before departing. Chapter 21. Dare to believe in him. The cave was warm, dark, and silent, allowing Bai Xiaofan to indulge in a deep slumber. Awakening in a daze, she nestled deeper into her blanket and murmured, "What time is it?" "It's already past noon," came the loud reply. "Oh," Bai Xiaofan mumbled sleepily, turning over to continue her rest. However, within a mere couple of minutes, she abruptly sat up, her hair tousled. "What? It's already noon." "Not just noon, it's well past," came the exasperated response. "Is that so? Today the bear has been surprisingly well behaved, not waking me up." Although Xiao Mu was careful to keep his voice down, the bear lacked such subtlety and always made a ruckus. Bai Xiaofan was accustomed to being awakened by the bear's noises nearly every morning. Yet today, the silence was unusually profound. As she spoke, she threw off her blanket and slipped on her shoes, heading outside. However, the desolate scene that greeted her outside startled her. The stone stove held only a flicker of embers, Xiao Mu's bedding lay neatly and cold, and a stone had been removed from the entrance, creating an opening through which the cold wind howled. The spear propped against the wall was also missing, clearly indicating that he had not merely stepped out to fetch water or relieve himself. Bai Xiaofan felt as if she had plunged into an ice cellar, her body shaking uncontrollably as waves of fear surged from the depths of her heart. Had Xiao Mu departed? Having lived alone for so many years, she had never felt such fear of solitude. How peculiar human nature is. When one has never possessed something, it holds no significance. Yet once it is acquired and then lost, it feels akin to the collapse of the world. At this moment, Bai Xiaofan could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences if Xiao Mu were to abandon her. The spacecraft was stocked with ample provisions, and with the potatoes and cabbages from the cave, she had enough sustenance to last her for a considerable time. Furthermore, once the weather cleared, she could resume planting potatoes. Even with winter's arrival, she would not need to worry about food. Without Xiao Mu, she could still reside comfortably within the spacecraft, indifferent to the frigid temperatures outside. Thus, objectively speaking, her days should be more pleasant without him. Yet, no matter how comfortable it might be, it would ultimately be a solitary existence, a cold and desolate one. Bai Xiaofan curled her body into a small ball, her hot tears swirling in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. Why did you leave without a word? Why did even the bear follow you away? Bai Xiaofan murmured to herself, her previously pale visage now flushed from the biting wind. Initially, the plan was to tease her, to frighten her into self-reflection, so she would refrain from barking orders at everyone around her. However, upon seeing her in such a state of disarray, he dared not keep the truth from her any longer and quickly revealed. It was still dark, and Xiao Mu had taken the bear out hunting. Hunting! Alas! At that moment, Bai Xiaofan was utterly consumed by her own fear and could hardly believe his words. Xiao Mu had promised never to venture out hunting in inclement weather. He is doing all of this for you. 13 exclaimed in exasperation. He braves the tempestuous weather to hunt, because he cannot bear to see you go without meat each day. Yet here you are, filled with suspicion and constantly on guard against him. Bai Xiaofan lifted his head from where it lay nestled between his arms, feeling as though something had struck his heart. A bittersweet ache coursing through him. Indeed, his lack of faith in others was palpable, even though he was aware of Xiao Mu's special feelings for him. He could not fully trust him in return. Perhaps it was time to let Xiao Mu in on his secret. Howl, 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 accompanied by the barking of the great bear. 13 pondered aloud. Where could Xiao Mu be? A chill ran down Bai Xiaofan's spine upon hearing this. He exerted himself to push aside a large stone, grabbing his fur cloak before emerging from the cave. The great bear, spotting Bai Xiaofan from a distance, halted and began barking furiously at her. 13. Can you see Xiao Mu? Bai Xiaofan feared that something terrible had befallen Xiao Mu. 13 quickly scanned the surroundings and replied, I do not see him. Bai Xiaofan quickened his pace, and upon seeing her catch up, the great bear trotted ahead to lead the way. After a brief moment, 13 cried out, I see Xiao Mu. He is in the forest ahead. 13 paused, perplexed. His leg has been broken by someone? Although Bai Xiaofan felt a wave of pain and shock, he steadied his heart. Does he have any other injuries? It seemed he had sustained some wounds. Yet they did not appear severe. However, it was evident that he had been assaulted. The few words struck a deep chord of fear within Bai Xiaofan. Although she was aware that a tribe resided in the vicinity, she had never encountered them and had thus assumed they were far removed from her. However, the current circumstances revealed that danger was, in fact, quite close at hand. Observing the shivering Xiao Mu, who sat on the ground, her heart felt as though it had been sharply wrenched. Without a moment's hesitation, she removed her own fur cloak and draped it over him. Xiao Mu glanced up at her with a pitiable expression before quickly lowering his head in silence. Bai Xiaofan did not overlook the glimmer of tears in his eyes. She had great confidence in Xiao Mu's abilities, considering that he had the prowess to hunt a woolly tiger single-handedly. Thus, the fact that he had been so thoroughly bullied stemmed from two reasons: the sheer number of assailants and, more likely, the involvement of his own kin. Had Xiao Mu truly unleashed his full strength, it was doubtful anyone could emerge unscathed. Those so-called kin not only fractured his foot and stripped him of his garments, but also destroyed his weapon, evidently intent on taking his very life. Bai Xiaofan fought back her own tears as she helped him into the fur cloak and gently inquired, Can you move your foot? Xiao Mu, who had been holding back his sorrow, could no longer contain himself upon hearing her soft question, and large tears cascaded down his cheeks, splattering onto Bai Xiaofan's hand. She felt an overwhelming ache in her heart, uncertain of how to respond. Enough now, you are far too old for such tears. If she did not manage to stem his flow of sorrow, Bai Xiaofan feared she would join him in weeping. Xiaofan, they said the rain has fallen for too long, and our tribe's food supplies have dwindled. I offered them 2 wild rabbits from my own catch. Yet they still attacked me and stole my clothes, Xiao Mu sobbed, feeling utterly wronged. This caused Bai Xiaofan considerable annoyance. Are you a fool? When someone strikes you, shouldn't you retaliate? However, they were indeed his kin. Xiao Mu blinked, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and foolishly remarked, Moreover, if I were truly a mountain pig, they would surely rejoice at my presence. Bai Xiaofan gazed at the immobile Xiao Mu seated on the ground, his mind torn between conflicting thoughts. One voice insisted, He fights a tiger for your sake. Today, if he injures his foot, it is merely to allow you to savor some fresh meat. How can you not confide in such a person? The other voice cautioned, One must harbor no malicious intent, but remain vigilant. How long have you known him? Should he divulge your secrets to his kin, it would spell your doom. Xiao Mu stared in bewilderment at the suddenly shifting scene, utterly perplexed as to how she had arrived there. Take off your clothes. What? Oh, still in a state of shock. Xiaomu instinctively removed her fur cloak and handed it to her. What made you come to this conclusion so suddenly? Knowing full well of her earlier struggles. She feigned ignorance. Bai Xiaofan, though running slowly, was panting heavily. What conclusion? It's about me, isn't it? Haven't you always wanted to keep my secret safe? Bai Xiaofan rolled her eyes, disinterested in answering such a trivial question. Upon returning to the cave, she placed Xiaomu on the grass bedding, enlarging it to accommodate her, while simultaneously tidying up the cave and instructing. Quickly retrieve the information pertaining to fractures. Also, what exactly is wrong with Xiaomu's foot? I have just conducted a scan, and it is not too severe. In a short while, I will apply a small splint, and after a few days, it should be well. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when 13 suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, you must not move. Don't move. Xiaofan, hurry inside. Xiaomu is searching for you everywhere." Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaofan dashed into the spaceship. "Xiaomu." The voice of Bai Xiaofan echoed suddenly from behind. He barely had time to discern the truth when Bai Xiaofan was already before him, scolding angrily. "Do you realize you are injured? Why are you running around? Aren't you afraid of becoming lame?" "Xiaofan." Xiaomu grasped Bai Xiaofan's hand tightly, speaking anxiously. "I thought you were gone. Fool. How could a living person like me just vanish?" Bai Xiaofan suppressed the bittersweet feelings within and gently replied, "Didn't you say I am a goddess? Let me tell you, this is my treasure. Wait here for a moment while I bring in the items from the cave, and I will treat your foot. You must not move around anymore." Xiaomu nodded like a child, sitting down on the ground. He stared at the screen, watching Bai Xiaofan busily working in the cave, astonished to the point that he could hardly close his mouth. Chapter 22. Two patients as Bai Xiaofan busied herself moving items. She listened to 13 explaining how to manage a fracture. Once she had gathered everything into the spaceship, she quickly retrieved 2 wooden boards, cut a strap from a nightgown, and secured Xiaomu's injured foot before finally exhaling in relief. "Xiaomu, I will help you take a warm bath." Little Mu nodded gently, supported by Bai Xiaofan as he rose. Bai Xiaofan casually instructed, 13, prepare the bathwater. Little Mu glanced around curiously and asked, "Xiaofan, who are you talking to?" With a mischievous smile, Bai Xiaofan leaned closer to Little Mu's ear and whispered, "I'm conversing with my magical artifact." Once she assisted Little Mu to the bathroom. The bathwater was perfectly ready. After explaining all the items in the bathroom to Little Mu and preparing him a fresh set of clothes, Bai Xiaofan finally exited. The moment she stepped out of the steamy bathroom, Bai Xiaofan let out several loud sneezes. "Xiaofan, it seems you've caught a chill," 13 remarked. "If it's a cold, a week with medication should suffice. Without it, 7 days will do." Bai Xiaofan thought lightly of it. She merely grabbed a towel to dry her damp hair partially and asked 13 to raise the temperature slightly in the spacecraft, changing into a clean nightgown. She hurried to the kitchen to wash and slice some ginger for tea. By the time she finished brewing the ginger tea, Little Mu had emerged from the bathroom, clad in the light robe Bai Xiaofan had prepared for him. Bai Xiaofan quickly rushed to help him sit on a chair. "Why did you come out by yourself without calling for me?" she chided, handing him the ginger tea. After a warm bath and with the spacecraft's warmth enveloping him, Little Mu's complexion had brightened considerably, making the bruises around his brow and lips appear rather amusing. "Xiaofan, the water in that stone pit is still warm. You should hurry and soak in it. It's so delightful." Bai Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly, and she chuckled dryly, feeling quite speechless at his kind suggestion. "Xiaofan, you feel quite cold. Allow me to cover you with an extra blanket." This was the first time Xiaomu had seen Bai Xiaofan's pale complexion, and he was exceedingly worried, refusing to leave her bedside even for a moment. "Xiaofan, it is all my fault that you have fallen ill." Xiaomu believed that Bai Xiaofan had succumbed to sickness due to getting caught in the rain the previous day, and thus his guilt twisted his features in distress. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan's abdomen was racked with excruciating pain, and upon hearing his words, she widened her eyes, gazing intently at the worried and remorseful Xiaomu. What could possibly be going through this child's mind? Sigh, never mind. I lack the energy to argue with him right now. Suddenly, another wave of heat surged from below, causing Bai Xiaofan to furrow her brows in discomfort. With a resigned sigh, she realized that the pad beneath her had likely become thoroughly soaked. Before her first visit from Aunt Flo, Bai Xiaofan had cut a large bath towel into small pieces to use as makeshift pads, which she would tuck into her underwear when the time came. Fortunately, her flow was not heavy, allowing her to manage adequately. Since moving to the valley, She had discovered that ula grass ash was quite delicate, and Xiaomu had mentioned that caves infused with the ash had significantly fewer insects. Hence, she had long desired to create herself a few menstrual pads filled with ula grass ash, which would surely be more comfortable than using bath towels. Xiaomu, could you please prepare a cup of that hot ginger tea from yesterday for me? Regardless of whether he could manage it or not. She simply wished to send him out, as she needed to change her pad. Alas, life has become rather dismal. Upon hearing her request for hot ginger tea, Xiaomu eagerly replied, "Of course, I will go right away." With that, he nimbly hopped out of the room. At that moment, the voice of 13 chimed in. "My goodness, Xiaomu has actually started a fire in the kitchen. Is it really so?" Bai Xiaofan chuckled helplessly. Had she known, she would have shamelessly asked him to change the mattress. Now the kitchen would undoubtedly be in disarray, and in the end, it would be her responsibility to tidy up. Xiaomu, after much effort, finally got a fire going, boiled some water, and prepared ginger tea. Fearful of spilling, she had to carefully inch her way along the wall. Thus, it was an hour later by the time Bai Xiaofan finally sipped the hot ginger tea. Xiaomu remained steadfastly by her side, periodically pouring her another cup of the steaming brew. "I'm feeling much better now. There's no need for more ginger tea. Please stop pacing. Be careful not to bump your foot again," Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, noticing Xiaomu rising to fetch more tea. She reached out and gently grasped his icy hand. Xiaomu smiled softly and replied, "I'm not going to fetch water. I'm a bit hungry and wish to prepare something to eat." Only then did Bai Xiaofan recall that Xiaomu had been by her side all day without a morsel to eat. "Be careful then. We still have a pot of mountain chicken soup left from yesterday. If that is insufficient, just wash a potato and chop it up." At that moment, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but feel increasingly like a mother tending to her son, and she chuckled at the thought. The pain had drained her of so much energy. Without Xiaomu's incessant chatter beside her, and nestled against the warmth of the great furnace, she soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. In the haze between wakefulness and sleep, she suddenly heard a loud crash. Startled, she opened her eyes and raised her head, only to find Xiaomu standing rigidly at the bathroom door. "Xiaomu, what is the matter?" Bai Xiaofan initially froze, but then quickly understood. She smiled faintly and reassured him, "I'm fine. How could I possibly be anything but?" Xiaomu rushed to Bai Xiaofan's bedside in a frenzy, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "With so much blood, where on earth are you injured?" As he spoke, he began to tug at Bai Xiaofan's bedding, desperate to uncover the dreadful wound. "Xiaomu," Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, fighting to protect the bedding with all her strength, pushing away his iron-like arms. "I am truly fine. Please do not pull at the bedding. Do you wish to make me catch a chill as well?" Upon hearing this, Xiaomu ceased his frantic movements, his resolute gaze fixed unwaveringly on Bai Xiaofan, leaving no room for doubt. "Then why are you bleeding so profusely?" Bai Xiaofan felt a deep sense of despair within her. She was already feeling so unwell. Why must she explain the distressing nature of her monthly cycle to a grown man? Under Xiaomu's intense scrutiny, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Well, every woman experiences this once a month. It will pass in a couple of days." "Why?" At this question, Bai Xiaofan recalled witnessing women in the tribe bleeding for no apparent reason, yet they did not appear nearly as pale as she felt. Tears of frustration threatened to spill forth. Why must she be the one to explain this? Some matters, Bai Xiaofan raised her hand skyward, are determined by fate. There is no reason behind them. She had no intention of giving him a lesson on menstruation. "Do you suffer like this every month? Is there no way to stop the bleeding?" Bai Xiaofan closed her eyes, her hands clenched tightly beneath the bedding. Why was this child so insatiably curious? Her complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, leaving one unsure whether it was due to anger or embarrassment. Her eyes sparkled with a teasing smile, and I found myself at a loss for words. If that pesky fellow dared to inquire further, I would silently grit my teeth and contemplate giving him a swift kick out the door. Just as Xiaomu was about to speak, Bai Xiaofan pulled the leather quilt over his head and muttered, "I'm tired and wish to sleep." Xiaomu paused momentarily before responding. "Then sleep. I'll keep watch nearby." Bai Xiaofan, hidden beneath the quilt, clenched his fists and ground his teeth, realizing that concern could indeed be quite a source of inner turmoil. Chapter 23. Transforming the balcony into a greenhouse despite enduring pain throughout the day, Bai Xiaofan awoke the next morning to find his menstruation had inexplicably ceased. He had genuinely worried all day about such an abrupt farewell from Aunt Flo. However, reflecting on it, there was no Mongolian doctor in sight, and he had no one to consult. Rather than tormenting himself with apprehension, he deemed it wiser to cast aside those thoughts, especially since he felt no discomfort. Yet, aside from this matter, Bai Xiaofan was troubled by another concern. Xiao Mu's kin could venture into the jungle and would inevitably discover this valley. What then? He possessed no means of defense. Should they flee this valley? Given Xiao Mu's injury, he was incapacitated for the time being, and according to the reports, there was no other valley like this in the vicinity. Therefore, they had no choice but to remain. At most, they could instruct Xiao Mu to be vigilant. After all, he still had a reconnaissance capability of a kilometer. This way, they could at least avoid that particular route. She feared that the excessive intermingling of various crops would adversely affect the harvest. To be on the safe side, she divided the field into 4 sections, allocating 2/3 to potatoes and cabbages, while the remaining third was split equally between sweet potatoes and radishes. Initially, Bai Xiaofan was concerned that Xiao Mu would feel lonely, so she took him to the balcony, allowing him to bask in the sun while observing her work, thus preventing him from becoming too bored. However, Bai Xiaofan did not anticipate that after merely one stroll around, he would be able to navigate in and out independently, even exploring the spaceship with remarkable ingenuity. Yet, his favorite spot remained the balcony of the outer storage. Whenever Bai Xiaofan ventured into the fields to till the soil and weed, he would sit on the outer balcony, soaking up the sun and watching her toil. Even the bear had grown fond of the balcony, lazily sprawled at Xiao Mu's feet, its limbs splayed out, exposing its pale gray belly to the warm rays of sunlight. In contrast, Bai Xiaofan's mood was not as leisurely as that of the pair. Following a heavy rain, the temperature plummeted sharply. While it didn't feel particularly cold during the sunny days, each morning she awoke to find the ground covered in a delicate layer of white frost. This situation filled her with concern. Although the crops she had sown were suited for cooler climates, such low temperatures could be detrimental. Days later, her greatest fears materialized. Most of the potato vines, sweet potato shoots, and radish greens lay frozen and wilted upon the ground. The cabbages fared somewhat better, yet some tender leaves had succumbed to frostbite. Gritting her teeth, Bai Xiaofan resolutely uprooted the frozen seedlings, staring blankly at the field, now more than half bare. The weather would only grow colder, and if this continued, there would be no harvest this season at all. Bai Xiaofan cast a glance at him, raising an eyebrow as he admonished, "You must behave yourself." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his attention was drawn to the flushed cheeks of Xiao Mu. She suddenly dashed onto the balcony, inhaling the warm, dry air deeply, and inquired, 13. Do you think this balcony could serve as a greenhouse? The temperature inside the spacecraft had been under 13's control, but the balcony was not subjected to the same regulation. Its warmth stemmed entirely from the recent days of clear sunshine, which had allowed the spacecraft's exterior to accumulate substantial heat. Was this not a natural greenhouse? Upon hearing this, 13 promptly conducted an analysis and remarked, according to the data, this method is theoretically feasible, although I cannot ascertain its practical success. There should be no issue. If even 13 deems it feasible, then my idea must be correct. If plastic greenhouses can yield crops, there is no reason why a high-performance glass greenhouse cannot. With this thought, Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement and was about to rush out, but 13 intervened in time, asking, "How do you plan to address the drainage issue? You must realize that this balcony is entirely enclosed, leaving no place for water to flow. Moreover, plants require ventilation. And this is a glass floor." Bai Xiaofan was momentarily stumped. Traditional greenhouses are constructed on the ground, and none are entirely situated within a glass structure like hers. 13. Surely you have a solution, she pleaded. I have created a simulation diagram. Come and take a look. Bai Xiaofan responded affirmatively and hurried off to the control room, leaving Xiao Mu and Xiong in a state of bewilderment. The idea of constructing a drainage pipe was, in essence, quite simple, after all. The volume of water to be managed would not be excessive, and a bucket could suffice for collection. However, despite the straightforwardness and feasibility of the plan, Bai Xiaofan furrowed her brow, pondering the material to be used for the drainage pipe. Xiao Mu, noticing her attire suited for an outing, intercepted her with a question, "Xiaofan, where are you headed?" "To chop bamboo," Bai Xiaofan replied succinctly, already darting towards the spaceship. The sooner the greenhouse was erected, the greater the number of seedlings that could be saved. Having just emerged from disappointment, she now felt a spark of hope, fueling her energy. Yet, after only a few strides, she heard 13's cool voice remark, "Is that all you plan to do?" Although the bamboo here grew in a haphazard manner, the main stalks stood tall and straight, rivaling the birch trees on Earth. Thus, after Bai Xiaofan felled just 2 bamboo stalks, 13 declared it sufficient. She dragged the 2 bamboo poles into the spaceship's outer chamber, where Xiao Mu had been waiting. "Xiaofan, it's all my fault for making you work so hard," he lamented. Breathless from her exertion, Bai Xiaofan waved a hand dismissively at Xiao Mu, passing him the military shovel. "You handle the branches of this bamboo. I'll grab a drink," she said, quickly departing. Over the past few days, as she busied herself tirelessly, Xiao Mu felt a deep sense of sorrow for being unable to assist her in any way. His father had instilled in him the belief that men were inherently meant to care for women, yet now he found himself in need of a woman's care, which left him feeling quite despondent. It was quite effortless for Bai Xiaofan to be assigned a task, and his face blossomed with joy as he gleefully seized the spade, the tool slipping from his grasp as the branches fell away with delightful ease. After quenching his thirst, Bai Xiaofan contemplated taking a brief respite, but 13 called out, "Are you still sitting there? Xiao Mu has already whittled down 2 bamboo poles." "Is that so?" Bai Xiaofan lamented, stepping into the storage area, only to discover the 2 bare bamboo poles awaiting him. What comes next? Xiao Mu, who had been inactive for several days, was brimming with energy, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, observing the finished bamboo. Bai Xiaofan exerted considerable effort to retrieve an old wooden bed from an empty room. This bed had been acquired out of curiosity by Arthur when he first arrived on Earth. However, its novelty wore off quickly, and it was uncomfortable to sleep on. Thus, it had been carelessly discarded in a vacant room. Had it not been for 13's meticulous scanning of the entire spacecraft, they might never have realized such a rudimentary wooden bed remained aboard. Upon hearing that he could continue to assist, Xiao Mu's face instantly radiated vitality. "Let's also place these stones atop the bamboo," Bai Xiaofan suggested, his stomach growling with hunger. He handed the stones over to Xiao Mu, who promptly darted to the kitchen to prepare lunch. While cooking, she noticed that the salt supply was nearly depleted. So she retrieved a few blocks of mineral salt from the warehouse to soak. Just as she tossed the mineral salt into the water, it struck her that Xiao Mu had been feeling quite bored these past few days. Perhaps the task of boiling salt could be accomplished while seated. So she decided to bring out several more blocks of mineral salt, allowing Xiao Mu to take her time in cooking, thus keeping her occupied and preventing her from languishing in gloom. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Xiaofan lifted the large steamer and swiftly made her way to the warehouse where the mineral salt was stored. She tossed several chunks into the pot, filling it to the brim before carrying it back out. After having lunch, Bai Xiaofan did not rush to spread the soil. Instead, she pointed at the large pot of mineral salt and instructed Xiao Mu, "Crush all these stones and soak them in water." Xiao Mu blinked at the heap of mottled stones, uncertain of the rationale behind her request. Nevertheless, knowing Bai Xiaofan's determination, he smiled and replied, "Understood." Still feeling a twinge of concern, Bai Xiaofan reiterated, "Make sure to crush them thoroughly." Once she saw Xiao Mu nod vigorously, she headed to the balcony. The bamboo strips were laid out, and a layer of small stones was evenly spread. Next, they began to cover everything with soil. Throughout the day, Bai Xiaofan had first cut bamboo, then collected stones, leaving her arms sore and aching beyond recognition. In the past, she would have collapsed onto the bed to rest. But now she gritted her teeth and persevered, hoping to finish moving the remaining potatoes, radishes, and sweet potatoes inside before nightfall. Otherwise, if they froze another night, she would lose another batch of seedlings. However, once she leveled the soil, she discovered a serious issue. There simply wasn't enough space to plant everything. Chapter 24. Walking hand in hand, Bai Xiaofan stared blankly at the patch of land, roughly the size of a bed, feeling a wave of guilt for her blunder. She pondered several solutions in hopes of rectifying her mistake, yet Bai Xiaofan shook her head repeatedly, acknowledging, "Your suggestions are decent, but they cannot be implemented in haste." As she gazed outside, she noticed the sun had begun its descent in the west. Regardless, she decided to first bring the potatoes in. The potatoes were their primary staple, so Bai Xiaofan moved them onto the ridges, where they were barely planted. By the time she finished relocating the potatoes, the western horizon was ablaze with crimson hues. Bai Xiaofan quickened her pace, and only when the stars adorned the sky did she finally store the sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbages into the warehouse. "Xiao Mu, why haven't you finished yet?" Bai Xiaofan asked as she entered the kitchen to wash her hands, noticing Xiao Mu still laboring with a military knife and rock salt. She glanced at the murky brine, took a large bowl for filtering, demonstrated the process once, and instructed him, "Just pour this water until it resembles clear water." Xiao Mu nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan rolled up her sleeves to prepare dinner. After a day of strenuous labor, she was ravenous, her stomach aching with hunger. Thus, she opted for something simple rather than overly elaborate. She sliced 2.5 pounds of fatty and lean wild boar meat, washed some cabbage and a handful of mushrooms, set an electric stove on the dining table, and placed a frying pan atop it, intending to replicate the Korean style of grilling pork belly. Xiaomu was utterly fascinated by the electric stove that could cook without fire. As he reached out to touch it, he let out a startled cry and jumped back, utterly astonished by the heat emanating from the stove. Bai Xiaofan, wrapping the grilled meat in cabbage leaves, caught sight of Xiaomu's reaction out of the corner of her eye, realizing he had been burned. Fool, did you not see the wild boar meat sizzling and oozing grease? How could you dare to reach out? Bai Xiaofan cursed as he dragged him to the edge of the pool, thrusting his scorched fingers beneath the cold water. Xiaofan, how can it cook something without any fire? Xiaomu's gaze remained fixed on the electric stove, evidently more concerned about the appliance that had caused his burn than his own injured fingers. Bai Xiaofan's mind whirled, attributing this inexplicable phenomenon to a non-existent deity. When the divine bestowed this artifact upon me, it was already capable of cooking food. As for why, I am not entirely certain. It was not that Bai Xiaofan sought to promote superstition, but rather, the complexities of life aboard the spacecraft were beyond Xiaomu's comprehension. Thus, attributing it to the divine was the most convenient explanation. It was something he could accept without requiring extensive elaboration. To divert the inquisitive Xiaomu from pursuing further questions, Bai Xiaofan hastily changed the subject. Aren't you hungry? Try this grilled meat. As she spoke, she had already stuffed a generous portion of grilled meat into his mouth. Her eyes fixed on him as she inquired, is it delicious? If so, eat more. Before Xiaomu could finish chewing, Bai Xiaofan had thrust another helping into his mouth, provoking a loud protest from the waiting bear, who howled in discontent. All right, all of this is yours. Bai Xiaofan swept a pile of grilled meat into the dog's bowl. Before she could even straighten up, the bear lunged forward, burying its head in the bowl. Bai Xiaofan shook her head in disbelief. And you call yourself a snow wolf? All you do is eat and sleep. You're becoming quite the pig. Typically, when scolded, the bear would emit a couple of howls in protest. But now, with grilled meat at its disposal, it paid little mind to Bai Xiaofan's disparaging remarks. Too preoccupied to even lift its head. In the blink of an eye, 2 pounds of wild boar meat had been devoured entirely. Xiaomu and Dexiong smacked their lips, clearly still savoring the taste. Dexiong cast a glance at the empty plate, yawned, and leisurely ambled towards the control room. Bai Xiaofan watched him leave with an air of nonchalance, feeling a deep sense of frustration. She often berated herself, convincing herself that perhaps she simply fell short compared to Arthur. Yet Dexiong, whom she had raised herself, seemed to hold her in utter disregard. Ever since they had boarded the spaceship, the old 3-seater sofa in the control room had transformed into Dexiong's exclusive den, with no one allowed to sit on it. As if that were not enough, he had even taken her bathrobe while she was washing up, dragging it to the sofa to use as a blanket. Though Bai Xiaofan was furious, she found herself powerless to act against him. Scolding him yielded no response but a playful growl. And attempts to strike him were futile. She couldn't even catch a single hair. Thus, she resigned herself to his arrogance. Bai Xiaofan smiled, washed her hands, and sat beside him. Let me show you how to use it. Xiaomu looked up with wide, innocent eyes, astonished. Can I also use your treasure? Although there were many treasures here. In Xiaomu's heart, a treasure remained sacred. Even the tribe's chief could not touch the shaman's staff, let alone the divine artifacts. Of course you can. The deities wish for me to use these treasures to aid humanity. Bai Xiaofan thought to herself, realizing how increasingly akin she was becoming to a charlatan. The operation of the electric stove is remarkably simple, merely consisting of buttons for low, medium, high, and extra high heat. Bai Xiaofan placed a pot of water on the stove and demonstrated its use to Xiaomu, who quickly grasped the concept. As soon as Bai Xiaofan lay down on the bed, she fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken later to the brilliant sunlight streaming outside. Donning her bathrobe, she freshened up and made her way to the kitchen to fetch some water, only to find Xiaomu peacefully sleeping beside the stove. She couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head, when suddenly, 13 complained, "You laugh, but do you have any idea how much he kept me up all night?" Bai Xiaofan quietly poured herself a cup of warm water, sipping it gently. "Oh, it's a rare treat. Besides, the sun is shining brightly now. You can charge all day without worrying about a bit of energy." 13 huffed, redirecting the conversation. I've designed a drainage plan. Would you like to take a look? Bai Xiaofan seated herself at the dining table, watching as Xiao Mu busily stood on one foot by the stove. In that moment, a wave of happiness surged within her, nearly bringing her to tears. For years, apart from her grandmother, who had ever busied themselves in the kitchen for her sake, who had cared whether she was cold or hungry. Now, not only was there companionship, but this person was also incredibly thoughtful, doing everything in his power to care for her, regardless of the primitive wilderness, the backwardness of civilization, or the presence of wild beasts. There was someone in the darkness who would never abandon her, walking hand in hand with her. What then was there to fear? Chapter 25. The grand project. Though Little Moo's potato paste was a tad salty, slightly dry, a touch bitter, and rather dark, with the greens having a hint of yellow and the mushrooms being a bit undercooked, Bai Xiaofan consumed it with warmth in his heart. It was the first time in over a decade that someone had gone out of their way to prepare a meal for him. Bai Xiaofan savored it delightfully. Yet the bear, De Xiong, showed no appreciation. When Little Moo placed the potato paste in the dog bowl, De Xiong sniffed it disdainfully and pushed the bowl away, letting out a snort towards Little Moo as a sign of his dissatisfaction. Oblivious to De Xiong's contempt, Little Moo, being rather thick-skinned, assumed the bear was displeased with being fed by him. He affectionately rubbed its furry head and smiled at Bai Xiaofan, saying, "Xiaofan, De Xiong truly likes you. Look, it ignores me when I feed it." Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but chuckle at this, casting a sidelong glance at De Xiong, thinking to himself that the bear was not fond of him, but rather enamored with the food. It was rather surprising that it would show any favor towards the potato paste. "Never mind it. Let us hurry and eat," he suggested. "Once we finish, you can strain the pot of water until it's clear, then put it on the stove to dry out." Bai Xiaofan quickly downed the meager portion of potato paste in his bowl, wiped his mouth casually, and fled the kitchen. He wanted to avoid the awkwardness should Little Moo taste the potato paste. As he darted into the control room, the voice of 13 resonated. "You are quite considerate, not only finishing the paste, but also avoiding him to spare his feelings." Bai Xiaofan took a seat before the screen, adopting a serious demeanor, and inquired, "What drainage plan do we have? Show it to me." "It is, in fact, quite simple. One merely needs to lay a layer of drainage pipes upon the ground." As the screen displayed several structural diagrams and data, one could create a slope using soil or stones, placing the drainage pipes at the base, and finally connecting a main pipe from the balcony leading into the bathroom. Any excess water stored could even be utilized for flushing toilets. Bai Xiaofan, disinclined to argue with a computer, soon discovered a breakthrough. She enlarged the structural diagram of the earthen slope and asked, 13. Can you calculate how thick the soil layer needs to be to absorb the excess water during irrigation? 13 paused for a moment, then instantly grasped her intent. Indeed, allowing the soil to absorb the water would eliminate the necessity for drainage pipes. Upon hearing 13's commendation, Bai Xiaofan recognized the feasibility of this method. Once you have calculated the data, conduct several simulation tests. I will gather the soil. Wait a moment, 13 interjected. It would be best to lay a layer of small stones on the ground first to ensure the soil layer remains aerated. Understood. Bai Xiaofan replied as she donned her thick leather robe, cap, and gloves, one hand grasping a water bucket while the other wielded a spade, swiftly exiting the spacecraft. After numerous trips, Bai Xiaofan finally amassed enough stones, arranging them in accordance with 13's data to form a rectangle measuring 2 meters in width and 6 meters in length, covering the entire balcony with 4 sections. She left a narrow pathway of 1 foot between each section for ease of passage. According to 13's data, the soil layer must reach at least 2/3 of the calf's height to ensure sufficient volume for water retention. The 4 plots of land were covered with soil up to 2/3 of her calves, which was indeed a monumental task for Bai Xiaofan. She glanced at the water bucket in her hand, which weighed merely a kilogram. How much soil would she have to carry for the 4 plots? Was there a larger container aboard the spaceship? It was already challenging to lift that small bucket. Would she be able to manage a bigger one? The swift retort left Bai Xiaofan momentarily speechless. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she forced a dry laugh and stepped out of the spaceship. "Xiao Mu," she pondered. "Have you truly become so muddled that you informed him before leaving that the white crystals are simply common salt?" A faint smile flickered across her face as she considered how this child had nearly been harmed by their kin, yet still clung to such thoughts. However, she couldn't bear to utter such hurtful words to Xiao Mu. Not all stones were the same, and she had certainly not encountered any in this vicinity. Pouring herself a glass of water, she took a moment to rest at the dining table. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Mu, could you prepare lunch? I am utterly exhausted." Upon hearing that he was to cook, Xiao Mu's face fell. That bowl of mashed potatoes he had eaten that morning was the most unpalatable dish he had ever encountered. No wonder De Xiong refused to touch it. He couldn't fathom how Bai Xiaofan managed to swallow it. Xiaofan, perhaps you should cook instead. Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. I carry the soil. Do you mean to say you won't even cook? Xiao Mu waved his hands in protest. No. He stole a cautious glance at Bai Xiaofan and tentatively asked, Xiaofan, do you not find it unappetizing? Bai Xiaofan sipped water without lifting her gaze, remarking that the food was unpalatable yet not so distasteful as to be inedible. After all, who is born with the innate ability to cook? A little practice suffices. And for lunch today, we shall have mashed potatoes. With that, she placed her cup down and vanished, leaving only Xiao Mu in the kitchen, lost in thought. Since Bai Xiaofan had issued her instructions, Xiao Mu had no choice but to muster her courage and attempt the task. However, perhaps due to the weight of her anxiety, the midday porridge turned out to be less appetizing than the morning's. Da Xiong merely glanced at the mashed potatoes before walking away in dismay. Xiao Mu, feeling dejected, watched Bai Xiaofan spoon the unappetizing mixture into her mouth and asked, Xiaofan, is it really that bad? After laboring for half the day, Bai Xiaofan found the meal devoid of any oil or flavor, even questioning whether salt had been added. It was evident that such neglect could not continue, for the workload was too great to be completed in just a few days, and she certainly did not wish to endure tasteless meals daily. With a sigh, she set down her wooden spoon and addressed Xiao Mu, boil some water in the pot. At first, if you're uncertain about the quantity, it's better to err on the side of caution and use less, as you can always add more later. Then sprinkle in a couple of pinches of salt and toss in the mushrooms. Once they begin to swirl in the water, add the mashed potatoes. After the mashed potatoes are in the pot, be sure to stir them well with a spatula to prevent clumping. Next, add the cabbage and ginger strips, and finally, a tad more salt to complete the dish. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu was about to nod in agreement when Bai Xiaofan added, this method is suitable for breakfast, but it will not suffice for lunch or dinner. In the evening, when you prepare the mashed potatoes, first place a piece of oil in the pot. Once the oil has melted, add the mushrooms and shredded ginger, sprinkling a bit of salt and stirring with a spatula. It is advisable to add a few slices of meat as well. Then pour water into the pot, and when it reaches a boil, add the mashed potatoes, followed by the cabbage at the end. After explaining, Bai Xiaofan gazed at the somewhat dazed Xiao Mu and inquired, did you understand? When Xiao Mu shyly admitted, I understood. But I fear the outcome may differ. Bai Xiaofan reassured her, no worries, just use a little less salt, and don't stir the mushrooms too long. The flavor should not deviate too much. Afterward, she reluctantly finished the mush in her bowl and returned to her arduous task. Bai Xiaofan entered the outer warehouse and discovered De Xiong lying there. Upon seeing her, it quickly stood up and let out a couple of howls. Although Bai Xiaofan could not comprehend its wolfish language, its aggrieved expression clearly conveyed its desire to go outside. Bai Xiaofan tightened the bucket and grabbed a shovel. Pressing the switch, before the warehouse door had fully opened, De Xiong swiftly disappeared. Bai Xiaofan stood there, marveling. Its speed nearly rivals my ability to enter and exit with mere thought. Indeed, the 13 could not help but boast. Do you know how fast it is? 60 meters per second. That's 10 meters faster than the swiftest swallows on Earth. Bai Xiaofan shrugged, carrying her tools out of the spaceship, showing little interest. Even if De Xiong could sprint at 100 meters per second, it would not assist her in her task of hauling soil. Bai Xiaofan staggered out of the spaceship and, upon lifting her gaze, spotted Big Bear savoring a fish he had caught from the river. Her heart sank even further. After dinner, Bai Xiaofan was so exhausted that she lacked the energy even to bathe, collapsing directly onto her bed and falling into a deep slumber. The following day, she awoke feeling as though her body had been dismantled, unable to rise from her bed, and remained there for the entire day. On the third day, although she felt somewhat better, she was still reluctant to engage in laborious tasks. Yet, idleness felt like a waste of time, so after breakfast, she donned her hiking backpack and accompanied Big Bear to gather materials on the hillside. Most of the bamboo shoots were buried in the ground, and the engineer's shovel was too sharp. With just a little force, it could sever the shoots in two. Thus, Bai Xiaofan resorted to digging with her hands. The soil was both icy and hard, and although she wore gloves made of Mani leather, her fingers still ached from the cold. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling, Xiaofan, come quickly. I've discovered something wonderful. Chapter 26. Hey, give me a smile. What kind of wonderful thing? Bai Xiaofan, having finally taken a break, felt irritable at 13's incessant calling. Reluctantly, She rose and made her way to the kitchen. Growing up in the South, she had a penchant for spicy food, and upon arriving on this planet, she was thankful merely to fill her stomach. She had never expected to find chili peppers here. Only casually inquiring of 13 about the availability of pepper seeds while rummaging through seed catalogs. She thought that once her basic needs were met, she could consider planting some peppers, but little did she know that 13 had remembered her request. "Are you serious about the small chili peppers?" Bai Xiaofan, astonished yet skeptical, questioned 13's claim, wondering if they merely resembled peppers. As her words faded, she had already stepped into the kitchen. Though small in stature, the chili pepper held an unexpected significance that Bai Xiaofan had never encountered before. With a huff, she was about to speak when Xiaomu abruptly snatched the pepper from her hand, exclaiming urgently, "You cannot consume this fruit. It will ignite a fire in your mouth. Do you hear me?" Despite its diminutive size, its spiciness is quite formidable. Bai Xiaofan felt a pang of discontent, particularly when she saw Xiaomu discard 2 chilies into the trash. "Hey, you ought to stop, Xiaomu. I've only just discovered it." Bai Xiaofan rose from her seat and exited the kitchen, her expression tinged with a somber gravity. "I lack the strength to deal with any chilies right now. Xiaomu's foot is injured, preventing her from hunting, and I merely hope to gather a sufficient harvest of potatoes and sweet potatoes before winter descends to endure this season." Although Bai Xiaofan had not experienced hunger since arriving on this planet, the specter of starvation lingered ominously. For the first time, she realized that survival demanded effort. Despite the toil, the thought of huddling with Xiaomu and Daxiong around a barbecue or hot pot during the heavy winter snows rendered her struggles trivial. After 2 days of rest, Bai Xiaofan found her muscle soreness had diminished somewhat, though she yearned for another day of respite. The thickening morning frost outside compelled her to act swiftly. To enrich the soil, she mixed in some ashes from the ula grass when the ground was 1/3 covered. And when it reached 2/3, she added some of Daxiong's urine to the mix. Layer by layer, the 4 plots were prepared, taking nearly half a month to complete. At this moment, according to 13, the temperature outside the spacecraft had plummeted below 0, with the sun barely warming the air to 2 or 3 degrees Celsius. As evening approached, Bai Xiaofan carried a small iron pot to water the soil, gazing at the 4 thick, dark patches of earth, where she fancifully envisioned shy green sprouts emerging from the ground. "Stop it. Xiaomu has prepared the meal. If you don't hurry, he will come to call you," 13 urged on behalf of Xiaomu. Over the past couple of weeks, Xiaomu's culinary skills had seen a remarkable improvement. Although he had yet to master the variety of dishes that Bai Xiaofan could create, his potato mash and roasted meat were already quite delectable. Yet, even the most delightful dishes could become tiresome after being consumed for half a month. Bai Xiaofan, however, was not particularly bothered after a long day of toil. Any food to fill her stomach was welcome, and the taste was still quite agreeable. In contrast, the bear was less accommodating. Initially, he relished the meals, but gradually lost interest, first refusing to eat out of stubbornness, then venturing out to forage for himself. This left Bai Xiaofan often lamenting the absence of that adorably fluffy little creature. As Xiaomu set the table and noticed Bai Xiaofan's entrance, he furrowed his brow and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Xiaofan, but tonight it's potato mash again." Frustrated by the repetition of only 2 dishes, Xiaomu felt disheartened. Unfortunately, he had no time to teach himself new recipes, and their limited food supply could not withstand his repeated experiments. Moreover, Bai Xiaofan had no intention of grooming Xiaomu into the quintessential gentleman who could navigate both the dining room and the kitchen. Bai Xiaofan inherently believes that the kitchen ultimately remains a woman's domain. Men may play a fleeting role, but they shall forever be relegated to the status of mere supporting characters. The potato mash crafted by our dear Mu is undoubtedly a culinary delight. Bai Xiaofan washed her hands and settled at the dining table, resting her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at Mu. Outside, the well-fed Daxiong lay sprawled on the ground, lifting his eyelids to cast a disdainful glance at Bai Xiaofan's infatuated expression, snorting in contempt before turning away, uninterested in the daily antics of flirtation that unfolded before him. It is unclear when it began, but Bai Xiaofan had developed a penchant for teasing Mu, often playfully and inadvertently. Initially, it was merely a matter of verbal advantage, but she soon noticed that Mu, like a bashful girl, blushed profusely. Even the mere mention of our Mu could render him crimson for an extended period. Driven by a mischievous spirit, Bai Xiaofan seemed to have become addicted to teasing Mu. And when his cheeks flushed intensely, she would indulge in a bit of playful mischief. On one occasion, In a fit of exuberance, she unconsciously reached out to playfully stroke the well-defined line of Mu's chin with her fingertip, teasingly urging, "Come on, give me a smile." Mu was momentarily taken aback before he fled like the wind, his speed rivaling that of Xion. Observing his hasty retreat, Bai Xiaofan realized she had perhaps gone too far, feeling a pang of guilt. After all, the boy had injured his foot, and what if her jest exacerbated his injury? From that moment on, she resolved to be more cautious in her playful banter, striving not to scare him off, perhaps due to the frequent teasing from Bai Xiaofan. Mu's resilience gradually thickened. Now, when faced with her jests, he would merely blush without exhibiting any overly dramatic reactions. Thus, Bai Xiaofan's infatuated demeanor merely caused a fleeting blush to grace Xiao Mu's face. He presented a steaming, fragrant bowl of mashed potatoes before Bai Xiaofan, declaring, "No matter how well I do, it's never as good as what you make." Bai Xiaofan scooped a spoonful of the dish, playfully pointing her wooden spoon at Xiao Mu, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiao Mu, you've learned to flatter others." Xiao Mu's face reddened once more as he quickly turned away to serve himself, mumbling, "I was being sincere, not flattering." Bai Xiaofan chuckled lightly, not taking his words to heart. It was not until she had finished her meal, taken a bath, and nestled into her quilt that 13 finally posed the question, "Xiaofan, do you have feelings for Xiao Mu?" After a long day, Bai Xiaofan had succumbed to drowsiness upon lying in bed, and in her haze, she responded with a laugh, "What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Mu is like a brother. However, if you only regard him as a brother, it is best to maintain some distance." 13's tone was unusually serious. Bai Xiaofan's drowsiness vanished at this remark. "What do you mean by that? How can you even ask me what I mean?" 13 retorted indignantly. "Don't tell me you're unaware of Xiao Mu's feelings for you." Bai Xiaofan was taken aback by 13's admonishment. She was well aware of Xiao Mu's particular affections for her, which was precisely why she occasionally teased him. Yet, when it came to her own feelings, she primarily viewed him as a family member or a younger brother, relying on him in that manner. Nevertheless, she secretly wished that Xiao Mu would harbor even deeper affections for her, perhaps even love her, so that he would always remain by her side. Even if one harbors an aversion towards him, the presence of companionship is preferable to the desolation of solitude. Upon reflection, Bai Xiaofan finds herself feeling rather shameless. Truth be told, she merely regards Xiao Mu as a fallback option. His amiable temperament and consideration are appealing, and she knows that should she encounter someone she genuinely adores, Xiao Mu would not insist upon her staying. Observing her prolonged silence, 13 deduces her feelings accurately. If she does not harbor affection for him, why provoke him? Is she not concerned about Xiao Mu's potential heartache? Bai Xiaofan turns over, mustering a bold smile as she asserts, "Am I not attempting to cultivate affection?" "Nonsense." 13 retorts vehemently. "Do not impose your earthly logic upon Xiao Mu. Ultimately, should you claim to have tried and found no feelings, you must realize that he is your sole companion here. If you truly wound his heart, do you not fear his departure? Rest assured, if I have not found someone I like, I would never tell Xiao Mu that we are incompatible or that I lack feelings." Upon uttering these words, Bai Xiaofan feels a twinge of self-loathing, yet what can she do? She seems to have developed an infatuation with the way Xiao Mu blushes, enjoys the warmth of his body, and has grown accustomed to their playful banter. The thought of maintaining distance from Xiao Mu is utterly unthinkable. Just the notion of growing apart fills her with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Moreover, she does not believe there will ever be another person in whom she can place such complete trust. With a wry smile, Bai Xiaofan muses, "Such is humanity, forever preoccupied with self-preservation. But you are not on Earth now, and Xiao Mu's thoughts are not so convoluted." Bai Xiaofan let out a cold laugh, her not-so-large eyes fixed upon the ceiling. "Well, if there ever comes a day when he feels sorrow, I can only say he is unfortunate to have encountered such a selfish inhabitant of Earth." With a heavy snort, she chose not to engage further with her. Yet, Bai Xiaofan lay wide awake until dawn. Chapter 27. The Fishbone Needle. After a sleepless night, Bai Xiaofan rose before the break of day, her eyes resembling those of a panda, and ventured to the balcony to transplant the potatoes from their rack into the soil. Having grown for nearly half a month, the potato plants had shot up significantly, their leaves becoming lush and verdant. As she turned on the water, she first tossed in the mushrooms, then proceeded to mash the flesh of the gourd. Once the mushrooms began to swirl in the water, she added a bowl of the creamy gourd puree into the pot, instantly enriching the broth's texture. Following that, the vibrant red lantern peppers were tossed in, creating a delightful visual with the white broth complemented by the bright red fruit. As soon as the peppers hit the boiling water, Bai Xiaofan prepared the egg mixture, beating it in her hands before pouring it into the pot, causing golden egg flowers to rise to the surface. Once the egg flowers appeared, she sprinkled in a pinch of salt and turned off the heat. At that moment, the sky began to lighten, and Xiao Mu, still in a sleepy haze, emerged from his room, astonished to find Bai Xiaofan had already prepared breakfast. Xiaofan. The big bear was not so easily deceived, barking at the pot of soup in Bai Xiaofan's hands, determined not to be tricked. Bai Xiaofan poured the fruit soup into the bear's food bowl, playfully twisting its sharp, upright ears. You, my friend, are becoming quite the clever one. After breakfast, Xiao Mu assisted her in retrieving the sweet potatoes and radishes stored in the warehouse, and also brought out a pot of mineral salt. This arrangement allowed Bai Xiaofan to directly teleport the items to the balcony, while also alleviating her concern for Xiao Mu's injured foot. Thus she was reluctant to let him help. However, after Xiao Mu's repeated insistence, Bai Xiaofan reluctantly agreed to let him move the items outside the warehouse, after which she would transport them to the balcony herself. Vast rays of sunlight streamed through the glass walls, bathing the balcony in warmth, where the tender leaves of the potatoes shimmered in the light, appearing as if they could drip with dew. Previously, Bai Xiaofan had merely scattered the seeds, a task which was not completed in a single day. Yet now, the radish shoots and sweet potato vines had grown tall and robust, making the transplantation considerably more cumbersome. At noon, Bai Xiaofan roasted a large white fish and prepared a bowl of cabbage and oil residue soup. Both she and her beast enjoyed a satisfying meal. While cleaning the dishes, she gazed at the pale fish bones and suddenly recalled an important matter. Her relatives would soon be visiting in half a month, and she had completely forgotten about the significance of her menstrual cycle. There was still time to take precautions, especially since she needed to start the process soon. Determined to transplant the sweet potatoes and radishes before nightfall, Bai Xiaofan refrained from taking breaks in the afternoon, only resting against the wall when her waist ached severely. With a diligent pace, she managed to plant all the sweet potatoes and radishes just before darkness fell. By the time dinner arrived, Bai Xiaofan felt utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to speak. Indeed, a life of idyllic tranquility demands its own sacrifices. After soaking in a hot bath, Bai Xiaofan regained some of his strength. Wrapped in a fur robe, he sat beneath the lamp in his room, meticulously studying how to fashion a fishbone needle. The fishbones were about the length of his little finger, with a slight curvature and sufficiently sharp tips. However, their uniform roundness from top to bottom posed a significant challenge. Drilling a hole at the base was no easy task, although he possessed a Swiss Army knife. The creation of a fishbone needle proved to be a formidable endeavor for Bai Xiaofan. Initially, he attempted to use the drill bit from the knife directly on the fishbone, but its smooth, rounded surface made it nearly impossible to create even a small indentation. Instead, he ended up puncturing his own fingers, resulting in several painful little blisters. Frustrated, he hurled the knife onto the table and collapsed onto his bed, his mind feeling as though it were filled with lead, his eyelids heavy, yet sleep eluded him. Thoughts of his conversation with number 13 from the previous night swirled in his mind. She disliked his selfishness, but what could he do? Tell Xiao Mu that he had no feelings for her, and to keep her distance? Xiaofan, what's wrong? Are you very tired? Xiao Mu appeared timidly at the doorway, too shy to enter. He had observed Bai Xiaofan's gloomy demeanor throughout the day, wanting to inquire but lacking the courage. After taking a bath but unable to sleep, he wandered out, and upon noticing the light still illuminating Bai Xiaofan's room, he gathered the courage to come and check on him. Bai Xiaofan, upon hearing a sound, sat up and turned her head to see Xiao Mu's robust figure blocking the light from outside the door, obscuring his features. Yet, the silhouette he cast upon the wall merged seamlessly with her delicate shadow. A sudden warmth washed over Bai Xiaofan as she caught sight of their combined forms on the wall. Even if she did not harbor love for him, she would remain by his side. Though their companionship had spanned merely 2 or 3 months, the bond they shared had deeply rooted itself within their hearts. You're still awake? Perfect timing. Come help me craft a fishbone needle. Bai Xiaofan shifted further inside, beaming as she beckoned Xiao Mu to enter. Observing her sudden shift from gloom to brightness, Xiao Mu couldn't help but smile, dragging his injured leg as he entered. What do you need a fishbone needle for? It's simply about drilling a small hole at the base of the fishbone, Bai Xiaofan explained, pushing the fishbone and a Swiss Army knife toward him. Xiao Mu picked up the fishbone, examined it, then grasped the main blade of the knife. He carefully etched a tiny cross at the base of the fishbone. Then, using the drill, he meticulously ground away, employing his strength and steadiness. Before long, he had fashioned a fishbone needle. "You are remarkably capable, Xiaomu," Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck in playful admiration. "What would I do without you?" Xiaomu's face flushed crimson. Torn between the urge to flee and the reluctance to push Bai Xiaofan away, burying his head into his shoulders in embarrassment. Noticing the heat rising in his cheeks, Bai Xiaofan kindly released him. "Now, let us get the remaining fishbones drilled." "Oh," Xiaomu replied, somewhat dazed, and immersed himself once more in the task of drilling holes. Bai Xiaofan sat closely beside Xiaomu, the bright yet gentle light of the desk lamp illuminating Xiaomu's sharply defined features, rendering Bai Xiaofan momentarily transfixed. A subtle sense of pride swelled within her. Indeed, Xiaomu was a handsome young man. His elegantly arched eyebrows and high, straight nose complemented his slightly fuller lips. Yet this minor flaw did nothing to detract from his striking visage. The notion that such a dashing young man harbored a secret admiration for her, obediently heeding her words and cautiously seeking her approval, greatly satisfied her vanity. Thus, a soft smile graced the corners of Bai Xiaofan's eyes and lips, akin to the gentle flow of spring water. Her hand, slightly chilled, brushed against Xiaomu's long, dark hair as she chuckled mischievously. "Xiaomu, might you consider cutting your hair?" Alas, Bai Xiaofan had an undeniable affinity for crew cuts. The allure of men with such hairstyles captivated her inexplicably. Chapter 28. The wolf's exaggeration. As soon as Bai Xiaofan's words fell, the previously silent 13 retorted with a hint of mockery. "Cut your hair? Do you even know how?" A forced laugh escaped Bai Xiaofan as she recognized the truth in 13's jibe. "Seeing you with such unkempt hair is rather inconvenient. If you want to cut it, at least tie it back." A crew cut indeed demanded a high level of skill from a barber, and Bai Xiaofan, who had never cut hair herself, feared she would utterly ruin Xiaomu's locks. Xiaomu stared blankly at Bai Xiaofan and inquired, "How do I tie it back?" This left Bai Xiaofan feeling somewhat vexed, as Xiaomu inadvertently teased her once more. To divert the conversation, she cast a glance at the table, lifted her hand, and playfully tapped the back of Xiaomu's head, raising an eyebrow as she remarked, "You're becoming rather chatty for a fishbone needle." Little Mu received a gentle tap and, obediently relinquishing his curiosity regarding hair, continued to craft his fishbone needle. "It was clearly you who initiated the conversation," he protested. "You wicked woman." Bai Xiaofan cast a triumphant glance towards the corner of the room, a satisfied hum escaping her lips, too indifferent to engage further. After a day spent tending to the garden, Bai Xiaofan found herself utterly fatigued, and the pressing matter at hand was to swiftly create the menstrual cloth. Consequently, her plans for the following day shifted from gardening to crafting. Now that she had the needle, she still lacked fabric and thread. The fabric was easily resolved. She could use the sheer gauze, renowned for its strong permeability and ease of cleaning. However, what about the thread? Bai Xiaofan initially intended to utilize her own hair. But alas, the quality of her hair was lamentably poor, breaking with the slightest tug. Thus, she turned her thoughts to Little Mu, whose lustrous black mane surely possessed much better resilience. Yet, the thought of sewing it onto the menstrual cloth left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, beggars cannot be choosers. And now was not the time for such concerns. She took the gauze and prepared to find Little Mu to snip some of his hair when she noticed the well-fed bear, De Xiong, sauntering out of the kitchen, ready to bask in the sunlight on the balcony. De Xiong now boasted a robust physique and piercing gaze, his glossy fur glistening enticingly. "De Xiong, come here," Bai Xiaofan called, flashing the most flattering smile she could muster. De Xiong cast a sidelong glance at his master, whose smile appeared particularly sinister. Though reluctant, he ambled over. Bai Xiaofan settled onto the ground, wrapping her arms around his neck and tenderly stroking the mane at his nape, which exhibited a subtly distinct hue, faintly hinting at golden undertones. Bai Xiaofan, while caressing, marveled, "Our De Xiong is truly magnificent." De Xiong lay beside Bai Xiaofan, relishing the long-awaited gentle touch from its master. The snow wolf is remarkably precocious. By the time De Xiong reached just over a month of age, it had already developed its own personality, no longer seeking to cling to its master for affection. Bai Xiaofan had plenty to worry about, and given De Xiong's independent nature, there were many occasions when Bai Xiaofan regarded it as an adult. Now that he sought something from it, he naturally had to curry favor. Truly, it was an overreach to provoke the wolf. De Xiong's fierce gaze bore into Bai Xiaofan, as though he were its adversary. Bai Xiaofan felt both fear and anger under that intense scrutiny. Hey, there's no need to be so petty. It's just a snip of your fur. Not as if it won't grow back. Besides, the stunning coat you possess owes much to my care, had it not been for my diligent feeding and nurturing. You might not have blossomed so beautifully. Bai Xiaofan rose, patting himself down, muttering, I think I shall rename you to Penny Pincher instead of calling you De Xiong. Clearly, it is you who is in the wrong, yet you still mention De Xiong. Hey, where exactly am I wrong? Just don't play the blame game with me. Ever since that night, no matter what I do, you can always find fault. Although others cannot hear, I am incessantly plagued by whispers in my ear, criticizing this and that, which is quite unsettling. If you wish to trim De Xiong's mane, you ought to at least inform it first. How can you sneakily cut it without a word? Haven't you heard the saying, to take without asking is to be a thief? With righteous fervor and compelling reasoning, Bai Xiaofan found herself at a loss for words. Remarkable, Bai Xiaofan murmured to herself, feeling a twinge of guilt. I shall prepare something delicious later to make amends. 13 stifled a laugh, hesitant to make a sound. Although Bai Xiaofan exhibited a hint of selfishness and wariness, she remained fundamentally a kind-hearted woman. After all, she had never regarded De Xiong as her possession. In her eyes, De Xiong was a friend, a family member. While she might occasionally tease him, she never harbored ill intentions. It could be assumed that her feelings towards Xiao Mu were similar. Beyond her possessive inclinations, she bore no malice. The same applied to herself. She often quarreled with her inner self, frequently issuing threats and being harsh, yet she never considered herself the master. Coexisting was not merely a matter of fate but a mutual blessing, perhaps. Bai Xiaofan remained oblivious to 13's thoughts as she hurried to the kitchen, first tossing the feathered gauze into the pot for a quick boil. Afterward, she placed it on a clean plate, changed the water, and boiled De Xiong's mane as well. Once retrieved, she gave it a gentle shake to dry. After switching threads twice, Bai Xiaofan remembered the threading technique for cross-stitching. Given the resilience of De Xiong's mane, even if she used a single strand, it would not easily unravel. The initial process might be somewhat cumbersome, but for Bai Xiaofan, it merely meant tying a couple of extra knots. The art of needlework was undoubtedly one of Bai Xiaofan's forte. In no time, she had crafted 4 menstrual cloths. To facilitate the exchange of the grass ash, she intentionally left the openings unstitched, designing them to be retractable. Concerned about the potential leakage of the grass ash, she meticulously fashioned 2 additional cinched openings, and the surplus threads were conveniently repurposed as binding strings. Having completed her handiwork, she instructed Xiao Mu to venture outside to gather some ula grass ash. With this resource at hand, she would no longer fear the arrival of relatives. Bai Xiaofan was in high spirits, wishing to placate De Xiong, and with the oil nearing its end, she prepared a batch, yielding a bowl brimming with golden, glistening oil residue. Sprinkling a few grains of pristine salt upon it, even Xiao Mu was lured by the enticing aroma. Bai Xiaofan, what delectable treat have you conjured? He exclaimed, drawn by the fragrance from afar. Wash your hands. Bai Xiaofan dished out 4 plates of oil residue, offering one to Xiao Mu, while she herself carried another to seek out De Xiong with a few kind words. However, upon reaching the control room, she found De Xiong absent from the sofa. De Xiong, she called out, searching all his usual haunts without a trace. Where could De Xiong have gone? The spaceship is so vast. It would be more convenient to simply inquire, she pondered. He has gone outside, answered 13, reveling in her predicament. Then why didn't you inform me when I was searching for him? Bai Xiaofan exclaimed in exasperation. You're not afraid of death, are you? 13 replied nonchalantly. Bai Xiaofan clenched her fists, suppressing her frustration. Now I ask you, where has De Xiong gone? I don't know, came the retort from 13. Bai Xiaofan's voice escalated to an almost incredulous pitch, nearly overwhelming 13 with its intensity. Why are you shouting so loudly? I truly don't understand. It has already sprinted a kilometer. Cub, where are you running off to? Bai Xiaofan stumbled over a tree root and, in frustration, sat down on the ground, weeping. You stingy creature, I merely trimmed a bit of your fur, and you actually chose to run away from home. Bai Xiaofan cried inconsolably, completely oblivious to the pair of emerald eyes lurking in the grass, fixated upon him. It was a black panther, stealthily crouched within the underbrush, its glowing green eyes unwaveringly fixed on its prey, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a fatal strike. Just as it coiled to leap, a powerful roar resonated through the air. Though not distinctly heard, it caused the panther to hesitate. In the blink of an eye, a majestic snow wolf, exuding an aura of dominance, positioned itself protectively in front of Bai Xiaofan. The Black Panther, unwilling to retreat, felt the warning emanating from the snow wolf, whose golden mane bristled with defiance. A low growl echoed, laden with threats. "Leave now, or I shall rend you to pieces." The panther lingered, contemplating its options. The snow wolf undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 in the forest hierarchy. Although still a juvenile, its strength far surpassed that of the panther. With winter approaching, any injury could spell doom. Seeing the panther remain motionless, the great bear took a step forward, its roar infused with absolute intimidation. The panther glanced at its would-be prey and, begrudgingly, turned away to depart. Unbeknownst to Bai Xiaofan, since the appearance of the great bear, her tears had flowed more freely, and she mumbled, "Nasty bear, dead bear, stingy bear, you frighten me to death." Bai Xiaofan found it difficult to accept the great bear's affectionate gestures of comfort. So she immediately ceased her weeping, grasping the thick fur around the bear's neck, and threatened, "If you ever dare to run away from home again, I want to come looking for you, do you hear me?" I did not run away. With the great bear in tow, Bai Xiaofan suddenly spotted a sheep lying by the riverbank, presumably a ewe, as a little lamb circled the sheep, emitting mournful sounds. Chapter 29. The Forbidden Zone across the river. Consequently, Bai Xiaofan did not quite catch Little Moo's inquiry, merely responding with a casual Little Moo. In a state of urgency, exclaimed, "How can you go to the other side of the river?" It was only then that Bai Xiaofan stood up and looked at him, questioning, "Why can't I go to the other side? The other side is where our kin reside." Little Moo's face flushed with anxiety, nearly causing him to leap in agitation. "If the clan discovers you, they will." At this point, Little Moo abruptly halted. What would they do? Bai Xiaofan stared blankly at Little Moo, a chill running down her spine. They. Little Moo's gaze flickered, struggling to find the words. "It's nothing. The great bear just ran over there. I merely took a stroll along the riverbank." Bai Xiaofan dared not confess to having ventured into the forest, for Little Moo was already frightened, and she did not wish to terrify him further. She originally intended to raise a few more lambs, which would provide both milk and wool. However, it now seems unfeasible. Little Moo remained anxious, exclaiming, "The bear is not safe either. If the tribe sees it, they will surely capture it." Nonsense, nonsense. Bai Xiaofan reassured repeatedly. "The bear is incredibly swift. Your tribesmen won't be able to catch it." Ow! Little Moo wished to say more, but the bear, with its mouth full of wool, dropped it at Bai Xiaofan's feet, lifted its head, and let out a loud howl. Then, using its large white paw, it pushed the wolf forward, let out a low grunt, and turned to flee. Bai Xiaofan stood there, momentarily bewildered, and then chuckled. "The bear is likely afraid you might shear its fur again, so it's bringing you some wool." Looking at the wool on the ground, Bai Xiaofan found the situation both amusing and perplexing, saying, "Seriously, that creature is trying to pin the blame on someone else." Little Moo picked up the wool, her expression contemplative as she pondered, how does the bear know about the lambs? Reflecting on how the bear had ventured in and out of the tribal settlement several times, Bai Xiaofan felt a wave of apprehension. Although the bear was fast, the intelligence of humans far surpassed its instincts. If they failed to capture it once, they could certainly try again, and with repeated attempts, it would eventually be caught. "I must speak to the bear and forbid it from crossing to the other side of the river," Bai Xiaofan declared, swiftly turning away, realizing how careless he had been. Not only did Bai Xiaofan warn the bear with utmost caution, but he also instructed 13 to keep an eye on it. Fortunately, the bear proved understanding. Aware of Bai Xiaofan's concerns, it had not left the spaceship since that day. Though the temperature outside continues to plummet each day, the interior of the spacecraft remains a comfortable 15 to 16 degrees Celsius. With ample sunlight pouring in, the potatoes have sprouted delicate white flowers atop their crowns. While the radishes and sweet potatoes have yet to reach maturity, they flourish in vibrant green, accentuating the tender beauty of the potato blossoms. The cabbage grows at an astonishing pace. Having been transplanted into the soil a mere 10 days prior, it is already ripe for harvest. That afternoon, after finishing his meal, Bai Xiaofan took a spade to gather the cabbage, accompanied by Daxiong and Xiaomu. Daxiong had long since lost interest in the cabbage and found a patch of open ground to lounge comfortably in the sun, occasionally yawning lazily. Bai Xiaofan filled a pot with cabbage, only to find it utterly immovable. Observing this, Xiaomu promptly discarded his spade, declaring, "Let me handle it." Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to insist otherwise, he glanced up to see Daxiong sprawled out, basking in the sun. Blocking Xiaomu, he summoned his strength and bellowed. Daxiang. Daxiang lazily lifted his gaze toward Bai Xiaofan, tilted his head, and resumed his slumber. Frustration surged within Bai Xiaofan as he strode over, tugging at Daxiang's ear. Get up and help move the cabbage, or you'll go without dinner tonight. Daxiang protested with a soft howl, yet Bai Xiaofan was resolute. Whether you like it or not, I refuse to support a lazy glutton, he said, pulling Daxiang to his feet. With a reluctant sigh, Daxiang complied, and Bai Xiaofan playfully kicked his ample backside, commanding, now, go and help with the cabbage. The great bear cast a resentful glance at Bai Xiaofan, unwillingly biting down on the handle of the pot. With a profound sense of grievance, he stepped onto the balcony, sighing. Though I may not be the king of the jungle, I am indeed a formidable snow wolf. How dare this woman treat me as a mere laborer? Meanwhile, Xiaomu's movements were swift. Within just over an hour, he had completed his tasks. Bai Xiaofan gazed in astonishment at the towering pile of cabbages in the warehouse. 13. How could there be so many? How would I know? Perhaps you have been overly generous with the fertilizer. 13 was equally puzzled by this bountiful harvest. Bai Xiaofan, who had never farmed before, managed to cultivate such an impressive yield. Was it a rare gift? With a chuckle, Bai Xiaofan replied, you see, whatever I tend to flourishes. Is that so? 13 harbored serious doubts regarding the veracity of her statement. Confidently, Bai Xiaofan retorted, let us not discuss anything else. Look at Daxiang and the other things in the field. Which of them have I failed to nurture successfully? Her words compelled 13 to concede that, despite it being her first time caring for the snow wolf, she had indeed raised it to be robust and spirited. 13. Do you think these cabbages will suffice for our winter provisions? Bai Xiaofan circled the cabbages, recalling that she had planted them solely to ensure vegetables for the winter. Wary of excess leading to waste. There must be 200 pounds here. Do you think that's enough? 13 remained reluctant to acknowledge her innate talent. With just a small plot of land, she had managed to yield an astonishing 200 pounds of cabbages. It was truly a mystery how she had accomplished such a feat. 200 pounds. Upon hearing that figure, Bai Xiaofan was taken aback. Could it truly be so much? After all, there seemed to be hardly any cabbage. 200 pounds, surely that would suffice. With a cheerful gaze directed at the cabbage, she inquired of 13. What do you think we should plant in that vacant lot? After a moment's contemplation, 13 suggested, how about sowing wheat? Wheat? Bai Xiaofan echoed. Indeed, with wheat. We can grind flour, steam buns, and make dumplings. Just the thought of plump, fragrant meat buns made her mouth water. She simply adored them. Bai Xiaofan swiftly swallowed her saliva and clenched her fist, declaring, excellent. Let us have buns. Buns. 13 was taken aback by the fervor with which the woman was captivated by the prospect of a mere bun. Bai Xiaofan chuckled awkwardly, reiterating, wheat. Wheat Chapter 30. Bai Xiaofan's New Year's Eve for reasons unknown, her relatives had displayed a surprising degree of decorum this time. Although the next day her abdomen still ached significantly, it was far less intense than the previous agony she had endured. Furthermore, her relatives did not linger excessively, departing within 3 days. On the afternoon that her relatives left, after more than 10 days of relentless rain, the downpour finally began to ease. However, the sky remained overcast and gloomy. Before long, snow began to fall in a flurry. The great bear was the first to perceive the sounds from outside, instantly rising and pricking up its ears in a posture of vigilance. Regrettably, such a cool demeanor lasted barely a second before it excitedly shouted and dashed out of the control room. At that moment, Xiaomu also vaguely heard the noise. Xiaofan, it seems to be snowing outside. Without waiting for the last syllable to escape her lips, Bai Xiaofan sprang up, exclaiming, what did you say? Startled, Xiaomu clarified, I mean, it seems like it's snowing outside. Snowing. Bai Xiaofan's eyes sparkled as she shrieked, her excitement propelling her swiftly out the door. Having grown up in the south, where snow rarely graces the winter landscape, the mere mention of snowfall sent her into a joyous frenzy. She had been dozing, abruptly awakened by the bear's call, still dazed until Bai Xiaofan's shout prompted the sensors to spring into action. Oh, it's just rain mixed with snow. There is nothing to see. The bear raised its neck and let out a call, rubbing its head against Bai Xiaofan. Alas, it was merely rain and snow. Only the sound of snowflakes pattering could be heard. Finally, the first snow has arrived, Xiaomu remarked with excitement, having approached the glass wall at some point. Bai Xiaofan turned to her and inquired, is the first snowfall significant to you all? Initially believing that both the bear and she shared a fondness for snow, she pondered Xiaomu's comments. Could the first snowfall hold some special meaning for the creatures of this planet? Little Moo's profound eyes suddenly darkened, his gaze penetrating through the glass wall into the distance. According to the customs of the tribe, the first snowfall marked the official onset of winter, signaling the cessation of hunting and the beginning of a well-deserved respite lasting several months. Indeed, the first snowfall heralded the commencement of their holiday. Bai Xiaofan was rather displeased with Little Moo's grave demeanor. With a twinkle in her eye, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Then let today be December 30th. The eve of the new year. The eve of the new year." Bai Xiaofan's unexpected exuberance left Little Moo perplexed. What is the eve of the new year? That's when we honor our ancestors. Do you understand? With Little Moo's bewildered expression, Bai Xiaofan had no choice but to present the most fundamental significance of the new year. Yet, to her surprise, Little Moo still shook his head. I know about sacrifices. Whenever the tribe brings in a bountiful hunt, the shaman performs a ritual to thank the divine. But what exactly are ancestors? Hearing someone inquire about the nature of ancestors for the first time caused Bai Xiaofan's lips to twitch uncontrollably. Or rather, were ancestors not entities? She mentally organized her thoughts, hoping to elucidate. Your father's father's father. The string of paternal lineage left Little Moo utterly confounded. What relation do such distant ancestors have to me? He pressed. His curiosity piqued. Why? As Bai Xiaofan trembled slightly, she forced herself to illustrate. Imagine, one day, the warriors of the tribe hunted an abundance of game, and the entire tribe rejoiced, gathering around the fire to express their gratitude to the deities before indulging in a grand feast. Subsequently, on that day each year, the tribe would reminisce about their past joy. Over time, the mere arrival of that day would evoke happiness and prompt them to enjoy delightful delicacies. Little Moo, furrowing his brows, pondered for quite a while before asking, but how do they remember that day? Bai Xiaofan widened her eyes, internally lamenting, "Oh, Little Moo, why must you have so many questions?" This. Bai Xiaofan was reluctant to delve into matters of the calendar. Who knows what peculiar inquiries he might conjure next? After much contemplation, she pointed upwards and replied, "It is the deities who help them remember." Alas, it appeared that she could not avoid sounding like a mystic. Upon disembarking from the spaceship, Bai Xiaofan was immediately enveloped in a chill that sent shivers down her spine. She hurriedly donned her fur robe, along with her hat and gloves. Yet, even then, she was still so cold that her teeth chattered. If only I had known, I would have dressed in thicker garments. Wrapping her fur robe tighter around herself, Bai Xiaofan braved the wind and snow, trudging up the hillside to gather bamboo. It was the new year after all. How could there be no firecrackers? In the past, she had watched enviously as families joyously set off firecrackers on New Year's Eve, and now, having found her own family, she was determined to indulge in that festive tradition. Because Bai Xiaofan merely wished to light a firecracker, he chose to chop down a few branches. Although the main blade of his Swiss Army knife was not as sharp as a spade, it was more than adequate for severing small twigs. After laboriously cutting around 10 bamboo branches, each about a yard long, Bai Xiaofan was left panting and exhausted. After resting for a considerable time, he finally gathered enough strength to bundle the branches together haphazardly, clutching them to his chest as he made his way home. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan return with a bundle of bamboo, 13 inquired with uncertainty, "Are you really celebrating the new year? Even preparing firecrackers?" Bai Xiaofan tossed the bamboo to the ground and removed his large leather hat. Since it was New Year's, he felt it necessary to embrace the festive spirit, declaring, "You must understand, this year is not merely a one-time affair." 13 retorted, "Hey, you are being rather unreasonable. The movements of the sun and moon here are in accordance with the calendar. The solar calendar on Earth is based on the annual revolution of the sun, while the lunar calendar, strictly speaking, is a lunisolar calendar. In essence, regardless of the calendar, they all depend on the celestial body's movements. How can Bai Xiaofan unilaterally declare the eve of the new year? As winter descended, 13 lamented, that can only be considered the winter solstice. Frustrated, 13 exclaimed, "This woman speaks so lightly. Does she not realize that establishing a calendar is a profound scholarly endeavor?" Bai Xiaofan, adjusting her hair in the mirror, responded, "Can you devise a calendar within a month and tell me when the new year falls?" Bai Xiaofan, 13 shouted in anger, "This woman must be doing this on purpose. If that is the case, let us proceed as I suggest." With a smile directed at the ceiling, Bai Xiaofan then made her way to the bathroom. Bai Xiaofan, hailing from the southern regions, does not adhere to the northern tradition of consuming dumplings during the new year. However, it is imperative that fish graces the table, symbolizing abundance for the coming year. The fish must be presented whole. A tradition Bai Xiaofan diligently upheld as he searched for quite some time and finally retrieved a modest fish from the storeroom. As for the task of scaling and gutting, that fell to the capable hands of Xiao Mu. While lamb simmered in the pot, Bai Xiaofan prepared a roasted chicken, and Xiao Mu efficiently tended to the fish. Observing the plethora of delicacies Bai Xiaofan had prepared, Xiao Mu could not help but inquire, "Xiaofan, is it truly necessary to make such an abundance of food?" For Xiao Mu, winter signified a season of scarcity, where elders and children in the tribe often succumbed to the harshness of cold and hunger. Thus, witnessing Bai Xiaofan labor for a single meal filled him with unease. As Bai Xiaofan stuffed his mouth with fruits and ginger shreds, he paused at Xiao Mu's question, turning to him with a radiant smile, and replied, "According to the customs of my hometown, it is essential that tonight's dinner leaves some leftovers, as this signifies a household with surplus provisions." But Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. "Xiaofan, are you not aware that our winters here are long and frigid? What if we consume all our food?" Bai Xiaofan chuckled, rebuking him gently. "Foolish one, have you forgotten that we can cultivate potatoes and sweet potatoes?" Xiao Mu was taken aback for a moment, but soon broke into a grin. "I forgot. The gods have bestowed upon us a bounty of seeds. We shall not go hungry." Chapter 31. The first day of the new year, the creamy, fragrant fish soup, the golden, glistening roasted chicken, the snow-white, glutinous lion's head meatballs, the vibrant stir-fried cabbage, and a neatly arranged platter of sliced lamb. At last, Bai Xiaofan placed a small pot of boiling water on the table, within which floated a large bowl brimming with milky white fruit juice. Xiao Mu nodded and inquired, "Xiaofan, why are you igniting such a fire?" Bai Xiaofan chuckled softly, tossing him a fox fur coat with an air of mystery, saying, "You will find out soon enough." He did not forget to call to Xiong to join them. The wind and snow had ceased, and only the snowflakes gently descended from the night sky, casting a faint purple glow that enveloped the surroundings like a delicate veil. Coupled with the flickering and radiant bonfire, the snowy valley appeared as a stunning stage. Yet, this serenity was abruptly shattered by the entrance of two new characters. "Xiao Mu, here is one for you." Bai Xiaofan, wrapped up like a bear, picked up two bamboo sticks and handed one to Xiao Mu. Today marked her first experience with firecrackers, the primitive kind, leaving her both exhilarated and apprehensive. Xiao Mu took the bamboo stick, puzzled and lost in thought, unsure of Bai Xiaofan's intentions. Just as she was about to ask, a terrifying sound, one she had never heard before, erupted from behind her. Instinctively, her first reaction was that a beast was approaching. Signaling danger, she grasped Bai Xiaofan's arm in a reflexive panic, exclaiming, "Xiaofan, run!" De Xiong, who had been languishing in the snow, sprang to attention upon hearing the crackling noise, entering a state of readiness as he barked loudly into the darkness, hoping to intimidate any potential adversaries. Bai Xiaofan, startled by his sudden outburst, quickly asked, "What is happening? Did you not hear that frightening sound?" Little Mu was solely focused on swiftly escorting Bai Xiaofan to a secure location. The peculiar sound he had never encountered before filled him with trepidation. He was uncertain of the monstrous creature that could produce such a noise and whether he could fend it off. Thus, he was determined to conceal Xiaofan effectively. As the sound intensified, the bear's growls became increasingly ferocious. Initially startled, Little Mu quickly realized that it was the sound of bamboo burning. The crackling persisted, and the bear's growls gradually diminished. Observing the bamboo in his hand, he approached the fire, mimicking Bai Xiaofan's stance, positioning himself a bit farther from the flames, and extending his arm to offer the bamboo to the fire. In an instant, the crackling grew even louder. After enjoying the New Year's Eve feast, Bai Xiaofan unearthed Arthur's long-preserved ivory mahjong set and insisted on playing a two-person game, distributing 30 tiles to each. In the initial rounds, Little Mu struggled with the rules and was unfortunate with his draws, resulting in several significant losses, much to Bai Xiaofan's delight. However, her triumph was short-lived. As Little Mu gradually acclimated to the game, he adeptly minimized her chances of winning big, while he himself began to master the art of high-scoring hands. 2 or 3 hours later, not only had Bai Xiaofan lost all her tiles, but she also found herself indebted to Little Mu. I'm done. Bai Xiaofan exclaimed after another significant defeat, pushing the tiles away in a fit of frustration. "Then what shall we do?" Little Mu inquired after tallying his own tiles, and looking up, "Didn't you say we couldn't sleep tonight?" Bai Xiaofan cast a glance at the time displayed on the screen. It was already past 11:30. She picked up her clothes and nudged Xiao Mu towards the exit. It's not that we can't sleep. We must wait until midnight to set off the firecrackers before we can rest. Come on, let us hurry and light the firecrackers so we can go to bed. Upon hearing about the firecrackers, Xiao Mu became excited. Yes, let us set off the rest. Not so fast. In the midst of their conversation, Bai Xiaofan had already taken Xiao Mu outside the spaceship. They had gotten overly enthusiastic during their playtime, and only 2 firecrackers remained on the ground. Bai Xiaofan handed one to him, saying, "We'll save this one for tomorrow morning." She quickly added, fearing Xiao Mu would question her reasoning. According to the customs of my hometown, tomorrow marks the first day of the new year. As soon as dawn breaks, we light firecrackers to honor the celestial deities. It is the most sincere gesture. While she spoke, sweat trickled down her forehead, feeling increasingly like a charlatan. Xiao Mu paused for a moment, then offered the firecracker in his hand to Bai Xiaofan. You light it. In his eyes, setting off firecrackers was an incredibly delightful activity. And since they planned to save one for honoring the deities in the morning, he decided to let Bai Xiaofan take this one. However, Bai Xiaofan shook her head. I want to see you light it. Noticing that Xiao Mu remained still, she playfully nudged him and said, hurry up. Indeed, she had enjoyed the excitement of the earlier moments, but now she preferred to cover her ears and hide behind him, watching him ignite the firecracker. This action evoked memories of her childhood, when she would hide behind the door, watching her grandfather set off firecrackers. Before the echoes of her voice faded, the faint sound of firecrackers drifted in from outside. Bai Xiaofan nestled within her fur blanket, the warmth of her body gently rubbing against the tiger skin mat beneath her. A subtle smile graced her lips as she thought to herself, this little Mu is truly stretching and yawning. She donned the robe draped over her blanket and sauntered into the bathroom for her morning routine. Upon emerging, adorned in her fur cloak, Bai Xiaofan poured herself a generous cup of warm water, sipping it delicately. With her left hand, she drew aside the floor-to-ceiling curtains, and in an instant, her eyes widened in astonishment. The world outside the spaceship was enveloped in a silvery shroud, as snow continued to fall relentlessly from the heavens, resembling cotton wool. This snowfall is indeed quite extraordinary. Although she often traveled abroad during the new year while living on Earth, she had always chosen tropical seaside destinations, rarely witnessing such a significant snowfall firsthand. Indeed, it has been many years since I have encountered such a magnificent snowfall. Since Arthur's departure, she had been residing in a small village in Jiangnan, where winter brought snow, but seldom had she experienced such a flurry. After drinking her water and changing into her cotton trousers and jacket, Bai Xiaofan pushed open the glass door and stepped onto the balcony to practice yoga. This was her first time practicing yoga in such a wintry landscape, breathing in the crisp, cold air filled with snow. Little Mu was a person of habit, and once routines were established, they were not easily altered. Therefore, after moving into the spaceship, whenever Bai Xiaofan's door was shut, he would always knock before entering. Approaching the balcony door, Little Mu observed Bai Xiaofan engaged in her ritualistic prayers. This is yet another of Bai Xiaofan's deceptive tales. There was no choice. Most of the inquiries posed by Little Mu were beyond her explanation, and she could only attribute them to that elusive celestial deity. In summary, upon observing her retreat from the deity worship, Xiao Mu decided to step outside, intending to return later. To him, the act of worshipping was profoundly sacred. No need for that. If there is something to say, please do. Bai Xiaofan stood on one leg, hands pressed together at his chest, eyes cast downward, breathing gently as he practiced his balance. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Xiao Mu hesitated and remarked, Xiaofan, you mentioned that firecrackers should be set off at dawn. I rose when the sky was already bright, so I hurried. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Mu's words, losing his balance as his left foot, resting on his right thigh, slipped down. It's nothing. Sincerity is what matters. With that, he entered the house. I'll prepare breakfast. You should feed the lamb some fodder. I completely forgot to feed it after staying up too late last night. That gluttonous creature must be starving. After indulging in a lavish New Year's Eve feast, Bai Xiaofan opted for a light and refreshing breakfast of sweet potato and wild fruit porridge. He was initially concerned that the bear wouldn't eat, but it devoured the meal eagerly, likely having overindulged the previous evening. After breakfast, just as Xiao Mu was about to invite Bai Xiaofan to play mahjong, having just learned and won several rounds, he noticed Bai Xiaofan dressed and ready to go out. Xiaofan, where are you off to in this heavy snow? Bai Xiaofan tucked a fur hat under his left arm and playfully nudged Xiao Mu's arm with his right hand. We're going to enjoy the snow. Enjoy the snow? Confusion filled Xiao Mu's deep-set eyes. What was there to admire about snow, especially when there would be plenty more to see in the coming months? What are you daydreaming about? Let us go. Bai Xiaofan swiftly entered Xiao Mu's room to retrieve a fur coat, and then dragged Xiao Mu out of the spaceship. Chapter 32, Sun-Dried Meat. They engaged in a playful snowball fight, constructed snowmen, and Bai Xiaofan and Xiong were nearly beside themselves with joy, their laughter echoing melodiously throughout the valley. Xiao Mu, trailing behind, was caught in a blissful stupor, never having realized that snow could bring such exuberance. Xiao Mu followed them inside, shedding his thin robe to reveal a thick, quilted garment underneath. He had merely held the fur coat in his hands, but upon hearing Bai Xiaofan express his discomfort with the cold, he frowned and said, "If only you would wear this large robe, you would feel warmer." Yet, Xiao Mu stood there, lost in thought. Winter had only just begun. Yet Bai Xiaofan was already feeling so cold. What would happen as the weather grew even chillier? With this concern weighing heavily on his mind, Xiao Mu lifted his gaze towards the inner cabin, completely forgetting that their dwelling was insulated from the temperature outside. Since the supply of ingredients had become abundant, Bai Xiaofan had rarely used the lizard fruit in her cooking, opting instead to mash it into a hot drink. Over time, she discovered its delightful flavor, making it a favored beverage. As warmth enveloped them, Bai Xiaofan suddenly recalled the salted meat she had prepared some days prior. Back then, she had deemed the temperature sufficiently mild to store the salted meat in the warehouse, and in the passage of time, it had slipped her mind. Remembering it now, after it had been solidified by the frost, she hastily moved several large barrels of salted meat out of the spaceship and placed them in a visible corner of the balcony. The snow had fallen continuously for 3 days, accumulating over a foot outside the spaceship, yet the feather-like flakes continued to descend, seemingly intensifying. The world beyond the spaceship was now enveloped in an expansive white wilderness. As Bai Xiaofan gazed outside at the several jars of cured meat nearly buried beneath the accumulating snow, a heaviness settled upon her heart. She dreaded the thought of the snow persisting like the rain for over 10 days. Although the spaceship 13 was equipped with a snow removal mechanism, preventing any accumulation around it, the snow that fell upon the vessel was absorbed into its water tank. Nevertheless, 13 had not basked in sunlight for quite some time. Despite its claims of being able to harness energy from wind, frost, rain, and snow, the plummeting temperatures necessitated an increasing amount of energy to maintain a stable internal temperature, leaving Bai Xiaofan concerned about its sustainability. Fortunately, the heavens were merciful. The snowfall did not extend as long as she had feared. On the 6th day of the new year, the long-awaited sunlight broke through. The golden rays penetrated the glass walls, illuminating not only the balcony, but also Bai Xiaofan's heart. Although the temperature inside the spaceship remained at a steady 15 degrees, she had felt a persistent chill until she found herself once more enveloped in the warm sunlight, akin to lying on sun-drenched cotton. On the afternoon of the 6th day, Bai Xiaofan sat on her small balcony, cradling a slim book in her hands under the sun, while the bear lay beside her, half-closed eyes drifting into slumber. Suddenly, Bai Xiaofan tossed the book aside and, clenching her fist, exclaimed, "I cannot comprehend this." Despite her confusion, she was compelled to persevere. 13, like a stern instructor, admonished her, "You could simply explain it to me. Why must you insist on making me struggle with this perplexing text?" Bai Xiaofan also believed that the book The Exploitation of the Works of Nature was exceedingly valuable, and she was determined to master it. However, she wondered why she had to read it word for word. After all, there was no examination, and grasping the meaning sufficed. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's complaints, 13 was rendered speechless. Previously, it had exerted tremendous effort to explain the simple sections on wheat and rice, and the subsequent topics concerning shipbuilding, metal casting and forging, mining and smelting, as well as weapon manufacturing were far more intricate. Given Bai Xiaofan's intellect, it was likely that the explanations would lead to a complete system crash. Thus, 13 had taken the initiative to print a physical copy of the book, allowing her to delve into it at her own pace. Fortunately, there remained a stack of A4 paper in the printer, and the exploitation of the works of nature wasn't overly lengthy. By printing on both sides, a book was barely produced. Noticing 13's guilty silence, Bai Xiaofan surmised its thoughts and, with a sinister arch of her brow, inquired, "Could it be that you find the explanations too troublesome?" No. As Bai Xiaofan's fingers moved threateningly, 13 hastily denied. "The book contains so many illustrations. How could I explain them all? Besides, You can always ask me if there's something you don't understand. Aware that 13 was merely making excuses, Bai Xiaofan revealed a wicked smile. Oh, I can ask, can I? 13 shivered slightly, involuntarily responding in a trembling voice, yes. Before it could finish, Xiao Mu rushed over, exclaiming, Xiaofan, come quickly, the wheat has sprouted. Bai Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief, completely stunned, and after a long pause, she stammered, It has sprouted? Indeed. After these days, Xiao Mu has profoundly understood the benefits of cultivation. Consequently, as the shoots emerged from the soil, he felt an exuberance akin to that of Bai Xiaofan. He chuckled softly, squatting by the furrow, tenderly addressing the wheat sprouts. At last, you have made your appearance. Gently, he extended his index finger to nudge the delicate shoots. By the 8th day of the month, the rice seeds planted in bamboo tubes had begun to sprout, while the wheat seedlings, under several days of sunshine, were growing vigorously. Alongside them, the weeds also thrived, with clover flourishing in the wheat field after a day basking in the sun. Thus, every evening, Bai Xiaofan diligently came to weed the fields. Thankfully, Xiao Mu had crafted a small bamboo spade, making the task of weeding considerably less burdensome. The wheat and rice basked in the warm embrace of the sun, growing at a remarkable pace visible to Bai Xiaofan. According to the records in Tiangong Kaiwu, the optimal time for rice seedlings to be ready for transplanting is 30 days. However, after merely 10 days, the rice sprouts were already prepared for planting. Rice, indeed, requires abundant water in the fields. Therefore, prior to transplanting, Bai Xiaofan and Xiao Mu spent an entire afternoon thoroughly irrigating the 2 furrows until water seeped through the soil's surface, after which Bai Xiaofan commenced the transplanting process. However, the act of transplanting is not merely a matter of theoretical knowledge. Practical experience is essential. The seedlings Bai Xiaofan attempted to plant were either skewed or entirely submerged in the water, while some floated back to the surface shortly after being planted. By the end of 2 days, her rice field, although she had managed to transplant some seedlings, appeared chaotic and disheveled, resembling a scene ravaged by marauders. For Bai Xiaofan, managing to transplant a significant portion of the seedlings into the paddy fields was already a considerable achievement, leaving little room for concerns about aesthetics. In order to foster the optimal growth of both wheat and rice, the temperature of the external balcony was gradually raised. At present, Bai Xiaofan spent her time either reading or weeding the wheat fields, occasionally fertilizing the rice paddies. Despite the untidiness of the rice fields, their growth was remarkably vigorous, complemented by the sun's unwavering presence in the sky. After some time, the wheat and rice in the fields began to bear ears. This balcony greenhouse not only ensured temperature stability, but also simulated the gentle breezes of nature. Thus, whenever Bai Xiaofan stood beside her wheat fields, watching the waves of wheat and rice swaying in the breeze, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her. One morning, after admiring the beauty of the wheat and rice fields, she lifted her gaze and spotted the jar of salted meat left outside. She exclaimed, I completely forgot about the salted meat. To which a voice coldly retorted, you not only forgot the salted meat, but what about the salted fish in the warehouse? Have you abandoned those as well? Why didn't you remind me? Bai Xiaofan grumbled as she hurried into the warehouse, preparing to bring out the salted fish for drying. However, upon seeing the numerous salted fish, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. In her memory, salted fish were typically strung together with twine for drying, but where could she procure such twine? Xiaofan, what troubles you? Xiao Mu, noticing her frown and restless pacing, paused her work to inquire. I was contemplating how to string the salted fish and meat together. Before she could finish her thought, she noticed Xiao Mu weaving a clover and shifted the conversation, asking, what are you making with that grass? With little else to occupy her time, she found herself pondering the resilience of the grass, leading her to experiment with weaving. Perhaps this skill may prove useful in the future, she mused. As she spoke, her hands remained busy, intertwining 2 strands of grass, tying them together. While she referred to it as making a grass rope, it was more akin to stringing grass. It's remarkably durable, Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, picking up the grass string that Xiao Mu had discarded on the ground. She tugged at it with both hands, discovering it held firm, truly impressive. In that moment, a solution dawned upon her. By now, the rice seedlings had been fully planted, while the bamboo had been left stacked outside the storage area. Bai Xiaofan instructed Xiao Mu to fashion a rudimentary structure from the bamboo outside the spacecraft, while she threaded the salted fish and meat onto the grass strings. suspending them on the bamboo frame to dry. The two labored throughout the morning, successfully drying all the salted fish and meat. With her hands on her hips and a broad smile illuminating her face, Bai Xiaofan surveyed the 3 bamboo frames laden with fish and meat. She tightened her leather cloak, contemplating the wheat and rice nearing maturity inside the spacecraft, as well as the assorted wild fruits stored in the warehouse. The phrase abundant provisions had long been a source of disdain for her, merely a means to stave off hunger in her eyes, devoid of merit. Yet now, those same words brought her joy, happiness, and a sense of fulfillment unmatched by any luxury. Indeed, the praise from her mother, the rewards from Luyin's leisure, the daily recommendations from the divine totem and Joseph's fortune, Xiao Mu was profoundly grateful. Chapter 33. Can you weave a bamboo basket? After enduring over 10 consecutive days of sunshine, they were finally met with the first snowstorm of winter. Bai Xiaofan truly witnessed the formidable power of the season as the howling winds ravaged the landscape, swirling immense flurries of snow across the earth. Outside the spacecraft, the tempest obscured all sights, leaving only an expanse of white desolation. Observing his intense focus, Bai Xiaofan leaned closer and playfully inquired, "Xiao Mu, what are you up to?" In recent days, Bai Xiaofan had been idly contemplating that once the weather cleared, she could bask in the sun's warmth and anticipate a bountiful harvest from the crops. She had no desire to search for another pot to store rice, and serendipitously, the military knife also functioned as a scraper. Thus, Bai Xiaofan pondered whether Xiao Mu could transform the leftover bamboo into strips, hoping to weave a small bamboo basket. Although Xiao Mu possessed strength, mere power was insufficient for bamboo scraping. Often, his first stroke would either snap the strip in half or yield a piece as thick as a small stick. After scraping 2 pieces of bamboo, Xiao Mu finally honed his skill, producing strips of appropriate thickness. "I can't believe it, you can actually weave a bamboo basket." Upon seeing her confidence, he was somewhat astonished, realizing that this woman indeed possessed a craft. Bai Xiaofan smiled lightly, sipping the warm fruit juice in her hand. In truth, she had only learned to weave scarves during high school and had observed others crafting bamboo baskets in her youth. She had never attempted it herself. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaofan felt that with her scarf weaving skills, creating a bamboo basket should not pose a significant challenge. After all, as long as it was sturdy and capable of holding items, she had no expectations for it to be aesthetically pleasing. 2 days later, Bai Xiaofan indeed managed to weave a base for the scarf following the method. However, merely having a base was insufficient. Observing the surplus bamboo strips, Bai Xiaofan's mind sparked with an idea. She bent the strips and continued to craft a second base. Just as she reveled in her cleverness, 13 coldly reminded her, "While you can create 4 sides this way, what about the base? A bamboo basket cannot be deemed complete without a bottom." Humming a tune while engaged in her handiwork, Bai Xiaofan halted at the remark. Although she could ingeniously weave 4 sides, the question of the 5th side loomed large. Sensing her silence, 13 knew she had overlooked this crucial detail and scoffed. "I had thought you possessed genuine skill to weave a bamboo basket, but it appears you are merely putting on a show." It would be wise to halt little Mu's efforts to prevent him from wasting his time. In a flurry of frustration, Bai Xiaofan forcefully hurled the bamboo strips to the ground, contemplating a fit of rage. Suddenly, a faint hiss caught her attention. With a belly full of ire, she had found an outlet for her frustration. Whirling around, she furrowed her brow and impatiently inquired, "What is it now?" "Nothing. Just scraped my hand," replied little Mu, removing his left index finger from his mouth. In that brief moment, thick, crimson blood began to drip steadily down. The agitation within Bai Xiaofan dissipated like mist upon witnessing the blood on Xiao Mu's hands. She lunged forward, retrieving a white silk handkerchief she had unearthed from the storeroom days prior, pressing it firmly against Xiao Mu's wound. In a voice laced with urgency, she admonished, "How old are you? Why must you be so careless? Your foot hasn't healed yet, and now you've inflicted such a deep gash on your hand. Are you intentionally courting disaster?" Bai Xiaofan's anxious reprimands flowed forth, leaving no opportunity for Xiao Mu to respond. "How can you scold Xiao Mu? If he hadn't noticed your displeasure and kept glancing your way, would he have hurt himself?" came the indignant retort. Xiao Mu began, but Bai Xiaofan interrupted, "Hold on. Let me fetch some medicine for you." Before her words had fully settled, Bai Xiaofan had vanished from Xiao Mu's sight. "I remember there should be Yunnan Baiyao stored here. Where is it?" Bai Xiaofan rummaged through the medicine cabinet like a thief, her voice tinged with a barely concealed sob. "It's in cabinet 024, box 35. came the prompt reply from 13. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan swiftly pulled open the small box and seized the vial inside, ready to dash away. Don't forget to grab some iodine, medical cotton, and bandages from the drawer at the bottom of the cabinet. 13 called out just in time. Arthur had stocked up on such first aid supplies during his extensive travels to gather information. As soon as Bai Xiaofan had the items in hand, she was already at Xiao Mu's side, the handkerchief thoroughly drenched in blood. Initially, she intended to clean and disinfect the wound, but seeing the blood gushing forth, she decided to prioritize staunching the flow. Upon opening the medicine bottle, Bai Xiaofan poured the powder directly onto Xiao Mu's wound, ensuring that it was thoroughly covered, depleting nearly half of the contents in the process. Noticing that the bleeding had ceased, Bai Xiaofan exhaled in relief, placed medical cotton over the powder, and proceeded to wrap the bandage around the injury. With a sigh, she remarked, "Originally, you could have helped me with boiling salt or washing the dishes. But now you are unable to do anything at all. I can still manage those tasks." Xiao Mu interjected urgently. Bai Xiaofan shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing, "What do you mean you can manage? It would only complicate matters further if you were to get an infection. I insist that you remain still for the next few days." "Xiaofan, you are truly wonderful." After securing the bandage with a small bow, Bai Xiaofan, unable to contain herself upon hearing his words, rolled her eyes and playfully poked his forehead. "How can you sing my praises when I am scolding you so fiercely? Are you out of your mind?" Thus, despite receiving a thorough reprimand from Bai Xiaofan, Xiao Mu felt a warm sweetness in his heart, grinning foolishly. Though she frequently chastised him and was quite commanding, she was genuinely kind, far kinder than his own kin. Back in the tribe, when he was injured during a hunt, the most his fellow tribesmen would do was offer a few words of inquiry and comfort. They would never scold him with such fervor while their eyes glistened with concern as Bai Xiaofan did. Due to Xiao Mu's injury, and Bai Xiaofan's inability to think clearly in the moment, the task of weaving the bamboo basket had to be temporarily set aside. Fortunately, the blizzard was not as relentless as a torrential downpour. It lasted for just 3 days, and by the afternoon of the 24th, the winds began to diminish and the snowfall gradually ceased. At this moment, Bai Xiaofan realized that the small river outside had frozen over. And not merely with a few shards of ice adrift on the surface, but rather the entire river lay encased in ice. "What is the temperature outside now?" he whispered, wrapped in a robe after his bath, standing on the balcony of his room. "About -30 degrees, I suppose," came the casual response. After a deep, restful slumber, the sunlight once again graced the earth. Gazing at the river's surface, solidified into a massive ice sheet, Bai Xiaofan felt a shiver despite the bright sunshine. He resolved to practice yoga on the balcony of Xiao Mu, which did not face the river. Xiao Mu, accustomed to the tribal routine, rose with the dawn. He had just emerged from the bathroom, bare from the waist up and clad only in the undergarments Bai Xiaofan had gifted him. Bai Xiaofan, who was strict with others yet lenient with herself, always knocked before entering Xiao Mu's room, but she boldly entered his space without hesitation. Upon entering, her gaze was instantly captivated by Xiao Mu. His sun-kissed skin was robust and strong, with broad shoulders and slightly defined pectorals, complemented by a chiseled six-pack, forming a quintessential V-shaped physique. In the presence of such beauty, Bai Xiaofan felt her face flush uncontrollably. For Xiao Mu, such attire was nothing to be embarrassed about. It was customary for the men of the tribe to dress this way in warm weather. Yet, the heated gaze of Bai Xiaofan rendered him somewhat bashful. As faint blushes crept across his dark complexion, he quickly donned the robe from the bed, inquiring, "Xiaofan, what brings you here?" Seated in a lotus position, Bai Xiaofan lowered her head, striving to steady her breath, yet her mind remained restless. Particularly with Xiao Mu pacing around the room, her composure was further disrupted. Unable to contain herself, Bai Xiaofan abruptly flung open the balcony door and exclaimed at Xiao Mu, "Hey, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and feed the lamb." Aye. Xiao Mu stammered, flustered and forgetting to make the bed. He hastily picked up his clothes, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I'm leaving right now." Before he could finish his sentence, he was already out of the room, completely oblivious to the fact that Bai Xiaofan had barged into his room early that morning. With a scoff, she derided, "It's clearly your own restlessness, yet you blame Xiao Mu. It's like blaming the latrine for your constipation. Typical of someone like you." Bai Xiaofan retorted with a haughty tone, hands on her hips, "What? Are you dissatisfied? Even if you are, there's nothing you can do about it. I simply have good fortune." Just as she was about to continue, a sudden seriousness overtook her as she declared, There are many people approaching the valley. What? Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Xiaofan gasped and leaped to her feet, racing to the control room. Her eyes widened as she fixated on the screen, where 7 or 8 tall, gaunt men wrapped in animal hides were making their way along the frozen river towards the valley, brandishing spears. Their facial features had become gaunt and sunken, imparting an impression of coldness and sharpness, particularly those deeply set eyes. Although their inky depths obscured the pupils, Bai Xiaofan could discern the fierce glimmers within, as if they were intent on devouring everything in sight. Could they be members of Xiaomu's tribe? Bai Xiaofan inquired uncertainly. Aware that only Xiaomu's tribe existed, yet this did not imply that this land harbored but a single tribe. Whether they are Xiaomu's kin, I cannot say. All I know is that they are exceedingly famished, replied 13. If you were to toss that gluttonous sheep before them, they would likely pounce upon it like wild beasts. Bai Xiaofan gazed into their eyes, deep as the abyss, and trembled as she questioned, 13, what should we do? 13, too, was anxious. What else is there to do but to hide? Yet, Bai Xiaofan hesitated. While hiding might offer a temporary reprieve, what about the next time? Or the time after that? Although the valley was currently blanketed in pristine snow, foraging on the slopes behind for sustenance should not prove overly difficult. At the very least, winter bamboo shoots could be unearthed, and though the river was frozen, creating a hole to catch a few fish would not be insurmountable. If they were to taste the sweetness of the valley, they would surely return with alarming frequency. Winter might be manageable, but what would happen come spring? Bai Xiaofan contemplated how, with the warming weather, she intended to sow seeds for rapeseed flowers to extract oil. This valley could not be allowed to fall into their hands. Yet, what recourse remained at this moment? 13. Do you possess no means of offense or defense whatsoever? As Bai Xiaofan gazed at the group of individuals who had arrived at the mouth of the valley, his heart raced with trepidation. I am equipped with a small missile, but with such limited energy, it is utterly impossible to enter a state of readiness. He lamented. Closing his eyes, he furrowed his brow and sighed heavily. We can only hope to evade this situation for now. Wait. 13 suddenly interjected. While I am unable to attack, I possess the capability of invisibility. You can become invisible? Bai Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with excitement. You actually have such a feature? With a sense of pride, 13 replied, Indeed. I am the most advanced scientific exploration vessel from the planet Vela. This invisibility function serves as the vessel's ultimate line of defense, a means of self-preservation when it cannot engage in combat, thus requiring minimal energy. As they conversed, the massive, pale purple peanut, which had stood prominently in the snowy valley, gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the external chamber, the young moose suddenly realized that he could no longer see outside. Wide-eyed, he rushed to the glass wall, pressing his face against it in an attempt to glimpse beyond, yet all he could see was his own reflection. The chilling gaze of a man swept over him, causing Mu to retreat a step in fright, while Bai Xiaofan narrowed his eyes dangerously. For he wore the very thick fur robe that belonged to young Mu. So you are the one who has been bullying Mu. Bai Xiaofan glared at the man, gritting his teeth. Xiaofan, can they truly not see us? Mu distanced himself from the screen, trying to avoid the cold, malevolent gaze of Duokazan. He had been accustomed to being tormented by Duoqi and his gang since childhood, and upon encountering them, he could not help but feel a surge of fear. Moreover, on the day he was expelled from the tribe, Duoqi had warned that if they were to meet again, he would not hold back. Thus, he had previously seized his fur cloak. To be honest, he was not particularly terrified. At most, he would receive a beating. However, now that he was with Xiaofan, he feared that if Duoqi and his companions found them, they would not only strip them of all their provisions, but might also abduct Xiaofan to barter for food with the savage tribe. As the crowd observed him, each time he attempted to extend his arm, it fell short. Duoqi was about to pull him back, urging him to cease his pretense, when suddenly, with a sharp crack, the spearhead shattered. In the spacecraft, Bai Xiaofan recoiled instinctively at the ferocity etched on his face, taking a step back. In the next moment, the spearhead was sent flying far away. Witnessing the swift onset of shock and panic on his face, Bai Xiaofan's plan for avenging Xiaomu began to crystallize in his mind. Duoqi gazed incredulously at the broken spearhead, while the tribesmen behind him retreated several steps in fright, anxiously scanning their surroundings, repeatedly murmuring, Heavenly deity, save us, O divine one. Duoqi glared at the desolate expanse before him, snatching Yuli's spear, stepping back briefly, and then charging forward with great force, only to be sent flying himself. The crowd rushed to assist him, urging, "Duoqi, let us depart. This valley surely possesses divine power. To offend the celestial beings would be ill-fated." Duoqi's father was the elder of the tribe, and being the strongest warrior himself, he had aspired from a young age to become the next chieftain of the tribe. He had grown to such an age, yet this was the first time he felt such humiliation in front of his kin. The fleeting fear within him was completely overshadowed by a surge of indignation. With great effort, he broke free from the crowd and shouted, "What divine power could possibly exist in such a small valley? I refuse to believe it." As he spoke, he seized another spear, preparing to charge forward. Suddenly, a figure emerged inexplicably from the open ground, clad in a fur cloak similar to his own, but wearing an enormous fur hat that obscured their face. At last, he realized, "So, it was you who stole my cloak." It was only when this person spoke that the crowd realized she was a woman. Upon hearing the feminine voice, Duoqi's courage swelled, and he stepped forward to demand, "Who are you?" Bai Xiaofan let out a cold laugh and replied haughtily, "Who I am is beyond your comprehension." At this time, the people had not yet conceived of the notion of demons and monsters. They attributed all inexplicable events to divine beings. Good fortune was seen as a reward from the gods, while misfortune was viewed as their punishment. Witnessing her mysterious arrival, coupled with the recent events, most of them regarded her as a goddess. Hearing Duoqi's disrespectful inquiry, they quickly urged him, "Duoqi, this woman might be a goddess serving the divine." "Goddess? Huh?" Duoqi spat vehemently. If she were truly a goddess, why would she hide her face beneath such a large hat? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's eyebrows twitched with amusement. This Duoqi possessed a bit of wit, far more difficult to intimidate than the likes of Xiaomu. At this moment, she sighed softly, "Duoqi, I advise you to swiftly depart with your kin, lest calamity befalls you, and I shall be unable to protect you." Duoqi, perplexed, exclaimed, "How does she know your name?" Upon hearing him utter Duoqi's name, the crowd became increasingly convinced of her divine nature. In a fit of rage, Duoqi slapped the air, retorting, "What nonsense! This woman must have overheard our previous conversation." Chapter 35. Pretending to be divine, Duoqi had already begun to believe in Bai Xiaofan's identity, yet before the multitude, he maintained a facade of composure. Despite his face being as pale as snow from anxiety, he feigned steadiness and inquired, "I wish to hear what else you have to say." Bai Xiaofan was quite taken aback by his calm demeanor. She had assumed that everyone on this planet was as straightforward as Xiaomu, yet here stood a shrewd individual. Nevertheless, it was destined that he would falter in her presence. Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed, "What of my father?" "Your father, Zhuoli, was once an elder of the tribe and is now its chieftain," Bai Xiaofan replied, her smile fading as she adopted a serious tone. "Moreover, after he ascended to chieftaincy, he expelled one of our kin from the tribe." "Silence!" Bai Xiaofan interrupted sharply, fearing that Xiaomu might be hurt by the revelation. "I am already aware of everything. There is no need for further elaboration." Outside the protective barrier, Duoqi suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Goddess, our tribe has been without sustenance for far too long. Please, save my people." Duoqi knelt down, and the others followed suit, pleading, "Oh, divine maiden, please save us." "My kin." Bai Xiaofan smirked slightly, thinking to himself, "It seems you are not the chieftain at this moment." Displeased by his theatrics, she coldly replied, "This is both the punishment of the celestial deity and a test from the heavens. Thus, I cannot assist you." With that, she abandoned the desperate crowd and turned to enter the spacecraft. Witnessing her vanish from sight, Duoqi and his companions became even more convinced of Bai Xiaofan's divine status. The others rose to their feet, yet Duoqi remained on the ground, pleading pitifully, "Divine maiden, save my kin." "Xiaofan." Bai Xiaofan cast a disdainful glance his way and poured herself a cup of warm fruit juice to soothe her throat. "Help! What can I do to assist? Our provisions barely suffice for the winter." Xiaomu timidly interjected, "But aren't our rice and wheat about to be harvested?" After saying this, he quickly dodged Bai Xiaofan's cold, piercing gaze. "So, you are coveting their harvest." Bai Xiaofan approached Xiaomu step by step, her voice laced with menace. "Even if I provide them with food, they wouldn't know how to consume it." Xiaomu glanced at the screen and mustered the courage to look at Bai Xiaofan with a pitiful expression. "But you could teach them. Yet if I give it to them, what shall we eat?" She retorted. She had toiled to cultivate the crops, and she had yet to savor a single bite, while Xiaomu contemplated giving them away to those who had cast him out of the tribe, wishing him harm. "But can't we plant more?" he suggested. Bai Xiaofan invested considerable effort in cultivating 2 varieties of grain, a fact that Xiaomu was acutely aware of. Thus, upon finishing his statement, he promptly lowered his head, bracing himself for reprimand. You regard them as kin, but do they consider you as one of their own? Bai Xiaofan's eyes blazed with anger, and she felt an overwhelming urge to pry open Xiaomu's head to discern the thoughts nestled within. How could one who had endured such callous treatment from their own people harbor no resentment whatsoever? Xiaomu, confronted by Bai Xiaofan's inquiries, dared not raise his gaze. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Xiaofan, if you refuse to assist them, it will be the elders and children who suffer starvation. They have never wronged me. When the chieftain banished me, Mama Maui gifted me a generous supply of jerky, and old Huel pleaded with the chieftain not to cast me out. Enough, enough. Bai Xiaofan interjected, aware of Xiaomu's honesty. However, the thought of relinquishing the fruits of her labor to Duiqi unsettled her. Xiaomu, you know our provisions are limited. Even if we were to give everything to Duiqi, the tribe may not benefit. Frustrated, she glanced at the screen, noticing Duiqi still kneeling there feigning sincerity, which ignited her ire. Close the video. 13. Bai Xiaofan was genuinely enraged, prompting 13 to refrain from making noise and swiftly terminate the video. Xiaomu stole a glance at the screen, so dark it could reflect silhouettes, then hurriedly averted his gaze, fearing further discussion. Bai Xiaofan shot Xiaomu an exasperated glare before retreating to the kitchen to prepare her breakfast, having yet to eat due to their predicament. Although Xiaomu was unaware of the reasons behind Bai Xiaofan's anger, he could discern that she was genuinely upset, and thus refrained from pleading further, remaining pitifully still. Outside the spacecraft, Duo-Chi continued to kneel in the snow, unmoved by the pleas of the crowd. Duo-Chi, enough. The goddess has already departed. Even if you perish here on your knees, she will not see you. This was indeed a rare opportunity bestowed by the heavens. While the tribe frequently held sacrificial rites and the shaman claimed to have received divine instructions, no one had witnessed such events firsthand. Yet here he was, having conversed with the goddess before so many tribesmen. Should he succeed in enlisting her aid, no one in the tribe could contest his claim to the chieftaincy. Very well, I shall go at once, Uli replied, turning and sprinting out of the valley. Bai Xiaofan had just finished preparing breakfast, sitting at the table in a huff, while the Xiong lay obediently at her feet, despite the drool that had accumulated, not daring to make a sound. How long do you estimate it will be until the rice and wheat are ripe? What, are you planning to assist Xiaomu? Bai Xiaofan rolled her eyes at him. Approximately 3 or 4 days, I suppose. 3 or 4 days. Bai Xiaofan pondered these words while chewing on her wooden spoon, calculating that with harvesting, it would take at least 5 or 6 days. Thus, she deliberated on how best to torment Duo-Chi in the meantime. Just as she was lost in thought, 13 suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, that fellow Uli has led a large group towards the valley." Chapter 36. The Great Shaman, a large group? Bai Xiaofan furrowed his brow as he entered the control room, activating the monitor. A group of individuals clad in various animal skins hurriedly approached the valley. Zoom in a bit, Bai Xiaofan commanded, his heart lamenting his miscalculations. He had assumed that a mere display of prowess would intimidate them, yet it had backfired, drawing even more people closer. The entourage led by Uli comprised predominantly elders, among whom one stood out distinctly, adorned with a tall feathered headdress and wielding a staff, clearly signifying a person of great importance. At some point, Xiaomu had quietly entered the room and, upon witnessing the scene on the screen, exclaimed in astonishment, "Why has Duiqi summoned the elders of the clan? Oh, even the grand shaman has arrived." Bai Xiaofan let out a faint, cold smirk, realizing he had underestimated Duiqi. It was evident that Duiqi intended for these elders to witness firsthand his summons of the goddess. Fixated on the screen, a subtle sneer concealed a burning fury within. He could hardly fathom being cornered by a primitive individual to such an extent. Should he choose not to confront Duiqi, the latter would surely remain unsatisfied, frequently checking in, regardless of his presence. Conversely, if Bai Xiaofan were to meet him, it would play directly into Duiqi's hands. Most importantly, if they truly believed that a goddess resided within the valley, it would spell the end of his tranquil existence. The only recourse left was to instill such fear that they would dare not approach again. However, he found himself devoid of any means to frighten them. "Duiqi, what are you doing kneeling out here?" Zhuoli rushed forward to assist his son, only to be met with Duiqi's declaration. "Father, there resides a goddess in this valley." As Duiqi's voice faded, the Grand Sorcerer-Bearer coldly interrupted, "Nonsense. How could you possibly have encountered the goddess?" Ever since Zhuoli ascended to the chieftaincy, he had been preoccupied day and night with thoughts of eliminating Bearer. However, this year had proven particularly calamitous for the tribe. First, a plague had afflicted the children during autumn, followed by relentless rain and snow that led to a severe shortage of provisions. Zhuoli had to comfort the tribe's people himself, thus temporarily refraining from confronting Bearer. Yet now, Duoqi audaciously claimed to have seen the divine woman. Should the elders genuinely believe him, it was likely that Bearer's position would be usurped by Duoqi, fulfilling Zhuoli's ambitions. Duoqi hastily interjected, "Stop. We may have been unaware before, but how can we dare to offend the goddess again?" Bearer, with a scornful smile, turned to Zhuoli and said, "Chieftain, will you allow Duoqi to carry on with his folly? The tribe's supplies are nearly depleted, and instead of hunting in this weather, he is here kneeling before a goddess no one has ever seen." The elders, who typically relished the rivalry between Zhuoli and Bearer, now found it inopportune for such conflict, especially with the tribe on the verge of starvation. Duoqi's antics at this critical juncture displeased them greatly. "Indeed, Duoqi, your primary responsibility now is to seize the clear weather to hunt for sustenance, rather than subjecting yourself to self-imposed penance here." Regrettably, the elders dismissed the assertions of Duoqi and his companions, refusing to heed their claims of witnessing the goddess. Bari stood silently to the side, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction. For quite some time, he had been overshadowed by the father and son duo, but today he found a moment of reprieve. It appeared that the elders might harbor discontent towards them. Zhuoli had a profound understanding of his son. He would not have summoned the clan elders without absolute certainty. Currently, the elders were displeased that he had abandoned the crucial task of hunting to worship the goddess, as this was not his rightful duty. In their eyes, Muki was neglecting the tribe's survival in pursuit of usurping the shaman's authority. Zhuoli managed to balance both responsibilities, and Sandan, being the most esteemed elder of the tribe, would lend credibility to their claims, regardless of whether the goddess was truly encountered. Thus, Bari found himself without grounds to refute, merely able to sneer and utter, "I shall see how you two conjure a goddess." This statement also served as a contingency for him, should a goddess indeed materialize. He could still contest by claiming it was a fabrication. Zhuoli's piercing gaze remained fixed upon him as he commanded Wu Li, "You all go hunt now." Bai Xiaofan watched this drama unfold as if it were a film, marveling at the political intrigues even within this primitive society, and contemplating the deeper reasons behind Xiao Mu's impending exile. "What should we do, Xiaofan? Perhaps I should step out and clarify things with them. Xiao Mu likely understands now that I am no goddess, and the treasures she spoke of are merely finely crafted tools." Thus, he genuinely worried for Bai Xiaofan. If Bai Xiaofan's identity were to be exposed by the Grand Sorcerer, Duo Qi and the others would undoubtedly bind him to the pyre and burn him alive. "What is his name?" Bai Xiaofan inquired, pointing at the sorcerer. Enlarged the staff in his hand. At this moment, Bai Xiaofan had no time to consider Xiao Mu's trepidation. His mind was solely focused on how to frighten away the people outside, and Bari evidently presented an excellent opportunity. Ever since they entered the valley, Bai Xiaofan had been observing the staff in Bari's grasp, for the carving at its top appeared strikingly familiar. Came the prompt reply, and in the next instant, a vividly carved snow wolf's head materialized before Bai Xiaofan's eyes. A sly smile crept across his fair face as he thought to reveal the divine beast he envisioned. Before Bari could utter a word, a thunderous sound resonated in the hearts of the three, as a colossal snow wolf, towering like a small mountain, emerged from the clearing ahead, its head held high. The three were so frightened that they trembled all over, instinctively lowering their bodies, too terrified to move. With each step the giant wolf took, the ground trembled slightly, and the three of them nearly lay flat on the snow, fearing that even the slightest disrespect would condemn them to become souls beneath the wolf's feet. "Bari," as the majestic voice of the wolf called out his name. Bari's limbs stiffened, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. "Heavenly God? I. Do you know why the heavenly God seeks to punish you? Please, let the heavenly God enlighten us." Seeing him stutter in such a manner, Bai Xiaofan could hardly contain his laughter, clutching his mouth to stifle the amusement that threatened to burst forth. Outside, the three individuals were nearly rendered unconscious by the oppressive silence. At last, Bai Xiaofan, having amused himself sufficiently, straightened his posture and continued to gaze at the screen, declaring, "It is because of him." The trio exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain about who had incurred the wrath of the celestial deity. Inside the spacecraft, Bai Xiaofan noticed that Da Xiong was merely standing there, seemingly dazed, which caused him a pang of anxiety. Just then, Da Xiong suddenly tilted his head back and let out a primal roar, causing the trio, who had just begun to lift their heads, to hastily bow them down once more. Bari's mind raced. If the deity was indeed referring to him, then it must not pertain to his own actions. As for Sandan, he was renowned within the tribe for his affable nature, always displaying utmost reverence during rituals. Thus, the only possible culprit could be him. Gathering his courage, Bari lifted his chin slightly and said, "The deity refers to." He hesitated, not immediately voicing a name, instead savoring the weight of the deity's implied meaning. Given that the deity had remained silent, he turned his gaze toward Duoqi. "What are you looking at me for?" Duoqi barked, suddenly recalling the goddess's earlier words. "So it was you who stole my garment." In an instant, his lips drained of color. Could it be that he had genuinely offended the deity? Observing Duoqi's ashen face, Bari realized his conjecture had been correct and could not suppress a triumphant smile. Have you remembered now? The reverence that Sandan held for the celestial being was deeply ingrained, and in Bari's eyes, Duoqi's audacity to offend the deity was utterly unforgivable. "What have you done?" "You must promptly seek forgiveness from the deity." As Bari's visage gleamed with self-satisfaction and Sandan's expression turned icy, Duoqi's mind became a whirlwind. He never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Chapter 37. Ensnared in this unfolding scenario, the one most delighted was Barich. Within his small, beady eyes lay a flicker of malevolence, wishing nothing more than to bind Duoqi to the stake without delay. How dare he remain defiant in the presence of the divine? Duoqi, the bravest warrior of the tribe, swiftly quelled his panic. He knelt before the great bear, removing his skin cloak and folding it neatly before him, bowing his head in submission. "I have foolishly offended the deity. I humbly beseech the divine for punishment." Although this cloak had been forcibly taken from the back of young Mu, to argue now would only be seen as a feeble defense. It was far better to concede gracefully. "Xiaofan, let it go," young Mu implored, furrowing his brow as he watched Duoqi kneeling on the screen. He had stood behind Bai Xiaofan, fully aware that Duoqi had previously robbed him of his garments and injured him. As the most formidable warrior of the tribe, Duoqi had never soiled himself in such a manner, especially in front of the elders and the great shaman. If he were to discover that the so-called deity was merely a ruse devised by Xiaofan, Mu shuddered to think of how Duoqi might retaliate. Bai Xiaofan had initially intended to teach Duoqi a stern lesson, yet upon witnessing young Mu's anxious and pleading demeanor, his resolve began to wane. Furthermore, 13 advised Xiaofan, it would be wise to retreat. Escalating this could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, 13's words served as a reminder to Bai Xiaofan. The immediate priority was to frighten these individuals away, ensuring they would not return in haste. In due time, he could seek retribution for young Mu. Upon hearing this, Sandan promptly bowed in gratitude. Duoqi let out a sigh of relief and bowed repeatedly to the great bear. At that moment, the great bear had already settled down, his mouth agape in a hearty laugh. To Bari, this demeanor suggested that the celestial being was growing impatient. Thus, although he did not wish to easily let Duoqi off the hook, he felt utterly powerless. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground and fervently exclaimed, "I beseech the celestial being to grant me sustenance to save my kin." Through the large screen, Bai Xiaofan observed that the great bear was becoming increasingly impatient. Prolonging this entanglement could lead to exposure. However, if they were to generously provide them with food, it was likely that similar requests would follow. He was apprehensive about their persistent presence, and seeing Xiao Mu's pleading expression made it even more difficult. Bai Xiaofan eventually relented, hastily concocting an excuse. "The celestial being has cleared the skies, wishing to grant you a chance for hunting. What more do you seek?" Hearing the celestial being's tone, which seemed to suggest reluctance to assist, Bari hurriedly explained, "But our tribe is currently facing famine. Xiaofan, please lend them your aid." In the spacecraft, Xiao Mu was incessantly beseeching. Bai Xiaofan could not bear to witness his distress and sighed heavily, instructing him to gather some potatoes and sweet potatoes. She then turned back to the screen and declared, "Very well, I shall provide you with some emergency provisions to assist the elderly and children of your tribe, such as Maui and Huel." Upon hearing the celestial being mention the names of individuals from their tribe, the three were filled with unwavering belief. Bari and Sandan nodded fervently in agreement, promising, We shall definitely share the gifts bestowed by the celestial being with the elders and children of our tribe. I shall remain here to observe. Should you dare to deceive in the slightest, no, we would never. Before Bai Xiaofan could finish his sentence, the three individuals hastily assured him. Bai Xiaofan entrusted to Xiong with a substantial bundle of potatoes and sweet potatoes prepared by Xiao Mu for delivery. Outside, the three watched as the giant wolf emerged with the hefty parcel, and just as they were about to inquire, they were met with the wolf's fierce glare, prompting them to swiftly take the items, bowing 3 times. As they prepared to depart, a resonant voice echoed, reminding them, "Remember, do not return, otherwise your tribe shall face grave misfortune." The three hastily responded, "We would never dare to disturb the divine again." With that, they hurriedly left. Observing their retreating figures, Bai Xiaofan let out a long sigh, reflecting on the challenges of maintaining a divine facade. Xiao Mu timidly approached Bai Xiaofan, tears glistening in his eyes. "Thank you, Xiaofan." Bai Xiaofan stared, poking his forehead repeatedly. "You are indeed clever, managing to unearth my rough cloth robe meant for sleep and using it as a parcel." Upon seeing the enormous bundle earlier, she was both exasperated and amused. Was Xiao Mu truly so naive? That hefty load must weigh dozens of pounds, and moreover, that coarse robe was something she had painstakingly retrieved from the storeroom. Now it was gone. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan delivered several light taps to his forehead, scolding, "What hunting are you pursuing? In just a few days, the rice and wheat will be ready for harvest. You must stay home and help with the reaping." Little Mu laughed heartily. "Xiaofan, you are truly wonderful." Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I can't seem to rid you of this habit. I scold you. I tap you. I direct you. How is that wonderful?" Little Mu straightened his expression and said, "You selflessly gave away the winter grains you toiled to cultivate to a stranger for my sake. How can that not be admirable? Although you appear fierce, I understand that your concern for me runs deep. Just now, when you raised your voice at me, it was only because you were worried I might get hurt." In a moment of uncontrollable emotion, he grasped Bai Xiaofan's hand. In the past, when such fine weather graced the tribe, even minor injuries would not deter one from hunting. Yet you would rather laboriously cultivate those crops than allow me to venture out hunting. I know it's because you care for me. Bai Xiaofan's kindness has always been clear to me, though I have never voiced it. Yet, for some reason, those words slipped out, and before I could finish, a flush of crimson adorned my cheeks, rendering me unable to continue. As I gazed at little Mu, who stood before me, too bashful to meet my eyes, and felt the warmth of his hand in mine, my heart raced wildly within my chest, as if filled with something profound, sweet yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. Smiling, my eyes brimmed with tears of warmth. After spending these past 6 months together, I had come to understand my Na'vi little Mu profoundly, yet I had never anticipated the tenderness and sensitivity that lay within his heart. Bai Xiaofan does not consider herself a gentle person. She finds it difficult to embody the qualities of tenderness and demureness. Having had several relationships in the past, her former partners have consistently remarked, "Bai Xiaofan, who do you think you are, always trying to control the lives of others?" Since the age of 16, she has been living independently, as her parents, apart from providing financial support, remain indifferent to her life. All significant and trivial matters in her existence are under her dominion, and over time, she has grown accustomed to steering her own course. The same applies to Xiao Mu. She dictates all decisions, and he merely needs to comply and take action. Were they on Earth, many might perceive Bai Xiaofan as merely exploiting Xiao Mu for labor. She has always positioned herself in the role of an elder sister, not necessarily due to a significant age difference, but rather to prepare for the day when Xiao Mu might tire of her authority, allowing her the solace of knowing that her younger brother has matured and no longer requires her oversight. However, she never anticipated that Xiao Mu could perceive her concern. Bai Xiaofan stifled the heat in her eyes, withdrawing her hand from his warm grasp, and playfully tapped his forehead. "Where did you learn such ingratiating flattery?" Though Xiao Mu did not fully grasp the concept of flattery, he instinctively defended himself, saying, "What I said is true." With a resigned sigh, she lamented, "How could such a wonderful Xiao Mu fall for a woman as malicious as you?" With a sigh from 13, Bai Xiaofan, known for her thick skin, inexplicably felt her cheeks flush. With her delicate brows furrowed, she scolded Xiao Mu, "Don't just say nice things. You can cook lunch today. I've exhausted myself scaring off people for half the day." Upon finishing her words, she swiftly fled. 13, calling after her retreating figure, teased, "It's quite a feat. Bai Xiaofan can actually be shy." despite Bai Xiaofan's inner monologue assuring herself that it was nothing, far less than what she had encountered before. The heat on her face refused to dissipate. Observing Bai Xiaofan, who remained cocooned in her bedding, 13 sighed softly, no matter how tough her exterior may be. She had ultimately succumbed to her feelings. Chapter 38. Every grain is hard, earned ever since she had blushed in front of Xiao Mu. Bai Xiaofan had been avoiding her for several days, leaving Xiao Mu with a perpetually distressed expression. Whenever she attempted to speak to Bai Xiaofan, she would vanish without a trace. During these days, Bai Xiaofan busied herself with weaving bamboo baskets under 13's guidance. After 4 or 5 days, she finally managed to create a rudimentary basket, just as the wheat in the fields had matured and was ready for harvest. Having taken some time to collect herself, Bai Xiaofan recognized that the task of harvesting the wheat primarily rested on Xiao Mu's shoulders. One morning, while tidying up the dishes after breakfast, she said to Xiao Mu, "Take the spade and gather the wheat from the fields." And then, Bai Xiaofan paused, momentarily perplexed as she noticed the usually placid Xiao Mu suddenly fuming. Little Mu gazed at her for a moment, noticing the confusion etched on her face, and the sense of grievance in his eyes intensified. He abruptly stood up and turned to leave for the kitchen. Bai Xiaofan, bewildered by his actions, murmured, "What on earth is he thinking? You dare to ask?" A voice replied, filled with exasperation. "For so many days, you've been avoiding him as if he were a plague. You haven't even spared him a glance or exchanged a word. Every time he wishes to speak with you, you dodge him faster than anything else. Now that he requires assistance, you suddenly remember his existence. Do you truly believe he is some sort of free labor?" Indeed, she had been somewhat excessive in her behavior these past few days, and her reactions had been rather extreme. However, the fact that she was now willing to speak indicated that the matter had been put to rest. Yet, Bai Xiaofan was not so brazenly selfish as to treat him as invisible for so long, only to expect him to come running the moment she chose to engage. The thought of approaching Little Mu to apologize felt oddly discomforting, as if she were seeking his favor solely to have him assist her in harvesting the wheat. "Little Yang, do you think that by ignoring Xiaofan so thoroughly, she might genuinely be angry with me?" As Bai Xiaofan arrived at the outer warehouse, she caught sight of Little Mu, who was feeding the lambs with a handful of grass, murmuring to himself. His voice, deep yet tinged with a hint of childishness, stirred a sense of compassion within her. Just as she was about to enter, she overheard Little Mu talking to himself. "Father said that a man must be capable of hunting abundant game for a woman to desire to bear his children. Little Yang, do you think I should take advantage of this fine weather to hunt some prey, so that Xiaofan, Little Mu?" As he spoke, he was abruptly interrupted by an irate shout. "How many times must I say it? You are not to venture out to hunt until your foot is fully healed. Do you think my words are but a passing breeze, easily forgotten?" Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, storming onto the balcony and fiercely gripping his ear. The mere mention of hunting ignited her fury. She was aware that Xiao Mu's foot was nearly healed, yet hunting was an endeavor fraught with risks. One could not afford to be careless. Moreover, if the injury were to be re-aggravated, it could lead to lifelong complications. Such thoughts were utterly unacceptable. Bai Xiaofan, with an air of authority, interrupted him, observing his ear redden in her grasp. Her heart softened, and she released her hold, glaring at him fiercely before thrusting a military shovel into his arms. "Go cut the wheat." Confronted with Bai Xiaofan's fierce demeanor, Xiao Mu's grievances melted away, and he obediently accepted the shovel to harvest the wheat. Ultimately, she resolved to craft a large wooden mortar, allowing Xiao Mu to pound rather than grind the grain. After all, he possessed ample strength. Under the radiant afternoon sun, Xiao Mu sat on the balcony of the granary, meticulously refining the inner surface of the wooden mortar with a Swiss Army knife, beads of sweat glistening on his nose in the sunlight. Bai Xiaofan stood nearby, her gaze fixed intently on his strong hands wielding the knife. The wheat had been harvested for several days, yet remained piled in the warehouse due to the unfinished mortar, a sight that made Bai Xiaofan restless. Although they could not make dough for large meat buns due to the absence of yeast, the mere thought of noodle soup and pancakes made her mouth water profusely. "How are you doing? Is it ready?" Xiao Mu wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and reached into the wooden mortar, feeling the inner surface. While it was not excessively uneven, he hesitated to proclaim it satisfactory, mumbling, "It should be." Bai Xiaofan abruptly pushed him aside and examined the inner wall himself. Although it still bore some irregularities, it was of little consequence. After all, the flour would need to be sifted regardless. "Let us leave it as is," he declared, instructing Xiao Mu to lift the bamboo basket and pour in some of the wheat. Indeed, The harvest of this season had been bountiful. From those 2 modest plots of land, they had yielded over 100 gen of wheat. It was noteworthy that the previous yield per mu had been merely 2 to 300 gen. Bai Xiaofan's 2 plots, totaling merely 20-odd square meters, had produced such an impressive quantity, and upon the initial harvest, he had been elated for an entire day. Yet now, observing Xiao Mu's tirelessly rising and falling arms and contemplating the mountains of wheat piled in the granary, he found it difficult to share in that joy. The task of grinding this 100+ gen of wheat into fine flour was no trivial endeavor. Moreover, the rice in the field had also grown heavy with grain. Within 2 or 3 days, they would have no choice but to harvest it. The thought of drying and pounding over 100 gen of rice alone made Bai Xiaofan feel utterly exhausted. It seemed that their winter would be consumed entirely by rice and wheat. Sighing involuntarily, Bai Xiaofan contemplated the next season. Perhaps it would be wiser to cultivate rice, wheat, and various other crops in one field, making things a bit easier while also allowing for the addition of potatoes and sweet potatoes, which Xiao Mu had generously provided. Little Mu wiped the sweat from his brow and peered into the wooden mortar, where the wheat remained unchanged, grain by grain. Xiaofan, you rest for a while. I still need to pound for a bit longer. Little Fan leaned closer to take a look and, seeing the situation, pulled Little Mu aside to sit down. She poured him a glass of fresh fruit juice and said, "Drink some water. Let me have a turn at pounding for a bit." After handing the cup to Little Mu, she seized the pestle and began to pound. Little Mu took a hearty sip of the juice, the sweet and fresh flavor instantly invigorating him, banishing his fatigue. A silly, sweet smile spread across his distinctly defined face. Xiaofan, however, was not fond of doing dirty or laborious work. She had no genuine desire to pound wheat. Her suggestion was merely an excuse to rest for a moment. Having worked on the farm for several months, Xiaofan had developed considerable strength in her hands. She had thought that enduring for half an hour or so would not pose a problem, but to her dismay, after only 10 minutes of effort, she felt utterly exhausted, as if her arms had been severed. "You've had your turn for quite a while. It's my turn now." As soon as she stopped to wipe her sweat, Little Mu seized the pestle from her hands. Xiaofan lacked the energy to contest him and retreated to the side to catch her breath, massaging her arms. She couldn't help but reflect on how difficult it was to enjoy a fine meal in Jiangxi. The saying truly held weight. Every grain is a testament to hard work. Little Zhu has fallen from the new book list. Please, everyone, do your utmost to support Little Zhu with collections and recommendations. As of this week, Little Zhu will resume updates on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, so there will be an extra update tonight. Chapter 39, Love at First Sight though a tad late. Here is the second update. After a long day of threshing wheat, even a robust laborer like Xiao Mu found himself utterly exhausted, his arms heavy and unresponsive. Observing this, Bai Xiaofan, after finishing dinner and taking a shower, made his way to check on him. Xiao Mu was shirtless, massaging his own shoulders. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan enter, he hastily donned his shirt, hoping to conceal the redness and swelling on his shoulders, mumbling, "You're still awake?" Bai Xiaofan, holding a plump pair of gloves and wearing an icy expression, stepped closer and tugged at Xiao Mu's shirt. His gaze fell upon the inflamed patches on Xiao Mu's broad shoulders, and an immediate surge of anger flared within him. His words erupted like firecrackers. "If you needed to massage your shoulders, why didn't you call me? Look at what you've done to yourself." As he spoke, the gloves were already pressed against Xiao Mu's shoulder, the frigid sensation causing him to shiver involuntarily. It's fine. Xiao Mu protested while trying to evade the touch. "A night's rest will suffice." "Dream on," Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, delivering a light slap to the back of his head. "You need to take a proper 2-day break before resuming your work." Xiao Mu quickly turned to face Bai Xiaofan, insisting, "There's really no need. Ever since I injured my foot, you've been handling everything. Moreover, just a few days ago, you even delivered a large package of food to our kin. I know our supplies are dwindling, even without you mentioning it. Furthermore, the rice in the fields will soon need harvesting. If I rest now, wouldn't it just burden you further?" Bai Xiaofan stood with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Xiao Mu, threateningly uttering, "What did you say?" As she scrutinized his obsequious expression, she suddenly struck his shoulder with considerable force, causing Xiao Mu to wince in pain. "At this rate, it would be a miracle if you could lift your arm tomorrow, let alone threshing the grain." She understood that if she acquiesced to Xiao Mu, after finishing the remaining grain today, he would undoubtedly demand more. Just like this afternoon, not long after she had called a halt. He insisted he was fine and not fatigued. Had she not forcibly seized the pestle from his hands, he would have continued until darkness fell. You are always so eager to prove yourself. Although time is pressing, you cannot simply overexert yourself. Bai Xiaofan rubbed an ice pack on his shoulder. Her words laced with irritation, yet Xiao Mu's demeanor remained sweet, even transforming the chilly sensation into one of comfort. In her childhood, her father had told her that if one could not endure minor aches and pains, one was unworthy of being a warrior of the tribe, unworthy of being his child. Hence, when she was injured, he never inquired. No one had ever been so concerned over a mere scratch. Xiao Mu spoke lightly, yet a wave of bitterness surged in Bai Xiaofan's heart. Though her parents were indifferent, her grandmother had cherished her like a precious phoenix egg. Not only would she comfort her for any injury, but even a minor stumble would earn her grandmother's tender reassurances and endearments. It was truly remarkable that Xiao Mu, raised under the cold and harsh tutelage of his father, could still retain such a simple-hearted demeanor. Suddenly, Bai Xiaofan sensed a hint of something amiss in the words of Xiao Mu. His method of education bore an uncanny resemblance to the training of a successor. Xiao Mu, is your father the chieftain of the tribe? Xiao Mu shook his head and replied, each chieftain, upon reaching old age, selects a young warrior from the tribe, who is then appointed as the next chieftain by the elders. So that was the case. It was no wonder Xiao Mu's father imposed such stringent demands on his son. Fathers often desire to pass their positions on to their offspring. It seemed this was a rather primitive society, at least to some extent, where selfishness had begun to take root. One could only wonder about the state of private ownership. Naturally, she would not disclose this to Xiao Mu. With his simple mind, he would either disbelieve her or, if he did believe, rush out to confront the Zhou family in a fit of rage. In either scenario, it would starkly contrast with the stable life she sought. Xiao Mu, do you feel resentment towards your kin for casting you out? Rationality urged her to refrain from speaking, yet Bai Xiaofan could not help but probe. The moment the question escaped her lips, she realized it was superfluous. If he truly held a grudge, would he still provide them with food? As expected, Xiao Mu shook his head and said, it is my own inadequacy. If my father were not the chieftain, I would have been expelled from the tribe long ago. Bai Xiaofan, seizing upon his words, shamelessly remarked, indeed, had you not been driven from the tribe, you would never have encountered me. In a moment of astonishment, Bai Xiaofan's mind jolted, and she halted her movements, standing before Xiao Mu to coldly inquire, so you witnessed the situation with the spaceship's water extraction? I couldn't see it clearly, but I did catch a glimpse. Upon reflecting on the matter, Bai Xiaofan was filled with a sense of dread, realizing that he had indeed been exceedingly careless. Fortunately, it was Xiao Mu he had encountered. Had it been another individual, he might have already met his demise. He had thought of Xiao Mu as an earnest child, only to discover that she was well aware of his secret and had feigned ignorance. Bai Xiaofan had not anticipated that Xiao Mu could remain so composed. He had previously believed he had concealed his secret adeptly, but it seemed Xiao Mu had likely laughed heartily at his naivety. The embarrassment of having made a fool of himself before Xiao Mu filled him with both shame and anger, prompting him to hurl the ice pack at her forehead, exclaiming, "You handle it yourself." With that, he turned away in a fit of pique. Fortunately, the ice in his glove had mostly melted, otherwise, a sizable bump would have surely formed on Xiao Mu's forehead. Xiao Mu, still momentarily stunned, was jolted into action at the sound of the door slamming shut. She rushed to Bai Xiaofan's door, repeatedly apologizing to the closed barrier. "Xiaofan, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry." In the room, another voice interjected on Xiao Mu's behalf. "Let bygones be bygones. It was a long time ago. After all, he has worked hard all day." Silence. Bai Xiaofan, seated in his chair, cast a fleeting glance upwards before fixing his gaze on the door, as Xiao Mu's voice continued to echo from behind. Each time he became angry, she would concede her fault. Initially, Bai Xiaofan found this rather pleasing, believing that she was teachable. However, as time passed, he came to realize that the words "I was wrong" were merely deceptive reassurances to Xiao Mu, as she fundamentally did not grasp where her fault lay. "Uncertain," responded 13 with a hint of irritation. Bai Xiaofan, disinterested in further contention, decided to prepare herself a cup of warm fruit juice, hoping to indulge in it before drifting off to sleep. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Xiao Mu seated at the threshold. Rising swiftly, he said, "Xiaofan, please don't be upset." "Bai Xiaofan interjected, "You wish to say I was wrong again?" Surprisingly, Xiao Mu shook his head. "I should not have deceived you." He paused, his fervent gaze penetrating Bai Xiaofan's gentle eyes. At that moment, I truly believed you were a divine being. I feared that if I voiced my thoughts, it would displease you and lead you to depart, which is why I hesitated to inquire. Bai Xiaofan was momentarily stunned. She had never fathomed that Xiao Mu harbored such feelings. She was skeptical of love at first sight and could scarcely believe that such a phenomenon could occur in her life. In stark contrast, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame, for even now, she remained uncertain about the nature of her feelings toward Xiao Mu. Chapter 40. The foot-powered grain grinder. The night in the valley was so tranquil that even the wind seemed to have hushed. Lying in bed, Bai Xiaofan could only hear the relentless pounding of her heart, compounded by the incessant image of Xiao Mu's endearing smile flooding her mind, which only served to exacerbate her agitation. Resolutely, she donned a robe and rose to the balcony for some fresh air. Leaning against the wall, she settled into a corner and tilted her head to gaze at the myriad stars scattered across the night sky. It had been ages since she had beheld such a magnificent celestial display. Indeed, there were advantages to a primitive and unrefined existence. 13 echoed this sentiment, reflecting that it too had not witnessed such a pristine and resplendent starry sky in a long time. Unconsciously, it illuminated its faint glow, casting a dreamy violet hue upon the snow, creating an ethereal scene. In the tranquil embrace of the night, Bai Xiaofan's restless heart gradually found solace as she gently closed her eyes. Little did she expect that one day she would lead a simple yet fulfilling life on such a backward planet. 13. Seizing the moment, remarked, I never imagined that I would be forced to rely on someone as inept as you. Contrary to 13's anticipation of a vehement response, Bai Xiaofan merely smiled, expressing her contentment. How can I be deemed useless? In this environment, I not only have enough to eat, but strive to enjoy my meals. 13 scoffed. If you possess such remarkable abilities, why not devise a method to expedite the grinding of flour? At this rate, come spring, you may not even have the chance to enjoy flour. This statement served as a poignant reminder to Bai Xiaofan. The method of using a pestle to crush wheat was indeed inefficient, slow, and exhausting, relying solely on Xiao Mu's pair of hands. It was uncertain when they would finally have flour. As she pondered this, Bai Xiaofan moved to the control room and activated the screen, muttering to herself, if 2 hands are insufficient, what about using feet? The power of the legs, combined with one's own weight, surely surpasses the strength of the arms. During her contemplation, 13 had already devised a design, exclaiming, what do you think of this? Bai Xiaofan gazed at the design on the screen. At first glance, it resembled a seesaw from her childhood, albeit with a weight attached to one end. The indicated weight was not substantial enough to leave her astounded. This was the simplest form of a lever, as long as a person stood at the far end and continually pressed down with their feet. The weight at the top could effectively serve the purpose of the pestle. Bai Xiaofan furrowed his brows, intently scrutinizing the design blueprint. Everything seemed manageable, yet the question remained, how to suspend a weight from its apex? Moreover, what material should be employed as the weight? Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Although a stone possessed sufficient heft, how could it be hoisted to the pinnacle of the lever? This was an insurmountable challenge, given their capabilities. It was utterly impossible for them to bore a hole through the stone and then dangle it with a mere rope. With arms crossed, Bai Xiaofan paced in the control room. The incessant illumination of the control room made the slumbering bear, ensconced in its soft fur, grow increasingly impatient, emitting low grumbles as it tossed and turned beneath its robe. Observing the bear cocooned in its robe, a spark of inspiration struck Bai Xiaofan, and he snapped his fingers. Eureka! The following day, after breakfast, Bai Xiaofan led Xiao Mu out of the spaceship. Outside lay a vast expanse of a snow-laden world, where the bright sunlight illuminated the glistening white snow, casting a brilliant sheen upon everything in sight. Yet, despite the radiant sunshine, Bai Xiaofan shivered uncontrollably. The warm breath he exhaled lingering visibly before him. Xiao Mu trailed behind Bai Xiaofan, trudging through the knee-deep snow, stumbling as he made his way towards the hillside. Bai Xiaofan halted, panting heavily as he declared, I am merely accompanying you. It is you who must undertake the task. However, to Xiao Mu's ears, this sentiment resonated differently. And he lowered his head, despondent. It is my inadequacy that has compelled Xiaofan to bear such hardship. In their previous life within the tribe, no man ventured out to hunt, while their womenfolk at home were burdened with worry. They always ensured the well-being of their loved ones. However, for herself, she merely ventured out to accomplish a few tasks, which left Xiaofan feeling rather apprehensive. Bai Xiaofan trudged through the snow, each time extracting her foot from the drifts with considerable effort, leaving her little opportunity to alleviate Xiao Mu's minor discontent. After a considerable struggle, they finally reached the hillside at the back. Bai Xiaofan scrutinized the surroundings and ultimately pointed to a tree with a diameter of approximately 40 centimeters, instructing Xiao Mu, "Chop it down." Xiao Mu hesitated briefly before retrieving a spade and commencing his task at the base of the tree. Observing Xiao Mu's somewhat clumsy movements, Bai Xiaofan felt a pang of sympathy. However, felling the tree was a task she simply could not undertake herself. Fortunately, the spade was sufficiently sharp, and the tree trunk was not overly thick. Despite his lack of agility, Xiao Mu possessed enough strength to strike the tree repeatedly, and after several blows, the 10-meter-tall tree came crashing down. Yet, Xiao Mu was still eager to continue. Bai Xiaofan, with her slightly myopic eyes widening in a glare, silenced him with an implicit warning, causing Xiao Mu to comply, though his eyes betrayed a hint of grievance and a plea for pity. Bai Xiaofan found his gaze unbearable and sighed, assuring him, "Do not worry, I will bring Dexiong along." Dexiong had been lounging in the sun, but upon hearing this, he let out a growl of protest. Bai Xiaofan shot him a stern look. "If you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, Dexiong's ears perked up, and his tail wagged joyfully. "However," Bai Xiaofan continued, "but you shall not expect to eat today. I had planned to prepare roasted meat for dinner." As she spoke, she exaggeratedly slurped, feigning the act of savoring a delicious meal. Upon hearing this, Dexiong realized that he was destined to endure hard labor. With a fierce glare, he shot a menacing look at Bai Xiaofan and obediently trudged towards the warehouse door. "Xiaofan, what purpose do you have in chopping down this tree?" Xiao Mu pondered, somewhat suspecting that Bai Xiaofan intended to use the wood for threshing wheat. Yet he could not fathom the exact application. Bai Xiaofan was acutely aware that revealing her plan to Xiao Mu would only prompt him to prepare in her absence, leading to an encounter where he would nonchalantly proclaim, "I haven't done much. It requires little effort." Ever since Bai Xiaofan embarked on her agricultural endeavors, she had come to understand that physical strength, though seemingly undervalued, was of utmost importance. Previously, she often felt weak and fatigued, frequently losing sleep. However, she now distinctly sensed a marked improvement in her physical vigor, no longer plagued by frequent aches and pains. Moreover, she discovered that she could fall asleep almost immediately upon touching her pillow, a feat she had once deemed impossible. Thus, the notion of expending a little effort to procure a few bundles of firewood felt inherently worthwhile to her. Dexiong, filled with resentment, glared at the piles of firewood stacked nearby. This woman, Bai Xiaofan, was utterly unreasonable. As one of the fiercest warriors of the forest, the Snow Wolf, he found it intolerable that she repeatedly relegated him to the role of a laborer. "I simply refuse to move," he declared defiantly, turning his head away. Yet, after a brief moment, he suddenly shook his ears, recalling Bai Xiaofan's threatening words. "For every bundle you fail to bring, I shall deduct one meal." After lunch, Bai Xiaofan, guided by the principles of 13 and with the assistance of Xiao Mu, constructed a simple lever. The weight at the top, of course, was a stone. She wrapped the stone in a robe and secured the sleeves of the robe to the top of the lever. Bai Xiaofan adjusted the position of the wooden mortar, allowing Xiao Mu to step on the other end of the lever. With each rise and fall of his feet, the large stone pounded down into the mortar, and before long, the wheat inside was crushed. Although Xiao Mu was reluctant to participate, he would plead with Bai Xiaofan on his behalf. Bai Xiaofan, however, insisted that this was a case of resourceful repurposing. Consequently, the days of the satiated and leisurely bear were irrevocably lost. Each day, it toiled alongside Xiao Mu, energetically pressing down on the decrepit wood. While Xiao Mu was filled with joy, Bear wore a look of sorrow. Occasionally, when it gazed at the sun, a hint of melancholy would cloud its eyes, which Bai Xiaofan happened to notice. She playfully mocked it for being a so-called artistic youth. Bear, unaware of the term's meaning, could only surmise that, given Bai Xiaofan's gleeful demeanor, it was not a compliment. With the new tool and Bear's labor, the pace of wheat milling increased exponentially. Thus, when it came time to harvest the rice, Xiao Mu was even able to lend a hand to Bai Xiaofan. The trio worked diligently for over half a month, and at last, the wheat was transformed into flour, totaling an impressive 97 pounds. Lacking burlap sacks, Bai Xiaofan rummaged through the clothing storage and fashioned 10 coarse cloth garments into makeshift bags by securing a few openings, proving to be quite the ingenious solution. As for the rice, Bai Xiaofan, fearing a change in weather, quickly spread it out on her balcony to dry after the harvest. Consequently, while the wheat was being threshed, The rice was also receiving ample sunlight. That night, wrapped snugly in her fur blanket, Bai Xiaofan drifted into sweet dreams, the corners of her mouth curving upwards, almost reaching her ears. Unbeknownst to her, a remarkable spectacle was gradually taking shape, promising either an enormous surprise or a fright come morning. Chapter 41. The Lies of 13 and Arthur. Bai Xiaofan awoke from her deep slumber, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Could it be? Was it still the middle of the night? She murmured in disbelief, recalling that for the past 6 months, she had slept soundly until dawn. Why had she suddenly awakened in the dead of night today? Just as she was about to inquire of 13 regarding the time, a ray of light slipped through the gap in the curtains. Before she could utter a word, 13 called out, "Xiaofan, come quickly and see the aurora." Aurora? Bai Xiaofan's mind struggled to comprehend, and she dumbly asked, "What aurora?" "Oh, you'll understand once you see it." "Why ask?" Bai Xiaofan donned her clothes and, amidst the commotion of knocks from outside, heard Xiao Mu exclaiming loudly, "Xiaofan, divine light, there's divine light. It's happening. It's happening." As Bai Xiaofan hurriedly fastened her attire and approached the door, she found herself puzzled by the excitement of everyone in the middle of the night. Just as her door opened a crack, Xiao Mu darted in, leaping 2 strides to the balcony, swiftly drawing back the curtains and turning to her with a radiant smile. "Look!" In an instant, Bai Xiaofan was captivated by the resplendent and dazzling light before him. At times, it blazed with the fervor of a roaring flame, setting the entire horizon aglow. At other moments, it transformed into a gentle moonlit hue, serene and delicate as it gradually unfurled. Occasionally, it morphed into a radiant arc, competing with the shimmering stars and moon. Yet in the next breath, it coalesced into a magnificent drapery, only to dissipate once more, resembling butterflies frolicking and dancing across the celestial canvas. Bai Xiaofan's mind was a blank slate, and he could only murmur in awe, "So beautiful." Beside him, Xiao Mu grinned widely, echoing, "Indeed, there is nothing more beautiful in the world than this." Just then, a voice called out, "13. Bai Xiaofan's consciousness stirred slightly in response. 13 paused for a moment before stating, "It is now 8:30 in the morning." Bai Xiaofan merely acknowledged with a non-committal sound. Seeing that she had not absorbed his words, 13 grew agitated and exclaimed, "I said, it is now 8:30 in the morning." He steadied his tone and enunciated clearly, "I repeat, it is 8:30 in the morning." 8:30 in the morning. Bai Xiaofan was taken aback and rushed to the balcony, pressing his face against the glass wall to peer outside, only to find the world shrouded in darkness, akin to the depths of night. What could have caused this? He wondered, his previous admiration for the aurora fading away. With a troubled expression, he turned to Xiao Mu and asked, "How long does the sky generally remain dark? An eternal night? I have heard that the polar regions can experience such a phenomenon for 6 months. Just the thought of it nearly made Bai Xiaofan faint. If the sun were to vanish, how would one cultivate anything at all? Xiao Mu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Perhaps a little over a month. Once the sun emerges again, the weather will gradually begin to warm." Ever since the 13th had embarked on the task of crafting a calendar, it had realized that the 14th marked the full moon, indicating that a month here consists of merely 28 days. Bai Xiaofan, upon hearing this, felt an immense sense of relief and even erupted into joyous exclamations. "Do you mean to say that spring is on the horizon?" Initially, she found the snowfall quite delightful, but after months of being surrounded by an endless expanse of white, she could not help but feel a sense of weariness. Moreover, the winter here was undeniably harsh. Xiao Mu, witnessing her radiant smile and exuberance upon seeing the aurora, grinned widely and said, "Indeed, as long as we endure this long night, warmth will return." Bai Xiaofan only registered that the weather would become warmer, inadvertently overlooking the term long night. The darkest hour on Earth occurs just before dawn, and here, the endless night preceding spring is not only the darkest, but also the coldest. As days passed, Bai Xiaofan gradually sensed something amiss with the 13th. For instance, the flow of tap water was not as robust as before, the shower water was no longer as scalding, and even the lights had dimmed several notches. Occasionally, she could feel a drop in temperature within the spacecraft as well. The 13th hesitated for quite some time before murmuring, "It seems my energy reserves are running low." "What?" Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, leaping to her feet. "Aren't you the foremost scientific exploration vessel of Vela? How can you not withstand even the harshest of weather? Furthermore, didn't you mention that as long as there is wind, you could replenish your energy even without sunlight?" A single utterance from 13 left Bai Xiaofan in a state of alarm. She could discern, without even asking 13, that the frigid conditions outside were not merely a matter of 50 degrees below zero, but rather hovered around 30 or 40 degrees below. Without the shelter of 13, she truly questioned her ability to endure. Suddenly, 13 exclaimed, I deceived you. I am not the foremost scientific exploration vessel from the planet Vera, but rather a decommissioned ship. Arthur invested some money to procure me for interstellar travel, and upon arriving at Earth, my energy system malfunctioned. For a considerable time, my energy has been teetering on the brink. I do not care whether you are foremost or not. Just tell me if you can convert wind energy into usable power. Bai Xiaofan was not in the mood to delve into the fabrications of 13 and Arthur. Her sole desire was to navigate through the endless night safely. Well, I can. 13 hesitated, but get to the point. Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, her fists clenched in anger. With a quavering voice, 13 replied, the energy consumption within the ship is currently substantial, and the conversion of wind energy is only sufficient to sustain the operations of the aft compartment. Bai Xiaofan felt herself on the verge of an explosion, then simply disregard the aft compartment. But, 13 replied, somewhat aggrieved, when I was designed. It was predetermined that when energy levels fell below a critical threshold, it would be locked in the aft compartment to ensure its operation at maximum capacity. After all, I am indeed a scientific exploration vessel. Bai Xiaofan felt a tumult of panic and fury within her, her small face contorting into a grotesque and terrifying smile. If Arthur was merely traveling, why had he amassed so many items in the cargo hold? If Arthur were standing before her now, she would undoubtedly tear him apart. That scoundrel who boasted of his supposed scientific expertise on Vera, when in fact he was nothing more than a vagabond. How could she possibly be akin to him? She now harbored doubts about the apocalyptic tale he had spun. It might very well be a fabrication. Ah, splendid. A sinister grin spread across Bai Xiaofan's face as she yearned to storm into the control room and dismantle Unit 13. If the energy issues were so dire, why had they not informed her? Did they intend for her to wait until she could no longer endure? You scoundrel! In a fit of rage, Bai Xiaofan seized the lamp from her bedside and hurled it against the upper left corner of the wall. Had Unit 13 spoken up sooner, she could have devised a strategy. Now, as she turned to gaze out onto the balcony, her reflection was starkly illuminated against the darkened world. Venturing outside was not merely a matter of enduring the cold. She feared she would soon be struck by the flying debris. Just days prior, in the faint afternoon light, she had witnessed those very stones, formidable and far larger than the ones she used to thresh wheat and pound rice. Should one of them strike her, it would surely spell her demise. At some point, a large bear had crept in, its furry head nuzzling against Bai Xiaofan, emitting soft whimpers as if to console her. Feeling the warmth radiating from the bear's body, Bai Xiaofan found a flicker of strength within her, dispelling the fear and chaos that had taken root in her heart. She was not alone. No matter how perilous the journey ahead, Little Moo and Big Bear would always accompany her. With a heavy sigh, she organized her tumultuous thoughts and rose to the glass wall, inquiring in a calm tone, 13, how many more days can you hold out? Chapter 42, The Eternal Nights, Blizzard, 3 days. 13 informed Bai Xiaofan, revealing that they had 3 days left, which was far better than she had anticipated. 3 days, after all, was a considerable span of time, ample for their preparations. With this definitive answer, Bai Xiaofan summoned Little Moo and clearly conveyed, we can no longer stay here. Having grown up on this planet, Bai Xiaofan believed Little Moo would surely devise a way to cope with the mere chill. Indeed, upon hearing the news, although Little Moo furrowed his brow, he promptly devised a solution. I will move the firewood into the cave now and light the stove to warm it up. As he spoke, he reached for his thick cloak and headed outside. Bai Xiaofan quickly interjected, it's too dangerous out there with the flying rocks. What if? Rest assured. Little Moo gently removed her hand from his arm. I'll carry a pot to shield myself. With that, he ventured out. Bai Xiaofan followed, observing Little Moo as he transported bundle after bundle of firewood and made his way to the haystack. She carried a large steamer in one hand and 2 heavy cloaks in the other, darting into the storage area. Little Moo, get all the firewood inside. She first brought in a bundle and pressed it forcefully to the bottom of the pot. Yes, this way, it could both shield against the stones and provide firewood. Little Moo echoed her thoughts as he continued to bring in more supplies. Bai Xiaofan desperately stuffed firewood into the pot, urging Xiao Mu to carry as much as possible, hoping to minimize the number of trips. The pot was already brimming, yet Bai Xiaofan continued to cram in more ula grass, observing that it seemed ready to burst. Xiaofan, that's enough. I can make another trip later. Bai Xiaofan stood up, her heart racing almost to the point of escape from her chest. She placed a large fur hat on Xiaomu's head, adjusted his leather robe, and finally grasped his hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly as she urged, "Please be careful." Xiaomu lifted the large steamer onto his head and smiled reassuringly at Bai Xiaofan, saying, "It's all right. The tribe's people walk around with wooden boards all the time. Besides, it's just a few steps from here to the cave." Despite Xiaomu's words, the worry on Bai Xiaofan's face did not wane. She gazed deeply into his eyes, then walked to the door, her hand hovering over the switch, only to suddenly turn back with a change of heart, tears welling in her eyes. Or perhaps we should reconsider. After all, there's still 2 days left. "Xiaofan," he called out, "this storm won't pass so quickly." Xiaomu approached Bai Xiaofan, set down the steamer, and gently took her cold hand, which trembled from fear. "Xiaofan, trust me, I will be fine. I've seen this kind of weather since childhood, and I know how to avoid the rocks." Xiaomu firmly rejected her concern, stating, "No, the cave is extremely cold." After contemplating for a while, he looked into Bai Xiaofan's sparkling eyes and insisted, "Let me warm the cave first before you come out. Otherwise, if she entered the cave and refused to remain obediently inside the spaceship, what then?" The worry etched on Xiaomu's face was unmistakable. Bai Xiaofan raised her hand, swore to Xiaomu, "Upon entering the cave, unless you call for me, I shall undoubtedly, without a doubt, remain inside." Xiaomu remained hesitant, prompting Bai Xiaofan to take a step back, tighten her leather cloak, and declare, "Should you refuse, I shall lock the hatch, and you shall find no escape." Before Xiaomu could nod in agreement, they had already stepped outside the spaceship. The moment they emerged, a fierce gust of wind nearly sent Bai Xiaofan tumbling. Had she not grasped Xiaomu's waist, she might have been swept away. In such a tempest, Xiaomu struggled to maintain his footing, sensing Bai Xiaofan's form shrink beside him. He swiftly freed one hand to support her, while the other attempted to steady the heavy steamer perched atop his head. The weight of the steamer, compounded by the ferocity of the wind, left Xiaomu momentarily at a loss, and with a resounding crash, the steamer fell to the ground. Glancing at the steamer not far off, and then at the trembling Bai Xiaofan in his embrace, he gritted his teeth, took a bold step, and hoisted the steamer back onto his head. In that fleeting moment, Bai Xiaofan had already minimized the device 13 and tucked it into her pocket. In the midst of the blizzard, Xiaomu forged ahead with the steamer, while Bai Xiaofan pressed closely against his back, striving to make herself smaller as she trudged laboriously in his wake towards the cave. The intermittent thuds only served to amplify Bai Xiaofan's feeling that this path stretched on endlessly. "Why did you pull me in here?" Little Mu, in a fit of irritation, could hardly be blamed for his urgency, especially after Bai Xiaofan had just threatened to lock the warehouse door. "Why do you speak so inconsistently?" "I said I would start the fire first," Bai Xiaofan, extracting a thicker piece of firewood from the pile, wrapped some dry grass around it, and handed it to Little Mu. "I merely asked you to light the torch and then go back outside. It's truly exasperating. Do I possess a countenance that inspires distrust?" With a flushed face, Little Mu forgot to apologize, igniting the torch and pressing the switch to open the warehouse door, ready to rush out, only to hear Bai Xiaofan call out, "Wait." As she spoke, she removed her thick leather robe and hat, presenting them to Little Mu. "This robe is warmer." Bai Xiaofan settled on the ground of the warehouse balcony, the torchlight barely illuminating Little Mu's busy figure. He first blocked the opening with stones, then kindled the fire and proceeded to move various items in and out. "Oh, what would I do without Little Mu?" Bai Xiaofan leaned against the glass wall, chuckling softly at her own musings. In the past, she believed she could endure any situation alone, even when she first arrived on this planet. She thought that with the assistance of 13, she could lead a wonderfully solitary life. Reflecting on it now, such a notion was indeed presumptuous. Not only did she require Little Mu's aid in daily matters, but even through the cold, interminable night, she might not have been able to withstand it alone. Due to her own circumstances, she had unwittingly caused great suffering to the two of them. 13 dared not provoke Bai Xiaofan any longer and, with rare impartiality, stated, "That's not entirely accurate. If Shimu had encountered us, he would still struggle to endure this winter." It became evident. Bai Xiaofan smiled softly. "Akin to the delicate bloom of winter plum blossoms, Xiaomu needs me too." 13, eager to please Bai Xiaofan, completely overlooked the tenderness in her tone and blurted out, "Indeed." He would undoubtedly perish without you. 13 was merely referring to the practical aspects of life. Yet this remark sent Bai Xiaofan's heart racing, her cheeks flushing as if touched by rouge. The cave entrance was sealed with stones, keeping the frenzied winds at bay. The blazing fire on the ground cast a warm glow throughout the cave, although the chill penetrated deeply into one's bones. The billowing warmth from the fire infused the cold cave with a sense of cozy comfort. Bai Xiaofan, clad in a cotton-padded jacket and pants, wore 2 garments of varying thickness made from mani skin, and even wrapped herself in Xiaomu's fox fur cloak. She appeared more robust than a bear, with only her small head peeking out from her layers. Curling up by the fire, she still felt the cold tinge her lips with a hint of purple. Fortunately, with the ever-warm presence of the bear nearby, she might have otherwise succumbed to the cold. "Xiaofan, eating something hot will help warm you up," Xiaomu exclaimed, bringing a bowl of meat and dumpling soup to Bai Xiaofan. Holding the steaming bowl in her hands, Bai Xiaofan let out a comfortable sigh. As she observed the swirling white steam rising from the bowl, she inhaled deeply and turned to Xiaomu with a smile, exclaiming, "It smells divine. Your cooking has truly improved." Xiaomu, blushing slightly, served herself a bowl as well, replying, "That is thanks to your guidance. I never anticipated that flour made from wheat could not only fill one's stomach but also be so delectable." Bai Xiaofan took a sip of the hot, savory dumpling soup, and an immediate warmth radiated from within, as if every pore of her body was infused with comfort. She glanced towards the cave entrance, where a sliver of darkness seeped through the narrow crevice, casting a shadow upon her. In this perpetual night, with no sign of dawn and the relentless blizzard outside, and amidst the frigid winter where droplets froze into ice, she found solace, wrapped in her fur coat, nestled by the hearth, savoring the steaming dumpling soup. With Xiaomu and Deshion by her side, the relentless storm conveyed an essence of happiness. Chapter 43. The tribe's grim reality. The eternal night persisted, with the blizzard showing no signs of abating. Inside the cave, an abundance of food and the warmth of the fire rendered it a cozy haven in this harsh world. The continuous rise of white steam from the hearth brought an unparalleled sense of comfort. As the spacecraft's life support systems had ceased functioning, Bai Xiaofan released the little lamb. Perhaps due to the biting cold, it immediately huddled beside her on the straw mat, hungry enough to nibble at the tufts of grass below. In essence, it preferred to remain snug and undisturbed, embracing a great bear on one side and a little lamb on the other. Coupled with the fierce blaze of the fire before him, Bai Xiaofan felt a slight warmth, prompting him to remove the fox fur cloak for a sense of relief. However, life in the cave was not devoid of imperfections. Firstly, the drinking water contained in various pots had run dry, and then the makeshift toilet nestled in the corner began to emit an unwelcome odor. With the howling wind and snow outside, the waste from both humans and animals remained trapped within the cave. Despite the cold weather, Bai Xiaofan had covered the bucket, yet over time, the unpleasant smell still wafted through the air. In the first couple of days, they could retreat into the inner cave to escape it, but now, even in seclusion, the pungent stench invaded their senses. This situation was particularly distressing for the bear, whose acute sense of smell rendered it lethargic, leaving it to languish on the grass bed, overwhelmed by the odor. Just as they were on the brink of despair, with Xiaomu contemplating the peril of venturing out for water, the blizzard ceased, and the aurora re-emerged, dispelling the darkness that enveloped the earth. Snowflakes gently descended, and the serene valley bore no trace of the previous day's madness. If I had not experienced it myself, I would not have believed that such a tranquil and refined valley could have appeared so menacing just yesterday. Wrapped in furs, akin to the great bear, Bai Xiaofan stood in the snow, extending his warm hand to catch the shy and ethereal snowflakes, which melted instantly into droplets of pure water upon contact. This winter has proven to be a most comfortable season for me. Xiaomu tended to the excrement in the bucket, then filled several pots with snow, standing beside Bai Xiaofan to gaze at the horizon, where the aurora shimmered like the first light of dawn. I had never imagined a winter devoid of hunger and cold. The satisfaction in Xiaomu's tone stirred emotions in Bai Xiaofan, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears, while she felt the weight of countless hardships. In Xiaomu's heart, those struggles seemed to radiate happiness and joy. Xiaofan dared not ponder this further. Instead, she turned to grasp Xiaomu's ever-warm hand, whispering gently, "In the winters to come, we will thrive." However, Xiaomu shook his head, a hint of melancholy flickering in his gaze as it drifted toward the frozen river at the valley's base. This year's blizzard has been so fierce and prolonged. I wonder how the tribe is faring? Bai Xiaofan remained silent, unable to utter any insincere words of comfort. They both understood the harsh reality. The tribe's people were undoubtedly suffering from hunger and cold. Bai Xiaofan tightened her grip on Xiao Mu's hand, her gentle gaze penetrating deep into his eyes. Soon, the sun will shine again. Unable to bear the sight of his distress, she voiced his unspoken thought. You wish to visit the tribe? Xiao Mu's dark eyes widened in astonishment, a fleeting glance cast toward Bai Xiaofan before he lowered his gaze, murmuring, I merely wish to see. You should prepare. Let us go together and bring them some food. Bai Xiaofan interjected, smiling at him. Xiao Mu listened, her face a mask of astonishment. Xiaofan, you. Bai Xiaofan shot her a sidelong glance. You needn't regard me with such incredulity. I harbor no noble intentions. I simply cannot bear to see you perpetually furrowing your brow and sighing. Indeed, she had never possessed any lofty sentiments. Her only desire was for her own comfort. Thus, she was willing to share food with a stranger, solely to avoid the sight of Xiao Mu's long face. For, inexplicably, her own joys and sorrows had come to rest entirely in Xiao Mu's hands. Xiaofan, you are truly wonderful, Xiao Mu exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she suddenly lifted Bai Xiaofan into the air, twirling her around in delight. Observing Bai Xiaofan gasping for breath and struggling to straighten her back, Xiao Mu pulled her onto her back. Allow me to carry you, she declared, not permitting any objections from Bai Xiaofan as she strode forward with purpose. Xiao Mu, please set me down, Bai Xiaofan implored. Uncertain of how much farther they would need to walk, she couldn't expect Xiao Mu to carry her indefinitely. Stay still, Xiao Mu replied with an unusual seriousness. We shall arrive shortly. The river here made a sharp 90-degree turn, and Xiao Mu followed suit, veering along with the water. After a short distance, Bai Xiaofan caught a glimpse of a small hill in the distance. Xiao Mu's pace slowed, and the large bear accompanying them seemed to have caught a peculiar scent. Emitting a low, rumbling growl, Bai Xiaofan gently stroked its neck, soothingly saying, Good bear, do not make a sound. As they drew nearer, Bai Xiaofan observed that the river was flanked by a continuous range of mountains, while the small hill she had seen earlier was merely the tail end of the majestic range. Little Mu gently set her down, firmly grasping her hand as he solemnly instructed, You must stay close to me. Although most of the clansmen were likely hiding within their homes at that moment, there was no telling whether Duoqi would send patrols to scour the area. If they were discovered, not only would they be unable to assist the clansmen, but they could also endanger Xiaofan. Unbeknownst to Little Mu, upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, he slightly relaxed his grip on her hand and quietly urged, Follow me. The two stealthily ascended a slope, with Bai Xiaofan's eyes darting around, marveling at the beauty of their surroundings. This elevated ground was a spacious clearing halfway up the mountain, accessible only by a narrow path, lending it a strategic advantage that made it easier to defend than to attack. Additionally, a river flowed at the mountain's base, ensuring a reliable source of water. As they drew closer to the slope, the bear's roars grew increasingly deep and resonant, causing the golden fur on its neck to stand erect like needles. Despite their journey thus far without encountering any clansmen, Little Mu's grip on Bai Xiaofan's hand tightened with each resounding growl. Bai Xiaofan's heart raced, and in an effort to alleviate the tension, she smirked and remarked, Little Mu, your worries are quite unfounded. Just look, Zhuoli hasn't even dispatched a single guard. We are truly at ease. But something felt amiss. Little Mu furrowed his brow tightly, his right hand gripping the engineer's shovel, his muscles taut as if coiled like a beast brimming with latent power, poised to strike at any moment. Aside from tempestuous snowstorms, there were always sentinels on watch, day or night. Yet this eerie stillness was truly disconcerting. Before Little Mu could finish his thought, a gruesome and horrifying scene suddenly invaded their sight. Makeshift tents of branches and hides lay collapsed and scattered, surrounded by a plethora of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Piles of ashen remnants and vivid splashes of crimson marred the pristine snow. A man lay on the ground, his skull smashed beyond recognition, while not far from him, a woman stood naked, her eyes wide open as if fixated on her tormentor. A child, still in swaddling clothes, was impaled like a target upon a wooden post by 5 or 6 spears, blood congealing into crimson icicles along the shafts. To the left of the child lay several rows of charred corpses, their identities obscured by the flames, yet the elongated spears piercing their bodies remained discernible. This harrowing tableau rendered Bai Xiaofan so overwhelmed with terror that she could scarcely comprehend the horror unfolding before her, helplessly allowing the ghastly images to flood her vision. She slowly turned her head to look at little Mu, who stood there in a daze, unresponsive. Little Mu, Bai Xiaofan called softly, reaching out to grasp his arm. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar of anguish erupted from him, and he dropped to his knees, pounding his head against the ground with a hollow thud. Little Mu, please don't do this. Bai Xiaofan knelt before him, clutching his head desperately, though she had no connection to these people. The horrific scene before her made her tears flow uncontrollably. What frightened her even more was the sight of the dazed Mu, her kin suffering such calamity. She was genuinely afraid that Mu would not withstand it. Mu, please do not frighten me. If you are sad, just cry, Bai Xiaofan pleaded almost in tears. Yet Mu seemed oblivious to her words. After a prolonged silence, he broke free from Bai Xiaofan's embrace and began to dig through the snow with fervor. Bai Xiaofan rushed forward, wrapping her hands around his, pressing them to her chest. The sudden chill made her shiver. More frigid than her body was her heart. Mu's once warm hands felt as cold as ice. Mu, I implore you, open your eyes and look at me. Please, Bai Xiaofan cried, her voice hoarse with desperation. Unheeding, Mu forcefully pushed her away, returning to his relentless digging. Wiping her tears, Bai Xiaofan glared at Mu with resentment. In a fit of fury, she lunged forward and struck him several times across the face, shouting, "You spineless fool! Is it enough to simply weep and move on? Who are you trying to impress with this morose demeanor? Your kin or your enemies?" After her outburst, seeing Mu still in a state of apathy, she exclaimed, "Do not forget that your father and mother lie buried here. If they were to see you in such a pitiful state, would you not fear their sorrow? If you truly are your father's son, you should live well, awaiting the day you can avenge your wronged kin." Xiao Mu, bewildered by the harsh reprimand, slowly raised his head to gaze at Bai Xiaofan, his eyes still somewhat unfocused. Observing that Xiao Mu had absorbed his words, Bai Xiaofan sighed in relief, knelt down, cupped Xiao Mu's face, and looked intently into his eyes, saying, "Xiao Mu, your father is the mightiest warrior of the tribe, and I believe you possess the same strength. Therefore, you must not allow a mere fleeting sorrow to overwhelm you." Xiao Mu's gaze gradually sharpened, fixing on Bai Xiaofan's pale, anxious, and solemn face. In a hushed tone, he called out, "Xiaofan." Tears began to flow freely from his eyes, and only then did Bai Xiaofan feel a weight lift from his heart. Chapter 44, Maui e Ma Howl. Howl. After Xiao Mu had finally laid his kin to rest, Bai Xiaofan stood beside him at the gravesite, at a loss for words of comfort. Suddenly, the great bear, which had been crouched nearby, let out a deafening roar towards the dark forest, startling both of them. Xiao Mu swiftly brandished his spade, positioning himself protectively behind Bai Xiaofan, catching a glimpse of shadowy figures flitting through the trees. "Who goes there?" In the midst of the bear's low growl, Xiao Mu's fierce shout took on an imposing quality. "Xiao Mu, let us depart." Bai Xiaofan, trembling with fear, huddled behind Xiao Mu. The tragedy that had befallen his tribe was horrific. Those responsible must be utterly deranged. If they were to encounter them, it would surely be a painful demise. The bear's roars grew increasingly frantic, its fur bristling, as the shadows in the forest began to stir. With a fierce growl, the bear let out a cry, and a flash of white light suddenly darted past the corner of Bai Xiaofan's eye. "Bear cub." As Bai Xiaofan's voice faded, several figures suddenly sprang from the forest, their panicked cries echoing as they brandished spears in a futile attempt to bolster their courage, evidently shaken by the presence of the formidable bear. Xiao Mu squinted at the silhouettes, the tension in his muscular frame easing slightly, and uncertainly called out, "Suhi?" Upon hearing Xiao Mu's soft utterance, the figures paused and turned their gaze towards them. With only a faint glimmer of light illuminating the scene, and given by Xiaofan's nearsightedness, she could only discern vague outlines. However, she clearly caught the hushed inquiry. "Is that you, Amu?" The figures attempted to move closer, but as they did, the bear raised its golden mane, adopting an aggressive stance and emitting a low, threatening growl. The onlookers, intimidated by the bear's fierce demeanor, hesitated to advance. Nevertheless, Xiao Mu took a couple of steps forward, calling out, "Suhi, Ada." Upon hearing Xiao Mu call out the names of two individuals, Bai Xiaofan, though unable to discern their features, felt a surge of joy. "Amu, is it truly you?" It is me, it is me," Xiao Mu responded, rushing forward to embrace them, exclaiming in disbelief, "I never expected to see you again. Amu, you are still alive." Bai Xiaofan slowly approached, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon Xiao Mu's kin. Noting that they were of similar age to Xiao Mu and lacked his imposing stature, she concluded that should a conflict arise, with Xiao Mu and the bear by her side, they would likely emerge unscathed. The sudden appearance of Bai Xiaofan left them quite astonished, though their gazes were far simpler, merely reflecting pure curiosity. Xiaofan, these are my friends from the tribe, Xiao Mu said, pulling Bai Xiaofan forward and introducing the three individuals before them, Suha, Ada, and Jelly. Bai Xiaofan, maintaining a guarded demeanor, offered a slight smile. Hello. Xiao Mu proceeded to introduce his three companions. This is Xiaofan. If it weren't for her, I might never have had the chance to meet you. Ada let out a sigh, saying, ever since autumn began, the wild man tribe has frequently come to raid. We are unable to defend ourselves, so we have no choice but to provide them with food. But this time, Ada's voice trailed off, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Could it be that Xiao Mu's legs weakened, causing him to take 2 steps back? Is our tribe left with only you? Bai Xiaofan scrutinized them closely. Despite their injuries, none appeared severe. If their tribe had truly met such a dire fate, they would need to be exceedingly cautious. Are you saying the chieftain only fought the wild man tribe for a short while before abandoning the clan? Xiao Mu's fists clenched tightly, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. When he had initially delivered potatoes to them, Bai Xiaofan had anticipated such an outcome, thus feeling no particular irritation. However, Xiao Mu was trembling with rage. How could they do this? Xiao Mu, why don't you join us? Ada suddenly proposed. After all, we no longer wish to follow such a chieftain. If given the choice, Bai Xiaofan would have unhesitatingly declined. However, at this moment, whether or not one consents holds little significance. Should one adamantly oppose, it is oneself who will ultimately lose Little Mu. In the valley, there are merely 2 caves suitable for habitation. How many of you are there? Since opposition is futile, one must at least steer the situation toward the desired outcome. The valley is fertile, flanked by vast mountains and wild fruits. The timber is abundant, and even the water source is within easy reach. She truly cannot find a reason to depart. If not, Suhi, please leave me to see Maori Mama and the others. This land is where Little Mu was raised. He knows that there is truly no place more habitable than this valley. However, the other side of the river is not a favorable destination for them. Otherwise, Julie would not have exiled himself there. Suhi and the others are also concerned about being away too long, fearing for the safety of the elders and children. Glancing at Bai Xiaofan, she nodded to Little Mu and said, all right, follow me. Their pace was too swift for Bai Xiaofan to keep up, so throughout the journey, she was carried on Little Mu's back. Suhi and the others found it hard to believe Mu's words. How could this woman, more delicate than a newborn lamb, be the one to save Mu? The group traversed the mountainous terrain for about half an hour before finally halting before a cave concealed by a large stone at its entrance. Ada and Gree moved the boulder aside, and instantly, a torch was thrust forward. Suhi quickly called out, Maori Mama, it is us. By the flickering light of the torch, Bai Xiaofan discerned the figure of the old woman, tall and upright, her back straighter than most, with a weathered face etched deeply by the passage of time, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. How is the tribe? She recognized Suhi's voice and ceased her desperate demeanor. The three were at a loss for how to convey the state of the tribe to her. Suhi glanced over and pulled Xiao Mu forward, exclaiming, Maui Mama, look who I've brought. Upon seeing the old woman, Xiao Mu was utterly transfixed, allowing Suhi to lead him to her. Maui Mama. He suddenly knelt down, embracing her waist and weeping openly. Standing behind Xiao Mu, Bai Xiaofan inexplicably felt a fondness for this elderly woman, perhaps because she reminded her of her own grandmother, equally brave and strong, yet imbued with a gentle warmth. Chapter 45, Finding Peace. Maui Mama held Xiao Mu, tears brimming in her eyes. It's all right, she reassured him. Mama knows you will live well. Good child, don't cry. It's cold outside. Let us go inside and talk. Xiao Mu wiped his tears with the back of his hand, stood up, and pulled Bai Xiaofan closer. Mama, this is Xiaofan. At this juncture, Xiao Mu's face suddenly flushed crimson. While he could readily express to Suhi and the others that Bai Xiaofan had saved him, he found himself at a loss for words in front of Maui Mama, who was like a mother to him. Having raised him single-handedly, Maui Mama understood the reason for his embarrassment. Her keen gaze sweeping over Bai Xiaofan before resting on her eyes, which were filled with joy. Under the scrutinizing gaze of others, Bai Xiaofan remained unperturbed and graciously greeted. Hello, mother. Mao Yi's mother paused for a moment, then quickly responded with a warm smile. How has this child grown so tender, resembling a newborn babe. As she spoke, she extended her rough palm to clasp Bai Xiaofan's hand, gently rubbing it. Mao Yi's mother understood that delicate girls often showcase their own roughness, much like the chieftain's daughter, Pai Chu, who always kept her distance whenever they met. Flattered by the compliment, Bai Xiaofan merely lowered her head, blushing shyly, and then reciprocated by holding Mao Yi's mother's large hand, saying, "Mother, let us speak inside the cave." Mao Yi's mother was taken aback for a moment, but soon was ushered in by several of the little ones. Inside the cave, a modest fire flickered, providing little warmth, while an old man dozed nearby. By the dim light of the flames, Bai Xiaofan noticed two pairs of frightened eyes peering from behind a large stone behind the old man. "Alin, Xiaoshan, come quickly and see who has arrived." Upon hearing Mao Yi's mother's voice, the two children dashed out from behind the stone but quickly hid behind their mother. Their wide eyes filled with trepidation as they stared at the unfamiliar visitors and the formidable, fierce snow wolf. "What has happened to old Hulo?" Little Mu stepped forward, intending to greet the children, but he was interrupted by Bai Xiaofan's voice from behind him. "Why is this old man so hot?" Hearing Little Mu reveal their predicament, Bai Xiaofan felt an urge to give him a good scolding. However, in front of so many of his kin, she could only deliver a sharp glare, admonishing him silently. "Do not rush. We must first ascertain why the old man has a fever." As he spoke, Bai Xiaofan turned to the crowd and inquired, "Has he sustained any injuries?" This was the very reason behind Bai Xiaofan's greatest concern regarding the fever. Otherwise, it would truly leave one feeling uneasy, for many infectious diseases manifest with a fever. "You saw old Father Esfoot was injured. Why did you not mention it?" Mao Yi's mother turned around, scolding the little girl fiercely. I. The little girl, both aggrieved and frightened, stammered, "It was old father who forbade me to speak." Xiaomu had already lifted old man Hulu's fur cloak, revealing a wound on his calf. It was a deep gash, exposing bone, with the surrounding flesh grotesquely turned and tinged with a dark hue. It was uncertain whether it was frostbitten or infected. Suddenly, Mao Yi's mother cried out in alarm, "It's a deadly herb." Bai Xiaofan stood by, unfazed by the black, foul-smelling blood that oozed forth. Noticing that the old woman was growing weary from the exertion, he quickly offered, "Mother, allow me." Mao Yi observed this exchange with a hint of perplexity. Bai Xiaofan's earlier desire to escape had not eluded her sharp gaze, yet in the blink of an eye, he had transformed entirely. As Bai Xiaofan squeezed out the toxic blood, he fought against the wave of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. One would expect a woman so enamored with frivolities to shy away from such repugnant tasks, yet now, since Xiao Mu had encountered these tribespeople, he would undoubtedly bring them into his life. Bai Xiaofan was no fool. He was acutely aware of their guarded demeanor towards him, particularly this old woman. Despite her face being as wrinkled as a walnut, the glinting light in her eyes always sent a shiver down Bai Xiaofan's spine. Unless she could resolutely abandon Little Mu, this group was bound to her. Given this, the dynamics between them became paramount. Regardless of trust, at the very least, it was essential to maintain a semblance of civility. She certainly did not wish to be subjected to wary gazes all day long. And was this not the perfect opportunity for her to extend an olive branch? The old woman took a piece of bark, chewed it for a while, and then directly stuffed it into the old man's mouth. The chewed bark resembling excrement from a bout of diarrhea. Bai Xiaofan watched in stunned disbelief. Was this truly permissible? When the old woman attempted to stuff it into his mouth a second time, she could no longer contain herself and rushed out. Big Bear reacted swiftly. As Bai Xiaofan stood up, he followed closely behind. Little Mu, however, took a moment to realize Bai Xiaofan was missing. Emerging from the cave, he found her bent over beside a tree, retching, while Big Bear sat beside her, gazing up protectively. Little Mu hurried over to support Bai Xiaofan. Concern etched on his face. "Xiaofan, what's wrong?" "I'm fine," Bai Xiaofan replied, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth. She handed the last dose of medicine she had retrieved from the warehouse to Little Mu. "Keep this. If Father S' fever subsides, then all is well. But if he still burns with fever tomorrow, you must administer this." Little Mu accepted the medicine and tucked it into his pocket. When he looked up, he saw Bai Xiaofan staring at him with a dazed expression, as if she had more to say. He gently reassured her, "Xiaofan, I understand that you are not accustomed to this place, but I cannot abandon Grandma and the others now." Alas, throughout this long afternoon, I have scarcely paid any attention to Xiaofan. It appears that I must spend the night in this cave. And the mere thought of forcing Xiaofan to sleep in such a filthy, frigid environment fills Mu with sorrow. However, at this moment, I cannot abandon my kin. Meanwhile, two voices are clashing in Bai Xiaofan's mind. She has barely registered what Mu has said. One voice insists that she should remain silent, for Mu would certainly be displeased. The other argues that silence is not an option, as Mu is quite straightforward and might inadvertently reveal the matter of the spaceship to their tribe. Mu, Bai Xiaofan took a deep breath and swiftly proclaimed, "We must not speak of the spaceship right now." After uttering this, she fixed her gaze intently upon Mu's face, terrified of seeing anger reflected there. Mu merely paused. Then his expression darkened as he lowered his head and replied, "I understand." Mu remained silent with his head bowed, prompting Bai Xiaofan to become anxious. "Mu, it's not that I distrust them, it's just," at that moment, a Mu called from outside. "What are you doing out there? Come in. Mama has roasted some jerky." Bai Xiaofan looked incredulously at Mu's resolute back as he walked away, her heart sinking. The kindness Mu had shown her over the past few months had led her to overestimate her significance in his eyes. After all, how long had they truly known each other? How could she possibly hold more importance than the kin he had known since childhood? Moreover, it was evident that Mama Maui held a distinguished place in his heart. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan enter, Mu consciously shifted aside to make space for her. However, Bai Xiaofan pretended not to notice and sat down beside the old matriarch, assisting her in dividing the dried meat. Occasionally, he would playfully tease the frail little Alan, who was nothing but skin and bones, deliberately avoiding any glance at Xiao Mu. This demeanor of Bai Xiaofan undoubtedly infuriated Xiao Mu. Although he had no intention of discussing the matter of the spaceship, considering its extraordinary nature, he was reluctant to frighten the matriarch. Yet, the very act of Bai Xiaofan reminding himself to remain silent was an unpleasant experience for him. To Xiao Mu, while Bai Xiaofan was undeniably significant, his clan held equal importance. Despite Bai Xiaofan's explanations of disbelief not being the issue, Xiao Mu was acutely aware that she did not trust her own kin. This realization troubled him greatly. Bai Xiaofan's lack of faith in their people made him feel as though he were being torn apart. Even though he was deeply unsettled, he endeavored to shift closer to Bai Xiaofan in a bid for reconciliation, only to find that she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Xiao Mu felt a bitter and searing pain within, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Consequently, he chewed the dried meat with irritation, deliberately engaging in loud laughter with Su He and the others. Bai Xiaofan would occasionally glance in Xiao Mu's direction, and each time, he found him either jesting with Su He, competing with Ada for dried meat, or whispering secrets with Guli, his face devoid of any trace of loneliness. Bai Xiaofan unconsciously curled the corner of his mouth. It seemed that now, with the presence of his clan, he no longer held such significance. In the past, if he had chosen to ignore Bai Xiaofan, she would have desperately pursued him. But now, indeed, it seemed wise to rein in his heart while there was still time. Chapter 46. The Divine Beasts and Women. After a prolonged dispute, Musu and Su He found themselves at an impasse. Despite Mu's fervent pleas, they vehemently refused to relocate to the valley across the river. In their eyes, the dense wilderness over there was teeming with ferocious beasts and towering trees. An inhospitable realm for humanity. Mu, the mother of Maui, interrupted the quarrel between Mu and Su He, her icy gaze slicing through the air and landing squarely on Bai Xiaofan's face, before shifting back to Mu. If the other side of the river were truly so desirable, would Zhuoli have exiled you there? Bai Xiaofan sat in the corner of the cave, distanced from the warmth of the fire, enveloped in darkness and cold. Were it not for the company of the great bear, she would surely be freezing. After receiving an inexplicable icy glare, Bai Xiaofan could only manage a bitter smile within, having already distanced herself from Mu. She had refrained from voicing her opinions on their destination, yet she still found herself the target of their resentment. Mu, it is not that we are unwilling to accompany you, but she cast a glance toward the corner where Bai Xiaofan sat. We cannot make such a decision simply for a woman we have only just met. It has been stated that this matter does not concern Xiaofan. Mu shouted in frustration and anger, a rare display of emotion. After arguing for the better part of the day, regardless of his assertions, his kin believed that his desire to relocate stemmed solely from his connection to Xiaofan. It dawned upon him that it was not only Xiaofan who lacked trust in his kin, but they too harbored doubts about her. Yet, he remained utterly at a loss as to how to cultivate mutual trust between them. Mu, you claim that the valley is abundant in sustenance? How long would that last us? Came the sudden voice of old Hulu, who had been lying on the ground. Little Mu furrowed her brow and pondered. Perhaps 10 days or so. Old Hulu turned to Maui, advising in a tone of negotiation. We have only a meager supply of jerky, and with no suitable refuge nearby, it would be wise to accompany Amu. At least for these 10 days, we shall have no worries. Indeed, indeed. Little Mu quickly chimed in. Ama, do go and take a look. If it does not suit you, we can always seek another place once the sun rises. Bai Xiaofan, seated in a corner, felt a chill wash over her. Surely, she was entitled to a third of the provisions from the valley, yet little Mu didn't even inquire about her opinion, unilaterally distributing the food. It was not that she was particularly attached to the supplies. Rather, it was the stark disregard from little Mu that left her feeling aggrieved. From her corner, Bai Xiaofan could clearly see the glimmer of hope in his eyes and could not help but think that when dawn broke, if his kin insisted on departing, he would likely follow suit. Perhaps leaving would be for the best. Solitude could bring a semblance of peace. Previously, she had relied on him for sustenance, but now, with fish in the river and the presence of a great bear nearby, she would not want for meat. At that moment, little Mu glanced her way, and Bai Xiaofan offered him a cool, slight smile. Instantly, the joyful expression on little Mu's face darkened. Their opposition to little Mu's suggestion stemmed from two factors. First, their belief that the jungle was a place of ill omen, and second, the presence of Bai Xiaofan herself. For her origins in the jungle alone was enough to instill a sense of wariness within them. The words of old Hulu resonated deeply within them. Their current predicament indeed necessitated a refuge abundant in sustenance. Suhi exchanged glances with the old matriarch, and ultimately she proclaimed, "Very well, let us proceed to investigate." Both elders reached the same conclusion, leaving Suhi and his companions with no choice but to acquiesce. Leading the way, Suhi forged ahead while Ada and Jelly hoisted the two little ones onto their backs. Little Mu took it upon himself to carry old Hulu, bringing up the rear. He called out to Bai Xiaofan at the cave entrance, urging, "Hurry up and catch up." Understood, Bai Xiaofan replied weakly, rising slowly with Dexiong and trailing far behind them. Initially, Bai Xiaofan had deliberately lagged, but the arduous mountain trail blanketed in snow proved a true test for her. After a short while, she paused, bending over and gasping for breath. Dexiong halted, circling around her, and suddenly let out a loud call, prompting little Mu to come rushing back, furrowing his brow as he questioned, "Why are you still here?" Having searched for her for quite some time, and compounded by the previous incident, he was both anxious and exasperated. Seeing Bai Xiaofan struggling for air, nearly collapsing to the ground, filled him with concern. The thought that she was laboring so hard to keep up and hadn't even called for him only stoked the fire of his frustration. Upon catching sight of Bai Xiaofan's smile, the anger that had been simmering within him erupted, and he huffed loudly before turning away. As they passed by the hillside where they once resided, Maui's grandmother expressed her desire for one last glimpse of the village she had called home for a lifetime. Consequently, the group ventured into the tribal settlement. Bai Xiaofan trailed behind at a distance, observing as they came to a halt. He hastily closed the gap and sat down nearby to rest. Despite the waterproof nature of his sturdy boots, a thick layer of ice had formed outside, causing Bai Xiaofan's legs to feel as though they were two frozen icicles, every bone seemingly on the brink of shattering from the cold. Upon sitting, Bai Xiaofan retrieved his Swiss Army knife from his inner pocket, intending to scrape away the ice that clung to his boots. However, as soon as he made the first incision, a searing pain shot through his calves, causing him to choke back a cry, his face paling in an instant. Panic surged through him. This was a level of pain he had never known. In that moment, an overwhelming fear washed over him. He recalled that severe frostbite could lead to amputation. But on this planet, the magnitude of his fear eclipsed any sense of detachment or composure. Unconsciously, he lifted his head and called out Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu and the others were rummaging through the tribe's supplies in search of edible food and useful items. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's voice, tinged with a cry, Xiao Mu quickly abandoned his task and rushed to his side, squatting down with concern etched on his face. "What's wrong?" he asked. "My foot hurts so much." Bai Xiaofan fought to suppress the terror that bubbled within him, hoping against hope that the frostbite was not as severe as he feared, or perhaps it was merely his imagination, and that his discomfort was simply a result of overexertion. Xiao Mu, without a moment's hesitation, lifted her and sought refuge in a barely standing animal skin tent, gently placing her on the ground. He took the military knife from her hand and carefully pried off the ice clinging to her leather boots. "Amu has gone," came Suhi's voice from outside. Xiao Mu hesitated briefly before sheathing the knife. Lifting Bai Xiaofan, and striding out of the tent. Su-hee, you shall carry the old man. The onlookers cast a glance at the unconscious Bai Xiaofan in Xiaomu's arms. Ada and Gri expressed their discontent, saying, Sui still needs to help our mother with her belongings. Besides, mother can walk on her own. Why can't she? Ada was poised to argue further when the old matriarch intervened, saying, Enough. We can manage to carry these few items together. With that, she hoisted a large roll of animal skin and a bundle of supports. Ada and Gri shot an annoyed glance at Bai Xiaofan before one of them picked up the child, freeing a hand to carry supplies. Even old Hulu held an unfamiliar wooden tool in his grasp. The burden of their possessions inevitably slowed their pace. Bai Xiaofan, worn with hunger and cold, rested against Xiao Mu's back, drifting towards sleep. Fearing she might succumb to slumber, Xiao Mu engaged her in conversation. Yet, Bai Xiaofan was far too fatigued, responding only with vague murmurs to his words. Rest assured, I will lead them to the valley, came the reply from Deshiong. Xiao Mu then addressed his kin, saying, I shall take my leave. He had already leapt far ahead. Watching Xiao Mu's retreating figure, Ada, perplexed and irate, inquired of the old matriarch, Mother, who exactly is that woman? Amu actually abandoned us for her. Maui's mother adjusted the leather pouch and support on her shoulder, her gaze following the departing Mu with a gentle sigh, remarking, the two of them truly share the same essence. Thus, she expressed her faith in Amu. Hulu, resting upon Su-hee's back, revealed a warm smile through his sunken eyes. However, Maui's mother shook her head, lamenting the profound suffering within their hearts. Reflecting on the past, Hulu fell into silence. Guli, filled with resentment, remarked, This is all the fault of Zhuo Li and his ilk. If they had not driven Amu away, he would not have encountered such strange and unworthy women. Indeed, Ada interjected, had the old chief still been here, we would not have had to leave the tribe. I believe Amu would have made an excellent chief. Thus, they were taken aback to see a snow wolf following Bai Xiaofan. Ada's inquiry stemmed from a sense of unwillingness. After a day spent together, it was evident to all that this snow wolf clearly belonged to the seemingly frail woman. The fact that a divine beast like the snow wolf would heed the commands of such a delicate lady was, in their eyes, rather unsettling. In Chapter 47, Divine Gift, Bai Xiaofan discovered that the frostbite on her feet was not as severe as she had anticipated. Xiao Mu had applied cold water to soothe the affected areas, and gradually, the pain began to dissipate. However, her body continued to shiver uncontrollably. As a genuine woman from Jiangnan, having endured a day in sub-zero temperatures, she considered herself fortunate to have escaped both frostbite and death. Consequently, even with the roaring fire in the inner cave, the chill within her body did not dissipate quickly. Little Mu exchanged his warm fur cloak for hers, enveloping her tenderly in a long-haired tiger skin, and softly said, I shall fetch you some hot soup. Bai Xiaofan reached out to grasp Little Mu's arm as he turned to leave, hesitating for a moment before earnestly pleading. Could you please help me retrieve the food from the spaceship first? Rationality reminded her that even if Little Mu no longer harbored special feelings for her, his character would never allow him to neglect her. Yet, the prospect of him adopting a frigid demeanor was something Bai Xiaofan found unbearable. Therefore, under normal circumstances, she would refrain from raising such a delicate issue at this moment. However, she felt compelled to address it. They needed to act swiftly, or else they would be unable to move anything once Mother and the others arrived. Thank you, Little Mu. Bai Xiaofan was uncertain why Little Mu had suddenly changed his mind, but his understanding touched her deeply, leaving her at a loss for words other than to express her gratitude with a smile. Seeing the tears brimming in her eyes stirred a discomfort within Little Mu, and a vague sense of unease about the future flickered in his mind like a flash of lightning, though it was quickly dismissed. He chuckled awkwardly. There's no need for thanks. Let us hurry and move the things. Bai Xiaofan responded with a smile, taking Little Mu's hand as they darted into the spaceship's rear compartment. Since the life support systems on the spaceship seemed to have ceased functioning, only the oxygen supply in the rear compartment remained operational, coupled with the extremely low temperatures outside. Consequently, most of the food had already been moved to the cave, leaving only a portion of fresh meat and fruits still inside the spaceship's rear compartment. According to Little Mu's strength, he managed to carry everything out after just 3 trips. Before he could even take out the meat and fruits to cool them outside the cave, he heard the barks of a large bear. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a white figure dashing towards him in the twilight, followed closely by several small black shapes. Little Mu approached and addressed Maui's mother, saying, Mother, there is another cave a bit larger ahead. Let me take you all to see it. for reasons unknown. Little Mu felt an urge to separate his kin from Xiaofan, as if doing so would bring him some measure of peace. Ada, burdened with a child on his back and carrying numerous items in his hands, felt utterly exhausted and chilled after such a long journey. All he wished for was to enter the cave, sit by the warmth of the fire, and upon hearing Little Mu propose leading them to another cave, he was instantly filled with frustration. Little Mu, why can't we enter this cave? It wasn't that they couldn't enter, but Little Mu hesitated, his inexplicable selfishness surfacing. Caught off guard by Ada's inquiry, he stammered, "It's just that this cave is a bit small and cannot accommodate so many people." Although Xiaofan harbored her own reservations towards the tribe, she had assisted them before, and her caution primarily stemmed from concealing the matter of their spaceship. Weighing both sides, Little Mu's heart unconsciously tilted. Xiaofan smiled gently at Little Mu, assuring him, "I am fine." She then turned her gaze towards the others, suggesting, "Everyone, let's first go inside to warm up. Once we have filled our bellies and regained our warmth, we can discuss our living arrangements later." On Earth, even a peacock maiden marrying a phoenix man must concern herself with the affairs of distant relatives. Here, the kinfolk are akin to family, unwilling to part from Xiao Mu. And he, too, cannot disregard his people. Should one oppose them, it is feared that solitude may be the eventual outcome. Therefore, it is better to extend goodwill. After all, one is indeed an outsider, and it is only natural for them to harbor reservations. Moreover, one has not opened their heart to them completely. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Su He and the others responded with cheerful agreement, swiftly darting into the cave. Maui's mother lingered behind, although her dark, furrowed face beamed with praise for Bai Xiaofan. A fleeting scrutiny in her eyes left Bai Xiaofan feeling disheartened. She sighed inwardly, reflecting that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is a perennial dilemma, no matter the place. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she was startled by the very mention of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. When did she begin to harbor such sentiments toward Xiao Mu? With this realization, she glanced at him, draped in a dark brown leather robe that accentuated his robust physique. His chiseled features, while somewhat naive, could not conceal his inherent handsomeness, particularly the alluring depth of his gaze that captivated Bai Xiaofan, causing her to lose herself momentarily. The proximity between them and the palpable warmth of his masculine presence flushed her cheeks. Alas, she had encountered handsome men before, and yet, having been in the presence of Xiao Mu's visage for nearly half a year, she still found herself blushing. How embarrassing! As these thoughts consumed her, a rosy hue crept up to her ears. "Xiaofan, why is your face so red?" Little Mu sensed the stiffness in Bai Xiaofan's body. As he lowered his gaze, he noticed her face seemed to be aflame. He instinctively reached out to touch her smooth forehead, feeling a slight coolness, which eased his concern. "Thank goodness. I thought you had a fever." Just as he felt an emptiness in his embrace, as if his heart had also hollowed out, he contemplated pursuing her when Su He emerged from the cave, holding a potato and gravely inquiring, "Mu, where did you obtain this fruit?" Upon entering the cave, they were astonished by the abundance of food. They had never anticipated that Mu had managed to gather such a substantial amount on his own. What left them most bewildered were the heaps of potatoes and sweet potatoes within the cave. According to Duo Qi, these two types of produce were bestowed by the deities. Yet, here in this cave were two pits brimming with these very items. Little Mu, unwilling to fabricate a lie, found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at the potato in Su He's hand. However, he dared not reveal that Bai Xiaofan had cultivated them, for he had not forgotten how he and Xiaofan had deceived Duo Qi and the others in the past. This was learned by Xiaofan from the deities. After laboriously concocting an excuse, he hurriedly retreated into the cave, fearful that Su He would press for further inquiries. Su He, however, remained outside, momentarily dazed by his words. Inside, Bai Xiaofan, despite her illness, was assisting the elderly matriarch with cooking. Upon seeing Little Mu enter, the tribe members cast curious glances in his direction. The sight of the two pits filled with potatoes and sweet potatoes was utterly staggering to them. The moment those words were uttered, a wave of perplexed stares fell upon Bai Xiaofan, tinged with a faint hint of foreboding, as if they suspected she had pilfered their provisions. Little Mu initially thought that the gifts were bestowed by the celestial deities, and though the clansmen harbored doubts, they dared not inquire further. To her astonishment, Su He confronted Xiaofan with such fervor. Little Mu sprang to her feet, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiaofan. "Su He, I have already told you, it was given to me by the celestial deities. Bai Xiaofan continued, with little Mu's support helping her rise. Or rather, what the celestial deities bestowed upon me is the knowledge of how to cultivate this food. Not only potatoes and sweet potatoes, but also these. Bai Xiaofan, while being assisted by little Mu, approached the sacks of rice and flour, grasping a handful of rice. This too is a gift from the celestial deities. There are many other things that can be sown once the weather warms. Bai Xiaofan had resolved to clarify everything at once, so as to prevent further inquiries in the future. Su He and the others murmured this word, exchanging bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by Bai Xiaofan's meaning. At this moment, little Mu stepped in to elucidate. It's akin to burying millet in the ground. After some time, the earth will yield millet. The crowd gaped in astonishment. And old man Hulu, pointing to the two large pits behind him, quivered as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that if we bury these fruits in the ground, they will grow?" Little Moon nodded emphatically. With sunlight, they will flourish. The assembly remained in shock. Although cultivation had begun in the tribe, it was limited to millet. Moreover, they merely buried the seeds and left them unattended, resulting in meager harvests. Therefore, the tribe's sustenance primarily relied on hunting. Maui Mama rose and approached Bai Xiaofan, delicately picking up a grain of rice to examine closely. This type of millet was unfamiliar to her. The millet they cultivated was considerably smaller and of a darker hue. Moreover, such a substantial sack seemed beyond the capacity of the women in their entire tribe to produce, especially since there were only two of them. Maui Mama placed the grain in her mouth and chewed thoughtfully before inquiring of Bai Xiaofan, "How many seeds did you bury to yield such an abundance of millet?" Hearing the word seed from the elder's lips surprised Bai Xiaofan. She had not anticipated that even the elderly possessed such a remarkable capacity for learning. In their dialect, there was no equivalent term for seed, and Bai Xiaofan had used the Chinese word. To her astonishment, Maui Mama grasped it after just one hearing. "Mama, you will understand when the weather warms," Bai Xiaofan replied, doubting her ability to elucidate the complexities of fertilization and weeding to them. The incessant questioning from little Mu had left her feeling apprehensive. Maui Mama glanced over to the two children, each clutching a sweet potato, gnawing away. Since the onset of winter, these children had been perpetually hungry. If that woman could indeed cultivate such sustenance, at least the children would no longer suffer from hunger. Chapter 48. Little Mu's distress. Little Zhu's constitution was exceedingly frail, while others enjoyed the sports event like a leisurely autumn outing. Little Zhu had been rendered ill from exhaustion. Just yesterday, after a brief bout of riding, she rushed to the restroom and vomited violently, nearly expelling her bile. Today, she dared not look in the mirror, as her complexion was truly ghastly. Upon observing the stainless steel pot over the fire, two elderly individuals exhibited little curiosity, while the two younger ones, preoccupied with their meal, paid no mind. Only Su He, Ada, and Gri remained fixated on the pot. They beckoned little Mu over, gesturing towards the fire, and quietly inquired, "How is that thing made?" Little Mu followed their gaze, realizing they were referring to the pot, but he truly did not know how to respond. Initially, Xiaofan had casually mentioned that it was found in the jungle, a statement he had naively believed at the time. However, he now suspected that Xiaofan had likely been deceiving him. If he were to relay this to Su He and the others, what if they ventured into the jungle to search for it? Thus, he faltered, muttering, I'm not quite sure. I brought all these pots from my hometown." To his surprise, upon hearing their conversation, Xiaofan turned and smiled, offering an explanation, despite her kind demeanor and gentle voice. Su He and the others, upon hearing her, quietly retreated to the side, choosing not to speak further. After everyone had savored the warm meat broth, their bodies felt rejuvenated, and they each leaned comfortably against the fire, exclaiming that they had never tasted such delectable soup before. Maui's mother could not contain her curiosity and asked Xiaofan, "What did you put in the soup? It has a hint of blood, yet it does not smell as pungent." The others, intrigued by her question, leaned in, eagerly awaiting an answer, while Alan and Xiaoshan stared wide-eyed at Xiaofan. "It's salt, Grandma," little Mu interjected, presenting the salt container before her. Maui's grandmother curiously gazed at the turquoise porcelain jar, recalling how Bai Xiaofan had indeed used a small spoon to sprinkle some fine white sand into the pot moments ago. She had contemplated inquiring at that time, but considering the myriad unfamiliar items in the cave, she chose to remain silent. The others leaned in to observe, and Lin, unable to contain his curiosity, reached out to grasp the small wooden spoon nestled within the jar. By the flickering firelight, The group discerned the snow-white sand within the spoon. This is salt. Seizing the rare opportunity to elucidate something, Xiaomu eagerly explained to the clan. With it, we shall no longer need to consume the acrid blood water. Xiaoshan quietly dipped his index finger into the salt and tasted it, only to wrinkle his brow in distaste. Positioned directly across from Bai Xiaofan, he was acutely aware that she observed his subtle gesture. With a smile, Bai Xiaofan took the salt jar from Xiaomu's hand and gently tousled Xiaoshan's sparse, brittle hair, saying, "Salt is not meant to be eaten like that. Just a pinch in our food will suffice." The two children, still somewhat intimidated by Bai Xiaofan, retreated behind Maui's grandmother, their wide eyes filled with trepidation as they watched her. Having finished their meal and warmed themselves, old Hulu propped himself up and addressed Xiaomu. "Amu, did you not mention that there is another cave ahead? Since the snowfall is light at present, let us there quickly." "Oh, of course," Xiaomu replied, assisting the old man, while the others began to gather their belongings. However, Bai Xiaofan seized Maui's grandmother's arm, earnestly imploring, "Grandmother, please stay here with Alan and Xiaoshan. Allow the men to move ahead." No one anticipated her words, and for a moment, all eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at her. Xiaofan and Xiaomu leaned in, whispering, "This doesn't seem quite right." He could clearly see that the old matriarch held no affection for Xiaofan, and he felt a twinge of unease about them cohabiting. Bai Xiaofan offered a gentle smile to Xiaomu before addressing the group. "The cave outside isn't particularly spacious, and I feel rather uneasy being alone here. It would be far better for the matriarch to accompany me. Moreover, all the provisions are here, and I truly cannot prepare enough food for everyone by myself. With the matriarch here, I would have assistance." As she spoke, Bai Xiaofan beamed at the matriarch, her eyes reflecting sincere entreaty and cautious flattery. Xiaomu's earlier concern did not escape the matriarch's notice, stirring a sense of apprehension within her. If Amu hadn't been expelled from the tribe, he would surely be seeking a partner by now. Yet, regarding Bai Xiaofan, the old matriarch could not help but sigh internally, reluctantly convincing herself that perhaps she was indeed a gift from the heavens for Amu. Reflecting on the past few days of Xiaofan's persistent goodwill, the matriarch found herself begrudgingly warming to her, thus casting a reproachful glance at Xiaomu and feigning anger as she inquired, "What? Are you afraid I might take advantage of Xiaofan in your absence?" No. Xiaomu hastily waved his hands. "I'm just worried. In his flustered state, he could not conjure a suitable excuse, and after stammering for quite some time, he remained unable to articulate his reasoning. Unable to bear witnessing his flushed embarrassment, Bai Xiaofan rose to her feet, steadied herself against the rocky wall, and moved beside him, smiling, "Though I am not well acquainted with the matriarch, isn't it true that all relationships progress from unfamiliarity to familiarity? You may have forgotten that when we first met, we were unable to understand each other's words. Yet we managed to coexist harmoniously. What is there to fear now?" Bai Xiaofan offered a gentle smile to Xiaomu, lowering his voice as he leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "I have Deshon with me. I shall not be bullied by your mother." Upon hearing this, Xiaomu instinctively glanced at the bear sprawled on the grass. It seemed to respond to Xiaofan's words, lifting its gaze towards Xiaomu and letting out a low growl, as if to assure him, "Do not worry, I am here." In the beginning, the elders were somewhat wary of Bai Xiaofan, but as time went by, he too grew weary of them, constantly seeking excuses to distance himself. He either helped the elders with chores, endeavored to please Ailin or Xiaoshan, engaged in light-hearted banter with Su He and others, or listened to his father recount tales of his youth. Although Xiaomu's kin initially harbored reservations towards Bai Xiaofan, they were inherently simple and kind-hearted individuals. They recognized that their sustenance largely stemmed from Bai Xiaofan's contributions. As they observed his amiable disposition and easygoing nature, their wariness gradually dissipated, and they became increasingly familiar with him. While his kin grew closer to Bai Xiaofan, Xiaomu found himself in a state of melancholy. Previously, in the valley, it had been just the two of them, and for 30 hours a day, apart from sleep, Xiaofan was always by his side. However, now, throughout the day, the words exchanged between them seldom exceeded 20. Moreover, Xiaofan now preferred to engage in laughter with Su He and the others rather than keeping him company. And when Xiaomu approached, Xiaofan would often urge him to leave. On that day, he was once again driven away by Xiaofan, his face taut with displeasure as he sat alone outside the cave, seething with anger. Suddenly, he heard the gentle voice of the old woman behind him. "Amu, why the long face?" Fearing that the old woman might harbor resentment towards Xiaofan, he hesitated to reveal the truth and merely pouted, "It's nothing." Observing his sulky expression, the old woman settled beside him and spoke softly, "Amu, I may be aging and no longer as strong as before, yet my eyes have gained clarity with age. I understand that Xiaofan does not genuinely wish for us to remain here." Upon hearing this, Xiaomu hurriedly interjected, defending Xiaofan, "No, Grandma, that's not true. Xiaofan is a good person. She just isn't familiar with you all. Look at you, so anxious," the old woman said, playfully tapping his head. "I haven't finished my words yet." Sighing, she continued, "Even if her feelings for us are not entirely sincere, I still express my gratitude towards her. It is no small feat for her to care for us on your behalf." "For me?" Xiaomu was taken aback. The old woman chuckled at his bewildered expression and said, "What else could it be? Do you believe she shows such concern for us out of genuine fondness?" Chapter 49. The Black Predator tomorrow will bring 2 updates. As dawn broke upon the earth, Xiao Mu and his kin bowed down, prostrating themselves towards the heavens. While Maui's mother chanted incantations softly, Bai Xiaofan, a skeptic of the supernatural, found herself inexplicably stirred when the warm, delicate sunlight, tinged with a golden hue, gently caressed her. In that moment, she was overwhelmed with reverence and gratitude for the universe, prompting her to kneel behind Xiao Mu and the others, sincerely bowing in thanks. With the sun's arrival, the temperature of the day rose significantly, causing the river to gradually thaw, and the snow on the sunlit slopes began to melt away. In recent days, the fresh provisions in the valley had been entirely consumed, and even Bai Xiaofan's preserved meats and salted fish were nearly depleted. Consequently, as soon as the sun appeared, excitement surged within them, and they hastily finished their breakfast, urging Xiao Mu to lead them into the forest. Bai Xiaofan had initially intended for Xiao Mu to take the great bear along, which now stood at an impressive height of 1 meter. The slender Lin, when standing beside it, appeared diminutive in comparison. The golden mane around its neck shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a gilded collar, while the striking yellow V on its chest resembled a pendant beneath that collar. Its pristine white fur contrasted starkly with the golden hue, and its fierce, glinting eyes would surely instill fear in any beast that beheld it. Having the great bear accompany them would significantly enhance their safety. Moreover, the creature gazed longingly at Xiao Mu and the group, clearly yearning to join them. However, Xiao Mu insisted on leaving it in the valley, knowing that they would encounter only the elderly, children, and women, given that Lin had not yet fully recovered. Having the great bear present would at least provide some measure of protection in the event of danger. In the valley, Maui's mother washed ceramic pots by the recently thawed river, while her father sat under the sun, diligently polishing the tip of a spear. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan, accompanied by Lin and Xiao Shan, was engaged in an enigmatic endeavor in the snow. "No, that's not how you write person," Bai Xiaofan gently corrected. She guided Xiao Shan in inscribing her name, but upon glancing up, she noticed Lin had rendered the character person as innate. Extending her arm, she clasped Lin's small hand, directing her to redraw the character, saying, "See, the top must connect here." After spending several days together, the 2 children had grown quite fond of their aunt, whose gentle smile was a constant presence on her face. They delighted in her company, often seeking her out for play. Bai Xiaofan had played various games with them, skipping stones, jumping squares, and hide-and-seek, until her repertoire was nearly exhausted. Thus, she resorted to teaching them how to write. Lin scrutinized the character drawn on the ground and attempted it once more. Though her strokes twisted and curved like a worm, the form was still distinctly recognizable. Bai Xiaofan planted a kiss on Lin's cheek, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Our Lin is truly both clever and beautiful." Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's praise, Xiao Shan eagerly approached, tugging at Bai Xiaofan's sleeve, exclaiming, "Auntie, Xiao Shan can write his name now." Bai Xiaofan turned her head slightly and almost burst into laughter. Not only had the little one written the characters poorly, but the vertical stroke in the middle was also floating in the air. However, considering that she had only taught him once, his attempt was commendable. Moreover, the eager glimmer in Xiao Shan's bright eyes indicated that he was awaiting her praise. Thus, without hesitation, she planted a kiss on his cheek and exclaimed, "Our Xiao Shan is truly wonderful." The little fellow's face flushed crimson as he dashed off to practice writing his name. Bai Xiaofan sat beside them, gently correcting their minor mistakes from time to time. The 2 elders watched the joyful scene, exchanging knowing glances and smiles. Although Bai Xiaofan harbored some reservations toward the adults, Her affection for the two children was profound. Especially upon realizing that Xiaoshan's mother was the woman who died with unfulfilled wishes, her heart ached for him even more. Maui and Hulu, observing this with gratitude, felt a warmth in their hearts. Xiaofan, why are there so many newcomers in the valley? Just as Bai Xiaofan was teaching the children to count, a sudden voice from 13 startled her. It had remained silent for so long that she had almost forgotten its presence. The unexpected sound brought a look of surprise to her face. Steadying her composure, she encouraged the children to play on their own while she picked up a bamboo basket near the cave entrance. She informed the old woman, "I shall take a stroll on the hillside behind." With that, she made her way towards the rear slope. The great bear, basking in the sun beside them, rose alertly and followed at a distance. Once they had moved far enough away, Bai Xiaofan lowered her voice to inquire, 13, have you completely recovered? Of course. Despite just awakening from slumber, 13's self-absorption remained unscathed. I told you, all I need is a bit of sunlight to regain my energy. Indeed, just a touch of sunlight and you flourish, Bai Xiaofan teased as she led the bear onto the spaceship, the warmth enveloping her so thoroughly that she sneezed thrice. Naturally, she continued, glancing at the control panel. It's impressive how, after merely 3 days of sunbathing, you could recover so well. I had no choice. Bai Xiaofan flung herself onto the sofa, embracing the bear that had nestled onto it, and recounted her worries to 13. I am currently troubled by 2 matters. First, the salt is nearly depleted, and I need to figure out how to extract the mineral salt. Second, with the weather warming, it is time to sow wheat, rapeseed, rami, and cotton, but how can I procure the seeds? 4 days now, Maui-ama had been sharing the cave with her. Initially, Bai Xiaofan had planned to deceive them as she had with Duoqi, but they were destined to coexist, and could she truly maintain such deceit indefinitely? Moreover, she feared upsetting Xiaomu, which compounded her worries regarding these 2 pressing issues. Upon hearing her, 13 merely scoffed, serves you right, you should never have taken them in. Bai Xiaofan, weary of engaging in a futile argument with the machine, pondered to herself, gently caressing the neck of the great bear. Seeds may be said to be taken from a pouch, but what of mineral salt? Since those individuals are kin to Xiaomu, let him handle the intricate matters. Upon hearing 13's words, an epiphany struck Bai Xiaofan. Rather than deceiving Xiaomu's clan herself, it would be far more prudent to allow Xiaomu to do the trickery. Thus, even if their ruse were eventually uncovered, it would amount to little consequence. As Bai Xiaofan contemplated how to coax Xiaomu, 13 suddenly exclaimed, Xiaofan, look at this. As 13 spoke, the screen illuminated with a vivid image. A dark, ominous cloud loomed, an unknown entity emerging from the thickets of the hillside. Although its form remained obscured, the horrifying, ear-piercing shriek sent shivers down one's spine. Coupled with the agitated growls of the great bear, an icy dread surged from Bai Xiaofan's feet. I must inform Mother and the others. Before she could finish her thought, she had already leapt from the spacecraft, racing towards the valley. At that moment, the 4 in the valley stared, transfixed, at the looming cloud as Bai Xiaofan dashed in, scooping up the small mountain and dragging a Lin into the cave. Urgently calling out, Mother, Father, hurry inside. Just as they sealed the cave's entrance, a few birds descended to the ground. Though their size was akin to that of roosters, their fierce gaze, pitch-black plumage, elongated beaks, and razor-sharp talons instilled a deep sense of terror. Bai Xiaofan had always harbored a profound fear of feathered creatures. Not merely the fierce raptors before him, but even the sight of roosters and hens would send him scuttling away. At the mouth of the cave, a sudden halt was met by several pitch-black birds, causing Bai Xiaofan's legs to tremble uncontrollably. As fate would have it, the very thing he dreaded had arrived. With the cave's entrance still partially sealed, Maui-ama and Hula-Lauda continued to shift stones. Just as the entrance was nearing completion, one of the black birds abruptly twisted its small head, its obsidian eyes piercing directly into Bai Xiaofan's soul. With a startled gasp, Bai Xiaofan fell to the ground, the noise attracting the attention of a few other birds, their eyes glinting with hunger and malice. Quick, seal the entrance, roared his father, providing a surge of courage to Bai Xiaofan. He scrambled to his feet, intent on lifting a stone at his feet, when suddenly, one of the birds unfurled its dark wings and soared towards the cave's mouth. As it moved, the others followed suit, shrieking with a chilling harmony. You all continue to seal the entrance, his father commanded, seizing a spear that leaned against the cave's edge and thrusting it towards the leading bird. Perhaps these creatures had never encountered humans before, for the spear struck true, impaling the bird, which flapped its wings a couple of times before falling still. The remaining birds hesitated momentarily, though they did not dare to advance. Their eyes radiated fury, and their piercing cries sent shivers down one's spine. Finally, the last stone was placed, blocking the ominous gaze of those dark eyes. Exhausted, Bai Xiaofan collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 50. Old Stories. The sharp, elongated beaks of the black birds intermittently pecked at the crevices of the stones, seemingly intent on prying open the entrance. Particularly, the crescent-shaped fissure at the top of the cave was densely occupied by these ominous creatures. Their chaotic, piercing cries, coupled with the occasional shadow darting through the cracks, suggested a concerted effort to invade the cave. Fear gripped Bai Xiaofan's heart like an invisible claw, compelling her to breathe with utmost caution, as if any sudden movement could send her heart leaping from her chest. She was uncertain of the birds' diet, yet their fierce appearance indicated they were undoubtedly predatory raptors. The thought of them entering the cave, with their dagger-like iron beaks, sent a shiver down her spine, and she dared not dwell further on the matter. Suddenly, two children swiftly climbed beside Bai Xiaofan, burying their heads in her embrace. She held them tightly, suppressing her trembling, and softly reassured them, "It's all right. It's going to be fine." Mao's mother, utilizing the faint light, fumbled for the flint near the stone hearth and struck it a couple of times, instantly filling the cave with warmth and brightness. Simultaneously, the dense congregation of black birds at the entrance seemed to retreat slightly. Grandpa Heir sat down beside the fire, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with these menacing birds once more. This fleeting tranquility somewhat eased Bai Xiaofan's terror. Observing Grandpa's expression, which hinted at knowledge of the bird's origins, she could not help but inquire, "Grandpa, what are those black birds?" Heir sighed and remarked, "I cannot fathom what it is. All I know is that those birds consume anything. If a person is brought down by one, a flock will swarm and, in no time, devour them until nothing remains but a mere skeleton." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan felt a chill run down his spine and, striving to maintain his composure, pressed on, "Father, how do you know this?" His father's words implied he had witnessed the ferocity of the blackbirds firsthand. The fact that he had survived such an encounter suggested he possessed some means of evasion. At that moment, Grandma could no longer contain her sobs. Bai Xiaofan moved closer to her, unsure of what words of comfort to offer. It seemed that the tragic events of years past still haunted them, bringing forth such sorrow. He could only embrace her broad shoulders tightly, hoping to provide some solace. Amba, the chief's eldest son, was the most valiant warrior of the tribe. "If we do not venture into the jungle, Maui will become his wife when the cold sets in." Grandma wiped away her tears, her emotions gradually stabilizing. "I still remember one morning, as I stepped out of the tent, I spotted a beautiful leopard skin at the entrance. Though he hid far away, I recognized it immediately. Even if I had not seen him, I would have known it was a gift from him." The firelight danced upon her dark, flushed face, casting a soft and sweet glow, as she became entirely immersed in the splendor of love. Bai Xiaofan could not help but shiver, clutching the two children who nestled closer to her, their wide eyes awaiting the continuation of the tale. And then, Heir, holding the small mountain in his arms, continued, "We saw but a single bird, and it ignited a blaze. After much effort, we had finally captured our prey, and we certainly were not willing to let a mere bird take it from us. Moreover, it was staring hungrily at our catch." In a swift motion, Amba hurled his spear, impaling the bird and pinning it firmly to the ground. "Father, that blackbird isn't so formidable after all," little Sean said, leaning against his father's embrace and tilting his head up innocently. Indeed, many wild beasts could overpower 4 or 5 men. Yet a single spear could bring down this black bird, which hardly warranted fear. Father ruffled his hair and smiled faintly. I thought much like little Sean at that moment. But his smile faded as a dark cloud of black birds descended upon us, leaving our hearts gripped by dread. They came with alarming swiftness, before we could even shout. 10 or so landed, their ravenous eyes fixated on our prey. Initially, we managed to fend them off with our spears, but as more and more blackbirds arrived, the chief ordered us to relinquish all our catch in a bid to protect our kin. The moment one bird was tossed aside, 7 or 8 others soared up to snatch it, not waiting for it to touch the ground, resulting in a gruesome display of blood and bones. Father's voice trembled uncontrollably, while the two children gazed at him with wide eyes. Alin, huddled beside Bai Xiaofan, unconsciously clutched the sleeve of his shirt. Bai Xiaofan swallowed hard, contemplating the countless fierce black birds outside the cave, a cold sweat beading on his palms, and murmured, "Surely, the blackbirds will not be satisfied with just that meager prey?" Suddenly, the old man laughed. Yet his eyes radiated a fierce resentment. "These blackbirds may be small in size, but their appetite is insatiable." Noticing our hands devoid of prey, they fixated their ravenous gazes upon us. The first blackbird that flew towards us was swiftly pierced through by Brother Amba's spear. Perhaps enraged by the blood of their companion, they launched themselves at Brother Amba in a furious frenzy. At this juncture, the old man's eyes reddened once more. I still vividly recall Brother Amba's anguished screams as a blackbird perched atop his head, clutching his eyeball. "Stop speaking," the old woman interjected sharply, her face paling as if her very bones might crumble. Bai Xiaofan grasped the old woman's calloused hand tightly, a large tear cascading down her cheek, her lips quivering in trepidation. She shuddered at the thought of what would happen if Xiaomu met such a tragic end. She yearned to inquire how the old woman had endured those harrowing times. Chapter 51. Fire Attack. Bai Xiaofan's question prompted the two elders to stifle their sorrow. Exchanging a knowing glance, they rose and peered through the crevices of the cave entrance, their faces instantly clouded with concern. Old man Huel wore a somber expression, remaining silent, while the old woman, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "We must find a way to inform Mu and the others. Otherwise, the unspoken words hung heavily in the air." Understood by all. Old man furrowed his brows and remarked, "But how can we convey this message to them?" Everyone comprehended the grim reality. The moment the stones blocking the cave entrance were displaced, those blackbirds would undoubtedly rush in. And it wouldn't be long before the four of us, along with the two beasts, would be reduced to mere bones. Bai Xiaofan settled against the mountainside, closing her eyes as her mind raced. Yet, her heart pounded erratically, leaving her thoughts in utter disarray. Calm down, Bai Xiaofan. You must find tranquility." No matter how she compelled herself, the ominous clouds of fear loomed persistently in her heart. Daxiong nestled beside her, continuously nudging her pale face with its large head. "Xiaofan, think of Xiaomu. If you cannot calm yourself and devise a feasible plan, Xiaomu may end up like that Amba." Silence. Bai Xiaofan clutched her head, cutting off the words rising from her throat. The mere thought of Xiaomu potentially transforming into a bloodied skeleton in an instant engulfed her in profound terror, rendering her nearly breathless as she clutched her collar. Yet, following the depths of her fear, an indomitable strength surged from within her. She could not allow Xiaomu to meet a tragic fate like Amba. She had to take action. "Xiaofan, perhaps you could try using fire." As soon as the flames had risen, the creatures had retreated. Upon hearing this suggestion, Bai Xiaofan lifted her head, her eyes snapping open. Indeed, animals fear fire. It might be worth a try. But how could she implement this? Bai Xiaofan's gaze fixated on the flames, her mind racing with possibilities. If fire could truly repel those dark birds, it would not only serve as a signal to Xiaomu and the others, but perhaps also drive them away entirely. The pressing question remained: how to proceed? Suddenly, an old woman seized her arm, her voice sharp and commanding. "If you go out like this, you will not only fail to assist Xiaomu, but you may also lose your own life." The old man pulled away the old woman, urgently exclaiming, "Shall we simply sit here and await Amu and the others' demise? Moreover, how long can we possibly hide in this cave?" The old woman was rendered speechless by his outburst. Although there was some food within the cave, water was scarce. If those dark birds did not depart, they would scarcely survive a few days. "Old man, let us try using fire." The strength born from the instinct to protect instilled an unusual calmness in Bai Xiaofan. Though her face remained pale as death, fear had abandoned her. She extracted a piece of firewood from the pile and wrapped some ula grass around it, igniting it in the cooking fire. The flickering flames illuminated her bloodless visage, casting a determined crimson glow upon her. "Fire?" The two elders exchanged glances, perplexed by Bai Xiaofan's intent. She nodded and clarified, "Once the fire is lit, the dark birds will not dare approach the cave. I believe they are indeed afraid of flames. If we can ignite a great fire outside, they should flee." The elders' eyes brightened in unison as they eagerly inquired, "How can we kindle a great fire outside?" "Let us first try this torch," Bai Xiaofan suggested. She approached the cave's mouth and turned to old Hu, saying, "Old man, could you please push this stone aside a little?" The elder complied, shifting the stone, which revealed an opening about a foot square. Bai Xiaofan raised the torch and peered outside, only to be met with a dark mass of birds completely occupying the area before the cave. The jars of fresh meat they had placed outside lay toppled, with several birds peering into the openings, desperately hoping to discover even a morsel of flesh within. A few black birds, perched near the cave entrance, seemed to have heard the sound of shifting stones. They turned their heads, their eyes brimming with ferocity and hunger. With mouths agape, they emitted a shrill cry, revealing their blood-red beaks in a menacing display. Flapping their wings, they appeared poised to launch themselves at any moment. Their intimidating demeanor confirmed Bai Xiaofan's suspicion. Indeed, they were fearful of fire. A sly smile crept across Bai Xiaofan's lips as he resolutely hurled the torch from his hand. Simultaneously, old Hulu pushed the stone, leaving only a narrow gap. Outside, the chorus of panicked cries erupted from the birds, accompanied by the chaotic flapping of their wings. Peering through the slender opening, Bai Xiaofan observed their frantic movements with a sense of triumph before turning away. He received the torch from Old Mama, and, as Old Hulu pushed the stone aside once more, the nearby blackbirds glared at Bai Xiaofan with eyes filled with malice and resentment. Holding the torch aloft, Bai Xiaofan met their gaze with a chilling glare, sneering as he flung the torch into the air. Unsurprisingly, the flock erupted into a frenzy once again, but this time, even more blackbirds fixed their furious stares upon him. A faint smile lingered on Bai Xiaofan's lips as he aimed the torch at the most vociferous blackbird and threw it with vigor, perhaps overwhelmed by fear. He struck the bird, unleashing a piercing shriek that echoed throughout the valley. The blackbird flapped its wings desperately, careening in every direction, and in an instant, several others caught fire. The entire flock descended into chaos, while Bai Xiaofan continued to launch his torches, quickly transforming the area outside the cave into a blazing inferno. Waves of heat, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh, surged into the cave. The piercing screams echoed relentlessly as 5 individuals huddled in the corner of the cave, seeking solace in one another's embrace, shielding 2 trembling children in their midst. Bai Xiaofan continually reassured them, it's all right, just a little longer. Just a little longer. He had not anticipated the obstinacy of the blackbirds, who preferred the flames to abandoning their post. Outside, a raging inferno engulfed the landscape. Their only hope now was to wait until the birds were sufficiently weakened before pushing aside the stone at the cave's entrance. Otherwise, the air within would become stifling, leaving them to suffocate. At last, the cacophony outside subsided. Maui Mama and Hyul Old Man exchanged glances and rose to shift the stones blocking the entrance. To their astonishment, several blackbirds swooped down immediately, revealing that the surviving creatures had been silently circling above, biding their time. Hyul Old Man swiftly grasped his spear, channeling all his strength, and pierced one of the birds through and through. Maui Mama and Bai Xiaofan hastily sealed the entrance once more, their hearts racing in shock at the cunning of the blackbirds. Bai Xiaofan placed a hand on his chest, lamenting that they could only await external assistance. Suddenly, clarity struck him. He stood up, dazed but resolute, leaning against the slightly warm cave wall as he moved toward the entrance. As soon as his hand brushed against the stone, he recoiled in pain from the heat. In the twilight, the valley was bathed in an ominous glow from the raging fire, which startled Xiaomu and his companions as they emerged from the forest. Their faces drained of color. They sprinted toward the valley, oblivious to the black birds that occasionally swooped over their heads, until a blackbird collided with the mountain chicken in Sua's hands. The 4 of them were unaware that several blackbirds had been circling above them. In an instant, the flock of black birds descended upon them, prompting everyone to raise their spears. The birds evaded at first, yet some still fell victim to their sharp weapons. Ultimately, the mere dozen of blackbirds were swiftly dispatched by Xiao Mu and his companions, reduced to a scattered mess. A few specks of blood stained Xiao Mu's face as his gaze drifted towards the valley, realizing that the fire was likely ignited by Bai Xiaofan, possibly intended to drive away the blackbirds. You all clean up and follow me. I shall go ahead. With that, Xiao Mu took off towards the valley, a deep sense of unease propelling him forward. Xiaofan, you must not be in danger. Chapter 52. Escape from peril. With his heart racing, Xiao Mu sprinted towards the valley, skillfully cleaving any blackbirds that flew his way in half with his shovel, leaving his face and body smeared with blood. As he drew closer to the valley, the oppressive heat became increasingly palpable. His thoughts were solely consumed by Bai Xiaofan. The mere notion of her trapped in the raging inferno felt like a knife piercing his heart. He yearned to reach her side, convinced that even if he could not save her, merely being by her side would suffice. Inside the cave, Bai Xiaofan stumbled back a few steps, scorched by the rocks. And before she could regain her footing, she heard the call, "Xiao Mu has arrived." As soon as the 13th word fell, a faint cry from Xiao Mu pierced through the sweltering heat. Hearing him hoarsely call out his own name, the dread that Bai Xiaofan had long suppressed erupted uncontrollably. She rushed to the cave's entrance, cupping her hands around her mouth, shouting, "Xiao Mu, I am in the cave, in the cave." Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's voice, the two elderly figures also emerged to assist. "Amu, Amu, we are in the cave," De Xiong shouted frantically, and even the usually docile little sheep bleated with all its might. Xiao Mu dashed into the scorching valley, his hair curling at the edges from the intense heat. The flames raged fiercely, obscuring his view of the valley. He could only press against the mountainside, calling out loudly for Bai Xiaofan while desperately searching. It was then that a familiar voice reached him, following the faint echoes of her calls. Xiao Mu disregarded the flames rising around him and hurried towards her as swiftly as possible. "Xiaofan, is that you?" Inside the cave, everyone shouted with all their might, oblivious to Xiao Mu's voice. Fortunately, the 13th figure reminded Bai Xiaofan, "Xiaofan, grab a thick branch and prop open the stones at the cave's entrance." Xiao Mu was very close. Upon hearing that Xiao Mu was near, Bai Xiaofan's earlier resolve completely shattered, tears streaming down her face. The last vestiges of her rationality barely held together as she followed the 13th figure's instructions. The two elderly individuals also took up branches to assist her. Before long, a loud thud echoed, and scorching, acrid air rushed into the noses of those inside. Outside the cave, flames soared into the heavens, yet dense smoke obscured everything. Little Mu, relying on his familiarity with the valley, groped his way toward the cave. As a muffled sound echoed, he quickened his pace, followed closely by a second sound. Then came a cry, thick with sorrow, from Little Mu, which momentarily steadied his anxious heart. "Xiaofan." When he reached the cave entrance, two stones had already been pushed aside, just enough to glimpse Bai Xiaofan's face. Her once fair complexion was cast in a dark crimson glow. Her supple lips cracked and bleeding, and the strands of hair by her temples were all curled in disarray. Little Mu felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an iron claw, his chest swelling with an inexplicable ache and sorrow. "Xiaofan, I will rescue you at once," he declared, brandishing his shovel as he relentlessly pushed against the stones. Above, blackbirds circled, initially hesitant to descend due to the heat wave. However, upon spotting a figure outside the cave, their instinct for survival kicked in. Ignoring the scorching winds that could singe their feathers, they swooped down toward Little Mu. Preoccupied with freeing Bai Xiaofan, he was oblivious to their approach. Yet, the old man observed the bird's ambush and shouted, "Amu, get back." He hurled his spear, piercing one of the blackbirds through and through. Nevertheless, the gruesome fate of their companion did little to quell the remaining bird's hunger. As they continued their assault on Little Mu, "Little Mu, take care of them first," Bai Xiaofan yelled at him. Yet, Little Mu appeared deaf to her plea, focused solely on pushing the stones aside with his shovel. As a dark bird prepared to peck at young Mu's head, Bai Xiaofan, in a moment of desperation, extended her hand and grasped the collar of his robe, pulling him down with great force. This caused the mountains to tremble and the earth to shake, momentarily dissuading the remaining dark birds from advancing, who instead shrieked at them with piercing cries. When young Mu finally pushed aside the last stone blocking the cave's entrance, he immediately pulled Bai Xiaofan into his embrace, inspecting her carefully before hoisting her onto his back. He then addressed the two elders, saying, "Father, Mother, we must leave." The elders responded affirmatively, each taking a child upon their back and following young Mu with great difficulty as they made their way out of the valley. Suhi and the others stood at the periphery of the flames, warding off the occasional dark bird that dared to fly by while anxiously calling out and scanning the area. They had attempted to rush in, but each time they were repelled by the searing heat. "Do you think Mu can rescue our parents?" Ada stretched his neck, yearning to pierce through the fierce flames. Although Suhi furrowed his brow, his expression was resolutely determined. "Mu will surely succeed." Before he could finish, Jelly pointed ahead, exclaiming excitedly, "Look, Mu." The two followed the direction of his finger and, indeed, saw Mu emerging through the thick smoke, carrying someone on his back. Joy spread across their faces as they rushed forward to assist. However, when they recognized Bai Xiaofan on young Mu's back, their expressions darkened with thinly veiled anger. Suhi, unable to suppress his reproach, questioned, "Where are our parents?" "They're behind us." Upon hearing this, The trio cast a reproachful glance at young Mu before cautiously moving forward to receive the others. Little Mu was solely focused on hastily escorting Bai Xiaofan away, completely oblivious to the tone and expressions of those around them. However, Bai Xiaofan was acutely aware. She struggled slightly on Little Mu's back and urged Little Mu, "Put me down. I need to see how Mother and the others are doing." Little Mu remained silent, quickening his pace until he reached a safe spot at the edge of the valley, where he gently set Bai Xiaofan down and handed her a soldier's shovel. "You wait here. I will go fetch Mother and the others." Bai Xiaofan fashioned a torch from the remaining firewood and ula grass aboard the spaceship. And upon hearing that Little Mu and the others had emerged, she swiftly ignited the torch with the electric stove and exited the spacecraft. Little Mu led the clan members out of the valley, and in the distance, they spotted several dark birds circling ominously above where Bai Xiaofan stood. Although he knew she could evade them with the spaceship, an icy fear gripped Little Mu's heart. He entrusted Maui's mother to Gri and hastily sprinted toward Bai Xiaofan. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, he could not outpace the great bear, which had initially lagged behind. The moment it caught the scent of Bai Xiaofan and the dark birds, it let out a ferocious roar and surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Bai Xiaofan covered her head, fervently waving the torch in an attempt to ward off the ghostly black birds. Though they feared the flame, they were undeterred by her presence. Circling menacingly above her, their shrill cries a blend of terror and a hint of excitement, unceasing in their cacophony. Suddenly, upon hearing the great bear's thunderous roar, Bai Xiaofan barely had time to look before a swift white figure leapt before her, and with a powerful thrust, two of the dark birds met their demise at its jaws. At this moment, Xiaomu rushed over, extending an arm to shield Bai Xiaofan within his embrace. With a swift motion, he brandished his entrenching tool and struck down upon the black bird, warm blood splattering across him. Just then, Su He and the others arrived. The remaining black birds, upon seeing the torches in their hands, retreated with mournful cries. Only then did Xiaomu gently lift Bai Xiaofan, softly inquiring if she had sustained any injuries. The events of the past half-day, ranging from encounters with the ferocious black man-eating birds to the searing flames, had far exceeded Bai Xiaofan's capacity to endure. In Xiaomu's absence, she had managed to force herself to remain strong, but now, nestled in his warm and secure embrace, coupled with his fervent masculine aura enveloping her, her suppressed fear erupted at his tender inquiry, and she could not help but weep profusely in his arms. This rendered Xiaomu visibly anxious, his face paling as he held her tightly, repeatedly asking, "Xiaofan, please don't just cry. Where are you hurt?" The old lady, smiling, commented, "She still has the strength to cry like that. She must be merely frightened." Upon hearing this, Xiaomu turned to the old lady, incredulous as he asked, "Just frightened?" While he spoke, his large hand continued to gently pat Bai Xiaofan's back. The others, observing Xiaomu's worried expression, erupted into hearty laughter. Bai Xiaofan, catching their laughter in her ears, suddenly remembered the presence of others around her. After a struggle, she managed to cease her sobbing, only to let out a loud hiccup, which incited even more laughter from the group. Embarrassed, Bai Xiaofan buried her head deeper into Xiaomu's embrace, wishing fervently to disappear into a hole. Little Mu sensed Bai Xiaofan's embarrassment. Although it was inappropriate to speak of the two elders, she shot a disapproving glare at Su He and admonished, "What is there to laugh about? Stop laughing. Mother, look at Mu." Su He, witnessing Little Mu's defense of Bai Xiaofan, couldn't help but feel a resurgence of earlier displeasure. Half admonishing, half jesting, he remarked, "Could it be that Xiaofan has shared your bed and is now your woman? Why else would you be so protective of her?" In this era, the concept of marriage had yet to emerge. For a young couple to unite, it was customary for their parents to invite an elder from the clan to offer prayers to the deities. During times of abundance, the clan members would feast together in celebration. Of course, there were instances where couples cohabited privately, while the clan members did not view this as improper. It was still considered unconventional. Moreover, Sui had skipped the ritual altogether, and his words were rather crude, prompting Little Mu to furrow her brow in displeasure. Chapter 53. Abandoning the valley, Bai Xiaofan was about to inquire why when he noticed a serious look in Little Mu's eyes as she suppressed her anger and said, "Mother, it would be best for us to leave this place before nightfall." "Why?" Suhi retorted, his irritation evident, not allowing Little Mu to finish her thought. He had grown somewhat attached to the valley after residing there for a while, and moreover, he was concerned about the provisions stored in the cave. Naturally, He was unwilling to agree to Little Moo's suggestion of leaving immediately. Little Moo ignored him and addressed the elder, saying, "When I first arrived in this valley, I spotted those black birds on the hillside. They had just hatched and were without the care of adult birds, surviving solely on their nestmates." "What?" Bai Xiaofan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Are you referring to those blackbirds, the ones you mentioned that grow by consuming other chicks in their nests?" Xiaomu nodded in affirmation, but before he could utter a word, Bai Xiaofan delivered a sharp rap to his head, saying, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known such terrifying neighbors resided nearby, I would have vacated this valley long ago, rather than treating it as a sanctuary." Maui Mama could not help but voice her reproach. "Indeed, Xiaomu, how could you withhold such significant information?" Sui chimed in, "You nearly put our lives at risk." Xiaomu hung his head in shame, offering no defense. Bai Xiaofan had previously urged him to remain silent, leading him to swallow the half-formed statement about their backyard. Consequently, he had forgotten it altogether. Upon noticing Suhi's smug expression, which teetered between amusement and mockery, Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of discontent. Observing Xiaomu, who was being chastised to the point of not being able to lift his head, she felt an involuntary pang of compassion. She understood that Suhi was still irked by Xiaomu's apparent self-interest. However, upon closer reflection, it was only Xiaomu who had rushed into the flames to rescue others. What right did the rest of them have to cast judgment? She shot a sideways glance at Suhi, quelling her irritation, and redirected the conversation. "Mama, our immediate priority is to find something to eat. We can endure, but the two little ones must be famished as well." Maui Mama concurred. "Yes, we should first satisfy our hunger." With both elders expressing this sentiment, Sui glanced at Xiaomu and refrained from further comment. The group busily set about kindling a fire by the riverbank to roast meat. Originally, Bai Xiaofan believed that everything in the cave had been lost, yet he was astonished to see that Maui's grandmother not only retrieved several pottery jars, but also brought out a salt container and a few pelts. Suha and the others dug some small pits around the campfire, then scooped out some ashes from the bonfire to lay in the pits, followed by placing the furs atop. Bai Xiaofan squeezed into a pit with Big Bear, observing as the elderly woman sprinkled salt onto the roasted meat, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Upon seeing Little Moo, he had forgotten everything, solely focused on escaping with him, yet the old lady had managed to salvage so many items. "Grandma," Bai Xiaofan called out, uncertain of what to say, only able to convey his apologies through his gaze. Indeed, Maui's grandmother felt somewhat displeased, but not because Little Moo was preoccupied with Bai Xiaofan. Rather, she was frustrated with Little Moo's carelessness. Initially, she intended to reprimand him while no one was watching, but upon meeting Bai Xiaofan's eyes, she realized he had misunderstood her intentions. She cut a piece of roasted meat with a bone knife and handed it over, stating, "It's not your concern." Then she turned her attention to Little Moo, reprimanding him sternly. Your father's brother, and your grandfather are all the bravest warriors in our tribe. Yet what about you? If it weren't for Bai Xiaofan devising a plan, would you still be alive?" "Grandma, I was wrong," Little Moo confessed sincerely. His head bowed nearly to his chest. "Wrong?" Maui's grandmother furrowed her brow, continuing her admonishment. "It is easy to utter those two words, but truly holding them in your heart is essential. You are no longer alone. We are all with you. If you err, we all share in that error." As Maui Ama's words escaped her lips, a shiver ran through Bai Xiaofan, prompting her to raise her gaze towards her. To her surprise, she met Suhi's astonished eyes, which quickly diverted from her own. This encounter stirred a deeper contemplation within Bai Xiaofan. According to Maui Ama, Xiaomu was to become the leader of their group. However, Suhi's shocked demeanor clearly reflected his dissatisfaction and reluctance. It was rather amusing to consider that their group, consisting of only 11 members, including De Xiong and Xiaoyang, could even entertain the notion of a leader. It was at this moment that Bai Xiaofan realized they were missing an animal and blurted out, "Where's Xiao Baiyang?" Upon her inquiry, the gazes of those present became evasive. Bai Xiaofan felt a twinge of confusion before understanding the gravity of the situation. In such dire straits, could they truly expect to save a sheep? Not only them, but even she had only just recalled this fact. Sensing Bai Xiaofan's dejection, Xiaomu quickly moved beside her and reassured, "Don't be upset, Xiaofan. I will catch another one for you in a few days." Bai Xiaofan lifted her head and smiled faintly, when suddenly a thought struck her. She leaned closer to Maui Ama and asked, "Ama, is there an abundance of sheep where you live?" As she roasted meat, Maui Amma nodded affirmatively. Indeed, while they are not everywhere, there are certainly plenty. Their meat is tender and delicious, often enjoyed in the tribe. Overcome with excitement, Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, "That's wonderful." Everyone turned to her with puzzled expressions. But she had no desire to explain the concept of livestock at that moment, so she merely offered an awkward smile. The old Amma distributed the roasted meat among the group, and after satisfying their hunger, they decided to rest and deliberate on their next destination come morning. At this moment, 13 hesitated and said, "Xiaofan, it would be best for you to leave under the cover of night. I just noticed an increasing number of blackbirds flying out from the hillside. If my assessment is correct, this path appears to be part of their migration route." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's face turned pale, and she lowered her voice, asking, "What do you mean by migration route? Please clarify." Before 13 could finish speaking, Bai Xiaofan addressed the group. She paused, contemplating several thoughts. Logically, she should not speak hastily about such an important matter. However, what if those blackbirds launched an attack under the veil of night? She glanced at the small Mu beside her, gritted her teeth, and thought, "For the sake of Xiao Mu, mother, let us eat our fill and depart from here." Before Maui could respond, Suhi interjected, "It's easy for you to say. What about all the food in the valley? If we lose our lives, what use is food?" Bai Xiaofan was already harboring a great deal of frustration towards Suhi, and this provided her the perfect outlet. Small Mu furrowed her brows and supported Bai Xiaofan, addressing the group. "Xiaofan is right. We should hurry to leave. There is still a cave ahead for shelter. However, if we encounter those blackbirds again, we won't even have a place to hide." Ada and Gri, having never truly witnessed the menace of the blackbirds, found Suhi's words reasonable. Even if there was still plenty of food, it was now dark and the birds would surely rest. If all else fails, we can leave early tomorrow. However, Old Huel had witnessed the horrifying sight of the blackbird devouring humans. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, he furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before turning to Maui Mama with utmost seriousness, saying, "Maui, I believe it is best for us to heed Xiao Mu's advice and depart swiftly." Maui Mama glanced at the two children, who were already drowsy, and hesitated, suggesting, "Perhaps we should rest for the night instead?" Suddenly, Old Huel, usually mild-mannered, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Are you not afraid of endangering everyone's lives?" Alan and Xiao Shan were startled awake by his outburst, trembling in their grandmother's embrace. She, with a stern expression, reproached, "Speak kindly, will you? Haven't these children endured enough fright for one day?" Old Huel, his eyes brimming with tears, replied, "Maui, you have not seen how they feast upon the living." As he spoke, his voice caught in a sob, rendering him unable to continue. He wiped away the tear stains with the rough back of his hand, his body trembling, though it was uncertain whether from fear or sorrow. With these thoughts, Maui Mama suddenly rose to her feet, urging everyone, "What are you waiting for? Quickly gather your things and let us leave this place." Xiao Mu cheerfully responded and hurried to pack, while Bai Xiaofan joined in with a smile. Suhi, hoping to persuade further, asked, "Mother, what about the food still in the valley? Shall we leave it behind?" Maui Mama shot him a glare, saying, "How can you be so foolish? What good is food without life?" Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, Suha, chastised severely by the elderly matriarch, dared only to cast a sidelong glance at little Mu, silently assisting with the chores. A group traversed the Yet-to-Thaw River, following the riverbed upstream. Suha led the way, flanked by two elders. A clay pot hung from the matriarch's side, its cord woven from ula grass during her moments of leisure. The remaining fox pelts and the marni felt were bundled and secured to the old man's back with grass ropes. Ada and Jelly carried two children at the heart of the procession, with bear and long-haired tiger skins draped over them. Little Mu and Bai Xiaofan brought up the rear, accompanied by a large bear. Although Little Mu initially intended to carry Bai Xiaofan, she was reluctant to become the center of attention again. With the snow gradually melting and the path now level, she insisted on walking alongside him, supported by his presence. Thus, Little Mu had no choice but to assist her along the way. As the sky began to reveal a delicate cerulean hue, the entire world seemed shrouded in a gossamer veil. Bai Xiaofan paused to catch her breath, lifting her gaze toward the distant plains, where a faint blush of rose appeared on the horizon. Chapter 54, Reaching the Water's End. Bai Xiaofan and her companions followed the flowing river upstream, the vast plains stretching endlessly before them, as the melting snow intermittently unveiled patches of withered, golden grass, presenting a mottled view from afar. After a day and night of travel, the scenery around them remained unchanged. The following day, around noon, the group paused by the riverbank to rest and partake in their meal. As Xiaomu accompanied Su He ahead to scout the path, Bai Xiaofan engaged in playful antics with the two children for a while. Unintentionally, she lifted her gaze and beheld a delicate, ink-wash painting of mountains meandering alongside the river in the distance. Unable to contain her curiosity, she rose and slowly approached. The mountains stretched alongside the river, reaching towards the horizon, intertwining in a harmonious embrace, leaving one to ponder whether the mountains severed the river or if the river flowed down from the mountain's heights. Warm, gentle sunlight cascaded generously upon the fields, and Bai Xiaofan inhaled a refreshing breath of cool air, her wandering gaze tracing the contours of the mountains. She discovered that this range was an extension of the northern peaks, which melded seamlessly into the sky, rendering it impossible to distinguish between the two. "Mother, we have found a mountain hollow up ahead." Su He's voice, though distant, resonated clearly to the ears of the gathering. Upon hearing the call, Bai Xiaofan turned to look and spotted two figures racing towards them from afar. In no time, Xiaomu was by Bai Xiaofan's side, his dark complexion flushed with excitement. "Xiaofan, it turns out this river flows from the mountain hollow ahead. That hollow is much larger than the valley we originally inhabited, and the soil is rich and dark, surely capable of yielding abundant wheat and rice." Bai Xiaofan took out a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Her eyes filled with tender amusement. "You seem utterly delighted. If you've discovered a mountain hollow, you ought to share that with Mother. For what use is it to tell me when I know nothing about it?" As she spoke, Bai Xiaofan took Xiaomu's hand and led him back to the group. At this moment, Su He had already informed Mao Yima and Hu Lu Lao Dai about the situation in the mountain hollow. Upon seeing Xiaomu approach, they inquired, "What do you think of that mountain hollow?" Xiaomu nodded vigorously. "It is splendid, much larger than the valley." With a slight furrow of his brow, he added, "However, there are no caves, but if we cut down some trees, it would be easy to set up a couple of tents." Bai Xiaofan's thoughts shifted, gradually painting a delightful picture in his mind. It might indeed be feasible. "Xiaomu, are there many trees in the mountain hollow?" Su He smirked. "Why do you ask?" "Naturally, there are plenty of trees at the foot of the mountain." Bai Xiaofan, undeterred by Su He's teasing, maintained a cheerful demeanor. "That is wonderful." Hu Lu Lao Dai, feeling uneasy, spoke up. "Are you certain you have thoroughly assessed that mountain hollow? Let us not encounter anything frightening again." Su He reassured him. "Rest assured, old man. I have circled the entire hollow." Xiaomu nodded in agreement. "There are only a few wild rabbits in the hollow." Hu Lu Lao Dai was about to ask further questions when Mao Yima intervened. "How can we determine whether it is good or bad at this moment? Let us rest first. It would be unwise to seek another location now." As she spoke, she began to pack her belongings. Bai Xiaofan hurried over to assist her and noticed the old woman peering into the salt jar, shaking her head with a soft sigh. Bai Xiaofan suddenly understood why the roasted meat had been so bland over the past couple of days. It seemed the salt was running low. It made sense, as there had originally been little salt left in that small jar. "Originally, I intended to say that we should pack up after eating. But now that the entire pot of salt has been left in the cave, it seems imperative to devise a way to retrieve the rock salt for cooking." However, Bai Xiaofan is at a loss on how to extract the salt, and furthermore, there are no utensils for boiling salt outside, while there are some aboard the spaceship. How can one manage to do so discreetly? If, as Xiaomu suggested, we were to set up 2 tents, there truly would be no place to hide. Throughout the journey, Bai Xiaofan remained troubled by the issue of salt, rendering her silent and sullen. Xiaomu, trailing behind her, mistakenly believed that someone had upset her during his absence. Yet, in the presence of their mother and the others, he dared not inquire, frequently casting anxious glances in her direction. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself. He pulled Bai Xiaofan aside and asked, "Xiaofan, did our mother say something to you again? Please do not take it to heart. If you are genuinely unhappy, you can hit or scold me. It is better than keeping it bottled up." Although Bai Xiaofan and their mother had been getting along well lately, Xiaomu harbored concerns that their mother might take advantage of his absence to trouble Bai Xiaofan. This was not born of pettiness. Rather, it stemmed from his deep care for her, combined with the fact that their mother's initial attitude towards Bai Xiaofan had indeed been rather unfavorable. "Salt?" Xiaomu gazed at Bai Xiaofan in confusion. "Didn't our mother bring the salt jar with her?" "However, there is little salt left in the jar," Bai Xiaofan replied, knowing well that this reckless lad would not be so observant. She glanced at their mother and the others to ensure they were not nearby before continuing. The salt we ground a few days ago has all been left in the cave, and the salt in the jar our mother carries is running low. The spaceship still contained ample mineral salt, yet the question remained, how could it be retrieved? I had emerged from the valley empty-handed. It would be absurd to produce several pieces of mineral salt out of thin air, drawing suspicion upon myself. Moreover, Sui did not seem entirely aligned with Xiaomu, and it was prudent to guard against him concerning this significant secret. No, it wouldn't he do. Bai Xiaofan shook his head and said, if you continue this way, what will you do when Su He and the others insist on accompanying you to see it? This thought had not occurred to Xiaomu, who scratched his head in confusion, uncertain of how to proceed. Bai Xiaofan also fell into contemplation. What are you two discussing over there? Come and lend a hand, called the elderly woman from a distance, waving her hand. Coming, Bai Xiaofan replied, pulling Xiaomu along as they approached. The men were busy digging sleeping pits, chopping branches, and erecting a grass shelter. Bai Xiaofan followed the old woman to roast meat. At this moment, she found the opportunity to examine their vast mountain nest. Overall, it resembled the previous valley quite closely. The entrance was small, and a winding brook meandered along the mountain's edge. The only distinction was that this mountain nest resembled terraced fields, with each level rising above the last, though the flat areas shrank slightly with each ascent. After counting several times, Bai Xiaofan could not ascertain the total number of layers, but she vaguely noticed a steep cliff towering at the highest point. As Bai Xiaofan was absorbed in observing their new abode, she suddenly heard Su He's voice. Xiaomu, what is that object in your hand? It certainly digs faster than our spears. Xiaomu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to Bai Xiaofan, his eyes filled with a plea for assistance. Chapter 55. Deception. Su He's gaze, following Xiaomu, fell upon Bai Xiaofan, and he chuckled. So, the item in Amu's possession was gifted by you, Xiaofan. This is quite unfair. With such a splendid treasure, why is it only bestowed upon Amu? He had long coveted the shovel in Xiaomu's hands, having previously inquired about it without receiving an answer. Today, he intentionally posed his question in front of everyone, knowing that with so many witnesses, Amu would have no choice but to respond. However, he did not anticipate that this item would be linked to Bai Xiaofan. Upon hearing Su He mentioned Bai Xiaofan, Xiaomu felt a pang of anxiety and rushed forward, exclaiming, Su He, what nonsense are you spouting? Just as he began to speak, Bai Xiaofan had already risen and approached him, meeting Su He's gaze and stating, Indeed, this shovel is a gift from me to him. But, Bai Xiaofan elongated his tone, observing the desire flickering in Su He's eyes, before shifting his tone. This is the only one. There are no others. Su He assumed that Bai Xiaofan was deliberately withholding the item, and his expression darkened as he prepared to say something. However, Xiaomu hastily assured him, Really, Su He, there is only this one. If it were merely something he had procured himself, Su He would not have minded if Xiaomu chose to give it to him. Yet, since it was a present from Bai Xiaofan, it was something that must not be shared. Consequently, noticing Su He's intense gaze fixed on the shovel, Xiaomu instinctively moved it behind him. Suppressing his discontent, Su He smiled and inquired of Bai Xiaofan, Xiaofan, where did you acquire this shovel? Do you not find it remarkably similar to those pots in the cave? Bai Xiaofan replied with a feigned smile, turning the question back to him. Su He was taken aback. Are you implying that this is something you also brought from your hometown? Indeed, Bai Xiaofan replied succinctly. Originally, it was for my self-defense, but I eventually gave it to Xiaomu. Have you not noticed that night is approaching? Hurry and get to work. The old matriarch interjected. With that, Bai Xiaofan and Su He felt it inappropriate to continue their subtle exchanges and withdrew to attend to their respective tasks. Just before turning away, Su He cast one last reluctant glance at the entrenching tool in Xiaomu's hand. Having grown up together, their bond was akin to that of brothers. In their youth, whenever Xiaomu faced bullying in the tribe, it was always Su He who stood up for him. When the chieftain expelled Xiaomu from the tribe, Su He would have left alongside him, had it not been for his commitment to care for the matriarch and their father. In that moment of reunion with Xiaomu, Su He felt genuine elation, believing that they could all live together henceforth. Yet, he never anticipated that Xiaomu was not there to seek refuge with them, but rather to offer his assistance. In the warmth of the cave and amidst the abundance of food, Su He had to concede that without Xiaomu's help, their nights would have been exceedingly arduous. Initially, he felt gratitude toward Xiaomu. However, witnessing how the matriarch and their father prioritized him above all else, even as he remained preoccupied with a woman and nearly led them to become prey for the blackbirds, filled him with a sense of discontent. Despite his attempts to conceal certain matters from their kin, the matriarch and father continued to place greater value on him. Was it merely because he was the son of the former chieftain? Because his grandfather had raised the matriarch and their father? Or perhaps because his paternal uncle held a special place in the old matriarch's heart? How could these reasons possibly win his heart? And that woman, with her peculiar pots that she claimed to have brought from her homeland, yet despite several attempts to probe, Xiaomu could not discern their true origin. Moreover, the food they consumed, which the woman boldly asserted was a divine gift, seemed to echo the tales of Daki and the others, who had mentioned encountering celestial beings in a valley and even witnessing mythical creatures. All of these enigmas tormented Su He, leaving him convinced that Xiaomu and Bai Xiaofan harbored some profound secrets. He was determined to unearth them. This weighed heavily on Bai Xiaofan's mind. The dark sky loomed overhead, with scattered stars encircling a slender crescent moon, and the stillness of the night was punctuated only by the gentle, rushing sound of water. Everyone nestled in the burrow slept soundly, while the vigilant Xiaomu sat by the fire, his eyes half closed in rest. Suddenly, he felt a gentle push on his shoulder. He opened his eyes abruptly, ready to question the intruder, when a familiar and warm fragrance brushed past his ear. Xiaofan, why are you up? It's still quite early. The Xiaomu outside was particularly anxious, repeatedly glancing downward in fear of being spotted. Before long, Bai Xiaofan emerged with a large bundle of mineral salt, instructing Xiaomu. Stack this salt into that small hole. Aren't you supposed to be home today? Later, during your patrol, pretend to discover this salt. Rest assured, it's so secluded here that I guarantee Su He and the others haven't noticed. While encouraging Xiaomu, Bai Xiaofan inquired, is anyone down below awake? However, 13 remained vigilant, attentively listening to Xiaofan's inquiry and swiftly responding, no. The two of them, along with 13, failed to notice the glint in Maui's mother's eyes, which flickered beneath her eyelids. Sunlight poured into the mountain hollow where everyone had breakfast. Su He and Ada took their long spears to hunt, while Xiaomu led Guli on a patrol up the mountain, though his expression seemed somewhat unnatural, which he managed to suppress after being glared at by Xiaofan several times. Maui's mother was washing ceramic pots by the riverbank, while the old man sat idly beside her, sharpening a bone knife. Bai Xiaofan was teaching the two children to read. Over the past few days, they had already mastered half of the 1,000-character classic. Suddenly, the bear, which had been basking in the sun at Bai Xiaofan's feet, stood up, wagging its tail and joyfully howling as it headed toward the mountain summit. Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of frustration. Why was this child so obedient? Incapable of telling a lie, she feared that if this continued, the astute Maui's mother might discern something amiss. Consequently, she hurriedly admonished Xiaomu. If you have something to say, just say it. Why stutter? During her reprimand, she did not forget to cast a fierce glance, implying that if he messed up, he would face dire consequences. Under Bai Xiaofan's stern gaze, Xiaomu's heart steadied, and he took out some mineral salt, saying to Maui's mother, Mother, I discovered stones in a small cave that can be boiled down to make salt. The old man and the two children immediately burst into laughter. But Maui's mother's gaze swept over Bai Xiaofan and Xiaomu's faces. Can such stones really be made into salt? Suddenly, Guli peered over from behind and exclaimed, I saw many of them at the mountain's peak. Upon uttering these words, Bai Xiaofan and Xiaomu's expressions instantly shifted. Chapter 56, Discovery of the Salt Lake. Bai Xiaofan abruptly seized Jili's arm, urgently inquiring, Where did you see such stones? Xiaomu, equally anxious, echoed, You truly have seen them, identical to this one? Jili, the youngest among the four, was accustomed to being obedient and compliant. Thus, confronted by their fervent questioning and their exaggerated reactions, he was so startled that he retreated several steps, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a response. It was the elderly matriarch who stepped forward, casting a stern glance at the two, and gently reassured Jili, Do not rush, speak slowly. Jili's gaze was filled with earnest anticipation as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a prolonged pause, he finally stammered, It was just the day before yesterday when I accompanied Brother Suha on a mountain patrol, and I spotted such stones at the summit. Noticing Bai Xiaofan's eyes brighten, he quickly added, I cannot ascertain if they are exactly the same. Bai Xiaofan pondered whether he remembered the location, aware that the salt in the warehouse had been depleted and contemplating the impracticality of mining salt at present. However, the thought of the dilemma was futile, and she had set it aside. Little did she anticipate that she would fortuitously encounter surface-exposed mineral salt. If true, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Jilly nodded. It is located near the mountain's peak. Bai Xiaofan suppressed her excitement. Striving to steady her tone as she addressed the matriarch, I will accompany Jilly to investigate. If it is indeed the case, I shall call A.I. to assist in the excavation. As her words faded, Xiaomu grasped her hand, his dark eyes gazing deeply into hers. I shall accompany you. Bai Xiaofan shot him a sidelong glance, playfully chiding. The mountaintop is quite a distance from here. What if something happens to Mother and the others? Bai Xiaofan was not particularly familiar with Jelly, and while she genuinely wished for Xiaomu to join her, she knew that Xiaomu remained in the mountain nest to protect their kin. If she were to take him away, the two elders, though silent, would likely harbor some discontent in their hearts. However, Xiaomu was solely preoccupied with the fact that he had only patrolled below the 5th platform and was utterly oblivious to what lay above. It was not that he doubted Sua. Rather, he felt uneasy about Bai Xiaofan venturing into an entirely unfamiliar place without his presence. Thus, he held Bai Xiaofan's hand firmly and declared with unwavering resolve, I must go with you. All right. Maui Mama chuckled as she observed the two. Have Jelly clarify the location and let Amu accompany you. Old Huel also chimed in with a grin. Indeed, having Amu go with you is perfectly fine. Jelly can safeguard things here just as well. The implications of the elder's words were not lost on Bai Xiaofan, who immediately felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, clearly perceiving that they had misconstrued the situation. With Xiaomu's simple-mindedness, he would never take advantage of the opportunity to be alone with her. Under the amused gazes of the two elders, Bai Xiaofan felt as if she were ablaze, hastily inquiring Jelly about the general location before pulling Xiaomu away. The sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds a pristine white, and the sunlight cascaded down with a warmth as gentle as spring water. Though the snow in the mountains has yet to fully melt, the branches on the sunlit side have begun to sprout tender green buds. From a distance, the ground is adorned with an inviting verdure, occasionally punctuated by the emergence of delicate wildflowers, shyly revealing their petite faces under the warm embrace of sunlight. Bai Xiaofan has always professed her affection for winter, wrapped in thick coats that evoke feelings of warmth and safety. However, after enduring such a lengthy and harsh winter, witnessing the vibrant life flourishing across the mountains, her spirits inevitably soared with delight. She hummed a tune as she walked, pausing intermittently, marveling at everything anew. Xiaomu trailed behind her, aware that he ought to urge her to hasten, yet he could not bring himself to do so. It was the first time he had seen Xiaofan radiate such childlike joy. His gaze was filled with the image of her merriment, while his ears were attuned only to her slightly muffled, yet sweetly soft melodies. Xiaofan's hands were small, fair, and delicate, adorned with charming pink nails, each movement stirring gentle ripples in Xiaomu's heart. He had held her hand before, experiencing that soft, tender, and smooth sensation, a memory etched in his soul. Yet, Xiaofan had once remarked that men should not casually take a woman's hand. Now, seeing her so joyous, he mused that she might not mind a brief touch. With that thought, Xiaomu extended his hand. Just as he was about to grasp hers, Bai Xiaofan abruptly halted, turned around swiftly, and, with her nose slightly reddened from the cold, inquired, Xiaomu, do you sense a particularly cool and ethereal fragrance? Startled by Bai Xiaofan's sudden turn, Xiaomu was taken aback, and upon being questioned by Bai Xiaofan, a deep blush crept onto her cheeks. Stammering, she replied, Xiaofan, you always smell so delightful. Bai Xiaofan, preoccupied with the enchanting fragrance, initially failed to comprehend. Indeed, it is quite fragrant, she began, but as the word fragrant lingered on her lips, realization dawned upon her, and her face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. With a playful swat to Xiaomu's head, she admonished, what nonsense are you speaking? I was inquiring if you could detect the scent of flowers. Only then did Xiaomu twitch his nose, as if truly attempting to catch a whiff. Let us go this way. Without waiting for Xiaomu to finish, Bai Xiaofan grasped his hand and led him toward the nearby woods. Observing the small hand nestled within his larger one, Xiaomu was momentarily stunned, before breaking into a delighted smile and intertwining his fingers with hers. Following closely behind him, Bai Xiaofan felt an overwhelming warmth blossom within her, transforming into a bittersweet sensation that nearly brought tears to her eyes. In that fleeting moment, she contemplated that continuing down this path might indeed be a form of happiness. As Bai Xiaofan remained enveloped in her reverie, A breathtaking spectacle suddenly unfolded before her, like layers of clouds crashing into her vision. Bai Xiaofan found herself at a loss for words to describe the beauty before her. On the slender, slanting branches, delicate green leaves cradled tiny blossoms. Each flower seemingly crafted from the very essence of clouds, flourishing in such abundance that Bai Xiaofan almost believed she had ascended to the celestial realm. Yet Xiaomu, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "I thought it was something extraordinary, but it's merely cloud flowers." Suddenly, a flurry of petals cascaded down, and Bai Xiaofan opened his eyes to see Xiaomu reaching out to snap a particularly lush branch of flowers. Bai Xiaofan quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Why are you picking it?" Xiaomu, puzzled, replied, "I thought you liked it." With a gentle smile, Bai Xiaofan reached out to touch the delicate, cool petals. "I do admire it, which is precisely why I wish to avoid causing it any harm. After all, it blooms so rarely. Should I pluck it simply because I cherish it?" Such sentimental musings were lost on Xiaomu, but Bai Xiaofan's insistence rendered him motionless, as he wouldn't dare touch even a single petal. Surrounded by clouds of flowers, sunlight, and a gentle breeze, Bai Xiaofan closed his eyes to savor the serendipitous beauty. However, the unceremonious voice of 13 pierced the tranquility, announcing, "Xiaofan, the mineral salt is just ahead." Mineral salt? Bai Xiaofan lowered his gaze to the spacecraft hanging at his chest and inquired, "Are you certain it's mineral salt?" With a dismissive huff, 13 retorted, "Believe it or not, it's your choice." Bai Xiaofan had no desire to engage in a verbal spar with a computer, swiftly interrupting 13, commanding, "Take me there." Though 13 felt a twinge of reluctance, it recognized the significance of locating the mineral salt. With a reluctant snort, it began to float slightly, guiding them on their path. Just as Bai Xiaofan took his first step, he was halted by Xiaomu, who insisted, "You will follow behind me." Warmth enveloped Bai Xiaofan's heart as he clasped Xiaomu's strong hand tightly, trailing behind him while softly indicating the direction. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the two finally emerged from the thicket to find a small clearing. The ground was strewn with stones resembling mineral salt. Bai Xiaofan picked one up for a closer inspection and then said to 13, "You should ascertain whether this is indeed mineral salt." 13, with a hint of impatience, replied, "I've already told you it is. Why do you doubt me?" Though, to be precise, it may not solely be mineral salt. Further down lies an expansive salt lake. A salt lake? Bai Xiaofan was taken aback, never having anticipated the discovery of such a body of water. Unconsciously, she followed 13 forward, while Xiaomu, perplexed by the term salt lake, naturally trailed behind her. The trio trekked along the mountain path for nearly half an hour, the terrain gradually descending and becoming more expansive. Yet the land grew increasingly barren. When a stretch of azure water came into view, they realized that the ground beneath them was devoid of any vegetation. Xiaomu gazed in astonishment at the lake, puzzled as to why not a single blade of grass grew along its banks. In contrast, Bai Xiaofan marveled at the wonders of nature. On one side of the mountain lay a vast salt lake, while the other boasted flourishing plant life, a truly astonishing phenomenon. "Ah, it is indeed getting late, but we made it in time." It hasn't been easy, Xiaomu, trudging through the depths for 2 consecutive days. Following 13's thorough verification, it was ultimately confirmed that the water from the salt lake could be used directly to boil salt. Bai Xiaofan was overjoyed upon hearing this, thinking to herself that it spared them the laborious process of grinding and soaking. She retrieved a large pot from the spacecraft and handed it to Xiaomu, instructing him to fill it with water and place it over the fire to boil. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's voice, Xiaomu shyly turned his head and smiled, then cast his gaze into the distance. "Xiaofan, are you sure this is the right place to settle down?" Bai Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback by his question, evidently still troubled by the matter of the black bird. He sat beside Xiaomu as the sun began its descent in the west, accompanied by a gentle breeze that rippled across the lake's surface. Bai Xiaofan struggled to find the right words of comfort, finally settling on a simple truth: at least there is a salt lake here. Suddenly, Xiaomu turned his head, his thick brows furrowed. "But what if there are terrifying, man-eating beasts in the mountains?" "Xiaomu." Bai Xiaofan's gaze remained fixed on the distant lake, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You cannot lose faith in yourself simply because you made a mistake once." He tilted his head, his gentle eyes piercing into Xiaomu's. "Moreover, does the absence of beasts guarantee safety in this world? Consider your kin, they were not slain by beasts." Xiaomu was momentarily stunned by these words, his expression dimming. Bai Xiaofan glanced at the small pot of salt, furrowing his brow. His hands unconsciously slipped into his pockets. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I have an idea." He pulled out 2 pairs of Mani leather gloves from his pocket, declaring, "This will work perfectly." Bai Xiaofan had just taken a bath when she lost her gloves, and before long, her hands felt as cold as ice. As she walked, she lamented, wondering whether they would ever be clean again. Just then, she absent-mindedly stepped into empty air and, with a startled cry, fell to the ground. In truth, Bai Xiaofan rather enjoyed being carried by Xiao Mu. However, in the presence of the 2 elders, she was mindful of their feelings and made a concerted effort to appear unaffected. Now, with no one around and the path treacherous, she was more than happy to let Xiao Mu carry her. Her chilled face, brushed by the wind, rested against his broad and warm shoulder, while her frozen, reddened hands were enveloped in his embrace, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. A radiant smile blossomed on Bai Xiaofan's face, reminiscent of spring flowers. "Humph, if it weren't for the wild boar I hunted, would you all be able to fill your bellies with just that little bit of salt?" Suhi sat in a shadowy corner, glaring at the tribe members gathered around the fire, laughing and reveling together. Frustrated, he took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand. The saltiness permeated his body, transforming into a deep bitterness in his heart. Bai Xiaofan happened to be seated directly across from Suhi, and thus his resentment was fully visible to her. Given her nature, she typically responded to such individuals with indifference. If it became unbearable, she would simply ask him to leave. However, now she had to consider Xiao Mu's feelings. It was impossible to drive him away, yet if left unchecked, his pent-up discontent would undoubtedly hurt Xiao Mu in due time. Furthermore, he expressed his desire to construct a dwelling, cultivate wasteland, and raise sheep, among other aspirations, all of which necessitate robust labor. If he could win his favor, at least there would be another pair of hands to assist. "Why do you sit here all alone? I shall sit wherever I please." Suhi, filled with indignation, naturally spoke to her in a less than cordial tone. Bai Xiaofan, undeterred, smiled and took a seat beside him, tearing off a portion of the fragrant roasted tenderloin and offering it to him. Noticing his refusal, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you not want it?" "This is the most tender meat from the entire wild boar." Suhi gazed at the delectable roasted tenderloin in Bai Xiaofan's hand, inadvertently swallowing hard. Such tender meat was a delicacy reserved for the chief and elders of the tribe. In his youth, the old chief would always set aside portions for him and Amu, reminiscing about his childhood annex with Amu. The troubled expression on Suhi's face gradually faded. Amu had often been bullied by Duo Chi and others, and it was he who always stood up for him. Wasn't Amu's father the chief? Bai Xiaofan, astonished, inquired, for in her understanding, the chief's son was akin to a prince, undeniably part of an elite class within the tribe. How could he still be subjected to bullying? Amused, Bai Xiaofan secretly reveled in the naivety of these primitives. Without uttering a word, he had already moved himself to tears, thus sparing her considerable effort. "What business does a grown man have crying?" She shot him a disapproving glance and chided, "If you truly wish to express gratitude to the old chief, you ought to join Amu in leading everyone toward a life superior to that of the tribe." In Suhi's bright, determined eyes lay an unwavering commitment to the future. "I will ensure that no one has to endure hunger," she declared. It dawned on her that a life free from hunger constituted a good life, which explained why she had the leisure to bicker with Xiao Mu. Bai Xiaofan, exasperated, rolled her eyes. Struck at a sensitive spot, Suhi exclaimed, "I did not." Though Xiao Mu understood why Xiaofan sought out Suhi, witnessing her sitting so close to Suhi, chatting and laughing, stirred a sense of discomfort within him. He contemplated intervening several times, but restrained himself, fearing it would upset Xiaofan. However, upon hearing Suhi raise her voice, he promptly stood up and positioned himself protectively in front of Bai Xiaofan, furrowing his brow in reproach. "Suhi, speak civilly. There is no need to shout at Xiaofan." Suhi was about to defend herself when Bai Xiaofan pushed Xiao Mu aside and spoke deliberately, each word clear and slow. "In my hometown, there is an old saying, one should wear silk and eat oil. This means that not only should we be well fed, but we should also enjoy good food. It is not enough to merely stay warm. We must also dress beautifully." The first half of Bai Xiaofan's statement was lost on them, but the latter half resonated clearly. Both of them widened their eyes, captivated by her words. Such sentiments were foreign to them. In their tribe, mere survival without hunger or cold was already a considerable satisfaction. The notions of eating well and dressing well had never even crossed their minds. Sensing that she had captivated Suhi, Bai Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of satisfaction within, though she maintained a serious facade. Wheat and rice are both foods you have tasted. While they may not compare to the richness of meat, they are cultivated from the earth, requiring no perilous hunts to obtain. Bai Xiaofan spoke slowly, carefully observing Su He's expression as he continued, reassured by the absence of any signs of discontent. We have just discussed with mother and father, and from now on, you will be responsible for taking Ada out hunting, while Xiao Mu and Jelly will remain here to assist us. Fearing that this arrangement might evoke dissatisfaction, Bai Xiaofan quickly added, of course. If you wish to change things up, that is also acceptable. Although Su He was more astute than Xiao Mu, he set aside any lingering grievances, revealing himself to be a rather straightforward individual. To him, white rice and millet were both delectable and filling. If they could indeed cultivate these crops, winter would no longer pose a concern regarding food shortages, since they would always need 2 people to stay behind as guards. He did not fuss over who would remain and who would venture out. Thus, he readily agreed. All right, from now on, I will take Ada out hunting. Seeing his enthusiastic consent, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but smile from the depths of his heart. I heard from mother that we often encounter herds of sheep here. Su He paused for a moment, jestingly replied, is she yearning for lamb? He found this suggestion quite appealing. However, as Su He pondered where to find sheep, Xiao Mu had already taken Bai Xiaofan toward the fire. He couldn't quite fathom why he felt the urge to hasten Bai Xiaofan's departure, wishing to prevent her from engaging in further light-hearted banter with Su He. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu, who had been tightly holding Bai Xiaofan's hand, suddenly let out a soft hum and walked away, leaving Bai Xiaofan perplexed as she murmured, what is the matter with him? Chapter 58. As if the following morning at breakfast, Bai Xiaofan noticed that Xiao Mu was absent. Upon inquiring with his mother, he learned that Xiao Mu had gone out to cultivate the fields before dawn. Bai Xiaofan murmured to himself, hastily consuming a morsel of food before deciding to bring a piece of roasted meat to him. As Bai Xiaofan took just a few steps, he heard Su He calling out from behind, Xiaofan, wait. In a flurry, he quickly stuffed the last bit of roasted meat into his mouth, neglecting to wipe his hands or face as he grabbed his spear and hurried after Bai Xiaofan. Seeing this, Ada called out in a panic, wait a moment. I haven't finished eating yet. Bai Xiaofan, suppressing his bewilderment, nodded slightly and attempted to strike up a conversation. Didn't we just hunt a mountain pig? Why venture out for more game? As Su He walked beside Bai Xiaofan, a faint, warm fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing his heart to race inexplicably. He found himself repeatedly recalling Bai Xiaofan's gentle smile and caring words from the previous evening. Although the old chief and his mother treated him well, they had never spoken to him with such tenderness. Now, hearing Bai Xiaofan inquire why he was hunting, despite the polite tone, it struck Su He differently. Didn't you mention wanting to catch some sheep? Since hunting isn't necessary right now, I could go look for them. Oh, this response caught Bai Xiaofan off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless, and she could only manage a dry chuckle in reply. Since last night, after seeing Su He's smiling face, Xiao Mu had been harboring a simmering frustration, leading him to rise before dawn to work the fields. Reluctant to display his frustration, he glanced up only to see Su He and Bai Xiaofan approaching together. In an instant, the suppressed irritation he had just managed to shake off surged anew. After their earlier exchange, coupled with Su He's peculiar demeanor, Bai Xiaofan felt equally uncomfortable, eager to reach Xiao Mu's side. Upon spotting him, her face instantly lit up with a radiant smile as she dashed to him, eagerly presenting a skewer of grilled meat. Look, I managed to snag a perfectly balanced piece of tender leg meat for you. Xiao Mu cast a brief glance at Su He, who stood a short distance away, and with a slight hum of discontent, turned away, ignoring her. Hey, what's wrong with you? Bai Xiaofan inquired, her brow furrowing. He had never been one to sulk like this. Xiao Mu snatched the grilled meat from her hand, sulkily retreating to sit alone, voraciously biting into the skewer as if it were his adversary. Just as Xiao Mu opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Su He approaching and promptly fell silent again. However, barely a few steps later, they heard Ada's breathless voice behind them, calling out, Su He, I'm coming. Su He frowned slightly, casting a glance in Bai Xiaofan's direction before turning to Ada with an irritable tone. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. With that, he strode away from the mountain hollow. I'm on my way, Ada replied, hastily following suit. Observing Xiao Mu's continued indifference, Bai Xiaofan felt her temper rising. Thinking to herself, if you choose to ignore me, must I still go out of my way to placate you? At that moment, Gri arrived, noticing little Mu sitting aside, eating. His tardiness filled him with embarrassment, and he felt a twinge of envy towards little Moo's entrenching tool. He seized the tool, eager to dig, exclaiming, "Moo, take a break. I'll handle this. What need is there for you to toil over the grass?" Gree gazed longingly at the entrenching tool, when suddenly, he sensed a chill creeping over him. Upon closer inspection, he found Moo's face darkened, his deep-set eyes seemingly fixated on an unseen target. Startled, Gree pondered whether his appropriation of the tool had incited Moo's ire. With such thoughts racing through his mind, he hurriedly followed Bai Xiaofan. With both little Moo and Gree lending their strength, coupled with the occasional assistance from their father, the seeds of wheat and rapeseed that Bai Xiaofan had procured were planted within a matter of days. Subsequently, she also took out some potato seedlings to plant. Both father and mother advised her to rest for a couple of days before proceeding, but Su He, driven by an obstinate and competitive spirit, insisted on continuing the hunt. Seeing his steadfastness, the others resigned themselves to his determination. During these days, Bai Xiaofan felt increasingly vexed, as little Moo had been sulking for quite some time. Although he would respond when she spoke to him, his evasive demeanor left her greatly dissatisfied. She had contemplated pulling him aside for a heart-to-heart, but the presence of others made the idea feel awkward. Now that the agricultural tasks were complete, the significant plan of building a house could be brought to the forefront of their discussions. When she shared this notion with her parents, they were not opposed. However, they expressed skepticism regarding the feasibility of such an endeavor. Bai Xiaofan only grasped some fundamental theories through her studies, and she was uncertain whether she could successfully implement them. Thus, she candidly expressed to the two elders, "It is difficult to say whether it can be achieved, but if we do not attempt it, success is guaranteed to elude us." Upon hearing her words and recalling the seeds she had sown that had begun to sprout, the elders felt a semblance of trust in her. Moreover, with little to occupy their time, they considered that allowing Xiao Mu and Jelly to lend a hand in felling a couple of trees was not a daunting task. So they acquiesced to Bai Xiaofan's request to give it a try. Bai Xiaofan was determined to teach Xiao Mu a lesson, so she deliberately kept Jelly behind to lay the foundation while she took Xiao Mu up the mountain to cut down trees. The sun hung high in the sky for days on end, with the temperature rising each day. The tree branches appeared to be draped in a veil of green, while the ground was a lush tapestry of fragrant grass, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of blossoms. Bai Xiaofan walked ahead, admiring the timid wildflowers by the roadside, caressing the tender new leaves sprouting on the branches, and occasionally laughing at the fleeting glimpses of small animals darting past her. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu trailed behind, his head bowed in silence. In truth, he had long since ceased to harbor any resentment toward Xiaofan. However, observing her tense expression coupled with his inexplicable irritation made him at a loss for how to reconcile with her. With the rare opportunity of being alone together today, he felt compelled to find a way to mend their relationship, for continuing in this manner would surely lead to his own distress. As he pondered how to make amends, a sudden exclamation from Xiaofan broke his reverie, and he shot his head up, only to find that Xiaofan's figure had vanished from sight. Little Moo's heart tightened, and the color drained from his face as he shot forward like an arrow. Chapter 59, Building a Grand House. However, as he turned past the overgrown grass, he found Xiaofan standing there, her expression a blend of mock anger and joy. "So you were worried about me after all." Little Moo could not quite comprehend Bai Xiaofan's intentions. Remembering her earlier exclamation, he still felt a lingering anxiety, causing his tone to be somewhat harsh. "I thought something had happened to you." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Xiaofan stepped closer, jabbing her finger into his solid chest, indignantly stating, "Yes, now that I'm fine, you wouldn't spare me a glance, would you?" Little Moo found himself retreating under her intense gaze, his head bowed and unable to utter a single word. Bai Xiaofan, observing his dazed expression, felt a surge of frustration. She had already provided him with an opportunity to ease the tension, yet this foolish boy stood there, frozen in place, as if she were meant to make the next move. Startled by her words, Little Moo hurriedly stopped Bai Xiaofan, his face a picture of anxiety, unsure of how to express his feelings. In a sudden impulse, he embraced her tightly and exclaimed, "Don't go, don't go." Sensing Little Moo's warm breath, Bai Xiaofan's eyes instantly welled with tears as her small fists fell like raindrops upon his broad back. "You silly Little Moo, you smelly Little Moo. You bad Little Moo, I won't talk to you anymore." "No, no, no." Little Moo, seemingly entranced, tightened his hold, allowing Bai Xiaofan to weep uncontrollably in his embrace until she muffledly cried out, "You rotten Little Moo, are you trying to suffocate me?" Bai Xiaofan distinctly sensed a momentary pause in Xiao Mu's body. The next instant, her tongue tasted a hint of metallic sweetness. She hastily released her grip, her gaze falling upon the back of his rough, dark hand, marked by two delicate bite marks, adorned with round, crimson droplets of blood. A pang of compassion tightened her brow as she exclaimed, "How could you be so foolish? Why couldn't you evade?" In that moment, Bai Xiaofan recalled that she was still upset with him, and she quickly let go of his hand, turning her back to him, reproaching, "What happens to you is of no concern to me." The words barely left her lips before she hurriedly made her escape. Although Xiao Mu lacked the ability to charm others, Bai Xiaofan's tears and tantrums filled his heart with sweetness. He understood that she was not truly angry with him. Thus he shamelessly pursued her, saying, "Bai Xiaofan, may I carry you on my back?" Ignoring him, she tried to walk past, but he blocked her path, his eyes resembling a bear's, eager for approval. After a brief struggle, Bai Xiaofan could no longer maintain her pretense. She reached out and flicked his forehead with a playful finger, scolding, "You are truly incorrigible." To her surprise, Xiao Mu grasped her hand and gently kissed it near his lips. Instantly, Bai Xiaofan's face flushed crimson, and before she could reprimand him, he had lifted her onto his back. With a joyful shout, he dashed off like an arrow released from its bow into the forest, causing Bai Xiaofan to cling tightly to his shoulders, her little face pressed against the nape of his neck. "Xiao Mu, slower, slower," she implored. Bai Xiaofan and Xiao Mu spent 2 days on the mountain, ultimately selecting a type of tree that closely resembled a pear tree for construction materials. This choice was motivated by its tall, straight stature and its commendable hardness, along with its broad, lush branches which were perfect for thatching the roof. With the building materials secured, Bai Xiaofan set about designing the house, a rather straightforward layout consisting of 3 rooms arranged in a row. The central room would serve as both the living room and kitchen, while the room on the left was divided into 2 parts, an outer space designated as a restroom and an inner area for sleeping. The room on the right, slightly smaller, mirrored the layout of the left. Bai Xiaofan calculated that his grandmother, along with the 2 younger siblings and his father, would occupy one house, while the 3 men would inhabit another. Thus, he and Xiao Mu would only require 2 rooms. Consequently, 2.5 houses would suffice for their needs. As they began laying the foundation and driving wooden stakes, Bai Xiaofan initially believed it would take many days to complete. However, to his surprise, everyone collaborated, and within a few days, a wooden framework emerged on the previously vacant land. Yet, the subsequent task of laying the flooring and compacting the earthen walls proved to be a challenge for Bai Xiaofan. He had initially planned to use a mixture of soil, but upon examining the recipe, he discovered that it contained lime. Bai Xiaofan nearly cried out in despair, pondering where he might procure such lime. For several days, in light of their construction endeavors and ample food supply, Suha and Ada refrained from hunting, opting instead to assist in the tree felling and house-building efforts. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan led Xiao Mu across the mountains in search of materials to substitute for lime. Startled by his yelling, Xiao Mu was taken aback, prompting their grandmother to intervene with a frown, reproaching him, "Why can't you speak properly? Why must you shout?" Upon receiving a stern reprimand from the elderly matriarch, Sui felt a surge of anger rising within him. He disregarded her presence and seized Xiao Mu by the collar, glaring menacingly as he exclaimed, "While we toil tirelessly every day, you indulge in frivolous escapades with women. Even the chieftain does not enjoy such comforts." Witnessing Sui's aggressive behavior, the onlookers rushed to intervene, attempting to dissuade him. Although Xiao Mu had accompanied Bai Xiaofan to gather materials, the truth was that this task was far less arduous than the labor faced by Sui and his companions. Moreover, spending his days wandering the mountains with Bai Xiaofan often felt more like leisure than work. Consequently, he felt a twinge of guilt and lowered his head, allowing Sui's tirade to continue unabated. "Sui," the elderly matriarch shouted, pushing through the crowd. She extended her gnarled hand and firmly grasped Sui's wrist, pulling the two apart with force. "Do you not see your father and me in your eyes?" Fuming with rage, Sui's face turned a shade of iron, and he remained silent, his expression taut. Just as Xiao Mu contemplated stepping forward to placate the matriarch, Bai Xiaofan yanked him back and advanced towards Sui. Her gaze icy as she declared, "If you have grievances, direct them at me. It was I who brought Xiao Mu along to gather materials." As Sui met Bai Xiaofan's cold stare, a fleeting sensation of pain coursed through him, causing his expression to twist slightly. "I wonder if you have indeed found anything," he retorted. Bai Xiaofan's frigid gaze remained fixed on Su He's agitated countenance as she retrieved a small silk pouch from her pocket, unfastening it to reveal several pieces of scorched red clay resting in her palm. The matriarch leaned in for a closer inspection and remarked, "Isn't this the clay we use for making pots? Can this be utilized to patch the walls? This richly red clay, selected by the 13th, is said to possess substantial stickiness and dries easily. As for the load-bearing aspect, given that the houses they constructed are of a framework design, the requirements are not overly stringent." Bai Xiaofan reflected on how Su He and the others had already completed 2 wooden structures, and they were now in urgent need of laying down the ground. Since the 13th had indicated that this red clay could be utilized, it seemed prudent to give it a try. At that moment, upon hearing from Old Ah that this clay could also be fashioned into pottery, she felt a surge of delight. "Mother, is it true that this clay can be made into pots?" They were left with only 2 pots, one for soup and the other for boiling water. Thus, when soup was prepared, only 1 pot would be passed around among the group, each taking turns to sip. Bai Xiaofan struggled considerably to accept this arrangement, and she endeavored to avoid drinking if at all possible. If she had to drink, she would certainly let Xiao Mu take a sip first, and then she would drink from the same spot. If this clay could indeed be fashioned into pots, it would significantly resolve their sanitation concerns. Sui glanced at the clay in her hands, momentarily speechless. He had traversed this mountainous terrain several times and had never encountered such clay. It was evident that they had exerted considerable effort to locate it. With the materials at hand, Xiaomu and Guli commenced the tampering of the clay, while Bai Xiaofan stood by, meticulously adding plant ash and fine sand according to the proportions and sequence dictated by the 13th, daring not to err even slightly. The mixture of 3 components required a period of rest after being compacted, and the more times it was worked, the better the outcome. Thus, while Su He and the others had completed the framework for their 3rd house, Xiaomu was still engaged in preparing the mixture of clay. As the sun set on that fateful evening, Xiaomu seized the opportunity afforded by the drying of the clay, combining fiery red earth with the ash of ula grass and suha to construct walls. Bai Xiaofan, not one to idle, collaborated with her mother to fashion numerous pots and pans from the clay. With their utensils complete and Xiaomu's walls standing firm, they crowned the structure with a layer of twigs. Thus, on that particular evening, the first true dwelling emerged on this land. The excitement of Xiao Mu and his companions was palpable. Even Bai Xiaofan, gazing at the humble earthen abode, found herself overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes, as she had never anticipated that her inaugural foray into building would culminate in success. That night, the family gathered around the hearth in the main room, each face illuminated with joy, cradling bowls of fragrant fish soup. The succulent roasted meat sizzled above the flames, occasionally sending droplets of fat cascading into the fire, causing it to flare up dramatically. Suddenly, their father raised his cup, addressing Bai Xiaofan. "Xiaofan, let us toast." Bai Xiaofan hastily set down her roast and, with a playful tone, replied, "Father, may I only have a small sip?" To her surprise, the trees they had felled for construction bore fruit as well. However, the juice they produced rivaled the potency of strong liquor, and the effects of indulgence were no less severe. The men quickly became enamored with this fiery beverage, consuming it liberally at every meal, Xiao Mu included. With the completion of the new home, spirits soared, and Bai Xiaofan, summoning her courage, asked her mother to pour her a modest half-cup. Now that her father wished to share a drink with her, she felt it would be impolite to decline. Yet she had never partaken in alcohol before. Downing that cup might very well lead to her inebriation. What is the meaning of sipping this delicacy when one can indulge in it heartily? However, as Bai Xiaofan lingered, hoping for leniency, Xiao Mu had already seized a coconut from the side and raised it towards their father, exclaiming, "Father, allow Xiaofan to take a sip, and I shall partake in a hearty drink." This proclamation elicited raucous laughter from the crowd, none of whom noticed that, as Xiao Mu lifted the coconut, Sui had also raised his cup to their father, though he was cut off before he could speak. Observing the worry etched across Bai Xiaofan's face as he stood beside Xiao Mu, Sui tilted his head back and drained the juice from his cup, the fiery flavor igniting a warmth that surged through him. Chapter 60. The fear of Bai Xiaofan only He sat silently in a corner, guzzling coconut juice. Upon hearing that Amu would be sharing a room with Xiaofan, he could not muster any joy, yet he found himself unable to voice his dissent. The turmoil within him felt like a raging fire, which he could only suppress with the aid of the potent juice. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan had yet to grasp the situation when old man whose large hand came down heavily on Xiaomu's shoulder, his hearty laughter ringing out in praise. Good lad. Well done. From his corner, Suhi squinted, feeling a spark of realization. Xiaomu's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. I merely stumbled upon. Grit and Ada raised their cups directly towards Xiaomu, playfully inquiring, Brother Emu, when will you ask your mother to arrange matters between you and Xiaofan? Old mother chimed in with a cheerful smile. Indeed, now that you have some leisure, it would be prudent to settle your affairs, and I would feel much more at ease. Little Mu's flushed face murmured in response, I will listen to mother. Suhi's hand, gripping the cup, was strained with tension. He yearned to voice his dissent, but found himself at a loss for words. The old matriarch then turned to Bai Xiaofan, asking, And you, Xiaofan? Suhi's intense gaze fixated on Bai Xiaofan's crimson cheeks, yet her reaction took everyone by surprise. She abruptly stood up, her eyes scanning the faces of those present before finally settling on Little Mu's. With a gentle apology, she uttered, I'm sorry, and dashed out, leaving a room full of astonished onlookers. Observing Little Mu's gradually pallid expression, Suhi couldn't help but smirk. Bai Xiaofan bolted from the house and raced to the edge of the rapeseed field before finally halting, collapsing onto a stone along the embankment, gasping for breath. She herself could not fathom why she reacted this way. She clearly harbored feelings for Little Mu. Yet, the thought of marriage, a lifetime tethered to another, sent shivers of trepidation through her. Were they truly compatible? What if they grew to despise each other in the future? What if this union turned out to be a grave mistake? Beneath the silvery moonlight, the night breeze caressed the tender sprouts of rapeseed flowers, and Bai Xiaofan, with a bitter smile, curled up tighter, acknowledging that her affection for Little Mu was insufficient to instill faith in a lifelong commitment. She politely smiled and returned the fur cloak to Suhi, saying, Thank you, but I am not cold. Yet, Suhi stubbornly draped the cloak over her shoulders once more, insisting, It's chilly at night. It would be unwise to fall ill. Bai Xiaofan was quite unaccustomed to such intimacy. He extended his hand, intending to return the fur robe, but was stopped by Suhi, who grasped his hand and said, It is mother who sent me to check on you, and to inquire why you have not agreed. Is there something amiss with the Mu? Bai Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly and replied, It is not that a Mu is lacking. The issue lies with me. The moonlight fell upon her slightly furrowed brow, resembling the creamy, fragrant coconut milk. Suhi was momentarily entranced, lost in thought, yet in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. This reverie appeared as a gentle annoyance directed at herself. She tentatively inquired with a smile, What is it? Are you here to defend a Mu's honor? Where did you get that notion? I have never seen a warrior who successfully won a woman on the first attempt. You ought to reject him a couple more times. Suhi's playful words elicited a chuckle from Bai Xiaofan, who felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. She had been genuinely concerned about being ostracized over this matter. However, Suhi seized the opportunity to sit beside her, tilting her head in curiosity. What troubles you? How did you discern it? She asked, puzzled. Bai Xiaofan stood and walked to the edge of the wheat field, crouching down to gently caress the young wheat shoots. In the valley, I used to cultivate wheat, and they would grow swiftly. But here, alas, Suhi crouched beside her. If it takes longer, so be it. If there is no food, I shall hunt. I will not let you go hungry. This statement was intended to conclude there. But noticing the slight astonishment in Bai Xiaofan's gaze, Suhi quickly added a few words. For us. The following day, Bai Xiaofan did not catch a glimpse of Xiaomu. His mother mentioned that he had ventured out to hunt before dawn. Bai Xiaofan thought it was perhaps best for them to avoid each other for a while to spare themselves any awkward encounters. Amu? Ada looked at Bai Xiaofan in disbelief. He wasn't with us. Chapter 61. 3 lambs. Bai Xiaofan mumbled, his grip on Ada's arm tightening unconsciously. His sharp nails digging into his flesh, his expression one of unease. Chapter 62. Playing music to cattle. Dinner consisted of the much-loved meatball soup, and both Ada and Guli, unfazed by the heat, eagerly poured themselves 3 bowls, clamoring for a fourth. Chapter 63. The reason for Suhi's injury. Hey, stop teasing Xiaomu. Guli and Ada are getting restless. You should go check on him. Bai Xiaofan exclaimed excitedly while tidying up his belongings. Chapter 64. Oil extraction. The coconut shell proved to be the most docile material Bai Xiaofan had encountered. After soaking it in water, it became pliable, and the drill on his military knife easily pierced through the bottom. Chapter 65. The Knife-Horned Beast. Chapter 66. Suhi's suspicion pulled into the room by Bai Xiaofan. Xiao Mu wore a stern expression and questioned him with displeasure. Xiaofan, why won't you let me speak? Speak about what? Chapter 67. Selfishness. Seeing her so listless, a rare pang of guilt surged within him, prompting him to offer some comfort. You need not worry so much. Even if Suhi harbors doubts, what of it? Chapter 68. Errors, oh errors. With the assistance of the elderly matriarch, their pace quickened significantly. In just half a day, all the rapeseeds had been processed. However, the extracted oil was entirely bestowed upon Xiao Mu. Chapter 69. The Revenge of the Horned Beast. Once the momentary astonishment faded, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but chuckle within. How delightful it was to receive a kiss from such a handsome gentleman. It reminded him of the fleeting romances he had experienced back on Earth. Chapter 70. Half a honeycomb. Chapter 71. The mist confidant. The gentle spring rain fell incessantly, drenching everything in its path. Though there was a lack of meat supplies in the mountain hollow, they resided by the mountains and alongside a river, ensuring their sustenance. Chapter 72. Severe cold. Suhi's brooding, yet suppressed gaze sent shivers down Bai Xiaofan's spine. It seemed that Xiong also sensed the unsettling atmosphere. His fierce eyes fixed intently on Suhi. Chapter 73. The promised demand. Mu, Xiaofan, the matriarch has brought you food. Suhi called out before even entering the house. When no one responded, he was about to call out again when the matriarch. Chapter 74. The rift between each other. It remains uncertain whether it was truly Bai Xiaofan's robust constitution that allowed him to withstand it. The ginger soup proved effective. After consuming a bowl of steaming ginger broth, she refrained from further vomiting. Chapter 75. The charming children. The two children dashed towards the edge of the cornfield but hesitated, playfully pushing each other, unwilling to advance. Chapter 76. Bloodshed and education. As the crops matured in the fields, birds frequently flocked to the forest, particularly after the rice had ripened, turning the 3 acres into a veritable paradise for these feathered creatures. Chapter 77. Xiao Mu's romance. The weather grew increasingly hot with each passing day. At dawn, the sun blazed like a fiery sphere in the sky. Grandma suggested several times that she make a leather vest for Bai Xiaofan. Chapter 78. The horn knife. After completing her morning routine, Bai Xiaofan found that Xiao Mu was no longer in the house. She picked up a coconut bowl from the small table and leaned against the door, observing Xiao Mu and Jelly as they pounded wheat together. Chapter 79. More can arrive. Although the horn knife was neither steel nor iron, it proved remarkably effective. Xiao Mu wielded it against a stone, and after just a few strokes, she had carved out a small pit, though she contemplated further. Chapter 80. You deserve to be bullied. Xiao Mu's gaze remained fixed on Bai Xiaofan, yet she was perpetually downcast, lost in her own sorrow, completely unaware of her surroundings. Chapter 81. Grant him a purpose. The once harmonious welcome banquet was overshadowed by a question posed by Old Hu, causing a palpable heaviness to descend upon the gathering, particularly affecting the younger attendees. Chapter 82. It is to stand you up. The following day, Bai Xiaofan bid farewell to the couple, Xiao Mu and Yihan, as he escorted them out of the mountain retreat, lingeringly grasping Xiao Mu's hand. They probably lacked a steamer, yet fortunately, the roasted corn was available. Chapter 83. Fallen into a pit. Bai Xiaofan craned his neck, waiting impatiently as he saw no sign of anyone emerging from the forest. 13 had mentioned they were not within a kilometer, which left Bai Xiaofan feeling increasingly anxious. Chapter 84. Awaiting rescue. Upon hearing 13's words, Bai Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with hope. But before she could respond, 13 exclaimed, "Oh no, it's not Xiao Mu. It's Suhi." Chapter 85. Duona's request. Big Bear afforded Bai Xiaofan little time to ponder, as Suhi's stern visage loomed before her. Bai Xiaofan's quick thinking was bolstered by the fact that 13 was indeed present. Chapter 86. Bai Xiaofan's skill of changing countenance. Chapter 87. The clash at the dining table. Though Gulu was young, he was aware that his Aunt Duo had inadvertently caused her injury. Moments ago, he overheard his mother quietly reproaching Aunt Duo for pushing her in the morning. Chapter 88. The troubles of Yihan. In the afternoon, Bai Xiaofan relocated the class beneath the shade of the bamboo. As Gulu was new, Bai Xiaofan deliberately invited him to sit beside her, guiding his hand with meticulous strokes as she taught him. Chapter 89. Illness strikes like a mountain. Following Bai Xiaofan's advice, Doran took action, and by the latter half of the night, Gulu's fever indeed subsided. However, to everyone's dismay, upon awakening, Gulu not only experienced a resurgence of fever, but also. Chapter 90. Turning point. Suhi, I am solely focused on how to save these children. Beyond that, I have not contemplated much. Bai Xiaofan cast a sideways glance at Su He, donned her mask, and busied herself with her tasks. Chapter 91. The Silent Sorrow of a Father. Chapter 92. Medicine. Suddenly, Bai Xiaofan's wooden door creaked open, her cold gaze fixated on the couple. Doran stood in stunned silence, instinctively closing his mouth. Chapter 93. The Fourth Layer of Earth. Maui Mama, do you not sense that I have neglected to feed one person? Bai Xiaofan stood protectively in front of Xiao Mu, his cool, mocking gaze fleetingly passing over Su He before finally resting on the old matriarch. Chapter 94. Recruitment. The slanting shadows were cast upon the tree trunks, drawing elongated silhouettes on the ground. Bai Xiaofan had enjoyed a delightful slumber, emerging from the spacecraft to stand at the edge of the earthen platform. Chapter 95. City Inn. The two youths raised their hands and slapped the back of their own heads, cautiously glancing at Bai Xiaofan from the corners of their eyes as they reprimanded the others, saying, "What about this woman?" Chapter 96. The attitude of the crowd. Bai Xiaofan tightly grasped the girl's hands, appearing reluctant to part. His gaze filled with concern as he looked towards Xiao Mu, who. Chapter 97. The Painful Decision. After everyone had voiced their objections, Bai Xiaofan finally lifted his smiling face, his eyes twinkling with mirth, prompting the crowd to exchange bewildered glances, their expressions full of astonishment. Chapter 98. Just a fresh start. That very night, Bai Xiaofan packed his belongings and moved to the mountain with Ling and the others. The next morning, Xiao Mu, accompanied by two young men, headed toward the hillside to gather people. Chapter 99. Division of Labor, Part 1. Days passed by, and although the house was yet to take shape, however, Xiao Mu led them to construct two wooden plows. Although the two young horned beasts lacked the strength of the larger one, they managed to pull. Chapter 100. Division of Labor, Part 2. Sitting beside Bai Xiaofan, Ling glared with her watery eyes, raised her crescent-shaped brows, and pouted her delicate lips in complaint. All you ever do is hunt, every day at home. Chapter 101. Planning the new house. After dividing into groups, the affairs of everyone on the earthen platform became orderly. One group went hunting while another tended to the fields. As for salt drying, it did not require daily attention. Chapter 102. Brick and tile production. In order to expedite the brick-making process, Bai Xiaofan instructed Gu Li to take his team of 4, doing nothing but focusing on constructing the kiln for brick production. This was also to save Gu Li and his companions some effort. Chapter 103. Conflict, Part 1. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's words and observing the disdainful smiles on the youthful faces, old Hu Li's rugged visage, resembling tree bark, displayed alternating shades of blue and white, despite being the old chief. Chapter 104. Conflict, Part 2. Su He and the others looked up at the sound and saw 5 or 6 young men brandishing long spears rushing down, their faces fierce as if they were ready to devour someone. Su He and his companions retreated in alarm. Chapter 105. A hope for reconciliation. Before Bai Xiaofan's clear voice could fade, he had already positioned himself at the forefront, asserting that if there were to be any punishment, it must be preceded by a thorough inquiry to ascertain who was right or wrong. Chapter 106. Anxious waiting to Xiong. Come here. Chapter 107. The Return. Chapter 108. The red-faced Bai Xiaofan, bearing a pale and frail visage, stepped back and leaned against the side, instructing, "Xiao, please fetch a basin of boiling salt water." Xiao replied. Chapter 109. Build high walls and store abundantly. The first autumn rain did not last long. Within a mere 2 or 3 days, it diminished to a gentle drizzle. During these rainy days, venturing outside was impossible, rendering foraging for wild fruits unfeasible. Chapter 110. Class Ideology. Chapter 111. The Lost Sheep. Initially, Duono was in a fit of temper, seeking solace from Xiao Mu, only to be met with his sharp words. Consequently, she resorted to her tactic of fasting, but alas, times have changed. Chapter 112. Xiao Mu's tactics. While Bai Xiaofan diligently cleansed the wounds of several children and applied medication, he had also managed to clarify the situation at hand. This morning, they drove the sheep and the horned beast too. Chapter 113. Old Acquaintances. Chapter 114. Unraveling. The bear revealed a set of gleaming, white fangs, exhaling a foul, heated breath that splattered Bari's face. Bari, terrified, felt his voice falter. "Su He, save me, please." Chapter 115. Imoku. The room was occupied by Heir, leaving both unable to find sleep. Little Mu simply pushed Ali to keep watch against the wall, while Bai Xiaofan sat in the main room, listening to the accounts of the situation upstairs. Chapter 116, Life and Death. The two youths patrolling the city wall also noticed the flames below. They observed for a while, but heard no sounds, thus dismissed it from their minds. Inside the large house. Chapter 117, Battle. In the pitch-black forest, several shadowy figures moved with a swiftness that surpassed the rain-drenched coconut trees. Mo stood at the forest's edge, gazing at the towering, solid stone wall, his handsome face filled with astonishment. Chapter 118, I'm sorry, child. Upon hearing the resounding footsteps, Bai Xiaofan felt a slight loosening of his taut nerves, only to realize that his back was completely soaked with sweat, leaving him utterly exhausted. Chapter 119, Slingshot, Part 1. The two children endured a night fraught with hunger and fear, but now, in the warmth of the main room, after having eaten and drunk to their fill, they unconsciously drifted into a deep slumber. Having perused the narrative, I present the refined and elevated translation. Chapter 120, The Slingshot, Part 2. Without the guidance of 13, Bai Xiaofan experienced the bitter taste of failure for the first time in this world. The bamboo bow, complemented by bamboo arrows and a string of wool, had taken shape. Chapter 121, The Unsettling Sisters. Chapter 122, You Are Not His Childhood Sweetheart. Chapter 123, The Disappearance of Bai Xiaofan. Chapter 124, The Loss of the Earthly Platform. The fierce blaze that erupted on the rooftop illuminated the full moon hanging high in the night sky. The four members of the Grief faction occupied the elevated city walls, their arrows raining down like locusts. Yet, they were but 4 against many. Chapter 125, The Consequences of Betraying Little Mu. Bai Xiaofan awoke in pain, his eyes fluttering open in a daze. He found himself in a spacious tent, warmed by a crackling fire, the air infused with the rich aroma of roasted meat. However, Chapter 126, The Wild Tribe. Despite the torrential downpour, it could not drown out the anguished screams of Baji, which resonated chillingly, even causing a Ling and a Luo within the large tent to shudder. Chapter 127, Doran's Resolution. Doran was brought into the tent by Bai Xiaofan, her furious gaze fixated on his gaunt visage. Bai Xiaofan, why have you treated Duona in such a manner? It has only been a few days. Chapter 128, Who was more ruthless? Chapter 129, A Glimmer of Hope. With bows and arrows in hand, Mo urged Bai Xiaofan to instruct them in the construction of stone walls. Originally, Bai Xiaofan hesitated, but Xiuxiu's reminder made him realize that this meant. Chapter 130, The Informant. Bai Xiaofan's eyes turned blood red, and his complexion turned pale. He could only retreat to his tent to rest. The absence of a female protagonist did not significantly affect Mo, who still proclaimed that in 3 days, by. Chapter 131, Night Raid. What's wrong, Xiaofan? As Bai Xiaofan felt the strange gazes from the 3 wild men, he suppressed his excitement, bending over to clutch his stomach in a feigned display of distress. Chapter 132, Occupation. The wild men in the tribe were awakened by the thunderous battle cries. Their eyes met with the blazing flames and descending enemies. Many wild men had not yet fully. Chapter 133, Fierce Battle. Chapter 134, Ambush. The resplendent sun hung low over the mountaintop, casting shimmering red reflections upon the river's surface, while Mo coos. Chapter 135, The Tiger Returns to the Mountain. Xiao Mu's response disrupted Mo Ku's plans. He discarded his bow and arrow, tossing the engineer's shovel to Hallie behind him, exclaiming, Let us resort to our fists. Chapter 136, Born a Leader. Upon realizing that Xiao Mu had let Mo Ku escape, Bai Xiaofan wickedly anticipated the impending storm. Severely injured, devoid of shelter from the cold, and unable to satisfy his hunger, one might wonder how one could even contemplate survival. Chapter 137, Forgiveness. The long-awaited storm arrived with unprecedented ferocity. Yet the tent that White Xiaofan had been so concerned about stood remarkably firm amidst the tempest, unwavering as a mountain, even as those in the lower city appeared. Chapter 138, The Return to Ordinary Life. Speak up, which man has wronged Duona? White Xiaofan settled onto a cushion behind the wooden table, gazing at the 3 women before him as he recalled Duona's. Chapter 139, Undercurrents. The roasted lamb ultimately transformed into a large pot of lamb and radish soup, with so many people and so little meat. A stew was the only way to ensure that everyone in the upper city could share a morsel, and at the very least, they could still partake in. Chapter 140, The pastoral scene, alas. What a pity it is that such a vast expanse of blooming flowers, admired for only a few days, is destined for destruction. Bai Xiaofan clutched a handful of potato blossoms, having just emerged from the fields. Chapter 141. A banquet. The potatoes had only just been harvested when the sky turned ominous. Everyone knew a snowstorm was imminent, prompting Xiao Mu and the others to switch to. Chapter 142. The discrepancy between imagination and reality. The following day, I was punished by Xiao Mu with 10 arrows. After completing the task, his arm could barely be lifted. The younger generation, upon learning the reason behind I's punishment, while not inclined to confront. Chapter 143. Anarchy. Chapter 144. The chief election. Bai Xiaofan had initially believed that with 13 present, establishing a few straightforward laws and regulations would be a simple endeavor. Unexpectedly, she and the others discussed until dawn. Yet. Chapter 145. The formation of Gel. Despite their reluctance, the people of Adana had to acknowledge that Xiao Mu was the chieftain. However, the atmosphere within the tribe remained oddly tense. Chapter 146. The leisurely and sweet eternal night. The vibrant auroras danced across the pitch-black sky, and before the blizzard arrived, the inhabitants of the tribe embraced a relaxed and leisurely spirit. Chapter 147. The return of spring. The frenzied blizzard would occasionally take a brief respite, allowing everyone to take advantage of this moment to shovel the accumulated snow from the tent's roof and pile it around the skin tents. Chapter 148. Crafting tools. Chapter 149. Spring plowing, Part 1. After witnessing Alan's resolute rejection by Zack, Bai Xiaofan naturally began to pay attention to Zack. However, it was only after several days that Bai Xiaofan realized that the lad. Chapter 150. Spring plowing, Part 2. After entrusting the rice seedling fields to Hallie, Bai Xiaofan prepared to hand over the task of cultivating the wasteland to the younger generation. The prey prepared before the eternal night remains plentiful. They need not. Chapter 151. Ascending the mountain in search of stones. It was the first time that Ailing and the others faced such an intense interrogation from Bai Xiaofan, causing them to instinctively retreat. Erua shot an indignant glare at Duo Na, and just as she was about to speak, Duo Na preempted her with. Chapter 152. The green python. As those green eyes drew closer, 13 began to shriek in panic. Oh no, I'm going to be swallowed whole. Bai Xiaofan. Chapter 153. The earth iron ingots. Chapter 154. The vegetable field ablaze. Chapter 155. Countless warmth. Chapter 156. Punishment. We are willing to accept the punishment on behalf of the three of them. The clamorous voices from outside the tent surged like waves. Let alone Su He. Chapter 157. Ambition. Little Mu's fingers glided across the screen, revealing the care instructions for the bed crossbow. Xiaofan, can we also craft such a formidable crossbow? Bai Xiaofan lifted. Chapter 158. Tangled relationships, Part 1. Although it was confirmed that it was loamy iron, the process of smelting was not as simple as one might wish. For instance, the furnace for iron smelting, the pond for washing iron sand, and the square pond for roasting iron were all essential elements. Chapter 159. Tangled relationships, Part 2. After Aluo and Xiao had a sip of water and took a brief respite, they rose to head towards the vegetable garden, only to be astonished by the approach of Alin, who caught their attention, prompting them to pull her aside for inquiries. Chapter 160. Seedling cultivation. How come they are ignoring you again? Chapter 161. Numerous affairs. Ailing chuckled at Good Ji's comment, noting that Zack's parents had long since passed, and he had been raised by Xiao's family, which naturally made him closer to her. After hearing Ailing. Chapter 162. Bai Xiaofan's mistake. Xiaofan, I truly am not in a hurry. Let us first erect the city walls. I believe no one would be able to breach them. Observing the fatigue etched upon his face from the incessant labor of recent days. Chapter 163. Secrets. Chapter 164. Matchmaking. Ryan managed to compose himself, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, and inquired, is there something the Sango brother needs? I had already retired for the night. As the night fell, it subsequently dawned. Chapter 165. The ingenious child. The task of assisting Duona in weaving grass shoes from Ula grass was of little concern to Aling and Arrow. Only Xiao, after having breakfast, shouldered her basket and ventured into the forest to gather Ula grass. Chapter 166. A genius of Luban. Aling and Arrow, feeling ashamed under Bai Xiaofan's reprimand, quickly stated, we shall assist Xiao. With these words, they swiftly slipped away from Bai Xiaofan's side. Bai Xiao, Chapter 167, The Chili Incident. As the weather warmed, the fields brimmed with rice, wheat, and potatoes planted in the sugarcane fields, along with various fruits and vegetables, all maturing simultaneously. Chapter 168, Spinning and Weaving. The tribe was bustling with activity, sun-drying millet and grinding wheat, yet at this moment, Raimi joined the fray, maturing significantly earlier than the previous year, leaving Bai Xiaofan with no choice. Chapter 169, Wool Comes from Sheep, Part 1. Bai Xiaofan stared in astonishment with wide eyes, fixated on the linen, slowly approaching to tenderly caress the world's first hide, his fingers trembling with excitement. Chapter 170, Wool Comes from Sheep, Part 2. Aling expressed her curiosity. When did this happen? How was I unaware? As she observed his bewildered expression, Xiao could not help but utter a sharp remark. You. Chapter 171, The Wool Comes from the Sheep, Part 2. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Xiaofan reluctantly extricated herself from Xiao Mu's embrace. Xiao Mu's arms lingered around her waist, pleading with her earnestly. Chapter 172, The Great Drought, Part 1. In a fit of anger, Bai Xiaofan rushed to the riverbank, where the water level had diminished to less than a third of its original height, exposing several sections of the riverbed. A line of villagers awaited their turn to draw water. Chapter 173, The Great Drought, Part 2. Xiao stared at the felt door in confusion for a considerable time before finally making her way to Zach's leather tent, resolving to reprimand him thoroughly for his actions, especially considering that Alan was merely a child. Chapter 174, The Sheep Thief. Since the well was constructed, the villagers no longer had to ration water for daily survival. The crops in the fields, now well hydrated, appeared vibrant and healthy, and the well proved to be a reliable source, drawing the clan together during the day. Chapter 175, Slave or Hired Labor. Chapter 176, Finally enjoying braised pork. The tribe had already accumulated a significant number of leather tents, and over the past year, both within the tribe and among the villagers, provisions had been stored. Chapter 177, The Dilemma of Refugees. During the winter months of agricultural downtime, the men resumed brickmaking on the mountainside. Bai Xiaofan seized the opportunity to once again broach the subject of iron smelting. Suhi expressed no objections, and naturally, others followed suit without dissent. In truth, among that group, apart from Duo Qi and his companions, there were also nomads from other tribes. They had endured a year of hardship, braving the elements and suffering from hunger and cold. Now, someone was willing to. Oh my God! Everyone would experience happiness and joy. Bai Xiaofan could hardly have anticipated that Xiao Mu would interpret the earlier events in such a manner. Although a fleeting thought crossed her mind to let Xiao Mu continue in her misunderstanding, as it would allow her to evade sericulture. Initially, Bai Xiaofan relished this state of idleness. For instance, she could watch films aboard the spaceship at night, read until the early hours, and then sleep until noon. Silk. In contrast to the collective panic, Bai Xiaofan remained calm and composed, instructing, Naya, Nobi, please bring in the bundles of grass that have been tied. Chapter 183, Arrival of the Opportunists. Not long ago, Bai Xiaofan was nurturing silkworms within the grand tent, rendering it unsuitable for meetings. Consequently, the group erected a structure even larger than the grand tent beside the study tent. Chapter 184, The Banquet, Part 1. This marked Kunzin's first departure from the mountains. Had it not been for the relentless pressure from the savage tribes, he and his kin would have remained within the mountains that had been their home for generations until their last breath. Chapter 185, The Banquet, Part 2. When the meat buns were presented, Bai Xiaofan observed the terrifying manner in which Yun and the others consumed their food. He silently rejoiced for having heeded Nobi's advice the previous night, which deterred him from the idea of serving soup dumplings. Chapter 186, The Banquet, Part 3. Indeed. Yun gazed at Bai Xiaofan in astonishment. The lady's implication was that she wished to procure some seeds from his tent, a phrase she was not yet able to articulate. Hence she paused for a moment. Chapter 187, The Establishment of the Musufan Tribe. At dawn, Xiao, Zach, and Adolf, accompanied by a group of young men, carried an iron plow towards Kunzin's tribe. Meanwhile, Aling and Xiaoshan awaited them at the gate. Chapter 188, Childbirth. Seeing his wife's pallid complexion, Little Mu composed himself and first carried Bai Xiaofan into the inner tent, laying him on the straw bedding. After offering a few words of comfort, she turned and rushed out to call for help. Chapter 189, Meeting you is the most beautiful surprise. Bai Xiaofan's deep slumber greatly alarmed Xiao Mu, who shouted, "Naya, come quickly. Something's wrong with Xiaofan." Nobi also. Chapter 190. It's not easy being the leader. For the past few months, Bai Xiaofan's thoughts were solely devoted to his son, neglecting the matters of the tribe. Moreover, whether concerning the fields or the ironworks. Chapter 191. The tiger is about to roar. Bai Xiaofan took his seat and listened as Su He and Xiao Mu recounted the events in detail. In truth, the situation was quite simple. Recently, there had been mutual conflicts between the Jida and Skull tribes. Chapter 192. No discussion on beating you. Amidst the passionate shouts of the youth, Bai Xiaofan turned to Su He. Now do you believe it? Su He smiled slightly, regardless of whether I believed it or not. Chapter 193. Playing Tai Chi before Su He could finish his sentence, Adolf brought 4 or 5 young men from Jida into the public tent. Their fierce presence startling the Skull tribe. Jida, looking dejected, entered last. Bai Xiaofan and Xiao Mu stayed by their son's side throughout the night, wiping his body, changing cloths, and feeding him juice and saline, never pausing for a moment. However, Eden's diarrhea persisted. Chapter 195. Searching for medicine. Just before dawn, the 13th finally examined all the herbs, but regrettably, none were suitable for use. As Eden mentioned, even consuming fruit juice could provoke a retching reaction akin to drinking saline. Chapter 196. The hidden sorrows of Su He. Despite the presence of herbs, Eden managed to consume a small bowl of rice soup. However, it did not yield the miraculous recovery that Bai Xiaofan had anticipated. The illness persisted intermittently, much like the plight of several other children. Chapter 197. The generous child. After lunch, Bai Xiaofan summoned Xiao and, alongside a reliably obedient worker, they retrieved a small drawer from the medicine cabinet. Having basked in the sun for several days. Chapter 198. The one who holds Arrow's affection. At the stroke of midnight, Xiaozhu astonishingly delivered 9,000 words, driving everyone mad. When Bai Xiaofan inquired, Arrow silently nestled closer to the hearth, visibly shivering. Chapter 199. Whose laundry is it anyway? After being expelled by Su He, Ada limped towards Arrow's tent, hesitating at the entrance for quite some time, listening to the laughter and delightful aromas wafting from within the grand tent. Chapter 200. Concerning winter supplies. Chapter 201. The breakfast gathering. Arrow was momentarily taken aback by the words, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. "Dago, have I not done well?" "Indeed, elder brother, Arrow has been performing admirably." Chapter 202. The guardianship. The granite stone, dense and resilient, is impervious to weathering, making it an impeccable choice for the construction of urban dwellings. During the summer, Bai Xiaofan ascended the mountain to gather coffee beans. Chapter 203. Urban planning. Eden clutched the little one tightly, refusing to let go. Even during meals, face washing, and bathroom breaks, they needed to be together even while sleeping. Initially, Bai Xiaofan attempted to be firm. Chapter 204. A masterpiece of 13. Angered, Aling rushed to the entrance of Su He's tent, took a deep breath, and approached. At that moment, Su He was engaged in conversation with Ada, while Aling conveyed Bai Xiaofan's. Chapter 205. A tangle of thoughts. Bai Xiaofan had believed that presenting the blueprints and discussing them briefly would allow work to commence in the afternoon. However, she did not anticipate that when the Ger people gathered to deliberate, they would propose. Chapter 206. A disturbance in the classroom. Kunzan, upon seeing Aluo's red eyes, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He opened his mouth to inquire, but the words caught in his throat, so he merely smiled sheepishly. Chapter 207. Mediation. The girls who had been watching them shoot arrows were stunned into silence when the boys truly began to fight, especially given their fierce expressions, which frightened the girls. Chapter 208. A revelation. Atu was pushed down, landing on the ground, momentarily bewildered. Alaf cast a resentful glance at her, snatching the mountain chicken egg from her hand, intending to tease Alan, but she. Chapter 209. True warriors. The men of the tribe busied themselves with quarrying stone, firing bricks, smelting iron, and constructing the city, while the women toiled in agricultural endeavors, curing meat, shearing sheep, preparing timber, and stitching winter garments. In essence, the tribe. Chapter 210. Knowledge shall illuminate your path. The next day, as Bai Xiaofan and Shu He approached the learning tent, all the boys sprang to their feet, their eyes fixated on Shu He. Had it not been for Bai Xiaofan's presence, he would have turned away. Chapter 211. The mischievous king. Early the following morning, The children in the learning tent, each clutching a roll of wooden slips, eagerly joined the throng of workers ascending the mountain towards the new school. Despite Chapter 212, the innovation of writing tools before Bai Xiaofan's call could fade, Nobi hastily pushed aside the felt door and stepped inside. "Madam, what is the matter?" Before the words could leave her lips, she discerned the scene within the tent. Chapter 213. Embracing learning, Alaf scratched his head, his face flushed with embarrassment as he remarked, "With this tool, I shall save much effort in my future writing assignments." Bai Xiaofan listened, his mouth agape. Chapter 214. The final proposal. Upon hearing that Bai Xiaofan intended to withdraw from Gear, Yi was so excited that he nearly leapt up, adamantly refusing to agree, even proclaiming that if Bai Xiaofan resigned. Chapter 215. The crucial examination. Xiao was utterly indifferent to the election for Gear. Her primary focus at this time was on her dying business, only occasionally gracing the school with her presence. Consequently, Chapter 216. Musufan City. With matters laid bare before the public eye, Bai Xiaofan found it inappropriate to say more and allowed Xiaoshan to submit the examination paper. It was not until he exited the school gates that Bai Xiaofan. Chapter 217. The castle banquet. The newly constructed castle stood majestically on a vast granite platform, encompassing over 1,000 square meters. The structure featured 2 levels, with the second floor slightly smaller than the first, reserved exclusively for the chief. Chapter 218. The spirit of justice. After hastily washing up and changing attire, Bai Xiaofan, having styled his hair, finally slowed his pace before the entrance to the small reception room on the first floor. In truth, this could hardly be considered. Chapter 219. The formation of the army. Aling and his companions, following the records from that day, summoned the nearby tribesmen one by one for questioning. Most of these individuals hailed from the lower city, confronted by those wielding spears and daggers at their waists. Aling's gaze fell upon the empty seats in the classroom, his expression darkening in an instant. Where were those people? Such a large number of latecomers had never occurred before. Chapter 221. Abdication and Succession, Part 1. Chapter 222. Abdication and Succession, Part 2. The conclusion of the story. The re-election of a chieftain is indeed a matter of great significance, requiring unanimous agreement from the Gel tribe. In Bai Xiaofan's view, Su He and Ada are relatively reasonable. Even if they oppose, it is unlikely to be excessively extreme.